Chapter 131. After the news of the second daughter of the Li family being broken off spread, within a few days, another shocking news came out of the Li mansion. It was said that the nephew of the current emperor, the Prince Xiao, came with a matchmaker to propose marriage. And the one he wanted to marry was the eldest daughter of the Li mansion, Li Nanyan. Although the eldest daughter of the Li family had been broken off, now those who are well informed know that it was the eldest daughter of the Li family who got lucky. Now everyone knows that Mr. Jin has some problems with his offspring. And it is said that the problem is not small. So being broken off is actually a good thing. Didn't you see that the second daughter of the Li mansion also broke off her engagement? Moreover, this matter made some elderly women and old ladies feel that this girl is more blessed the more she looks at her. She is born with good luck, which others can't envy. So many families want to wait until the outside wind is over before asking the matchmaker to come to ask. After all, they are all in the same circle. And the Li family is a veritable official family. Marrying Miss Li is just a good thing. But no one expected that before the outsiders could react. The Xiao family had already brought people to the door. How to say? Everyone was quite surprised when they heard the news. Although someone had seen the Xiao family and the Li family's eldest daughter talking and laughing in front of the Rouge shop before, everyone always thought that the Xiao family was joking. With such a casual personality, how could he really marry the Li family's eldest daughter? Besides, everyone knows that the Xiao family is also a person who loves flowers, snow and moon. He likes to hang out in some romantic places on weekdays, especially for some brothel girls. He often hangs out with those girls. In the early years, he even made a big fuss in Yanyan City for a brothel girl. Such a person now actually brought a matchmaker to the Li family to propose marriage? Has the prince really changed for the better? Then someone who was well informed said that this Prince Xiao had really become a good person. Hey, you didn't know that the Jiao Temple bandit incident that caused a lot of noise in Yanyan City a few days ago was mainly contributed by Lord Jin and Lord Zhou of the Dali Temple. But in fact, Prince Xiao was also present and made a lot of efforts. It is said that he also saved the life of the eldest lady of the Li family. The two of them also became acquainted because of this. Naturally, he pledged his life to her. Doesn't this sound like a good thing? I don't know what other people think. But what's important is what the Li family thinks. I don't know if the pretentious Lord Li will agree to this marriage. In fact, the emperor received the news in the palace when Xiao Feihe was about to come to propose marriage. He originally thought that this kid was joking. So he wanted to give him a good warning, saying that marriage is not a joke. As a result, after calling him in, this kid dared to take the opportunity to search his private treasury, and said that as an uncle, you should give his future niece a little gift. The emperor didn't know what to say after hearing this, but he almost understood from his attitude. It seems that this kid is sincere. Okay, it's good to be sincere, so it's not bad for him as an uncle to give a little gift. However, the emperor thought for a long time, and then thought about the boy's previous bad behavior. He was afraid that his nephew would be beaten out with a stick after he came to explain his intentions tomorrow. So he did not hesitate and immediately wanted to draft an imperial decree to grant the marriage to the two. In this way, Li Mingru would not dare to disobey the decree even if he was bold. However, this matter was stopped by the boy. The boy said that granting the marriage was too insincere. It sounded like forcing the girl. He and the girl were obviously in love with each other. When proposing marriage, it is natural to show sincerity and visit in person. How can you save trouble and just do it with an imperial decree? This is not okay. After hearing this, the emperor gave up. This unfilial descendant was at least a little satisfied. He finally understood something. It seemed that whether a man could grow up or not, he still had to marry a good wife to suppress him. In this way, Xiao Feihe brought the matchmaker to the door early the next morning. At first, before he explained his purpose, Lord Li was still polite to him. But his politeness was a little bland and perfunctory. Xiao Feihe touched his nose and felt a little guilty. Maybe he had made too many excuses in the past, which made the future father-in-law dissatisfied with him. After exchanging pleasantries with others, Xiao Feihe directly explained his purpose, bowed his head, and performed this etiquette with extra care. Lord Li, I have offended Feihe before. I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against a young man like Feihe. However, Feihe came here today to propose marriage to you. The Li family has Jinju Mingyu, whom I admire. After the trip to Jiao Temple, Feha is even more in love with the eldest lady of the Li family. I want to marry her as my wife. I will cherish her in the future, and will not let her suffer any grievances. I hope Lord Li can help me. These words were spoken sincerely, without any falsehood. When Xiao Feha said this, his head almost subconsciously lowered more, and even his ears felt a little hot. In this case, he said that the admiration in his heart was not reserved. It was really embarrassing. Rao was that he was thick enough. At this moment, he would be embarrassed to the father of his heart. Lord Li didn't react at first, and sat leisurely in the main seat drinking tea. When he realized what the jerk opposite him said, the tea instantly choked his throat. He couldn't swallow or spit it out. And finally his old face turned red. He finally calmed down, and when he saw the man standing opposite him, he was furious again. Xiao, I knew you had bad intentions. You came to Li's house every few days to talk about flowers and philosophy with me, and you disappeared halfway. I thought you left early. I wonder if you had this idea. You wish. Can you think about my daughter? Don't you look at your own reputation? I heard that you even have an illegitimate child. You let my yin marry you. Do you want her to teach your child for you? How dare you think of it? The more Lord Li thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he looked at this man, the more he disliked him. He felt something was wrong at the beginning, but he didn't think much about it. After all, he was still a prince, and he wouldn't drive him out. But I didn't expect that this person would have such an idea. But he didn't even look at his appearance. Is his bad reputation worthy of being compared with his daughter? Xiao Feha knew it was not good when he heard this. If he had known earlier, he should have restrained himself and shouldn't have fooled people like that. Now, he didn't even have a chance to fight for it. Xiao Feha hurriedly stepped forward to explain, telling him that the rumors outside could not be believed. He had no illegitimate children, and had never been with those brothel girls. It was only because of his second cousin that he had such a bad reputation. He used to be resentful of his uncle, the emperor, for his mother's death. So he indulged himself and ruined his reputation just to embarrass him. But in the end, it seemed that he was the only one who was embarrassed. Now, he was even despised for getting married. He would never dare to mess around with such bad things again. Xiao Feha omitted some of the more secret parts. After this explanation, Lord Li was also half believing and half doubting, and the anger in his chest finally calmed down. So, this Prince Xiao is not as bad as he looks. Right? He looked him up and down again. As for his appearance, this prince is really good looking, and he is definitely more than enough to match his daughter. The eldest princess was stunningly beautiful back then, and the prince consort was also a dragon among men, with extraordinary spirit. As the descendants of these two people, their temperament and appearance are naturally not bad. In the past, I only thought that this Xiao Shitzi was unruly and uninhibited. Because of his bad reputation, people subconsciously ignored his appearance advantage. Now, when I see him again, he is wearing a snow blue straight-collared robe, embroidered clothes, a white belt with spider patterns around his waist, and a jade pendant of excellent jade quality hanging on it. It is true that clothes make the man, and the horse makes the saddle. In this way, people only think that this Xiao Shitzi has a calm and clear temperament, and his words and deeds are polite and considerate. He looks like a well-educated young man from a noble family. There is no half of the sloppy and cynical look in the past. If such a handsome young man walks on the street, I am afraid that there will be brave girls who can't help throwing purses at him. Lord Li frowned and looked at the man up and down. The more he looked, the more he felt that he had made a mistake. He thought to himself that if he looked at it this way, this marriage would not be so difficult to accept. But he still had to discuss it with his wife. The marriages of the daughters of the Li family were always decided by his wife. So Lord Li invited Mrs. Li over again. Mrs. Li almost twisted Lord Li's ears when she heard this. This old man is so bold. Isn't he? What a mess he is thinking. He actually wants to marry his daughter to the dandy boy who is despised by everyone in the city. How can this be possible? Their Li family has not fallen to the point of selling their daughter. Mrs. Li naturally refused to agree. But after listening to the whole story and observing her, her impression of this Xiao Shitzi gradually changed a lot. She was reluctant at first, but under the continuous efforts of Xiao Shitzi, she was willing to do it. If this man is not as bad as the rumors say, then he is a good choice for a husband. After all, her daughter knows herself. Looking at what happened in Zhao Temple that day, there seems to be some affection between the two children. So Mrs. Li gave in and said that as long as her daughter is willing, then this marriage can be done. In this way, almost everyone in the Li mansion has no objection. After so many days, this is the first good news from the Li mansion. Mrs. Li is in a good mood today. She is so happy that she rewarded the maids and servants in the whole mansion. So everyone in the mansion is in a happy mood. On the other side, in Fuqiu courtyard, Li Qingru was still immersed in the sadness of being broken off. When she heard the news that Xiao Shizi came to propose marriage, she accidentally broke the vase on the antique shelf. She couldn't even hear what the maid next to her said. Li Qingru's thoughts became more and more confused. Her eyelashes trembled, and tears seemed to overflow from her eyes uncontrollably. She didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Why did everyone fall in love with Li Nanyan? She just felt that everything that originally belonged to her was taken away by Li Nanyan. Jin Yanli was like this. Xiao Feihe was like this. They all said they liked her before. It was she who met them first. Why did it turn out like this? Li Nanyan already had everything. She was loved by her father and mother, and had the noble status of a legitimate daughter. Everyone in the Li mansion loved her. Even the servants flattered her. Now Jin Yanli also liked her. In order to break off the engagement with her as his fiancée, he would rather announce to the public that he would be unable to have children in this life than marry her. Why did everyone like her? And Xiao Feihe was the same. He obviously liked her so much before. Why did he turn around and marry another woman without hesitation? Were his feelings for her in the past fake? Didn't he like her? Wasn't it because of her that he went there? Close to Li Nanyan? Why can't you love someone forever? Why change your heart? Why change your heart at this time? At this time when she has become a laughing stock and has no one to rely on. She has become like this. But she, Li Nanyan, can marry into the prince's mansion and become the one and only prince's concubine. Why? She was really unwilling. Li Qingru's tears fell, and her fingers clenched tighter and tighter. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been very strong. She didn't understand why she was obviously better than Li Nanyan in everything. Smarter than her, better at reading people's eyes, and more pleasing than her. But why? The one who loved her from the beginning to the end wanted to love her more than her. Was it because she was a concubine's daughter? Was it because she didn't have a mother of good family background that she didn't deserve these? But her mother clearly said that she was no worse than Li Nanyan. As daughters of the same father, she was the same as Li Nanyan. Whatever Li Nanyan had, she could certainly have as well, and even better than her. But now she has become a laughing stock of everyone, and she is about to marry into the prince's mansion. How can she be willing to accept this? She really can't accept this. Li Qingru restrained her trance, and there was a hint of resentment in her heart. She wiped away her tears. Since he didn't let her live well, she wouldn't let her live well either. Nanyan didn't expect this man to be so efficient. He really came the next day to propose marriage. Not long after breakfast, she was walking in the crabapple garden behind the rockery, admiring the flowers and teasing the green-feathered parrot. Suddenly, a pair of slender hands appeared behind her and covered her eyes. Nanyan was startled when she turned around and saw that it was him. She couldn't help but hold him down and beat him up. This man was getting bolder and bolder. In broad daylight, he dared to pull with her in the Li mansion, and he was not afraid that his father would let the servants beat him to death. Why are you here? Nanyan asked knowingly, looking at this person with open eyes. Today, he changed into a particularly noble outfit, looking like a young master from an aristocratic family. Xiao Feihe couldn't hide the smile between his eyebrows. He took the little hand of the person and sat down behind the rockery beside him. Then he took out a small red box of 7 or 8 inches from his sleeve. The box was made of rosewood, exquisitely crafted, and engraved with cloud patterns. Xiao Feihe smiled at her and motioned her to open it and take a look. Nanyan blinked curiously and couldn't help but open it to take a look. On it was the letter of appointment he wrote himself. Nanyan picked up the letter of appointment. Before she could carefully appreciate his flamboyant handwriting, she saw 16 neatly arranged little golden toads with different postures under the box. Some had round bellies, and some stood on one leg. She didn't know where he got these fresh and interesting little things from. Nanyan's eyes lit up immediately, and she couldn't let go of the little golden toad and played with it. This gift really touched her heart. She liked this kind of treasure that looked heavy and golden, especially when it was made of gold. Are they all for me? Nanyan saw the box of treasures and directly put the things in her arms, fearing that someone would snatch her little golden toad. Look at how beautiful this toad is. How can it be unlovable? Xiao Feihe couldn't help laughing. As if he had expected it, he raised his hand and knocked on her head, saying, "You really don't know the goods. The calligraphy of this prince is worth 1,000 gold coins. You didn't see the engagement letter that I worked hard to write. But you saw those toads. What's the point of keeping your eyes?" Nan Yen snorted twice, and couldn't help laughing. "What's wrong with toads? Didn't you say that I have a strong taste? I like this kind of golden toads. And it's better to have more. Where did you find all these? Are you giving them all to me? You are not allowed to regret it." Xiao Feihe was really defeated by this man's money-grubbing appearance. There was light in his eyes, shining brightly. He had never been so happy when facing him. If he had known that this man was so easy to please, he would have given her the key to the warehouse of the prince's mansion. Why would there be so many twists and turns? Xiao Shixi pressed her head. "If not you, who should I give it to?" Then he raised his eyebrows and smiled very proudly. This prince finally looted it from the palace. "Your uncle, the emperor, said that this is a gift for his future niece-in-law. You are not allowed to regret it if you accept it." Nan Yen snorted twice, raised her eyes, and looked at this person. Her eyes full of water and smile. "As long as you don't bully me in the future, I won't regret it." Xiao Feihe smiled and hugged her in his arms. "How have I ever bullied you? It's obviously you who beat me up. Look at my skinny arms and legs. And the marks on my chest from your pinching. You were so ruthless when you hit me. I get beaten up by you every day without any chance to fight back. You still dare to say that I bully you?" Nan Yen laughed. "You deserve it. Who told you to hug me and kiss me all the time? If I don't beat you up, who should I beat up? Alas, this is really unfair to me. I don't know why I've been beaten up all day. Who is the one who is touching you? You always throw yourself into my arms. I am not a wooden man. If you avoid me, you will be beaten. If you don't avoid me, you will be beaten even more. My chest still hurts, and my sweetheart is in my arms. What's wrong with me touching her waist? Besides, I touched her with my own ability. If you don't agree, you can touch her back." As Xiao said, he grabbed her hand and touched it in his arms, and then took out a bag of snacks that were still warm. Nan Yen finally couldn't help laughing, and even her eyes curved into two crescents. Seeing her soft-hearted, Xiao Feihe also smiled, then picked up a piece of soft and warm snack and stuffed it into the little mouth of the toad. While feeding her, he asked her, "How is it? Is it delicious? I have some in my arms. Do you want to touch it again?" Nan Yen looked at him with watery eyes, pressed his chest and kissed him on the cheek. Baji then stood up holding the box of small golden toads, and said happily with a smile, "I won't make trouble with you anymore. I'm going to show it to my mother. Let her see how capable I am. I actually got such a big box of gold nuggets back. She will definitely be happy when she sees it." Xiao Feihe shook his head and smiled helplessly. Obviously, the most precious gold nugget was about to be coaxed away by him. He reached out and touched his cheek. His face was wet, and there was even a trace of snack crumbs left. Well, he was really unrefined. He didn't know how to eat it all before being close to his family. Did he leave such a little bit for him to eat? But looking at her running away, the green skirt drew a graceful arc in the golden sunlight. It was so beautiful that people's hearts softened into a pool of spring water. Okay. He just liked her unrefined look. Xiao Feihe watched the person run away until the back completely disappeared. Then he stood up from behind the rockery, dusted off the dust on his sleeves, put his hands behind his back, turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw the slender figure standing not far away. Li Qingru stood there quietly. I don't know how long she has been watching. Her eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to be holding tears. Xiao Feihe frowned unconsciously. A very strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He was not annoyed or disliked, but was a little surprised. Why did Li Qingru come to him at this time? He did not deny that he had liked her before. The kind of liking was different from that for Yan Yan. But he was indeed moved. However, this feeling gradually disappeared after many twists and turns. And now his heart is as calm as water. No one stipulates that you must like a person for the rest of your life after you like her. Li Qingru once saved him and cared about him, which made him move for this. But due to the reputation problem, the two of them never got too close. And this liking is more like the moon in the water and the flower in the mirror. It looks beautiful and dreamy, but in fact it is as illusory and fragile as the reflection in the water. And some things are not her fault. After all, with such a bad reputation. I am afraid that no girl is willing to treat him sincerely except for some guys, who are really not smart. After she got engaged to Jean Yanli, he had no chance to get close to her. If she hadn't cried helplessly in front of him at that time, if he hadn't been so confused at that time and approached Yannin for her, he might not understand what it's like to really like someone now. If you really like someone, you will become better because the other person grows up slowly, not because she makes you humble and ridiculous, and do things that hurt others for her. Li Qingruo's face was a little pale, and her lips were a little pale. She just stared at him blankly, and then walked forward with some wet mist in her eyes. You came to the Li mansion to propose to her. Do you really like her? This she refers to who? Both of them know. Xiao Feihe nodded almost without hesitation. Although he didn't know what Li Qingru came to him for, it didn't prevent him from making it clear. He said in a calm voice, "Well, I really like Yan Yan, and I really want to marry her." When he said this, his tone was serious and calm, and there was even a lot of smile in his eyes. Li Qingru subconsciously clenched her fingers. Her face became paler, and she pursed her lips. Perhaps because she had not rested well in the past few days. She even looked a little melancholy. She suddenly raised her eyes, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and asked lightly, "What about me? Don't you have any feelings for me at all?" Xiao Feihe seemed a little surprised. His expression paused for a moment, and then his body gradually relaxed, and then he asked her, "You know that I liked you at the beginning, right?" Li Qingru subconsciously answered, "I know. And I also know that you deliberately approached her for me at the beginning. You want her to like you, so that she won't have the energy to bother Jean Yanli anymore. I've always known that. You used to like me so much that you would rather deceive Li Nanyan for me. But why did you turn around and marry her without hesitation? Don't you have any feelings for me anymore?" When she said this, her eyes were wet again. She looked at him with trembling eyelashes, and there seemed to be some embarrassment and powerlessness in her eyes, as if she just wanted to make sure whether he really had no feelings for her. Xiao Feihe just felt a little troubled, and frowned tightly. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to completely tear his face off. First, she was Yan Yan's relative, and they would always have to interact in the future. In addition, Li Qingru had saved him before, and she was his real savior. Although he was not a good person, at least he couldn't be too ungrateful so far. But he didn't understand why Li Qingru would say such things to him. Obviously, when she was not with Jean Yanli, she never cared about him like this. Why did she come to ask him these things now? Besides making her situation more embarrassing, she obviously didn't get any benefit. Xiao Feihe took a deep breath and looked at her. His black and white eyes were unusually deep, and the meaning in his eyes was also very obvious. He replied without any hesitation, "I'm sorry, Qingru. I don't want to mention the past anymore. I also hope that you won't say these messy things anymore in the future, especially in front of Yan Yan. I don't want people to misunderstand me, and I already have someone I really like." Li Qingruo's tears almost overflowed from her eyes instantly. She looked at him unwillingly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "What if I beg you? I beg you not to marry her. Okay?" "Impossible." Xiao Feihe blurted it out almost immediately. He was also a little angry after saying it. He rubbed his swollen eyebrows and felt that the person in front of him had become too strange. He didn't want to get entangled with her anymore. Hearing this, Li Qingru seemed a little stunned, but she quickly reacted, and then turned her face away uncomfortably, took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, and gently wiped her tears. After she wiped the tears from both sides of her cheeks, she turned around and smiled at him gently, with obvious happiness in her eyes. "That's good. As long as you are sincere, Master Xiao." She exhaled lightly, and the whole person seemed to be much more relaxed, and then explained to the other party's somewhat puzzled eyes, "Please forgive me for testing you this time, Master Xiao, because your previous behavior of approaching the eldest sister was too abrupt, which made me a little worried that you would bully her because of this. Now I know that you really like the eldest sister, so I am relieved." As Li Qingru said this, the expression on her face became more gentle. Hearing this, Xiao Feihe was a little stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, then shook his head and said calmly, "It's okay. In this case, I'll leave first." "Hey, wait a minute. I have something else to say." Hearing the other party say he was leaving, Li Qingru almost subconsciously grabbed his sleeve, but was quickly avoided by the other party without leaving a trace. Xiao Feihe turned to look at her. What else do you want to say? Li Qingru looked at him hesitantly, bit her lip, and turned her face away slightly. Her expression seemed a little embarrassed. In fact, what I said just now was not all false. I once had a good impression of you. But things have changed. And those past things are better not to mention. But can you hug me one last time? Prince? Just think of it as repaying the grace of saving my life in the past. And from now on, everything between us will be written off. Okay? Xiao Feihe was actually a little embarrassed. He didn't want to hug any woman except Yin Yin. Especially the one in front of him, who had been involved with him in the past. Some intuition told him that this was not a good thing. But she said that it was to repay the grace of saving her life in the past. And the previous things were written off. Which made Xiao Feihe hesitate. After thinking it over again and again, Xiao Feihe frowned and agreed. Okay. Just this once. From now on, we will no longer owe each other anything. No matter what you ask me to do in the future, I will not help you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingru rushed over and threw herself into his arms regardless of his reaction. At the moment of hugging tightly, Li Qingru's nose even felt a little sour. She had never thought before that the chest of this unlearned prince was so stable and reliable. And he was even more considerate than Jin Yanli. But why? Why did he never show such a caring state when he was with her? He never bought snacks for her personally. Nor would he carefully hide them in his chest to warm them for her. And he would not give her those little toys, like small golden toads. Why? Why was he never like this when he was with her? But it was completely different when he was with Li Nanyan. If he had been so considerate and gentle to her, how could she not be moved? It was obvious that he didn't care enough. So he wasn't careful enough. So she couldn't be blamed. Li Qingru was too resentful at the moment. She had never thought that feelings were mutual. She used to be hot and cold toward Xiao Feihe because of her reputation. She would seek comfort and confide in him when she was down, and put him aside when she had a crush on someone. Even if Xiao Feihe was a dog, he was not a fool. Long-term unrequited love will be tiring. And it's not the kind of unforgettable love. What's more, the relationship between the two of them was actually just a mutual affection caused by a life-saving grace. How could such love last? When Li Qingru saw the figure walking happily from not far away, and saw her hugging her lover tightly, her expression became stiff in an instant, and her eyes met hers directly. Nan Yan's eyebrows moved. What was Li Qingru doing? Was she provoking her? As far as she knew, Li Qingru didn't seem to like Xiao Feihe at all. She didn't expect that she would hurt her sister like this just for a man. She originally thought that she had to rely on Jin Yanli to expose this lie. But she didn't expect Li Qingru to help her in advance. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the result will be the same no matter who comes. It's just that she completely disregards the sisterly affection. It seems that the original owner ended up like that in the plot. This concubine sister also did a lot of things to promote it secretly. The moment Xiao Feihe was hugged by the other party, he wanted to avoid it. This strange feeling filled his whole body with a kind of unprecedented rejection and discomfort. But this person was still not done. He was about to reach out and pull the person away. But Li Qingru, who was in his arms, said, I know it's my fault. When you liked me, I hinted that you should get close to Li Nanyan. Now I have been broken off and become a laughing stock. And she has become the prince's consort. Things are unpredictable. And I deserve it. I just want to ask, Xiao Feihe, did you really like me at the beginning? Perhaps because he didn't expect her to ask such a question. The other side was silent for a long time. And after a while, he heard his calm tone reply. Well, I really like you. I don't deny this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't take the initiative to approach Yin Yin. But, before he finished speaking, he heard a loud bang from behind him, and the sound of something falling heavily to the ground. The little red box that was originally held in his arms accidentally fell to the ground. The lid cracked, and the heavy and various little golden toads inside instantly rolled all over the ground. And one just rolled to his feet, bounced a little, and then stopped. At that moment, the air seemed to stagnate. Xiao Feihe stood stiffly in place, his face twitching slightly. At that moment, a heart-pounding panic and uneasiness instantly surged from the bottom of his heart, and then quickly spread to his limbs, making his whole body stiff. And he didn't even dare to turn around to look. But he still turned around. He saw Nan Yan standing behind him. She was still holding the engagement letter tightly in her hand. She looked at him without blinking, but tears fell without knowing when. She didn't know how long she had been standing there. Her face was pale due to the cold wind, and her lips were bloodless. Those dark eyes looked at him quietly, indifferently, without any emotion, not even a trace of brilliance. Xiao Feihe was really panicked this time. He was indescribably flustered. His body was trembling. He subconsciously pushed Li Qingru away from his arms, and then stepped forward to grab her hand. Yan Yan, listen to me. Nan Yin took a step back subconsciously and slapped his hand away without hesitation. Don't touch me. She looked up at him, tears falling from her eyes one by one. But her expression was unprecedentedly disgusted and strange. Xiao Feihe's fingers froze. Such a disgusted look made Xiao Feihe almost suffocate. He felt a chill in his heart, making him colder and colder. So cold that his fingers trembled slightly. But his eyes still refused to move an inch, just looking at her stubbornly. Listen to my explanation. Okay? Yan Yan. Xiao Feihe's lips trembled slightly, and his lips were pale. So pale that there was almost no trace of blood. At this moment, he had no time to care whether Li Qingru had deliberately used this method. The only thing in his eyes was the person in front of him. He looked at her with pleading and desperate eyes. You can't beat me to death with one stick. You have to listen to my explanation. Please. Okay? Nan Yan looked at him, and as soon as she raised her head, the tears that had been accumulating in her eyes fell uncontrollably. She said in a hoarse voice, Okay. Then I ask you, did you approach me on purpose from the beginning? Xiao Feihe opened his mouth. He wanted to refute and explain, but found that he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. He panicked even more, and subconsciously tightened his sleeves with nervousness. After a long while, he lowered his voice and replied, Yes, I approached you on purpose at the beginning. But later, before he finished the rest of his words, he was decisively interrupted by the person opposite him. She looked at him with red eyes and shouted at him emotionally, Shut up. I didn't ask you to explain. I was just asking you whether you were or not. Xiao Feihe immediately became flustered when he heard the voice. He looked at her with guilt and nervousness, stretched out his hand, but when he saw her disgusted eyes, he carefully put it down, not daring to make any extra moves. Okay. I know. I'm wrong. I'll answer whatever you ask. Don't cry, don't cry. Okay. The tone was flattering and almost humble. Nan Yan's tears fell again. She wiped them randomly, and asked him again. Okay. I ask you again. You deliberately approached me. Was it for the person you liked from the beginning? In order to let Li Qingru and Jin Yanli be together well, and to make me no longer have the energy to entangle Jin Yanli, so that there is no way to disturb them. Right? The expression on her face was desperate and unbelievable, staring at him closely, afraid to miss any expression on his face. When Xiao Feihe heard this, the blood on his face disappeared. At this moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented fear in his heart, and the eyeballs in his eye sockets trembled uncontrollably because of fear. He was really scared now. So scared that he trembled all over. He didn't want to answer this question and wanted to evade it. But under Yan Yan's eyes that were full of pressure, he found that he dared not say anything to deceive. And finally, he could only say with trembling lips, Yes. When she heard this affirmative answer, Nan Yan's eyes instantly turned red, and tears slid down her face uncontrollably. Until this moment, her emotions seemed to have completely collapsed. Liar! You have been lying to me from beginning to end. How could you? Do you think I am stupid? Do you think I am easy to deceive? Do you think it is very ridiculous after watching me step by step into your trap? How could you do this to me? How could you use this kind of thing to deceive me when I was most desperate? Don't you know that I will be desperate after knowing the truth? I can't bear it. I will collapse. How could you do this to me? Xiao Feihe listened to such questioning, and tears came out uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt as if his heart was being pulled hard by an invisible thread. There was a kind of torn pain that kept spreading in his chest, making him feel like he was about to suffocate. The pain was so severe that his whole body was trembling slightly. I'm sorry. Sorry. Don't cry. It's my fault. It's my fault from beginning to end. I'm a bastard. I deceived an innocent woman's feelings for my own selfish desires. You can hit me. Scold me. Please. Don't cry. Okay? Your eyes will be damaged from crying. Don't cry. He reached out with a distressed hand, but his fingers were stiff, and he accidentally poked her cheek several times. He rolled up his sleeves in regret and fear, and wiped her tears carefully. I was wrong. I really knew I was wrong. The thing I regret most in my life is to approach you with a deceptive attitude. But my feelings are real. I really like you. Yan Yan. Please believe me. Nan Yan's eyes were red. She raised her hand and slapped away his outstretched finger. Her eyes were full of grievance and despair. How can I believe you? How can I know if you are lying to me again this time? Your acting is so good that we have been together for so long. But I have never found out that you are lying to me. Xiao Feihe. I don't believe you anymore. I will never believe you again. Nan Yan closed her eyes tightly. Her thick eyelashes were all wet with tears, and her eyes were even a little red and swollen. She cried so hard that her breathing was a little unsmooth. Her whole body was shaking slightly. And then she took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, there was no trace of her love for him. She finally said, "Our engagement is cancelled. From now on, don't come to me again. I won't marry you again." After she said that, she threw the best engagement letter that he had spent a lot of time and effort to write over and over again, and finally decided on it at him. The cold and hard wooden cardboard hit his forehead and instantly cut a small cut, with blood oozing out. But the pain on her face was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Xiao Feihe's tears also overflowed from his eyes at that moment, and an unbearable pain quickly spread in his chest. He grabbed Nan Yan's hand and begged desperately. "No. No. I don't want it. Yan Yan, please listen to my explanation. Okay? I lied to you at the beginning, and deliberately approached you for Li Qingru. But later it was all true. My feelings were all true. I really like you. And I really want to marry you. My love for you is not fake. I beg you. Don't treat me like this. Okay?" Xiao Feihe's eyes were red, and tears fell on Nan Yan's cheeks one by one. He rushed up and hugged her in his arms. The veins on the back of his hand suddenly bulged because of excessive force, and his voice became hoarse because of excessive anxiety. "Don't cancel the engagement. I beg you. I like you. I really like you. Yan Yan, please don't leave me. Okay? I beg you. No matter how you hit me, scold me, or hate me, I can do anything as long as you don't leave me. You can let me do anything. Please forgive me this time. Okay? I beg you," he begged, his eyes becoming redder and redder. Nan Yan stretched out her hand, pried open his fingers one by one, and then pushed him away. Those dark eyes without a trace of light just stared at him quietly, with such distant and cold eyes, as if she had never known him before. Such strange eyes nailed Xiao Feihe to the spot. Just one glance. Even his breathing was choked, and he instantly felt a kind of pain. "Don't." His fingers became stiff due to excessive force, and he held her sleeve tightly and refused to let go. Nan Yan pulled out without hesitation. "Don't touch me. As long as I think of you deliberately approaching me for another woman and deceiving my feelings, I feel that the past is so disgusting." After she said this, she was too lazy to look at him again, and turned around and left in a daze. Very good. This world should be coming to an end soon. Chapter 132. Xiao Feihe watched her walk further and further away, his lips trembling slightly, and he felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar, with an unbearable chill all over his body. Why? She was still acting coquettishly in his arms just a moment ago. She was still kissing him, and she was still smiling at him with joy. But why? Why did things suddenly turn out like this? She agreed. She obviously agreed. They have already exchanged birthday cards. They are about to get married. Why did things turn out like this? Xiao Feihe couldn't stand it. Really couldn't accept such a result. His eyes were uncontrollably pouring out of a cloud of mist. Her figure became more and more blurred in his sight. He wanted to catch up. Wanted to explain something to her. But the whole person seemed to be nailed to the spot. And the words he used to coax her to apologize in the past were all blocked in his throat, making his throat dry and painful. And he couldn't even say a word of rebuttal. Yan Yan. He wanted her not to leave. Wanted her not to treat him like this. He was sincere. It was a lie at first, but later it was all sincere. He staggered forward a few steps, but accidentally kicked the little red box that fell on the ground. And the little golden toads inside rolled out one by one. Xiao Feihe's nose was uncontrollably sour, and tears fell instantly, hitting the back of his hand heavily and melting into a piece. He seemed to be unconscious. Xiao Feihe seemed to be more awake in a trance. He hurriedly squatted down, picked up one by one, moved quickly and carefully, for fear of missing anyone, The more he picked, the thicker the mist in his eyes gathered. These were all her favorite things. His warehouse key had not been given to her. His prince's mansion was still missing a mistress. She clearly said that she would come to be his wife. How could she not want him? Xiao Feihe felt like he was about to suffocate for a moment. And he recalled everything in the past in his mind. She said she liked crabapples. And his prince's mansion had planted all kinds of crabapples she liked. Soon, they would bloom in March. And they would be very beautiful. She also liked to fly kites. He had secretly made a big and beautiful silk for her, and hid it in the study. When the weather was good, they could fly kites together. He still listened to her orders as before, climbing up and down to pick up kites for her. He knew he was wrong. He really knew he was wrong. Xiao Feihe's heart was filled with endless regret at this moment. And the hopeless pain almost annihilated him. The biggest mistake he made in his life was to deceive another innocent woman's feelings for his own selfish desires. How could he hurt her like this? He was really a bastard and selfish. Sometimes even he would feel guilty and regretful in his heart. But he really liked her. He thought about telling her the truth more than once. But he was really afraid. The truth was too hurtful. He didn't even dare to mention it, let alone her. He was afraid that she couldn't bear it, that she wouldn't forgive him, that she would be sad. He didn't want to see her cry anymore. So he thought that as long as he kept it well and strictly, she would never know the secret. She could always be like before, with him without any scruples, smiling at him happily. But what could he do, now that she knew? And in that situation, he would never get her forgiveness in his life. Xiao Feihe felt that his chest was hurting so much that he could hardly breathe, and his eyes were even slowly covered with bloodshot. He had no idea what to do. What should he do? He had obviously fallen in love with her a long time ago. How could such a good girl not be likable? The time he spent with her was the happiest time of his life. He really liked her, to the extent that he was willing to change himself and be with her. How could he bear to leave her? He didn't know when he began to care about her. Her every move, her smile, and her every expression. He really couldn't bear to leave her. And even more so, this hard-earned relationship. Xiao Feihe hurriedly picked up all the scattered things on the ground. His fingers were scratched by gravel without any feeling. His brain was confused and thought that those were all Yanyan's. They were his betrothal gifts to Yanyan. He prepared a lot of betrothal gifts and beautiful jewelry for her, all of which were things she liked. But his fingers froze instantly when they touched the distorted betrothal letter. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged in his heart, and Xiao Feihe almost couldn't stand up. The pain was so severe that his fingertips were trembling slightly. The betrothal letter, she didn't want it either. What to do? What to do? Xiao Feihe took a few breaths, and carefully picked up the marriage certificate with their names on it, smoothing out the wrinkles on it with his fingers inch by inch. But what to do? The mud and blood stains on it could not be wiped clean. Xiao Feihe trembled his lips, and felt that the regret was about to make him collapse. On the day he was most looking forward to. On the day he was full of joy. Such a blow would really drive him crazy. No. No. He can't just give up like this. He still has a lot to say to her. And he hasn't asked for her forgiveness yet. He can't just give up like this. It was originally his fault. And it was normal for her to be angry. As long as he tried to explain. As long as he explained everything from beginning to end. She would definitely forgive him. She was so soft-hearted and didn't hold grudges. She wouldn't care too much when she was bullied. She would definitely forgive him this time. Xiao Feihe thought so. And his heart seemed to tremble slightly. He wiped his tears randomly, then stuffed the engagement letter into his arms, the closest to his heart, and turned around to chase him out. On the other side, Nanyan just walked out of the mansion and saw Jean Yanli standing there not far away. He was wearing a plain white cloak. His lips were very pale, and his face was very pale. When he saw her, his expression was flustered for a moment. And then, he subconsciously walked forward, then untied his cloak and wrapped her up. Yan. In fact, as early as the moment Jean Yanli heard that Xiao Feihe brought a matchmaker to the Li mansion to propose marriage, he had already rushed here in a hurry. He finally figured out the truth of the matter. He found out the reason why Xiao Feihe approached her. That person had been deceiving her from the beginning to the end. He approached her only because of something Li Qingru had said to him. Jean Yanli was carrying this secret. At that moment, he was even a little nervous. He originally wanted to tell Nanyan the truth directly. As long as he told Yanyan and told her Xiao Fei's purpose. They would definitely not get married. But when he arrived at Li's house, he found that he was afraid and retreated. He was really afraid. He was afraid that she would be hurt again, and that she would be heartbroken again. He was so afraid that he didn't even dare to tell the truth. If she knew such a disgusting truth and purpose, she would definitely collapse in despair. So Jin Yanli didn't dare to say it. He hesitated and wandered in front of the door of Li's house until later he finally thought of a way. As long as he could stop this marriage, rather than letting her know that she was heartbroken and desperate after being deceived by the person she liked from beginning to end, it would be better to let her hate him alone. As long as he stopped this marriage, she would not suffer such harm again. At least not such pain. When Jin Yanli made such a decision, his heart felt as if it was a knife twisting his chest. But he would rather endure the pain himself than let her get hurt again. People like them may have been in high positions for too long, so they have become particularly mean and selfish. They only think about their own interests from beginning to end, but trample on the sincerity of others. He really doesn't want to see her cry again. He has hurt her too many times. That time in the tent, he watched her cry in despair, and became a laughing stock for everyone. When she cried and begged him to hug her, he pushed her away and turned around to find Li Qingru without hesitation. Later, after realizing who he really liked, he began to regret it again. He was so selfish that he thought he could win her back as long as he regretted it. But this belated affection and guilt clearly tore the wound in her heart that had finally healed again, making her hurt again. He really knew he was wrong. He had done so many excessive things to her, and made her cry so many times. Every time she shed tears, it was because of him. How dare he? How dare he make her sad again? Jin Yanli carefully wrapped her in his cloak. He originally thought so. But seeing her now, with a dead heart and emotional breakdown, he vaguely guessed that someone must have bullied her. With her personality, if she was not really sad to the point of despair, she would not show such an expression. Just like when he abandoned her in the camp. Jin Yanli was even a little scared for a while. He was afraid that she could not bear such a blow, and did something unreasonable. What should he do? Are you stupid? Don't you know that the weather is very cold now? Wearing so few clothes, it is easy to catch a cold and get sick. Have you forgotten that you hate drinking Chinese medicine the most? It tastes very bitter. When you taught me a lesson in the past, why don't you listen to it when it comes to yourself? Jin Yanli tied his cloak tightly. Although he was scolding, his voice became softer and softer. Nan Yen slowly raised her face, with deep red at the corners of her eyes. She blinked and tears fell uncontrollably. Then she asked him in a hoarse voice, Jin Yanli, do you know that Xiao Fei has been lying to me? Jin Yanli's lips moved, and a sour and painful feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He clenched his fingers, resisting the urge to hug her, and then lowered his voice and said hoarsely, I just found out not long ago, and I haven't had time to tell you. Nan Yen suddenly couldn't help laughing. Tears silently slid down her face, accidentally dripping on the back of his hand. The hot temperature burned his fingers, and even trembled a little. Sure enough, everyone knows. Only I am kept in the dark. How ridiculous. Jin Yanli's heart also trembled slightly. He didn't even know how to comfort her. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly heard her say softly, I'm sorry, Jin Yanli. I didn't know that being deceived felt like this. It was painful and disgusting. Her face was pale and almost transparent. Her hair was messy, and she seemed to be unable to support herself in the next moment. She stared at him blankly. You must have felt very uncomfortable when you knew I lied to you before. Maybe it was 100 times more disgusting than what I feel now. Because I even coaxed you to successfully make an engagement with me. You must have felt more disgusting than me at that time. Right? As she said this, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him, her eyes suddenly showing an extreme sadness and grievance, and her voice choked with sobs. Do you think this is retribution? Because I cheated on you before. God wants to punish me. So he arranged another person to cheat on me? Let me also taste the feeling of being cheated. But why him? Why in this way? Jin Yanli subconsciously grabbed her wrist, and his eyes were slightly sour. He wanted to say no. They were different. How could they be the same? People like him deserved it. It was obviously his own fault from the beginning. He was blind and recognized the wrong person. He took the initiative to approach her and take care of her with just a jade pendant, leading her to fall in love with him little by little, and finally kissed her in the peach forest in the back mountain. He didn't ask her clearly from the beginning, and even took the initiative to find excuses for her when she didn't understand, thinking that she pretended not to know him in order to maintain her reputation. It was not until after the engagement that he realized something was wrong. And then he hurt her all over. How could he be the same as her? Jean Yanli held her hand tightly, then put it on his chest, looking at her with guilt and heartache. It's different. Yan Yan. Don't say that about yourself. I'm the disgusting one. I'm blind and can't tell who I like. And who my savior is? I'm the one who messed up everything and caused the situation today. I deserve to die. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have the chance to hurt you. I was the one who bullied you in the beginning. I made you break off the engagement and become a laughing stock for everyone. It was my fault from beginning to end. You don't need to blame yourself. You never need to blame yourself for me. Even if you did it on purpose, I won't blame you. Not to mention I hurt you so deeply. Don't cry. Please? Nan Yin stared at him blankly. Tears almost blurred her entire vision. Seeing this, Jean Yanli reached out to wipe her tears again. He moved carefully, and his eyes suddenly had some pleading and testing meanings. Yan Yan, forget him. Okay, let's start over. I will take you away from here. Let's find a place without right and wrong, and live the ordinary life like before. Okay? This time, I will definitely protect you well, and won't let anyone bully you again. Okay? But Nan Yin turned her face away. Her eyes were red, and then she reached out to push his hand away. No, I can't forget him. Not only that, she stabbed him hard in the heart, leaving him no chance to turn over, and he could only stare at her back forever and regret it. I'm sorry. You and I can't go back to the past. In the future, no matter what happens between Xiao Feihe and me, you and I will never be together. She looked up at him, her tone so sure. When he heard this, Jean Yanli's fingers froze. His lips trembled, and his eyeballs trembled slightly because of excessive despair. At this moment, he suddenly felt so desperate. It was like being trapped in the middle of an endless sea, with cold and bitter sea water everywhere, which submerged him bit by bit, and he was shivering with cold. After saying this, Nan Yan's face became even paler. She stretched out her hand to brush away the person in front of her and wanted to move forward, but her body suddenly softened uncontrollably, as if she could no longer bear it, and completely lost consciousness. And Jean Yanli didn't even have time to feel sad for the answer just now. His body reacted subconsciously, and he directly hugged the unconscious person opposite him into his arms. Yan Yan, what's wrong with you? He almost subconsciously probed her breath with his fingers. His face tensed because of excessive panic. After confirming that she was just unconscious because of the excessive stimulation, Jean Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he hugged the sleeping person in his arms tighter. The moment he hugged her, his chest felt sore and swollen, as if filled with something. He really hadn't hugged her like this for a long time, and she hadn't leaned on him so obediently for a long time. Once upon a time, he could hug her with just a stretch of his hand. But now, he had fallen to the point where he could only touch her like this when she was unconscious. When Jean Yanli thought of this, some bitter and unspeakable emotion surged uncontrollably in his chest. He directly carried the sleeping Nan Yin back to the Jin mansion. He no longer wanted to keep Yan Yan in the Li mansion. Leaving her there would only lead to endless discussions and disturbances, as well as questions and disturbances from everyone. He didn't want her to suffer any more blows. Before the matter was settled, he would not let Xiao Feihe get close to her again. On the other side, in the Li mansion, the sudden news of the cancellation of the engagement made everyone in the Li mansion a little confused. Everyone didn't know what happened. Why did the eldest lady suddenly regret the marriage she had agreed to? Not only did she cancel the marriage, she even refused to see Xiao Shixi again. The most important thing was that the eldest lady also moved into the Jin mansion. The news was notified by the servants of the Jin mansion. What was going on? Why did it become like this again? When Mrs. Li heard the news, she was so angry that she wanted to catch that stinky girl and teach her a lesson. If she ruined her reputation like this, would she still want to keep her tattered reputation? She personally took her maids and servants to the Jin mansion to pick her up, but was stopped by the servants of the Jin mansion, who said that Miss Li was very ill, and the doctor said that she should not be exposed to the wind or walk around at this time, so she should recover from her illness before returning to the Li mansion. Mrs. Li didn't believe it at first, thinking that Ing Jin had made up an excuse to deliberately detain her daughter. But when she really saw her daughter in the room with a red face and tears in her coma. Her heart softened into a dough. Now she believed that her daughter must have been bullied. Otherwise she would not be so ill and determined to cancel the engagement. What happened? Mrs. Lee rushed back to the Lee mansion with her coat and summoned her daughter's personal maid to ask. What happened in the yard that day? What did that Xiaoxi do to make the eldest lady sad? Why did no one know that the eldest lady was so sick? And you are the eldest lady's personal maid. Tell me everything that happened in the back garden that day. The maid trembled and dared not look up. She was scared to death. And later she said with a sad face that she saw the second lady and Xiaoxi hugging each other in the back garden that day. The two seemed to be very close and said a lot of intimate words. In the end, the scene was actually seen by the eldest lady on the spot. And then, they quarreled for a few words. And she didn't know what happened afterwards. When she heard the news, Mrs. Lee was half heartbroken on the spot. And the force of the slap on the table was so strong that all the servants present in the mansion were shocked. Finally, Mrs. Lee's face sank. And then she asked someone to invite the second lady over. When Li Qingru entered the hall and saw her father and mother sitting in the main seats, with no other servants around them except for some maids and servants, she knew that the two were going to hold a three-court trial to seek justice for Li Nanyan. Li Qingru felt a sense of irony in her heart, and stood straight in front of the hall, without any fear or regret in her heart. She just wanted Li Nanyan to suffer as much as she did. When Li Qingru just stood still, the teacup in Mrs. Lee's hand threw at her without hesitation. It didn't hit anyone, but it hit her feet, and the tea inside instantly spilled out, soaking her shoes. Li Qingru's eyelashes trembled, but her expression remained unchanged. Madame Li stared at her with red eyes. Tell me, what did you do in the back garden that day? Unlike Madame Li's furious state, Li Qingru was not angry or annoyed. She also raised her eyes and looked straight at her father and mother in the main seat, and then answered calmly, Qingru just wanted to help my sister test the character of Xiaoxi that day. She looked at the two of them calmly, as if she had already thought of the words. I have heard rumors outside that Xiaoxi is a lazy, indecent, and spendthrift dandy, so I just wanted to help my sister verify it. When she said this, her expression was not guilty at all. In the end, I just said a few teasing words that day, and Xiaoxi rushed over and hugged me tightly. If my sister hadn't seen it on the spot, I'm afraid I don't know what would happen. What happened? When Li Qingru said this, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and her face seemed to show a little bit of disgust and fear. It took a while for her to calm down and continue. Now it seems that the young Master Xiao dared to bully and tease me, his aunt, in front of many servants in the Li mansion. It can be seen that this man is definitely not a good match. At the end, Li Qingru looked into Mrs. Li's eyes again, and said without any guilt, I took the risk to help my sister see the character of this man. Why is mother so angry? Does mother also want my sister to marry that kind of dishonest playboy? Bah! Shut up. Mrs. Li's face flushed, and then turned blue. She was so angry that she trembled all over. You are just a sharp-tongued person, full of nonsense. That fair and rich face was almost distorted. If it is really as you said, then the Prince Xiao is a lustful and dissolute young man. He has seen all kinds of women since he was a child. How could he be so shameless to you in the Li mansion? What do you think of him? Who do you think of us? If you can't even understand the despicable means you use, all these years of my family have been in vain. You bastard! Mrs. Li became more and more angry. At that moment, the anger that had accumulated in Mrs. Li's chest for so many years suddenly erupted like a volcano. You have been like this since you were a child. You have been like this since you were a child. You were taught badly by your biological mother. You don't respect your mother or your sister. You are always scheming and playing tricks. You are petty. Don't you think those people don't know? Those ladies and elders know it very well. No matter how humble you are, they will never hire you. The kind of person who pulls down her own sister should go back and be the mistress of the house. Mrs. Li's anger was rising. You think everyone owes you. You have been competing with Yan Yan since you were a child. You want to be like her in everything. You have to have what she has. And you will do everything you can to destroy her if you don't have it. From childhood to adulthood. How many times have you bullied her openly and secretly? You want to suppress her in everything. Have a better reputation than her. And be more talented than her. I don't want to care about these little fights today. But now that she has finally found a marriage, why do you want to interfere again? You are obviously taking revenge. You are taking revenge on her for deceiving you about the jade pendant earlier. You are jealous that she is living better than you now. But have you forgotten that she was also rejected and punished? When she was so sad. Did you ever come to see her once? Even in this situation. Why are you still unwilling to let her go? Madame Li's words were full of tears and piercing. And she couldn't help crying at the end. Lord Li beside her looked at his wife's heartbroken look. And couldn't help but take out a handkerchief from his arms and handed it to her. But was slapped away by his wife. Lord Li touched his aching hand, turned his head, and looked at his second daughter in the hall. And sighed again. Helpless. Madame Li's words almost tore off the last piece of fig leaf between the two of them. Li Qingrou's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She clenched her fingers tightly, raised her eyes, and stared at the two of them with resentment. And the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally broke out. Yes, mother is right. Since the words have come to this, I don't have to hide it anymore. I am just taking revenge. I resent you. Why am I not as favored as Li Nanyan, since I was a child as my father's daughter? Everyone loves her more than me. Grandmother is like this. Father is like this. And you are even more like this. I just can't accept it. I just resent her. Why can she be liked by everyone without doing anything or working hard? Why am I better than her in everything and do everything better than her? But my father always loves her more than me? Li Qingru stared at the two with red eyes. And the resentment in her eyes almost condensed into substance. Is it because of my status as a concubine's daughter? Is it because my mother is a maid? So no matter how hard I try, I can never compare to Li Nanyan's status as a legitimate daughter? Why? Is the difference between legitimate and illegitimate really that big? But I am also my father's daughter. I just can't accept it. I just resent her. I want to make her suffer as much as I do. After these words were spoken, the air suddenly fell silent. Even Lord Li was speechless. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He really never knew that this daughter resented him. The mistress? And the legitimate sister so much? What did they do wrong? They fed her well. But did they raise an enemy? Madame Li suddenly leaned back on the chair weakly. And the whole person became unusually calm and sober. She looked at the concubine and sneered. If that's the case, then the person you should resent the most should be your biological mother. Li Qingru subconsciously opened her eyes wide. Tears stagnated in her eyes, as if she was stunned by this sentence. What does it have to do with her mother? Why should she resent her mother? Madame Li sneered coldly. You resent my daughter for taking away the love that originally belonged to you. Then who should this lady resent? Madame Li was calm and indifferent. She looked at the concubine in the hall calmly. Your mother climbed into the master's bed while I was pregnant. Do you know who I should blame? Mrs. Li sneered and snorted. Your mother was originally my maid, and she has been serving me wholeheartedly. I have never treated her harshly. Because of her dedication, I even found her a family of honest and loyal common people to rely on. I will let her go back and get married when her period of selling her body is over. As a result, after I told her about this, she turned around and climbed into the master's bed. Who do you think I should blame for this? I know my husband can't control his lower body. But why did your mother do this to me? When Lord Li heard this, he was immediately ashamed and covered his face with his sleeves. How could he talk about these trivial things in front of his children? It was really embarrassing. Madame Li's voice became even colder. Your mother has taken my husband away, and her daughter will take away my daughter's love after she is born. As the mistress, I must not only not be angry, but also treat that child equally. Who should I resent? Li Qingru opened her mouth, her lips trembling slightly. She didn't seem to expect that there was such a complicated process. Her mother had never told her these things. Her mother only said that in this world, if you want to get something, you must work hard to fight for it. If you don't fight for it, you will never get it. Her mother said that she had been used to a hard life since she was a child. Her ancestors had been rich and were from a scholarly family. But by the time of her father's generation, the family had already been poor. So poor that they couldn't even have enough for 3 meals a day. Her father copied books for others to make a living, and she had been working with him since she was a child. Her little hands couldn't even hold a pen. That kind of life was too hard. But it was different in the Li mansion. She could wear fine clothes and eat delicious food. And there were servants to serve her. So she had to seize such a good life. Her mother also said that the difference between legitimate and illegitimate was only one word. Although her mother was a maid, she was talented and beautiful. So she became her father's concubine. Now her food, Clothing and expenses were no worse than those of the mistress of the house. As long as she was better than Li Nanyan and did everything the best. There was actually no difference between her. A concubine and a legitimate daughter. But Mrs. Li's words were like a blow to the head, making her feel a little guilty for no reason. If this was the case, wouldn't it be that she had robbed Li Nanyan's things from the beginning and divided her love? No, that's not right. It can't be calculated like this. How can the grudges of the previous life continue to the next life? Besides, this is the grudge between her and Li Nanyan. How can it be involved in other things? It was Li Nanyan who had wronged her in the beginning. If she hadn't concealed and deceived Jean Yanli, she and Jean Yanli wouldn't have missed each other. And now they wouldn't have fallen to this point. How can it all be blamed on her? Li Qingru thought so. But tears still fell uncontrollably. She didn't know why she was crying. As if she felt empty in her heart. After that, Li Qingru was confined to her house. Except for a few close maids and old women. No one else knew what happened in the mansion that day. After all, the children in this mansion were broken off one after another. If there was news that the concubine's sister hooked up with her sister's fiancé and the marriage was broken off, I'm afraid that in this life, the remaining daughters of the Li family will not have a good reputation. Outsiders would even spread rumors that the Li family had a bad family tradition, and that the family was restless. Sooner or later, they would be despised. On the other side, after leaving the Li mansion, Nanyan's body could no longer support her. She lost consciousness and was taken to the mansion by Jean Yanli. But perhaps because of the excessive stimulation during the day, she developed a high fever that night and was seriously ill. Jean Yanli looked at the man with red lips, slightly wrinkled eyebrows, breathing softly, and kept muttering, "Liar! Why did you lie to me?" Her eyes were tightly closed. Even though she fell into a coma, her thick black eyelashes trembled from time to time, and her crow feathers were stained with a layer of moisture. The voice became weaker and weaker, calling Xiao Fei's name with grievance and attachment, intermittently, sometimes saying cold, sometimes saying hot, sometimes crying very sadly, the kind of silent tears. Jean Yanli looked distressed. He was most worried about this situation. Watching her in such pain, he really didn't know what to do. What should he do? To make her less uncomfortable? He vaguely heard her murmuring again, as if calling someone's name. "Xiao Fei, don't leave me. Hug me." She choked and begged, and her weak breathing was barely audible. Jean Yanli took a deep breath. For a moment, he felt that he had no hope in this life. He could only hold her hand carefully and coax her in a hoarse voice. "Well, I'm here. I won't leave you. Never leave you." Hearing this response, the person in the sleep burst into tears again, and his voice became more choked. "Xiao Fei." He grabbed her hand and said hoarsely, "Well, it's me. I'm here." Her voice was weak. "Why did you lie to me?" Jean Yanli paused for a moment, then put her palm on her lips and coaxed gently. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare to lie to you again. So you have to get better soon. Get up and teach me a lesson. Okay?" Jean Yanli's tears unconsciously slid down his face as he spoke. He whispered in a low voice, as if coaxing her, with unprecedented patience and tenderness. "I'll let him come to apologize to you. Okay. Catch him, and then beat him up to vent your anger. Okay? How about giving him 30 lashes? Is it too light? How about another 20? Yan, why do you become stupid now?" He kissed the back of her hand, kissing her carefully and softly. "In the past, you would come to me to support you when you were bullied, and you would scratch back when a cat scratched you. You used to be such a flamboyant young lady. Why do you only know how to cry now? You are so useless. What's the point of crying when you are bullied? You can obviously come to me. I have been free recently. Besides, I have done so many things to support you that I am familiar with it. Why are you backing down?" After hearing his gentle and slow coaxing, the sleeping person on the bed seemed to finally calm down a little. She stopped crying and murmuring, and even her breathing became more stable. And in the past 2 days, Jean Yanli has been taking care of her without taking off her clothes. In fact, Jean Yanli's own illness has not been cured during this period. But he is not suffering from a cold, so he will not pass the disease. He was worried about letting the maids take care of Yan, and he thought that they were not gentle enough. So he did everything himself, carefully wiping the sweat off her forehead. As for the noise outside, it never stopped. Xiao Feihe had been squatting at the gate of Jin Mansion for the past 2 days. And he had not left since Jin Yanli took Yan away. At this moment, Xiao Feihe was also in a state of embarrassment. He was very anxious. He heard that Yan was sick. Very sick. But Jin Yanli had been unwilling to let him see her. During the days, he wandered at the gate of Jin Mansion. Xiao Feihe was so anxious that he broke in directly. But the guards of Jin Mansion were on high alert. He broke in 4 times in 2 days, but was stopped and thrown out every time. Later, when he was about to break in again, he was stopped by Jin Yanli. He coldly warned him that Yan was still resting. Was he deliberately making such a big noise to prevent her from resting well, and deliberately wanting to make her condition worse? After he said that, Xiao Feihe didn't dare to break in again. He stood outside the door honestly, fearing that he would disturb Yan's rest. But now it has been 2 days. Xiao Feihe really couldn't stand it. If he didn't let him see Yan again, he would really go crazy. He didn't know how she was now. The more he couldn't see her, the more worried he was. He didn't know if she took the medicine honestly. She was very afraid of bitterness. Every time she took the medicine, she had to spend a lot of effort to toss. He didn't know if she continued to have a fever. If she had a fever, she had to cool down quickly. And she couldn't use too cold water to cool down. Most importantly, he didn't know if she cried quietly. Thinking of this, Xiao Feihe's heart trembled slightly. She must have cried. When she left that day, she cried so sadly and desperately. He really hurt her this time. On the morning of the 3rd day, the gate of the Jin Mansion finally opened. Xiao Feihe saw Jin Yanli coming out of the door. He subconsciously stepped forward and asked nervously and anxiously, "Where is Yan? How is she? Has she woken up? Is she willing to see me?" Jin Yanli glanced at him expressionlessly and replied for the first time, "She is still sleeping. But she keeps saying your name." Hearing this, Xiao Feihe felt a pain in his heart, and a layer of mist appeared in his eyes unconsciously. He begged his former rival, "Can I see her?" Jin Yanli sneered coldly, with a look of extreme disgust in his eyes. "What qualifications do you have to see her? Who do you think caused her to be like this now? Why? Cheating her is not enough. So you want to hurt her again?" Xiao Feihe hurriedly explained, his eyes red. No, Master Jin. I beg you. I know I have done many things wrong, but I really never thought of hurting her. Let me see Yan. As long as you let me see her, you can teach me any lesson you want." Jin Yanli's eyes became colder after hearing this, and he clenched his fingers tightly, with murderous intent in his eyes. It's not that he has never killed people, and he also wanted to kill the man in front of him directly. But in the end, he calmed down all his emotions. He knew that the person Yan liked now was him. Even in a coma, he kept calling this man's name. If he really hurt him, I'm afraid she would be even more sad. Jin Yanli exhaled heavily, and then said, "She hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said that the patient may be too shocked and refuses to wake up. She keeps repeating your name. Go and try to wake her up." He did so much, but it was useless. Just because he was no longer the person in her mind. Jin Yanli said this expressionlessly. Then he turned and left. Looking at this person for a second would make him feel jealous. Chapter 133. After hearing what Jin Yanli said, Xiao Feihe felt a little grateful for this former rival. He rushed into the mansion impatiently and rushed directly to the room where Yan was sleeping. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the black hair scattered on the bed. Just one glance made Xiao Feihe feel an unspeakable sourness in his chest, and he almost had the urge to cry. She lay weakly on the bed with her eyes slightly closed. However, in just 2 days, she looked much thinner. Her chin was pointed, and her face was very pale. She lay quietly on the bed without any consciousness. For a moment, he even had the illusion that the person on the bed had left him. Xiao Feihe subconsciously moved forward a few steps, almost unable to stand steadily. His eyes were slightly red, and he accidentally knelt down to move to the bedside, then carefully held the soft palm, and called her name with affection and heartache. "Yan, I'm coming." His voice was very soft, hoarse, and choked with guilt, for fear that he would disturb her, but also afraid that she would fall asleep like this and refuse to wake up. Xiao Feihe gently held her palm against his cheek, wanting to reach out and touch her face, but he paused subconsciously when he saw the messy scratches on his fingers, then reached out to remove the hair stuck to her cheek. "I'm here to apologize to you," I'm sorry. Xiao Fei's tears unconsciously overflowed from his eyes. His cheek pressed tightly against the back of her hand, his voice becoming more and more choked and hoarse. Aren't you calling my name? I'm here. I'm here to see you. Yin Yin. It's all my fault. It's my fault. I made you look like this, and made you suffer so much. I'm so bad. I really deserve to die. I actually deceived you for so long with this kind of thing. Can you please get up? Can you beat me? Scold me and teach me a lesson? I really know I was wrong. Yin Yin. I'm sorry for you. Can you please get up and look at me? Xiao Fei had kept apologizing and begging. His voice was full of pain and heartache. He would rather be the one who suffered. But why didn't he have to suffer this? Xiao Fei's tears flowed silently. He just held her hand and knelt by the bed and kept repenting. He looked at Nan Yan's sleeping face with loving eyes, unwilling to miss any of her reactions. I don't know how long it took. So long that Xiao Fei's throat was hoarse and dry, and his knees were numb and unconscious. He seemed to notice that the fingers in his palm trembled slightly. Xiao Fei was startled at first. Then he subconsciously looked up. The person on the bed seemed to be sleeping a little uneasily, frowning slightly, and his eyelashes were still trembling slightly. Xiao Fei called her a few more times, and after a while, the person below finally slowly opened his eyes. The moment she regained consciousness, Nan Yan's first reaction was that her mouth was too bitter. So bitter that she didn't know how many bowls of bitter medicine the male protagonist had fed her during her coma. Now that she woke up, it was still bitter and painful. Nan Yan coughed a few times, feeling the bitterness and dryness in her throat, and subconsciously shouted, "Water." The sound was so weak that it was almost inaudible, as if he would lose consciousness and fall into a coma again in the next second. However, the person guarding the bed rushed out immediately after hearing the sound. He moved so fast that he almost forgot that his legs were still numb. He stumbled a few steps and almost hit the table and chair and fell down. Fortunately, he stabilized. Okay. You want to drink water? It's coming soon. Wait a minute. As he said, he hurriedly poured a cup of warm tea from the table outside, and then rushed back at a very fast speed, holding the teacup in one hand and carefully lifting the person lying on the bed with the other hand, leaning on his shoulder. Come! Yin Yin. Drink water. He handed the teacup to the person's mouth, watching her drink it in small sips, and his heart seemed to soften into a pool of warm water. It was not until this moment that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally woke up. When Nan Yin finished a cup of tea, the person leaning on her immediately asked in a low voice, "Is that enough? Do you want to drink more? You have been in a coma for 2 days, and have had a fever for a long time. It is normal to be thirsty. Can I pour you another cup?" After drinking the tea, Nan Yan's mouth finally stopped being bitter, and her throat was no longer dry and hoarse. So she immediately turned her face away from him. As soon as Xiao Fei had finished speaking, the person leaning on him stiffened, as if he had just realized who he was, and as if he had just remembered what happened that day. Then his eyelashes trembled slightly, and slowly, he moved his body away a little, refusing to lean on him anymore. Xiao Fei's eyes instantly became a little dim. Nan Yin pursed her lips and turned her face away slightly. She closed her eyes slightly, then opened them again. A mocking look suddenly appeared on her pale face, and she asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing here? Didn't I say it? Don't come to me again from now on. Don't let me hate you more and more." She was weak and powerless even when she said this. Her lips, which had finally recovered a little bit of their rosy color, turned a little pale because she woke up and saw him. Xiao Fei was silent. His eyes fell on her eyebrows, especially when he saw the bored expression hidden between her eyebrows. His chest trembled slightly for a while. He opened his mouth, and thinking of what he had done, his fingers curled up uncontrollably. And then he said with difficulty, I want to see you. People who are sleeping are always harder to face than those who are awake, especially when they have to look at the kind of disgusted and bored eyes. Xiao Fei has never felt that a person's eyes can make him so unbearable, as if he was suffocating. When Nan Yin heard this, her eyes were slightly moist, but she still sneered and said, "Now that you have seen it, you can get out?" It was almost a rejection without any room for negotiation. Xiao Fei's breath was slightly choked for a moment. He looked at the person in front of him, and some extremely uncomfortable emotion surged in his chest. It seemed that he had expected this result, but Xiao Fei still refused to give up. He took a deep breath, then reached out and gently held her palm and put it on his chest. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. I deceived you and hurt you. But my feelings for you are all true. I really like you. Yan Yan, can you give me another chance and forgive me? Nan Yin seemed to be unable to bear it anymore when she heard this. She struggled to break free from his palm, turned her head, and stared at him with tears in her eyes. Forgive you? How can you let me forgive you? Just because you like me. You don't mind all the lies you've done to me? Nan Yan's tears fell, and her dark eyes suddenly looked at him steadily. But what if you didn't like me? Have you ever thought about what would happen if things went the other way? If you didn't like me, and you lied to me, have you ever thought about this? Hearing this, Xiao Feihe was suddenly stunned for a moment, and a very strange thought came out of his mind. How could he not like her? No, there would not be such a result. This inexplicable possibility made him feel weak and cold in his heart. But for some reason, his brain was subconsciously imagining what he would do if he didn't fall in love with her. He might deceive her feelings, suddenly withdraw and turn around at the moment when she was most expectant and happy, and then leave her alone to face those rumors. That kind of result? No. Impossible. Xiao Feihe's breathing stopped for a moment. His eyes turned red, and suddenly there was an unprecedented pain in his eyes, which made him almost unable to hold back the pain and shout out loudly in his heart. No. He wouldn't do such a thing to her. He likes her. How could he do such a vicious thing to her? But no matter how hard he tried to deny it, he still had such a thought in his heart. If there was such a possibility, if he really didn't like Yan Yan, the harm he caused her would be at least 100 times more than it is now. When he thought of this possibility, Xiao Feihe's face turned pale instantly. He felt that the pain in his chest seemed to become more intense, and he even sweated on his forehead. He was actually very grateful at this moment. Fortunately, he loved her. And fortunately, he would not do those disgusting things to her. Nan Yin paused. Tears slid down her face, and then continued. Have you ever thought about how desperate and collapsed I would be? And what kind of situation I would fall to? Why can you let me forgive you so easily? What do you think of me? A woman who lets you play with me at will. The hot tears hit his fingers, burning his fingers and trembling, and he uncontrollably loosened her fingers. He subconsciously refuted. No. No. It's not like that. Yan Yan, I won't do that to you. Xiao Feihe's tears also came out instantly, and his expression became tense. He opened his mouth, shaking his fingers to hold her hand, his lips trembling. Believe me, I won't do that to you. I really like you. Yan Yan, I know you are still angry, and I also know that you hate me for lying to you. You can beat me, kill me, or teach me any lesson, as long as you don't think about these uncomfortable things. As long as you can feel better, you can ask me to do anything? Nan Yan's fingers curled up, and she pulled them out of his palm with force. Then raised her eyes, met those slightly red eyes, and suddenly said impulsively and resentfully, Can I let you die? Xiao Feihe's face turned slightly pale. After being stunned for a long time, he suddenly couldn't help laughing. Then stretched out his hand and hugged the person into his arms, and his tone became particularly serious. As long as you ask me to do something, I am willing to do it. But I can't die now. Xiao Feihe's eyes showed a look of reluctance. He couldn't bear to hand her over to someone else, and couldn't bear to die with regrets. From now on, he would never see her again, never hear her laughter, and the kind of arrogant and indulgent voice when she called his name. He couldn't bear to let her go. Nan Yin seemed to be stunned by his serious attitude. She was held by him for a long time before she reacted. Then she pushed him away and said coldly, Get out. Don't touch me. Perhaps he had expected this result. Xiao Feihe was more mature and calm than he thought. He let go of her reluctantly, seeing Yan Yan's cold face and unwillingness to pay attention to him, and her pale lips. He suddenly smiled softly, and then whispered, You just woke up. You should be a little hungry. I'll go to the kitchen to get you something to eat. Okay? Nan Yin bit her lip and glanced at him. She thought, Why don't you go quickly? Don't you know that she has been lying in bed for 2 days? If she doesn't get some delicious food to satisfy her stomach, she is afraid that she will faint from hunger again. But she still had that look of disgust on her face, turned her head, and didn't even look at him. Then said coldly, Get out. I won't eat what you cook. Hearing this, Xiao Feihe was not angry, and even had a smile on his face. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, turned around, lifted the curtain, and went to the kitchen. Xiao Fei's movements were indeed very fast. In just a moment, he brought over a few light-side dishes and a bowl of steaming white porridge. In case she had no taste in her mouth, he specially prepared a few hawthorn pills to whet her appetite. Yen Yen, I'll prepare some for you. Unfortunately, he just walked to the door and heard voices coming from inside the house. Before he finished speaking, he saw a picture of two people being close and affectionate. Drink some soup first. You've been sleeping for 2 days. Your stomach is empty. You can't eat those greasy things for the time being. I asked the kitchen to make porridge for you. Come on. Drink slowly. Don't choke. Jean Yanli sat on the edge of the bed and fed her soup carefully and patiently. He saw Nan Yen leaning on the edge of the bed, sipping it in small sips. Her face was a little red because of the heat, and she seemed to be more energetic. Jean Yanli wiped the corners of her mouth from time to time, and Nan Yan's face was also moved. Looking at the close relationship between the two, Xiao Fei suddenly felt like he was a completely outsider, as if it was difficult to get involved in the relationship between the two, which made him feel flustered and uneasy for some reason. Xiao Fei knew she was still angry. It was all his fault. He deserved it. He subconsciously took the plate and took a few steps forward. Nan Yen glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Just one glance made him stop in his tracks. The alienation and deliberateness in her eyes were so obvious, as if it would be troublesome to look at her more, even if Xiao Fei could bear it. He felt a little breathless at this moment. His fingers unconsciously clenched the plate. What should I do to make her forgive him? He took a deep breath, suppressed all the uncomfortable emotions in his chest deep in his heart, and then walked over attentively and carefully. Yen Yen, do you want to eat something else? He smiled at her flatteringly. Nan Yen didn't even raise her eyelids. Do you want to eat me to death? Xiao Fei paused, put down the things in his hand, and explained anxiously. How could it be? I didn't mean that. It's okay if you don't want to eat. I'll make you something else later. Okay. Nan Yen turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him at all. The person who didn't get a response was obviously a little embarrassed. Xiao Fei took a step back uncomfortably and sat aside, but his eyes stubbornly refused to move away, and kept looking at the two of them. It wasn't really punishing himself, but he couldn't bear to do it. Jean Yanli didn't expect that one day he would feel happy and satisfied because she deliberately used him. He knew that she did it on purpose, deliberately angering Xiao Fei, so that he would let him get closer to her. But even if it was such use, he felt satisfied. He took care of her for 2 whole days, and coaxed her for 2 whole days. But no matter how he coaxed her, the sleeping person was always unwilling to wake up. But when Xiao Fei came, no matter how angry this person was, he woke up after all. From that moment on, he knew that he had completely lost, and she didn't love him at all. But what can he do? He had brought all this upon himself. As long as she was willing to get close to him and let him continue to accompany her and guard her, he was willing to wait, no matter how long it took, until the day when she was moved. After eating a small bowl of white porridge, Nan Yen finally recovered a lot of her spirits. But she felt sore all over after lying in bed for 2 days. She wanted to walk around, but Jean Yanli stopped her. He said that she was not well yet, and she would definitely catch a cold if she went out to get some fresh air. If she felt uncomfortable, she could ask the maid to massage her, or he could help her. Nan Yen refused the man's attempt to take advantage of her, and turned her head to look at the good weather outside. How could she catch a cold in the warm sunshine? But this man was very stubborn. Although Nan Yen had twisted his stubbornness beyond recognition, when it came to physical matters, Nan Yen still couldn't get the better of him. She said no, and finally she could only look at him with a trace of desire in her eyes. Maybe because he had been sick for 2 days. The eyes that stared at him were watery and a little pitiful, which made Jean Yanli feel soft-hearted. After struggling for a while, he finally compromised helplessly. Jean Yanli sighed. He really had no way to deal with the man in front of him. If you really want to, it's not impossible. But can you just walk around in the yard? Nan Yen immediately nodded and agreed. So Jean Yanli did a good job of protecting him. He wrapped the man completely with a thick cloak, leaving only his head outside. He touched the man's palm again, and was relieved after confirming that it was warm. Then he led the man to the yard. During the whole process, Xiao Fei was watching from the side. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. He also wanted to help, But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was nailed to the spot by Nan Yan's cold eyes, and couldn't move. It was sunny outside, but he felt as if a cold wind blew in his heart for no reason. Getting colder and colder. His limbs were a little stiff. He wanted to follow, but was afraid that she would dislike him. So he stared at the two of them stubbornly. Nan Yin glanced at Xiao Fei standing stiffly not far behind him. Well, can't you bear it like this? That won't work. There are still some tricks that haven't been used. Jean Yanli led her into the yard. Nan Yin frowned slightly. Seeing that the person behind her didn't catch up, she seemed to be a little concerned. She kept looking back, and a hint of depression appeared on her face. She took a step forward, and she didn't know whether it was intentional or accidental. She was about to fall forward. Fortunately, Jean Yanli beside her reacted very quickly, hugged her into his arms, and then pinched her fingers and asked, "Why are you so absent-minded? Didn't you say you were going out for a walk? You're going to fall after taking 2 steps. Why don't I hold you and walk with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yin saw the corner of the clothes fluttering behind the door. Before the person in her arms let her go, she suddenly leaned over and kissed the other person's lips lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water, retreating at the touch. When she was about to withdraw from his arms, she was suddenly grabbed by the waist. Jean Yanli's breathing stagnated, and his palm pressed hard on the back of her waist. This caught Nan Yin off guard for a moment, and her whole body hit his chest. But she also knew that she did the wrong thing. So she lowered her head, and did not dare to look at anyone. Jean Yanli's eyes were complicated and obscure. He took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand, and directly pressed the person against the tree trunk. The slender fingers suddenly pinched her chin, then lifted it up and said to her, "This won't work. You kissed too lightly. He knows you did it on purpose." The person in front of him lowered his eyes, and said nothing. Jean Yanli continued, "You want to make him angry. Want to make him suffer. Want to make him regret. Right? But this is too light. Not enough. How can it be done all at once? Can I help you?" Nan Yin stared at the man in a daze. He didn't wait for the man to react after he finished speaking, and kissed him without caring. At that moment, Jean Yanli's chest seemed to be filled with something, sore and swollen. The more he liked her, the more painful it was. He really hadn't seen her like this for a long time. The person in his arms was quiet and contented. At first, he was a little repulsive, but in the end, he didn't struggle. Jean Yanli's breathing was rapid, and there seemed to be a layer of mist in his eyes. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. His heart beat fast in his chest. He kissed so hard, kissed this person over and over again, kissed along the corners of his lips, and wanted to stuff the person into his body. In the end, as he kissed, tears flowed out uncontrollably. He felt that he was very pathetic now. He had to rely on such means to get close to her, but he was willing to be used by her. When they separated, Jean Yanli's body was so hot that even a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He panted, then lowered his head, kissed the skin beside her ear with his lips, and whispered hoarsely in her ear, "Only in this way will he be as sad as me." Warm tears rolled down his face and sank into his neck, accidentally wetting the long hair at the neck. Jean Yanli took the long hair away and looked at her reluctantly. On the other side, Xiao Fei looked at the two people kissing passionately not far away. At that moment, the whole person froze, and then an emotion called jealousy quickly surged in his mind, making him almost unable to control himself, and rushed up to forcefully pull the two apart. He was so stimulated that he could even feel the blood vessels in his head screaming wildly, and his eyes instantly turned red. "No! Don't do this to him. Please, Yan Yan, don't do this." He would rather she beat him, scold him, and kill him than have such a result. He couldn't stand it. He really couldn't accept it. He knew he was wrong. He shouldn't have lied to her, and he shouldn't have been arguing with Li Qingru in the Li mansion. He really knew he was wrong. "Please, don't do this to him. Okay?" Xiao Fei finally understood how Jean Yanli felt when she saw Nan Yin being hugged and kissed by him in the other courtyard. The feeling of crazy jealousy, resentment, and anger burned him out of his mind. He even had a murderous intent that surged uncontrollably in his heart, making him want to rush up and kill the man who flirted with her. But it didn't work. Xiao Fei clenched his fingers tightly, and his nails almost sank into his flesh. He tried to suppress the emotions that were about to collapse in his body. The only remaining rationality in his mind told him that he must never do anything to hurt her again. and he must never make her sad again. But what to do? Seeing her with another man. Such an intimate scene. He was really going crazy. He really couldn't accept it. Yen. Nan Yen on the other side glanced at the effect of this use, and nodded secretly in her heart. Then she adjusted her mood, showed a guilty look on her face, and then pushed the man in front of her away, throwing him away after using him. Yes. I'm sorry. I actually... Jean Yanli seemed to have anticipated her reaction, and reached out to rub her head, while enduring the pain in his chest and smiling. I know. I volunteered. Nan Yen pursed her lips. Her fingers unconsciously tightened her sleeves, and then looked at him with an embarrassed expression. I shouldn't treat you like this. What's the difference between me using you like this, and him cheating on me? Don't coax me. I'm sorry. Jean Yanli. You can scold me. Beat me. You're so good to me, saving me and taking care of me day and night. But I'm repaying you with evil and bullying you like this. I'm really sorry for you. Jean Yanli felt that his life was completely ruined by her. Whether it was true or used, his life was like this. No matter what, he had to protect her. When he heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle, and his fingers caressed and touched her lips lovingly. There were still traces of him just left there, and this alone was enough to satisfy him. You are so timid. How can you talk about making him regret and suffer? Are you afraid just now? Or are you heartbroken? Do you feel bad when you see him sad? Nan Yen turned her face away and said in a muffled voice. I didn't. Jean Yanli looked at her hypocritical appearance and suddenly couldn't help feeling sad. As expected, he confirmed again and again that no matter how unwilling he was, there was no possibility for him and her in this life. Jean Yanli couldn't help but hold the man in his arms, whispering to comfort him. If you don't feel bad, then let's continue. I don't care about things. So why do you care? It's just, I can't bear to let you go. Why are you willing to give him a chance, but not willing to forgive me once? It was obviously me who met you first, and I was the first to like you. But I made a mistake and accidentally let go of your hand. How did you get taken away by someone else? Tell me, is there an afterlife in this world? If there is an afterlife, can you give me one more chance? Don't be so biased. It's obvious that I like you no less than him. Nan Yen heard that he had only said half of his words, so she asked, just what? Jean Yanli suddenly sighed, and he slightly raised his face. Although he was smiling, the mist in his eyes was getting deeper and deeper, and his tears sank into his ears. He held her tighter and tighter. Nothing. I just want you to stop being so partial in the future. Do you understand the principle of equal treatment? He whispered. You gave him one more chance. You have to give me one more chance in the next life. After saying this, he paused for a moment, and then threatened in a petty way. Otherwise, even if I die and become a pile of bones in the ground, I will still crawl out of the coffin and get entangled with you. You don't want to have nightmares at night, do you? You'd better remember this kind of thing and recite it 3 times before going to bed every day. Otherwise you will deny it when I come to you. Nan Yen. Why does this sound so creepy? Nan Yen seemed to understand what he meant vaguely. That is, since that day, Jean Yanli's attitude towards her seemed to have become more restrained. But some emotions were sometimes uncontrollable, especially the look in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Feihe, which was as disgusting as ever. But even if he hated him, it couldn't change the fact that Yan Yan liked him wholeheartedly, especially when he saw Yan Yan's often lonely and absent-minded expression. Jean Yanli felt unwilling and pity. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he didn't want to see Xiao Feihe get what he wanted, he really didn't want to see Yan Yan sad again, because that would make him feel 100 times more uncomfortable than her. After all, in this world, she was the only one who could make him compromise again and again. Maybe some people are born to restrain certain people, and she happened to be his nemesis. So he would rather suffer himself than see her cry again. On November 15th, the weather was just right. Nan Yan's body had almost recovered. Jean Yanli said that after resting in the mansion for so long, it was time to go out for a walk. I heard that 2 new rouge shops had opened in the North City market. I heard that there were many fresh goods from overseas. Anyway, you have nothing to do in the mansion. Why not go and have a look? Nan Yen pretended not to know what this person was thinking. It had been almost half a month since her health improved. This person wished that she would stay in the mansion all her life. Now he suddenly asked her out. There must be something else. So Nan Yen did not expose this person's little thoughts. After nodding in agreement, she got on the carriage directly. Jean Yanli watched the carriage go away, and suddenly had an impulse to rush up and snatch the person back. But after struggling for a long time, he finally let go of his hand powerlessly. He turned and went back to the mansion. If you miss it, you miss it. No matter how much you do in this life, it will be useless. On the other side, Nan Yan, after the carriage arrived at the destination and stopped steadily, she lifted the curtain and saw that Xiao Feihe standing outside seemed a little uneasy. Sure enough, it seems that she was right. Jean Yanli really wanted to help her, and Xiao Feihe untied the knot. He reached out to her and wanted to help her down. But Nan Yan's face changed slightly when she saw him, and she glared at him with annoyance. Why you? Where is Jean Yanli? The cold treatment and disdain that Xiao Feihe had suffered these days had already worn away all his temper. At this moment, he was only endlessly cautious and uneasy towards Nan Yan. Especially when he heard this. His eyes were a little dim, but he still answered honestly. He had something urgent and couldn't come, so he asked me to accompany you. If you don't want to go shopping, I will take you back now. Nan Yan's expression didn't change much. When did I say I didn't want to go shopping? Nan Yan pursed her lips, and after saying this, she lifted her skirt and got off the carriage directly. Just when Xiao Feihe subconsciously reached out to help her, she stared at him and said coldly, Don't touch me. Don't follow me. I don't want to see you now. This made Xiao Feihe pause for a while. It's okay not to touch, but it's impossible not to follow. There are so many people in this market. If he doesn't keep a close eye on her, I'm afraid she will be squeezed out by the crowd in a moment. And there are so many thieves on the street. What if she is bullied? Xiao Feihe looked a little embarrassed, but looking at Yin Yan's obviously cold eyes, he didn't dare to follow too closely. Finally, he could only think of a compromise. She walked slowly in front, and he watched her at a distance of 10 meters behind her, not moving his eyes away for a moment. Later, Xiao Feihe thought that this was also good, as long as he could watch her happy from a distance. Nan Yan walked all the way to a stall selling wood. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a full beard and a gray headscarf on his head. When he saw the customers, he smiled honestly and continued his work. He didn't look fierce at all. Nan Yan looked at the stall for a while, and then picked a big-bellied Buddha holding his belly and laughing from a pile of various small wooden Buddhas. With a smile in his eyes, Statter, how much is this little wooden Buddha? The stall owner glanced at her from behind, lowered his head, and answered honestly, Not expensive. Not expensive. 10 cents each. If you really like it, just give 7 cents. Only 7 cents. Really cheap. Stall owner, your craftsmanship is so good. Why do you only sell it for so little money? The stall owner immediately smiled honestly and wiped his palms. Miss, you are joking. How can you say that you have good craftsmanship when you can only make a living? If you like it, just take it. It's only 7 cents. Not expensive. Nan Yan held the little wooden Buddha in her hand. Xiao Feihe, who was behind, had been following closely. When he heard that he had to pay, he wanted to come forward immediately, but was glared at by Nan Yan again. So he had to stay where he was and dared not move. Nan Yan took out a few copper coins from her purse and gave them to him. As they walked forward, more and more people came. Xiao Feihe had been following closely, but when he passed a crowded alley, 2 or 3 beggar children suddenly appeared from the alley and surrounded him. These 3 little beggars circled around Xiao Feihe for several times, jumping and making noises, pestering him for copper coins. It was not that he had never encountered similar things before. Xiao Feihe was annoyed by the noise, and there was really no way. So he quickly took out a handful of copper coins from his arms and threw them out, which delayed him for a moment. But when he looked up again, Nan Yan, who was not far in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Xiao Feihe's heart tightened immediately. At that moment, he thought that Nan Yan was deliberately playing with him, trying to make him anxious and scared. So she deliberately retaliated against him. But when he looked around, he didn't see her figure anywhere. Xiao Feihe suddenly panicked. He grabbed a passerby and asked, Did you see the girl over there? She's standing there, about 17 or 18 years old, with very dark and bright eyes. The passerby said no. So he asked the stall owner again, and he was tired of asking, but he still refused to give up. Did you see the girl standing here just now? She's very beautiful. holding a small wooden Buddha in her hand. She was wearing a pomegranate red long skirt, with a virgin bun, and her height just reached my chin. Did you see her? Xiao Fei had gestured anxiously, sweat on his forehead. No. How could there be no? Did you see it clearly? Think about it carefully. She was clearly standing here just now, holding a small wooden. Before he even finished saying the word Buddha, Xiao Fei's whole body suddenly shook, and his pupils shrank slightly. His eyes fell on the big-bellied Buddha with one arm broken off. The irritability and panic that had accumulated in his chest before reached its peak at this moment. What happened? What happened? How could the thing Yan just bought be dropped on the ground? Xiao Fei subconsciously rushed over to pick up the small wooden Buddha, patted the dust, and saw that the arm of the wooden Buddha was broken directly by hand, not by being stepped on. A great panic suddenly surged in his chest, and an unprecedented uneasiness swept over his heart. With red eyes, he searched for every figure that might be similar to her, but none of them were her. Yan disappeared? Or was she kidnapped? Just when Xiao Fei was about to lose control of his emotions, a little beggar suddenly jumped out from the roadside and handed him a note and ran away. Xiao Fei had no time to chase the beggar, and subconsciously unfolded the note, which read, Afternoon. Come to the deserted temple in the southwest corner, outside the city alone. Prepare a carriage and 3,000 taels of silver notes. Otherwise I will kill that woman. When Xiao Fei saw this sentence, his originally calm expression instantly twisted, and even a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. He accidentally broke the other arm of the little wooden Buddha because of excessive force, and the broken fragments suddenly pierced into the flesh, and blood instantly dripped from his fingers to the ground. Xiao Fei clenched his palms tightly, his eyes obscure. Who is it? Who wants to take revenge on her? If there is anything, just come to him. Why bully a weak woman who is powerless? Chapter 134 Lifesaver, Ending. After Xiao Fei stared at the noon written on the note, he subconsciously looked up at the sun. His brows knitted instantly, and a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. It was almost noon now. Not to mention, it would take at least half an hour to get to the ruined temple in the southwest corner, outside the city. If he went too late, what if Yan was in danger? He really couldn't bear this result. Xiao Fei's face was gloomy. He found that he had no time to find other people. So he grabbed a little beggar and stuffed a piece of silver into his hand, and then told him to go to Jin Mansion on Nanchang Street to find Lord Jin and ask him to come to the southwest corner, outside the city to save people. After saying this, Xiao Fei didn't even have time to wait for the little beggar to react. He turned around and went to the nearest car dealership to ask for a carriage and prepared 3,000 taels of silver notes, and hurried to the ruined temple outside the city. Xiao Fei was really uneasy at the moment, and he was more panicked than ever before. He was afraid that Yan would be frightened, and he didn't dare to risk Yan's life, so he didn't take anyone with him. Since the man said that he came alone and was asking for money, he would give him money, as long as he didn't hurt Yan. It didn't matter how much money he wanted. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei clenched his fingers tighter in an instant, and he whipped the horse hard. The horse neighed in pain, spread its hooves and ran fast, and its speed was several times faster than that of an ordinary carriage. Xiao Fei drove the carriage out of the city gate quickly, and half an hour later, he finally arrived at the gate of the dilapidated temple in the southwest corner, outside the city. Seeing the environment here, his heart suddenly tightened. This place is remote and desolate, with weeds and spider webs everywhere. Even beggars are too lazy to come here. Who would want to capture Yan? Is it because of him? Did he offend some enemy recently? If so, why don't I have any impression of him? And why doesn't this person dare to come to me directly? Why doesn't he dare to retaliate against him directly? Does he dare to capture Yan because he has seen Yan? So he also knows her? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Fei instantly sorted out his recent whereabouts from beginning to end in his mind. But no matter how he thought or analyzed it, he just couldn't figure out who had such a deep hatred with him. After arriving at the ruined temple, Xiao Fei tightened the reins, and the carriage stopped instantly. He jumped off the carriage and almost subconsciously rushed into the ruined temple. On the way, a series of intense exercises made Xiao Fei breathe rapidly. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and even the clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. He took a few deep breaths and shouted loudly to the surroundings. I'm here. Where are the people? Don't you want a carriage and banknotes? I brought them all. 3,000 taels of banknotes. Not a single one is missing. Where did you take Yin Yin? When he said this, he took out all the banknotes stuffed in his chest in an instant, and the brand new banknotes rustled in his hands. Xiao Feihe clenched his fingers tightly, and his eyes searched every corner of the dilapidated temple, fearing that he would see some bad scenes. Suddenly, click. There was a sound behind him, like the sound of tiles being crushed, followed by a faint whimper. Xiao Feihe immediately turned his head to look, and saw the figure slowly walking out from behind the dilapidated Buddha statue with a dagger against his throat. Her hands were tied up with cloth strips, and she couldn't struggle. At this moment, her hair was messy. Her face was extremely pale, and she looked at him with slightly red eyes, full of fear and anxiety. The moment she saw him, her eyes were uncontrollably condensed with a layer of mist, and then her lips moved, and she gently called his name. Xiao Feihe. Xiao Feihe only felt that at that moment. His heart seemed to be tightened by a huge palm, making him even breathe fast, especially when he heard the voice. Xiao Feihe almost subconsciously rushed forward, and then nervously called her name. Yin Yin. Don't be afraid. Before he finished speaking, he heard the man holding Yin Yin from behind suddenly shout, "Stop! Don't come over! Otherwise, my dagger has no eyes." The man's eyes were fierce and vicious, and he said threatening words. The dagger in his hand was even more unceremoniously pressed against the slender neck, because the dagger was too sharp. A bloody mark was instantly cut on Yin Yin's neck. Fine blood beads continuously oozed out from the wound, and instantly dyed the fair skin red. Xiao Feihe's pupil shrank, and he stopped walking instantly. He subconsciously reached out his hand to try to comfort the man. "Don't be impulsive. Calm down. I won't go over. Don't hurt her. I have done everything you asked. Don't you want banknotes and a carriage? I have prepared everything. And now I am also here alone. I will give you the banknotes. Can you also let her go?" The man suddenly burst into laughter after hearing this, and after laughing, his eyes became more and more fierce. "Let him go. That's not that easy. Master Xiao, you are really a noble man who forgets things easily. Don't you remember me?" As the man said this, he suddenly stretched out his hand and tore off the beard on his face, revealing the familiar square face underneath. Xiao Feihe paused, and his eyes fell between the honest eyebrows. His eyes flashed, and suddenly he remembered that it was the square-faced monk who exposed the secret passage and the stall owner who was selling wooden Buddhas in front of the stall just now. It turned out to be this person. He actually dared to kidnap people under his nose, which was really a crime worthy of death. Xiao Feihe was angry at his carelessness for a while. This man was the square-faced monk who chased him and Yin Yin in the secret passage of Jiao Temple before, but failed to chase them and was subdued by them. He still remembered that he had tied the man up tightly with a hemp rope and thrown him into the secret passage. He originally wanted to take him away after eliminating the bandits, but later he didn't know how the man escaped from the secret passage. Xiao Feihe finally understood that it was this man. The murderous intent in his eyes instantly floated, but looking at the blood mark on Yin Yin's neck, he suppressed the anger in his heart, and stared at the man in front of him with eyes as deep as an ancient well. "Tell me, what else do you want? As long as you don't hurt her, I can satisfy you with whatever you want." I should have killed him directly at that time. I didn't expect that eliminating the remaining bandits would not be enough. This man actually dared to take revenge. Damn it! The square-faced monk laughed again when he heard this. After laughing, the sound stopped instantly, and then turned his head and stared at the man gloomily. At that time, Xiao Shitzi stabbed me twice in the secret passage, but I not only didn't die, but also escaped by luck. The monk's voice became sinister and murderous. Then I told myself that I must avenge this. Now I finally have this opportunity. I have been thinking about it for a long time. How can I let him go easily? No matter what happens today, I will take revenge. Xiao Feihe's face was also a little heavy after hearing this. He clenched his fists and stared at this man. "What do you want? If you want revenge, just come to me. I was the one who hurt you. What's your ability to bully a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken?" The monk laughed loudly, and his banditry was instantly exposed. "Yes, you are right. I want to seek revenge on you, but I can't beat you, and my status is not as noble as yours. Now I am a dead man, and I am wanted everywhere. Even if I die, it will be in vain. But this woman is your beloved. I can't beat you. So can't I kill her to bury her with me?" Isn't this kind of revenge more satisfying than killing you directly? As he said this, he pushed the dagger forward again. Nan Yan's face instantly became paler, and her face was also frowning, with a painful expression. Xiao Feihe subconsciously took a step forward. He clenched his fists tightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes was unrestricted. What do you want? The monk heard this, and his face instantly became more ferocious. He threw a dagger from his arms, and said fiercely, I want you to return the 2 knives you stabbed me with today. Otherwise, I will directly stab your sweetheart. This choice is not difficult for you, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yan in front of him subconsciously shouted, Don't. Her face was extremely pale, and a layer of wet tears had already accumulated in her eyes. Although her body was trembling with fear, she still pretended to be calm and stared at him, shouting at him with a trembling voice. I don't want you to save me. Go away. Go away. Who cares if you come to save me in a hypocritical way? Do you think that if you do this, I will forgive you for what you did? I will never forgive you again in my life. Even if you save me with your own life, I will never forgive you again. So, go away quickly. Do you hear me? When Xiao Feihe heard this, he suddenly couldn't help but lower his head and laugh. His Yan was so stupid. Every time she said such hypocritical words, it meant that she was no longer angry in her heart. She actually wanted to forgive him a long time ago. He knew it all. She was just hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. She asked him to go away just because she didn't want him to get hurt. His eyes fell on the face full of fear and anxiety. She looked at him closely, fearing that he would do something excessive. After Xiao Feihe looked at her seriously for a while, he turned his gaze to the man behind her and said coldly, If I take action, will you let her go? The monk's eyes were fierce, and there was a bit of heroism in his eyes. If you dare to take action, I promise not to hurt your beautiful sweetheart. But if you dare to play tricks with me, I will hit her face with this knife. As he said this, the dagger moved forward again. Nan Yan frowned instantly, and a painful expression appeared on her face. But when she saw the man in front of her really picked up the dagger on the ground, the expression in her eyes instantly became flustered. She almost subconsciously wanted to rush over, but the person behind her held her shoulders tightly, and she couldn't move. In the end, she could only shout at him anxiously, You dare? Xiao Feihe, did you hear what I said? If you dare to mess around, I will never forgive you in my life. Xiao Feihe suddenly smiled at her, and said in a low voice, I heard it. I always remember what you said. Didn't you want me to die before? I said that as long as you asked me to do something, I would be willing to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he really pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into the chest without hesitation, followed by a heavy muffled groan. Nan Yan instantly opened her eyes in disbelief, as if she was frightened. Then her eyes turned red uncontrollably. Her tears kept dripping down like beads from a broken string. She shook her head and cried to him, her voice choking and hoarse. Are you stupid? Who asked you to save me? Who wants you to save me? Get out of here now. I don't want to see you. I never want to see you again. Xiao Feihe's face turned pale in an instant. Because of the pain, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. He stared at Nan Yan without blinking, and it took a while for him to recover from the extreme pain. Xiao Feihe looked at Nan Yan's face with a soothing look. His lips, which had completely lost their blood color, trembled and moved slightly. And then he uttered a few words and said, Don't be afraid. I was born with thick skin and flesh. At most, I will lose some blood. It will be fine. After saying this, the monk behind him had a faint gleam in his eyes. He didn't expect that this man was really a romantic. Very good. It seems that he did not make a mistake in choosing the object this time. However, there is still one more knife. When this man dies, he will take this rich lady with him to flee to the ends of the earth. Whether he enjoys it himself or sells it, the days ahead will be like a god. He no longer has to work hard to carve those rotten woods, which are worthless and exhausting. Such a life is simply too boring. As long as he has these banknotes and carriages, he can quickly go to another place to hide his identity and start over. Thinking of this, the monk's eyes are even a little excited, and he wants this man to die quickly. He knows that this prince's kung fu is not bad. If he hadn't held this woman hostage in advance, even if this prince was stabbed, he might not be this man's opponent. Now that he was injured, his momentum was obviously much weaker, and the monk became much bolder, and subconsciously urged, Hurry up. Hurry up. There is still one knife. Hurry up. If you don't want your beautiful sweetheart to get hurt. Hurry up. Xiao Feihe frowned when he heard it. And it seemed that he was in so much pain that even his eyes were a little dim. And there was no trace of blood on his lips. He pursed his lips, held the dagger tightly, and then pulled it out. His face instantly became paler. At the moment when the dagger was pulled out, the wound turned outward, and the bright red blood instantly soaked the surrounding clothes. Xiao Feihe coughed a few times pretending to be weak, and the whole person seemed to be unable to bear it. He accidentally knelt on the ground, and he was looking for an opportunity to take action. The man hiding behind Yin Yin stared at him closely, and strangled Yin Yin's neck tightly at the slightest mistake, and kept urging him to stand up quickly. The sticky and wet blood slid down the handle of the knife, and even made him unable to hold the dagger. Xiao Feihe tightened his fingers, raised his palm, and was about to stab him again. But at this moment, something strange happened. Don't. People will subconsciously stop their actions when they hear noises. Xiao Feihe stopped his actions when he heard the shout. He subconsciously looked up and saw that Yin Yin, who had been tied up, had untied the cloth strips at some point. She turned around and pulled out a hairpin from her head and stabbed the man behind her in the neck fiercely. Blood splattered, and the monk was caught off guard and was stabbed in the middle. At this moment, his face was distorted with pain. But it was a pity that he was not stabbed to death. It was also this that completely angered the man behind him. The monk originally wanted to spare the woman's life, but the severe pain in his neck frightened him, and he was so angry that he raised his hand and stabbed Nan Yan's heart fiercely. He was merciless. At that moment, Xiao Feihe's eyes were bloodshot. Yin Yin. His heart was so scared that it almost stopped. He rushed towards the two people with almost all his strength, and then stabbed the monk's throat with a knife. He heard the sound of blood coming out of his throat. He stabbed deeper, still unsatisfied, and wished he could cut his throat directly, turn the sea upside down inside, and cut the man's heart and liver into pieces. But no matter how fierce and cruel he was still a step too late. He watched the dagger sink into Yin Yan's chest, and watched her whole body seem to lose all her strength in an instant. Dizzy, and leaned back softly. Xiao Feihe was completely panicked this time. His face lost all color, and he felt as if he had been hit hard. At that moment, he felt as if there was a big hole in his chest. An extreme pain instantly spread from his limbs to every part of his body. Yin Yin. Yin Yin. How are you? How are you? Does it hurt? Is it very painful? I'll go find a doctor. I'll take you to see a doctor. No. No. You'll be fine. He was going crazy. He was really going crazy. His eyes were red. His whole body flew in front of Nan Yin. His two hands firmly caught Nan Yin, who was falling backwards. And then he hugged her tightly in his arms, begging in panic and anxiety. No. No. Please. Don't. Xiao Feihe's chest was heaving violently, looking at the wound on her chest that was bleeding non-stop. The tears in his eyes instantly came out, dripping one by one onto her face. You will be fine. I won't let you be. He touched her face again, and the blood on his hand rubbed all over her face. He stretched out his hand but didn't dare to touch her wound. What should I do? How can I stop the bleeding? Why can't I stop the bleeding? Why can't I stop the bleeding? At this moment, Xiao Feihe's emotions had completely collapsed, and he didn't know what to do. He was at a loss and didn't dare to touch her wound at all, for fear that he would accidentally break her. In the end, he could only carefully hold her soft and weak fingers. Why? Why are you so impulsive? Didn't I say it? I'm thick-skinned and not afraid of pain. At most, I will bleed a little. Why? Why did you rush over? Don't you know that I will be distressed and scared? Xiao Feihe cried anxiously, and endless regret and fear almost overwhelmed him. At this moment, his heart ached, and he couldn't speak. In his heart, he wished that the knife was stabbed into himself. But why? Why not him? Nan Yin coughed a few times. The pain in her chest was not felt much under the shielding of the system, but she could still feel the vitality in her body was rapidly draining away. She swallowed a mouthful of blood in her throat, then looked up at him. Her eyes fell on the red eyes of the man in front of her. She subconsciously wanted to reach out to touch his face, but her fingers fell from midair because of weakness, and were grasped by Xiao Feihe, and then pressed tightly against her cheek. What? What do you want to say? Xiao Feihe saw that she was mumbling in her mouth, as if she had something to say, So he subconsciously asked. Nan Yin opened her lips. Tears welled up in her eyes. Tears overflowed from her eyes unconsciously. How can you be so stupid? How can you listen to that person? He obviously wants to kill you. How can you really hurt yourself? Her fingers gently touched his eyebrows. Her voice was intermittent. And it became weaker and weaker. What I said that day was all said in anger. I was very angry that you lied to me. But I didn't really want you to die. After she said this, a fishy smell seemed to surge out of her throat uncontrollably. When she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She opened her mouth, and a stream of bright red blood instantly gushed out of her mouth. Xiao Feihe was so scared that he trembled all over. He subconsciously reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. He responded with a broken heart and choked up. I know that what you said was all in anger. My Yin Yin is the softest hearted. She is hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. She likes to say one thing and mean another. She never bears grudges. When others bully her, she will feel sad for a while, and then get better. I know you never wanted me to die. It's me. It's me. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. I have always implicated you. He held her face carefully, and coaxed her with an extremely gentle tone. Okay. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay? Yen Yin. Save your strength. I'll take you to see a doctor. I'll find someone to save you now. Don't be afraid. It's okay. You will be fine. He wanted to pick her up, but he staggered suddenly because of the cracked wound on his body, and his feet were unstable, and he almost dropped the person in his arms again. Scared, Xiao Feihe hurriedly protected her head carefully, pressed her in his arms, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Nan Yin coughed a few times, then reached out and gently pulled his sleeve. Can you let me finish what I'm saying? She leaned her head on his chest, her face getting paler. I feel a little tired now. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep and maybe never wake up again. I still have a lot to say to you. Hearing this, Xiao Feihe stopped immediately, hugged her in his arms and coaxed her. You say. Tell me everything you have to say. Don't fall asleep. Okay? Yen Yen. Don't fall asleep. Nan Yen raised her eyes and stared at him, and suddenly couldn't help but smile. A faint smile. Even her smile seemed a little weak. She asked him, Well, I won't sleep. Do you still remember? When we first met? At the market? You accidentally broke my sugar man. I asked you to pay for it. And then I cheated you of a silver ingot. Xiao Feihe listened to this. His eyes became more and more sour. He held her hand tightly and put it on his face, rubbed it gently and replied, I remember. I am a young man with poor eyesight. It's really rude. I bumped into such a bright and beautiful lady. My first reaction was not to apologize. It's really damnable. Nan Yin pursed her lips, which became paler due to excessive blood loss. Yes, your eyesight is not good enough. How could you not look at such a beautiful girl like me twice at that time? You also broke my candy man. But fortunately, when you came to see me later, you gave me another candy man, which I like very much. She was talking about the fact that Xiao Fei had deliberately approached her later and took her out to play with that candy man as an excuse. It was also from that day that she slowly fell in love with him. Xiao Fei stared at her without blinking, and felt more and more distressed when he heard this. Nan Yin suddenly showed a bit of grievance in her eyes, and said to him, You may not know that the candy man is my favorite. I have kept it in the box and couldn't bear to eat it. As a result, it melted later. Xiao Fei seemed to be crying and laughing, kissing her forehead and said, I will buy it for you. I will buy it for you later. Okay? Buy an identical one, made according to my appearance. Nan Yin leaned her cheek against his chest, but just shook her head gently when she heard this. No matter how similar it is, it's not the original one I want. Her voice was low and weaker, and her fingers seemed to have almost lost the strength to bend. Xiao Fei, you must remember what I said. If you fall in love with another woman in the future, don't lie to her again, especially in matters of love. Otherwise, she will be as sad as me. Xiao Fei listened and felt a pain in his chest, as if someone was pinching it tightly and twisting it back and forth. And it hurt so much that he almost stopped breathing. No, don't say such things. No one else can do it except her. He doesn't want to like other women. How could he like other women? She is the only one in his life, and she is the only girl he has ever seriously liked from beginning to end. Nan Yin opened her mouth, feeling the tears constantly falling on her face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she tried to say the last few words to him. You are also considered our Li family, half son-in-law. Help me in the future. Take care of my parents more. Okay? Xiao Feihe nodded vigorously. Tears became more and more violent. He really felt that he was going crazy. He agreed to everything she said. I promise. I promise you. As long as you say something, I will agree to everything you say. Please, don't die. Nan Yin hummed softly, and then thought of something. Also, please help me tell Jean Yanli, to say sorry. I shouldn't have used him to make you angry. After saying this, she spat out another mouthful of blood, and then tried to open her eyes, wanting to take a last look at him, as if to deeply engrave that look in her heart. Her fingers weakly touched his face, as if she wanted to wipe away his tears, but she finally fell down halfway. Her eyes finally closed. Outside, the leaves fell, indistinctly. Only a soft whisper was heard, mixed with the sudden sound of the wind, and it became even weaker. Don't forgive me so quickly. At that moment, Xiao Feihe was hit hard, and the whole person was in pain instantly. The tears were completely cut off, and he howled in despair. No. No. Please don't do this to me. Yin Yin! Get up. Please get up. Please? Get up. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please don't scare me. Please get up and look at me. Please. Why? Why do you do this to me? I'm the one who did the wrong thing. Why punish her? Xiao Feihe hugged the person in his arms, who no longer responded, so tightly that his heart ached. How could I like someone else? How could I forget you? Yin Yin. I'm sorry. Please get up. Get up and look at me again. Please. Please get up. Please? Get up and teach me a lesson. Beat me. It's all my fault for not protecting you. Yin Yin. Don't scare me. Xiao Feihe couldn't believe it at first, and he was always unwilling to accept that the person in his arms had left him like this. He kept calling her and begging, but no matter how he shouted, the person in his arms never responded. Even because of the passage of time, the temperature of the body was slowly cooling down, until finally, her fingers were so stiff that they could no longer bend. Suddenly, the broken temple was filled with desperate cries. I don't know how long I cried. Later, my throat became hoarse, as if it was cut by a knife, and I could only make some dry sounds with difficulty. Xiao Feihe's heart seemed to be numb with pain. He was in a trance, as if he couldn't hear or see anything. The only thing in his eyes was the sleeping person in his arms. When he finally found that her body was getting colder and colder, Xiao Feihe subconsciously took off his coat and carefully wrapped it around his beloved. Perhaps because he found that no matter how he called her, she didn't respond. Xiao Feihe finally gave up hope, picked up the person who was sleeping in his arms, kissed her forehead, then supported his numb legs, stood up shakily, and walked slowly outside. He wanted to hold her home and take her home to sleep. It was too cold outside, and she could easily catch a cold if she wasn't careful. She had just recovered from her illness, so how could she stay outside and continue to blow the wind? Xiao Feihe staggered back in the direction he came from, holding the person in his arms tightly. As he walked back, he kept talking to her about what happened recently. His expression was gentle and patient, and he didn't feel tired. He described everything in great detail. Are you tired? Well, I know you must be tired even if you don't say anything. Then you should take a nap. I'll wake you up when we get home. I'll make you delicious food when we get home. You may not know, but I still have a lot of cooking skills that I haven't used yet. I'll make them for you one by one when we get home. Okay? Well, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Xiao Feihe waited for a while, but didn't hear a response, so he replied to himself. Speaking of delicious food, I suddenly remembered. Do you remember the time when we went to the suburbs to raise horses and stole sweet potatoes? You may not know that I met that old man at the market some time ago. He is an acquaintance of ours. When he heard that we were getting married, he specially sent us a basket of fresh sweet potatoes. Alas, this old man is such a kind person. It's a pity that I haven't had time to tell you about this. That day, the old man told me with a smile that your wife loves to eat this the most. She always likes to visit my vegetable garden in the past. I don't have much to give, so I just sent a basket of sweet potatoes as a congratulations to you too. However, you two are adults who are going to get married. So you can't go to my vegetable garden to steal melons in the future. Otherwise you will teach the children bad things in the future. Xiao Fei couldn't help laughing when he said this, letting the tears flow down his face, laughing more and more happily. Hee hee. This prince was so happy at that time. He waved his hand and bought all his sweet potatoes back. Who told him that we have a child? And praised our future children for being very naughty. Well, this is natural. My daughter's temperament must be like her mother. Like a little monkey? Well, that's not right. She should be more noisy than her mother. From childhood to adulthood, there is nothing that our precious daughter dares not do, such as climbing trees, to dig bird nests, and going to the river to catch fish and shrimps. She even dared to poke the hornet's nest on the tree, and finally got stung by bees. Isn't it funny? Because her father was stung like this when he was a child. Xiao Fei frowned again as he spoke, and a look of worry suddenly appeared in his eyes. However, our daughter is so noisy, which worries her mother. Her mother is always worried about what will happen if she grows up and can't get married. So every time the daughter comes back from playing outside covered in mud, you are furious. However, every grievance has its perpetrator. You don't beat the daughter, but you beat her father, because her father is the least important person in the whole mansion. There is no other way. So I can only be wronged and honestly hand over my ears to the lady to twist them hard. After twisting them to my heart's content, the lady will no longer be angry. But this time, the situation is a little different. Although the lady twisted them to her heart's content, she still felt a little sullen. So when she went to bed at night, she kicked her father off the bed and refused to let anyone get in bed to warm the quilt. Oh! This really worried her father to death. After so many years of marriage, this is the first time that the lady has kicked him out of the room. It's so sad. Later, her father spent the whole night thinking on the soft couch outside. He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He stared at the lady's back and could only bite the quilt aggrievedly. It's too hard. How can he live like this? At night without the sweet and soft lady hugging him. There is no warmth in the quilt, and it's boring to lie down. So, at dawn the next day, the girl's father went out with a big bag of silver, strolled around the market, and when he came back in the afternoon, he brought back a lot of beautiful jewelry and rouge and powder from outside. When her mother saw the beautiful jewelry in the carriage, her bright and flamboyant eyes raised, and after snorting twice, she finally calmed down. Alas, she finally let her father climb into bed at night. Xiao Fei laughed again as he spoke. Tears dripped onto the face of the person in his arms, melting into one piece. And then he heard him whispering. This prince has seen this scene several times in his dreams, and he always woke up with a smile. Yin, do you think you will have the same dream as me when you fall asleep this time? Chapter 135 Lifesaver, Extra. 3 months later, Jean Yanli resigned from his post and retired to the mountains. That day, he was a step late after all. After a little beggar came to inform him of the news, Jean Yanli immediately took the guards in the mansion to the outside of the city. But when he finally arrived at the place, he saw only the distraught Xiao Fei. From a distance, he saw him covered in blood and in a mess. Staggering forward, the tears in his eyes seemed to have dried up, and the whole person was in a trance. Jean Yanli's heart tightened at the moment, and he had a very bad premonition. But when he rushed forward regardless of anything, he saw the pale, lifeless Nan Yin in his arms, and the shock he suffered was too great for a while. The whole person seemed to be hit on the head by a stick, and he was immediately furious. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards on the spot. Jean Yanli stared at her, in disbelief, and seemed to be unable to control himself and cried out in pain in his heart. Why? Why did it become like this? He clearly gave her to him completely. She was fine when she went out, and she clearly agreed to buy beautiful jewelry. Why? Why did she become like this when she came back? Jean Yanli's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at her drooping fingers in pain and despair, and his emotions completely collapsed. If he had known it would be like this, he would rather she resent him for the rest of her life, and he would never hand her over to someone else. He regretted it so much. He thought that as long as she and Xiao Fei resolved the misunderstanding between them, they would be happy and she would smile again. But now, why did it become like this? He even had time to take a last look at her. The girl he loved the most disappeared completely from then on. She disappeared so confusedly. How could he accept this? 3 months later, when they met again, the once majestic and shrewd Lord Jean in the court seemed to have become a sickly tiger without claws and teeth. He was so high and vigorous in the past, but now he was so decadent. Jean Yanli came to resign and return home. The emperor was reluctant to let him go and wanted to keep this former good minister. But this good minister had completely lost his fighting spirit. He was like an old man who was about to die. Just standing there would make people worried. Whether he could hold on until tomorrow. The emperor could no longer use such a person. So he had to let him go. In this way, the once noble and powerful minister, who was second only to one person, and above 10,000 people, also disappeared. From that day on, his heart disappeared along with his sweetheart. On the day of leaving, it was sunny outside, and the weather was particularly good. The winter of last year seemed particularly cold, and his hands began to get frostbite again. Alas, it was a pity that the sleeves knitted for him by his sweetheart were not yet fully completed. Later, Lord Jean continued to sew them himself, stitch by stitch, and sewed much more carefully than that young lady. Lord Jean had suffered hardships, and his needlework was quite good. In short, it must be neater than that young lady's. He wove his thoughts for her into the cotton cloth, and then spent a cold winter holding the gray fluffy sleeves, with a smile flashing in his eyes, overflowing with dense and profound warmth. Lord Jean left by boat. It was February, and the willow treetops in the suburbs began to sprout. The spring breeze outside was as soft and warm as cotton wool, and it was particularly nostalgic when it gently blew on people's faces. Lord Jean inadvertently recalled the scene when he kissed his sweetheart for the first time. It seemed that it was in such weather, or maybe it would be warmer, under the sunshine. He kissed people so hard that they were stunned. They blinked with a pair of round and innocent eyes, then blushed and buried their heads in his chest, calling his name softly and softly. Sitting on the deck, Lord Jean leaned on the low tent, with his long legs spread out and one hand supporting his head, as if he was trapped in a hazy dream. The sweetheart in the dream came late, and then smiled and stretched out her hand to him. But this time, he rushed towards her regardless of anything. "Yan Yan, are you finally here to take me home?" The hand seemed to grab a few times in the void, but unfortunately they didn't catch anything in the end, so they could only droop helplessly, and a drop of clear tears fell from his chin to the deck. On the other hand, after Xiao Fei had took Nan Yan's corpse back, he insisted on marrying someone, which even alarmed the court. The emperor had no choice but to grant the marriage to the two of them after seeing his nephew, who looked neither human nor ghost. On the wedding day, Xiao Fei personally arranged the clothes for her, put on a beautiful red wedding dress, and combed her beautiful bride's hair. The red candles flickered in the wedding hall, but there was no one around, not even the maid serving. The wedding was held like a funeral. Everyone said that the young master Xiao was crazy, but he was the only one who quietly kept watch all night with the bride in his arms, and whispered to her all night. After the marriage, there was the funeral, which was also arranged by Xiao Fei himself. Looking at the Shaoli on the spirit tablet, that was the only smile that the prince showed during these days. After doing all this, Xiao Fei seemed to have no attachment to anything in this world, and lost the will to live. After that, he began to seek death. He committed suicide 3 times, but was discovered by servants. After being rescued, the emperor personally issued a death order, asking people to watch him every step of the way, and never let him do those messy things again. The emperor was really troubled. It was said that the royal family was heartless. The royal family members were the least sentimental. Why were their descendants more sentimental than each other? The second son was like this. He would rather give up his status as a prince for a prostitute. Now his nephew was also like this. He was willing to die for a woman, and made himself look like a ghost. It was really hateful and infuriating. The emperor couldn't even blame anyone. The Li family lost their only legitimate daughter. He felt guilty every day in the court. When he returned to the palace and took another look at his nephew, he couldn't blame him for his lost soul. In the end, he could only blame the group of thieves in the Jiao temple for being so bold that they dared to kidnap and kill the children of officials. So he beheaded several thieves who were originally scheduled to be executed in the autumn of next year in advance to vent his anger. But even so, the emperor still had no choice. 3 days ago, after Xiao Fei had tried to commit suicide again and was rescued, the emperor looked at his nephew, who had regained consciousness in the inner room and could only use his deceased mother to pressure him. "Fei, your mother only has you as her child. If you want to marry a dead person, I will let you do it. What's the point of you trying to commit suicide all day long? Are you doing this to your mother? If she knew that you were dying for a woman, how sad she would be. And me, I raised you as my own son. How can I be worthy of my dead elder sister if you do this? Xiao Fei's expression did not change. He exhaled lightly and said, Your Majesty, don't be sad for me. My mother died early, and so did my father. Now my wife and children are gone. They have been waiting for a long time down there. I guess they miss me a lot. So why don't I go down early to accompany them? The emperor was so angry that his face turned pale. He wanted to drag the unfilial son on the bed and beat him to death. He said angrily, Asshole! How dare you say such things? Even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about the Queen Mother. Everyone says that the Deep Palace is ruthless and the Emperor is ruthless. But the Deep Palace is so cruel. Who crawled out without being covered in wounds and wounds? Do you want the Queen Mother to experience the pain of losing a family member again? Your grandmother is old and can't bear this blow. When your mother died, she almost lost half of her life. How can you be so unfaithful and unfilial now? How can you be worthy of me and the relatives in this world who miss you and love you? The emperor became more and more angry. He wanted to scold this unfilial son more harshly. But seeing his pale face, he could only hold back his anger. Besides, since you married the eldest daughter of the Li family, the Li couple are now your in-laws. Their daughter just died not long ago, and there will be no one to take care of her in the future. As a son-in-law, you have harmed their daughter. Shouldn't you take good care of their parents and elders? Are you worthy of your dead wife? Perhaps these words really touched his heart. Under the emperor's ruthless scolding and orders, Xiao Fei seemed to have finally given up his intention to die. Not for anything else, but because he promised his wife's words before her death that he would take good care of her parents. So after his health improved, Xiao Fei went to the Li mansion. Although he was nominally a son-in-law, the people in the Li mansion didn't like him because he had an unclear relationship with the second lady, which made the eldest lady sad and broke off the engagement, and finally killed the eldest lady. This grudge will never be resolved in a lifetime. Madame Li refused to see him. Since her daughter died, Madame Li has been ill for many days, and her spirits have only improved a few days ago. She resented this son-in-law more than sympathized with him. But as a relative of the deceased, Madame Li finally softened her heart and met Xiao Fei, and then agreed to let him go to the house where her daughter lived before her death. After Xiao Fei came back from Li's house, his mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, because he was afraid that he would commit suicide. The servant followed him wherever he went. The afternoon sun was just right that day. Prince Xiao sat under the tree in the yard and wandered in the sky. The golden sunlight shone on him through the gaps between the leaves. He raised his head and saw that the sunlight above his head was a bit dazzling. So he blocked it with his hand. Seeing the servant standing beside him with a cautious face, he suddenly couldn't help laughing and said, Zhou Kai, if this prince shaves his head, will he still be as handsome as before? The servant was stunned when he was asked. He didn't know why the prince had this idea. Why shave his head? He's not a monk. But he really came up with it. After that, the prince really didn't want to commit suicide. But he suddenly wanted to become a monk, saying that he and the prince's wife had made a promise in a temple. So now he wanted to fulfill his wish. The servant had a headache after hearing this. He originally wanted to keep a close eye on him and never let the prince do anything wrong again. As a result, the prince gave him a bowl of croton seeds the next day, which made him have a stomachache for the whole morning. When he came back, the prince was gone. When the emperor was told about this, the emperor immediately sent someone to look for him, and then found Xiao Fei, who had shaved his head bald, in a small courtyard at the foot of the Jiao temple. The emperor was helpless in the end. Forget it. Let him go. As long as he stopped thinking about committing suicide all day, he could become a monk. After all, he was still alive. Right? Later, there was no longer the unruly prince in Yinyun City. There was only a young monk named Wuwang who practiced asceticism at the foot of the Jiao temple. Young girls of the younger generation can occasionally hear some romantic stories from their elders. They say that Yinyun City was lively in the past. There was a love-struck prince who married a dead woman as his wife and later became a monk. Some people met him when they went to Jiao temple to burn incense and worship Buddha. There was a young monk living in a separate courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He looked like a handsome monk. He always chanted scriptures and Buddha on weekdays. He exuded an aloof and otherworldly appearance of an immortal, which also attracted many young girls to become particularly enthusiastic about burning incense and worshipping Buddha. However, this monk had a very strange habit. Every July and August, he would always go to the market at the foot of the mountain to buy a large bag of rouge, powder and beautiful jewelry, which made a group of believers very curious. Why would a good monk buy these things? Could it be that there was some secret that could not be told? Master Wu Wang didn't care about the doubtful looks of those people. He carried his bag and walked down the mountain by himself. He walked a long distance, then came to the grave, placed the boxes of rouge and powder in front of his wife's grave, and all kinds of delicious snacks. Then he sat in front of the grave for a whole day, talking about this and that. His nagging appearance was completely different from the plain Master Wu Wang in the past. After doing all this, the monk touched the tombstone and left reluctantly. Later, when he went to worship again, he picked up an abandoned baby, and the abandoned baby became a monk like him. Every morning, the big monk took the little monk to chant scriptures and recite Buddha. One day, the little monk asked the master, "Can he not be a monk when he grows up? He has made an appointment with the girl Xiaotsui down the mountain. When he grows up, he will be her husband. If he is a monk, he can't marry a wife." The master touched his head and agreed with a smile. In life, if you can meet a girl you are willing to change for, you should naturally cherish her. If you like that girl, you can be with her. But remember that you can do anything in the future. But you must never lie to the girl. Otherwise the master will not forgive you. The little monk nodded ignorantly, blinked his black pearl-like eyes, and said he knew. Then touched his bald head and asked him, "Master, why do you want to be a monk?" Monks cannot eat meat, and the apprentice loves meat the most, especially the roast chicken that the master brought down the mountain that day. It was so delicious. The master chuckled, then patted his bald head and sighed, saying that the master is different from you, and the master is born to be bald at a young age. Well, who said that? Oh, he remembered. It seemed that some hot-tempered young lady said that. She seemed to be angry that day. She couldn't win the argument, so she used force to suppress him. She lay on his back and bit his neck hard, then pulled his hair, and said fiercely that she would turn him into a bald man. The monk shook his head, and then a smile appeared in his eyes unconsciously. Well, now he has become a bald man. I don't know if she will laugh at him when she sees it. After the Li mansion suffered such a huge change, Li Qingru was completely honest. The death of Li Nanyan brought her a great shock. She really didn't think she would die. She resented the things she did in the past, but she really never thought of killing her in her heart. During that time, every time she woke up at midnight, she would always be awakened by the scene in her dream. In the dream, Li Nanyan was covered in blood, crying and shouting, asking her why she did this. Why did she hate her so much? Li Qingru was so scared that she screamed and hid in the arms of the maid and cried loudly. She had a mental breakdown and even couldn't sleep for a long time. Her hair fell out in clumps. Finally, she fell into deep self-blame and guilt. She knew that Li Nanyan's death was inseparable from her. If it weren't for her destroying her marriage with Xiao Feihe, Li Nanyan would not have died with hatred like this. But she was completely angry at the time. She thought about making her the same as herself and making her suffer the same pain in a moment of impulse. But she really didn't expect that she would die like this. Now that things have become like this, she really regrets it. In this way, after Li Nanyan's death, Li Qingru also fell seriously ill and became emaciated. It took more than half a year to finally walk out of that shadow. After recovering from her illness, she was arranged by the Li family to marry a newly promoted second-class Jinshi in the same year. The Jinshi's surname was Chen. He was only in his 20s. Quite talented, humble and gentle. He was a rare good man. But Jinshi Chen's family was a little poor, and he had no father or mother, only an elderly grandmother to do housework. After Li Qingru married, she and Jinshi Chen were a couple who respected each other like guests. But Li Qingru already had someone she liked in her heart, so she was always indifferent to her husband. Fortunately, Mr. Chen was really a very gentle and patient man. He took great care of her and was considerate and thoughtful on weekdays. Every holiday, he would take her to the market to stroll around and buy her some exquisite and small gadgets. But he would always hold her hand tightly wherever he went, for fear that she would be bumped by pedestrians. Later, she was accidentally hit in the stomach by a dirty little beggar. Li Qingru frowned in pain. Her husband hugged her in his arms with heartache, and then grabbed the little beggar who stole the money and wanted to send the beggar to see the official. The beggar was frightened and called out for mercy. Li Qingru looked at the little beggar crying so pitifully, and was so frightened that she was trembling all over. She was so thin that she looked like a human being. She softened her heart and let her go. Then she took the little beggar back to the mansion. Her husband naturally listened to her. The two of them had been together for more than half a year. Li Qingru finally opened her heart and slowly fell in love with this gentle and patient man. She became gentle and considerate to her husband, especially after returning to the mansion last time. Her stomach hurt a little. After asking the doctor to come and check, she found out that she was pregnant and had been pregnant for more than a month. Now the fetus is unstable. It is a critical time. She can't bump into it again in the future. Hearing this, the little beggar who was brought back that day quickly knelt down and kowtowed to admit her fault. It was her collision that almost caused the lady to get hurt. At this moment, she was even more anxious and worried that the lady would just abandon her. Li Qingru was not angry at all. She said that it was not her fault. It was her first time to be pregnant, and she didn't know many things. Seeing that the little beggar was clever and smart, she decided to serve and clean outside in the future. So the little beggar stayed. The little beggar grew up in the alleys of the city and had seen many interesting and strange things. She often told Li Qingru those interesting things that happened in the alleys of the city, which made Li Qingru feel much better. After a long time, the little beggar was no longer called the little beggar. Li Qingru gave her a name, Chuanya. Chuanya became Li Qingru's personal maid, serving her wholeheartedly. Li Qingru liked to listen to her interesting stories, and also liked the atmosphere of the streets and alleys she talked about, especially the clean and pure temperament of Chuanya, which was different from the girls raised in the deep courtyards. She had an untamed temperament. Li Qingru took care of Chuanya as a sister, and occasionally taught her to read and write. Chuanya also respected this kind-hearted lady, especially seeing the love between her and the adults. She was particularly happy and envious, and always hoped that one day she could live such a good life. 8 months later, Li Qingru's belly was big, and Chuanya also grew from the dark and thin little beggar to the graceful appearance of today. It turned out that she was already 16 years old, but she had been struggling among beggars in the past, so she always had to make herself look dirty to be safe. In addition, beggars had no food or clothes, and they were often hungry, so they always looked like they had not grown up. Now, after being raised in the Qin mansion for more than half a year, she finally looked like a beautiful girl. Later, the son of the housekeeper of the Qin mansion took a fancy to Chuanya, and wanted to ask the lady to make a decision to see if Chuanya could be betrothed to his son as a daughter-in-law. Li Qingru told Chuanya about this. Chuanya lowered her head at the time, and did not say yes or no, but her eyes were slightly red. She said that she only wanted to be with the lady and serve her in this life, and she didn't want anything else. Li Qingru just smiled and touched her head, then said, "Silly girl. Who wants to be a slave for life? The son of the housekeeper is not a slave. He can read a few words, and he manages several shops outside. If you can marry him, you will have no worries in the second half of your life." So Chuanya stopped talking. Originally, this matter was settled, but half a month later, a terrible thing happened in this mansion. Chuanya climbed onto the bed of the master. It was the day when the master came back from a banquet outside. That night, the master was a little drunk and came back a little late. After washing up, Master Qin was still worried about the lady's increasingly heavy body in recent days, so he slept in the outer room without saying a word. As a result, when he woke up the next morning, Master Chen was a little confused. He saw Chuanya lying in his arms, and both of them were naked. When Li Qingru saw this scene, she was stunned. Her face lost all color, and she had a miscarriage on the spot. Mr. Chen looked even more guilty, and had no idea why he had slept with a maid next to his wife, especially causing his wife to have a miscarriage. Afterwards, Li Qingru went through a lot of hardships to give birth to the baby in her belly safely. It was a very beautiful little girl, but this birth was ultimately a loss of her body, and I'm afraid it won't be very smooth in terms of conceiving children in the future. Because of this miscarriage, her daughter's body has been very weak, much more fragile than a normal child. It was not until she was out of confinement, and another 2 months later, that her daughter's complexion gradually improved. But not long after, she heard a more disgusting news again. The beggar Chuanya, who climbed the bed, was also pregnant. It has been almost 3 months. Counting the days. It happened when she had a miscarriage. In the end, her husband had no choice but to take Chuanya as a concubine and raise her in the mansion from then on, just waiting for her to give birth to a child in the future. When Li Qingru heard the news, she felt sick and wanted to vomit. She didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. She felt as if her chest was pressed down by a huge stone. She was resentful and hateful, and she wanted to rush out and strangle that bitch to death. Why? Why did she treat her like this? Was she not good to Chuanya? She didn't care about her stealing money on the street, saved her life, taught her to read and write, provided her with food, clothing, shelter and transportation, and gave her silver salary so that she would not have to associate with beggars for the rest of her life. But in the end, is this how she treated her? Climbing onto her husband's bed when she was about to give birth. This feeling of having something stuck in her throat is really disgusting. Li Qingru wanted to ask people to beat the bitch who climbed into bed to death. But she had to watch the concubine take away her husband. From now on, her child will take away the love that belongs to her daughter. And she has to pretend to be the mistress of the family and treat her child and her daughter equally. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Is this retribution? Retribution for her disrespect for the mistress and bullying her elder sister in the past. So God wants her to taste this disgusting taste? Li Qingru couldn't help but think. What if the child born by the concubine bullied her daughter in the future? Can she bear it? Can she watch the child born by the bitch suppress her daughter? Impossible. No. No one can bully her child. Whoever dares to touch her daughter, she will never let her go even if she dies. Li Qingru couldn't help crying as she thought about it. And it was not until this moment that she finally understood how her mother felt back then. Sorry. She really knows she was wrong. But some things can't be changed just because she knows she was wrong. Her elder sister is dead. She could have had a very happy family, her own husband, and her own children in the future. But all of these were ruined by her. Every time she went back to her parents' home, her mother even refused to see her, and still refused to forgive her. In the void, Nanyan floated out of the body slowly. The system stopped in midair and asked her, "The host's mission has been completed. Why don't you return to the system space directly?" Nanyan touched her chin and asked it back. "You know that my mother had a miscarriage when she gave birth to me, which resulted in a difficult delivery, resulting in a loss of qi and blood, and her health has been bad ever since. Right? Yes. The medical technology in ancient times was not perfect, and giving birth was like stepping into the gates of hell. The host's mother had a difficult delivery that year, which led to a uterine cavity infection. She has not been well treated for so many years, which led to her illness." Nanyan asked it again. "Is there any pill that can completely restore my mother's body? Mix it with the supplements my mother usually takes to help her recover her health." The system thought for a while and replied, "Yes. There is. But it's quite expensive. Do you want to buy it?" Nanyan didn't fall for it. "How much do you say first?" The system replied unceremoniously, "Half of the points for this task." "Poor then. Don't come to cheat me." Nanyan was rich, but she couldn't help glaring at it at this moment. "I'm poor because of you guys. What a joke. Half of the points for this mission. Why don't you go and grab them?" The system shook its legs and snorted twice in a very human way. "Isn't this just grabbing? Are you going to buy it or not? If you miss this village, you won't be able to have this store anymore." Nanyan rubbed her forehead, put a ball of flour simulated by the system under her feet, and stepped hard a few times. Buy. Hurry up and deduct it. And go home after deducting it. After deducting the points, the system pointed to a white-robed monk who was sitting in meditation in the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. There was no incense table or Buddha in front of him. The monk closed his eyes and calmly chanted something in his mouth. Nanyan passed by the small courtyard, just glanced at it and turned back. In the dark, the monk only felt a breeze brushing past his ears, staying on his forehead for a moment, and then disappeared without a trace. Wuwang opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and peaceful. He looked at the empty courtyard, then looked at the empty sky in the distance. And suddenly he felt a very strange feeling in his heart. Did something touch his head just now? Chapter 136. After Nanyan returned to the system space and continued to live a luxurious and inhumane life for a week. One day, after lunch, her small system suddenly brought back a message. Her mother is pregnant again. In Nanyan's small world, her mother's complexion has become much rosy and healthy. especially after she got pregnant. The whole person looks a lot younger. I don't know if it's because of the system's magic medicine. After all, it cheated her of half of the task points. Since her daughter's death, Mrs. Lee's health has been much worse than before. She originally thought that this was her life. Who knew that one morning when she woke up, she suddenly felt stuffy and nauseous in her chest. She originally thought it was because of the heat stroke. The weather these days is a bit hot and humid. It's August and September, which is the hottest time of the year in Yunyun City. A few days ago, she heard that the wife of the Chen mansion had a miscarriage and gave birth to a weak daughter. This incident inexplicably reminded her of the time when she gave birth to Yen Yin. That was the time when she suffered too much damage to her body, and she didn't take good care of herself afterwards. So she couldn't get pregnant again in this life. It was inevitable to say that she had regrets. But as her daughter grew up and stayed with her day by day, this knot in her heart was slowly untied. It was a pity that God actually let her send her son away. At this point, Mrs. Lee had already looked down on it. Anyway, this was how her life would be. But she thought that the child was innocent after all. Li Qingrou's biological mother had died of illness a long time ago. The Jinshi surname Chen was born without a father or a mother. There was no mistress in the Chen mansion to handle the chores, except for an old lady who was old. There was no caring person who could take care of Li Qingru who was giving birth. Madame Li sighed and asked the servants to prepare 2 old ginsengs to send to Chen's house as a gift to make up for her daughter's misfortune. She hoped that her unlucky daughter could be born into a good family in the next life and would never die so early again. Thinking of this, Madame Li felt that her chest was more stuffy. She didn't know what was going on for the past 2 days. She felt uncomfortable all over her body, especially that old man. This dislike was expressed at lunch the next day, when she saw the fish soup on the table. Madame Li vomited it out with a dry heave. The maids around her were all scared. Some served her and some patted her back. Lord Li was so shocked that he even dropped his chopsticks. He quickly asked the servants to invite a doctor. Then, he turned around and picked up Madame Li and sent her directly to the inner room to rest. As a result, when he stood up, his waist twisted. Finally, Lord Li and Madame Li lay down together. One of them lay on the soft couch in the outer room, doubting his life, while the other was in the bedroom, looking at the people outside with cold eyes and disgust. You are already so old, but you still imitate the young people to carry your wife into the bedroom. You don't even look at your old arms and legs. You are exhausted from climbing mountains for so many years. Can you carry her? Still carry her? It's really embarrassing. Finally, the doctor came to diagnose. Lord Li outside was howling even more. The doctor first helped him check, and then said that it was just a twisted waist, and there was nothing wrong with other parts. Apply a few plasters and lie down to rest for a few days, and he will be fine. After explaining all this, he went to the inner room to feel Madame Li's pulse. After this round of consultation, the old doctor immediately smiled and saluted twice, then said, "Congratulations, Master Li. Your madam is pregnant. It has been more than 2 months. Madam is not young anymore, and the fetus is a little unstable. Madam, you must take good care of yourself during this period. Don't worry too much and be anxious. I will prescribe some medicine for you to calm your nerves and protect the fetus. Madam, just remember to take it on time every day." Hearing this, Mrs. Li was stunned. What a joke. She was already 33 years old. Her daughter was already old enough to have children, but she could still get pregnant. And in order to get pregnant again over the years, she had used all kinds of prescriptions and folk remedies. But she was old after all, and her daughter was not young anymore. So she gave up completely. As a result, the doctor told her that she was pregnant again. Madame Li was so surprised that she was speechless. She touched her flat belly. Was it the child that had been bothering her these days? When Lord Li heard the news outside, he was shocked. He didn't know how he got up. He rushed in and grabbed the old doctor's wrist and asked several times, "Doctor, are you sure? Is my wife really pregnant? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The old doctor's face was serious. "I have been practicing medicine for more than 30 years. I can tell such a simple pulse. Lord Li, you are still strong. You can't take care of your body in the future. Look at your twisted waist." The couple blushed after being scolded by the old doctor. They lowered their heads and said yes. Madame Li felt embarrassed and glared at Lord Li. Lord Li was like a quail and didn't dare to say a word. After sending the doctor away, Madame Li touched her belly and thought of her daughter again. She sighed in her heart that it must be her daughter's spirit in heaven who blessed her, and knew that her mother would be alone for the rest of her life. So she specially sent her such a treasure. After seeing everything in this small world, Nan Yen couldn't help but laugh. She touched the system's little head and praised it. Not bad. Not bad. The magic medicine produced by the system is really good. My mother shouldn't be in danger this time when giving birth. Right? The system showed her the instructions. It shouldn't be. This medicine has a follow-up conditioning effect. And your mother has already given birth once. So the second birth should be smoother than the first time. Nan Yen smiled and waved her hand. That's it. Okay. Host. This new mission has been opened. And your vacation balance is insufficient. Please prepare as soon as possible to start the next mission. After eating the last piece of dessert, Nan Yen spent the last romantic night in the system space, clapped her hands, turned around, and went to the new world to accept the mission with great satisfaction. Very good. This time it is still a forced marriage and robbery version of the Jianghu martial arts world. Forced marriage and robbery. The fun is exciting. Not bad. Not bad. Now there is something to play. Nan Yen successfully entered the plot world, which is indeed an old version of the Jianghu martial arts world. Bloody and exciting. Usually, this kind of Jianghu forces are divided into two opposing forces. And this Jianghu world is the same. On one side are the upright people headed by many martial arts families, among which the most famous are the Zhao family, the master of Qingzhou martial arts, and the Morong family, the martial arts family of Jingzhou City. They are the undisputed famous families in the martial arts world. Local tyrants. And their disciples are countless. On the other side are the evil people headed by the Xuansong sect, which is usually called the demon sect by the upright people. Their style of doing things has always been willful and unrestrained. After this kind of people form a group, they are headed by the leader of the Xuansong sect. There is also a force that maintains neutrality, but it is only a small part, so let's not count it. The two forces have always kept their distance from each other. The upright people do not govern the sphere of influence of the demon sect, and the followers of the demon sect do not disturb the recuperation of the righteous. The two forces have always maintained a certain superficial peace. But since the new leader of Xuansong sect took office, this seemingly calm and privately small-scale pattern seems to have been slowly broken. The new leader Yu Luyun is a rare martial arts genius with extremely high martial arts talent. In his early years, he was also a well-known upright martial arts family in the world. But not long after, the Yu family suffered a huge change. The whole family was provoked and exterminated by the enemy more than 10 years ago. The relatives of the family died and were injured. In the end, only the male protagonist and his mother escaped alive. The male protagonist Yu Luyun's martial arts were all abolished. Although he was lucky enough not to die, he was actually almost a useless person. At that time, the male protagonist was so weak that he couldn't even beat a scholar who couldn't even tie a chicken. How could such a person survive in the world? Moreover, not long after, the male protagonist's only relative, his mother, died of serious injuries. The entire Yu family was left with only the male protagonist, which made people even more desperate. Well, this is definitely one of the worst male protagonists in history. But he doesn't deserve sympathy. Nan Yen filtered the next plot and continued to watch. After the hero's mother passed away, the hero had no choice. His martial arts were abolished, and he had no one to rely on. He had no choice but to obey his mother's request and go to the Lin family in Qingzhou City. This Lin family was once a family friend of the Yu family. The eldest lady of the Lin family, Lin Pianran, had an engagement with him, and the jade hairpin was an alliance. When Yu Luyun was 14 years old, he knew that the eldest lady of the Lin family in Qingzhou City was his fiancée. He had also seen that spoiled and willful little girl, who was 4 years younger than him. When she came to the Yu family, she would lie on the table and call him her fiancé brother. It was from that time that Yu Luyun remembered the girl in his heart and always remembered to marry her when he grew up. Unfortunately, before he could fulfill the engagement, the Yu family suddenly suffered a disaster. So the engagement was naturally shelved. Now that the Yu family has suffered such a huge change, if it is not really desperate, Yu Luyun would not want his fiancée to see his miserable side. But there is no way. In order to survive, he still went. It's a pity that people in this world have never been able to help others in times of need. But many people add icing on the cake. In the past, when the Yu family was in its heyday in Songzhou and became a powerful family. The head of the Lin family personally brought generous gifts to the door every year, and finally coaxed and begged to establish a marriage relationship with their Yu family. Now, the male protagonist went through untold hardships and found the Lin family in Qingzhou City, but was stopped outside the door because he was dirty and embarrassed. After Yu Liyun explained the whole thing, he thought the guard would let him in, but he never thought that the Lin family directly let the guard beat him out. At first, Yu Liyun thought that the guards didn't recognize him, and he tried to explain that he was not a liar, that he really had an engagement with the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Pianran, and even brought a token. Yu Liyun carefully took out the hairpin that his mother had handed to him before she died, and told the guards that there was a token as evidence. If they didn't believe what he said, they could ask the head of the Lin family and the eldest daughter of the Lin family to come over. He was really not a liar, and the eldest daughter of the Lin family recognized him. As a result, the guard snatched the hairpin from his hand, threw it on the ground, and chopped it into pieces with a kick. Then he looked at him with contempt, scolding him that a stinky beggar dared to covet the eldest daughter of their Lin family, which was simply wishful thinking. The guard also said that the young lady did not come out to see you just to leave you the last dignity. You do it look at the dirty and smelly appearance of your own, which can be worthy of the young lady in our family. For desperately, there was no surprise that he was surrounded by many guards. He was interrupted with one arm and a leg. He was thrown into the beggar in the streets and alleys in the back of the street. On that day, Miss Lin's eldest son was accompanied by the 5 sons of the Zhao family in Qingzhou to appreciate the lotus in the house. How could Lin Pianran agree to it when she learned that her former fiancé was coming to marry her with the token she had once kept? Without even a second thought, she asked the servants to quickly get rid of Yu Liyun and destroy the token she had once kept, so as not to ruin her reputation of being pure and innocent. Yu Liyun was now a cripple, and the Yu family was completely wiped out in Songzhou. What could she do if she married him? Would she have to live with him and beg for a living? How could a young lady like her endure such hardships? It would be better to kill her with a sword. And Yu Liyun was now just a stinking beggar, and even his martial arts were crippled. How could such a person want to marry her? How could he be worthy of it? After Lin Pianran asked the guards to beat Yu Liyun out, Yu Liyun did not die. As the male protagonist, even if he was seriously injured and only had his last breath left, as long as he was given a little time, he would soon be able to recover to his full health state. The same thing happened to Yu Liyun. Not only did he not die, but he was taken back by an old monster one day. That old monster was the previous leader of Xuansong sect. The leader of Xuansong sect was just curious. This kid who was mixed in with the beggars had damaged tendons and veins all over his body and suffered serious internal and external injuries. According to this level of injury, ordinary people would not be able to stand up again even if they did not die. But this kid was different. Not only did he not die, but he could practice sword with branches in the grove every night with his own willpower. From the beginning, he could not even hold the branches steadily. To the last move, he swung his sword with a bit of momentum. The old leader finally had an idea and tested the man in the forest. Finally, he determined that the boy's martial arts talent was indeed very high. But his martial arts were wasted because of the damage to his tendons and veins. Otherwise, with his talent, even if he did not practice the superior martial arts, he could be among the second-rate masters in the world within 5 years. The old leader touched his chin and finally took the boy back. But taking him back is not a blessing. Yu Liyun didn't know who this man was, and was very alert at first, until the old man said that he could help him recover his martial arts. And Yu Liyun immediately became obedient, regardless of whether what this man said was true or false. As long as there was a possibility of recovering martial arts, Yu Liyun would not miss it. In the end, he didn't know where he found another old man who loved to test poisons, planted poisons on him, tested medicines, raised goo, and helped him connect his tendons and veins. During this period, he went through a lot of hardships, and finally successfully helped him connect his tendons and veins, and opened up the original blockage, making it easier for him to practice martial arts than ordinary people. Yu Liyun also worshipped this old man as his master for this reason. And later he found out that this old man was the famous leader of Xuansong sect in the martial arts world. And the old leader brought Yu Liyun back for a purpose. Otherwise, he would not have gone through so much trouble to have someone rescue him, and taught him martial arts again. and finally married his own daughter to him. The old leader just wanted to train him at first, and train him to be a dog to protect Xuansong sect and his daughter. But he didn't expect that this loyal dog was not a dog, but a wolf waiting for an opportunity. This wolf was just disguised as a dog when he was in a desperate situation. The old leader made a mistake, but his body was already bad at that time, and he had already run out of energy. So he wanted to find a reliable successor for his daughter, so that his daughter could have no worries about food and clothing in the second half of her life. After the death of the old leader, Yu Luyun successfully succeeded Xuansong sect. At first, there were still those who were dissatisfied and challenged him in public. But after seeing Yu Luyun's unfathomable inner strength and overwhelming force, no one dared to disobey him. And the original owner was the background cannon fodder, the biological daughter of the old leader, and Yu Luyun's current wife. Although Zhou Nanyan was the daughter of the leader of Xuansong sect, she could not practice martial arts since she was a child because of her physical condition. She was very easy to get hurt in this world of rivers and lakes. So her father protected her very well. And it was precisely because her father protected her so well that his daughter developed such a gentle and quiet temperament of a lady from a noble family. She loved playing chess, calligraphy and painting, and embroidery on weekdays. When she had nothing to do, she would read poetry and books. She didn't look like a child of a river and lake family at all. After Zhou Nanyan married Yu Luyun, they treated each other with respect. Zhou Nanyan actually liked this husband in her heart, but because of her shy and introverted personality, she never dared to express this feeling. And Yu Luyun also respected her very much. After all, she was the daughter of the previous leader, and the leader was his savior and half-master. So he respected the daughter of this master. But the relationship between the two was different from that of ordinary couples, because Yu Luyun was half-coerced to marry Zhou Nanyan from the beginning. The previous leader threatened him openly and secretly that if he did not marry his daughter, then everything he had at the moment would be taken back. Yu Luyun naturally had to marry, and he had to marry respectfully. But after the marriage, he really didn't have any feelings for the daughter of the leader. It can't be said that he didn't like her. It can only be said that it was too bland. The relationship between the two was so bland that even on the wedding night, when they took off their clothes and lay on the same bed, Yu Luyun still didn't react to her at all. In the end, Yu Luyun found an excuse, saying that he was not yet fully practicing martial arts, and could not waste his energy, so the matter of having sex was put on hold. Zhou Nanyan blushed and nodded at random, hurriedly put on her clothes, and did not dare to mention it again. After that, Yu Luyun lived in the outer room. The two of them spent half a year in such a respectful way. Zhou Nanyan had always thought that her husband liked her, although he was a little cold and didn't like to tell her anything on weekdays. Maybe he was so introverted by nature, and he never told her about those things outside. Maybe just because he didn't want her to worry about him. After all, he really respected her. Zhou Nanyan always thought so. But one day, she saw a girl imprisoned in the cell of Xuansong sect's underground palace. The girl pointed at her husband's nose and cursed him in the cell. She called him a stinky beggar. A stinky beggar. A shameless bastard. Even if he imprisoned her for a lifetime, he was still a worthless stinky beggar in her eyes. She would never marry him. A big devil. A disgusting martial arts scum in her life. Zhou Nanyan didn't know who the woman was, but until that moment, Zhou Nanyan knew that her husband was not without emotions. He would be angry, furious, helpless, and would mock and force the imprisoned woman. He would feel distressed when he saw the woman crying. But after the distress, he began to mock again. He had mixed feelings of love and hate for her, and all his emotions were caused by that woman. But why? When facing her, his legitimate wife, he could remain calm as always? Sometimes he even didn't bother to be perfunctory. Zhou Nanyan felt very shocked for a moment. It turned out that her husband was completely different in front of her and another woman. She didn't even know whether her husband, who used to sleep with her, had any feelings for her. After that, Zhou Nanyan entered the underground palace again when her husband was away. It was also that time that she learned that the woman imprisoned here was named Lin Pianran, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Qingzhou City. It was also from her that she learned about her husband's past. It turned out that they had an engagement, but now the engagement has been invalidated and Yu Luyun has married her. Lin Pianran had already been engaged to the fifth son of the Zhao family. Originally, the three of them went out to travel together and planned to go back to get married after the travel. However, Yu Liyun got the news from nowhere, and captured her, and locked her up in this underground palace. It has been almost 2 months now. If she doesn't show up again, her fiancé will be worried to death. Later, Lin Pianran asked her if she could let her go. If she really couldn't let her go, could she help her pass a message to her 2 companions and let them rescue her? Under the repeated requests of the woman, Zhou Nanyan finally agreed. When she agreed, she was entangled and sad. She was entangled because she betrayed her husband, and sad because her husband really treated Miss Lin differently. Obviously, the girl hated him so much, but he still wanted to imprison her by his side. What kind of feelings would make him do this? In fact, Zhou Nanyan agreed to let Miss Lin go for her own selfish reasons. She hoped that Miss Lin would reunite with her fiancé as soon as possible after leaving, and go back to get married as soon as possible. In this way, her husband would no longer miss her. Afterwards, Zhou Nanyan asked the maid to pass the message to the 2 young men in the inn at the foot of the mountain, and helped the 2 men after they successfully sneaked into Xuansong sect. Finally, she helped the 3 of them escape from Xuansong sect successfully, hoping that they would escape far away, and she hoped that she would never see them again from now on. But after she did all this, she went back to face her husband's anger that could no longer be suppressed. Yu Liyun was furious, and this time, he completely broke up with her, and the little affection they had in the past also disappeared completely at this moment. Zhou Nanyan never thought that one day her husband would pinch her neck for another woman, and then tell her word by word. From the beginning to the end, the only wife in his mind was the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Who are you? You are just a stepping stone for my comeback. How dare you touch my people? It was at that moment that Zhou Nanyan finally understood that her husband had never loved her. She was not even as good as a hair of Lin Pianran. Afterwards, Yu Liyun was extremely angry and lost control, and directly sent her out of Xuansong sect in the name of apostasy. After giving this order, he immediately sent people to catch the escaped Lin Pianran back. No matter what, he had to catch her back. After his subordinates found out the whereabouts of the 3 people, Yu Liyun finally went out in person, not only to catch Lin Pianran back, but also to severely injure her fiancé in front of her. After Zhou Nanyan was sent out of Xuansong sect, she happened to meet 2 other seriously injured people, Lin Pianran's fiancé Zhao Xiuyan, and one of his companions Murong Tuo. The 2 thought she was lost accidentally, and originally wanted to take her as a hostage to Xuansong sect to exchange Lin Pianran. But it was useless, and Yu Liyun had no feelings for his former wife. With serious injuries, Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tuo could not hold on for long, and finally they could only take Zhou Nanyan to the inn together. However, after arriving at the inn, Zhou Nanyan was targeted by someone because of her outstanding appearance, and was captured by a flower thief that night. Zhao Xiuyan originally wanted to rescue her, but the companion beside him just said coldly, "Forget it. It's none of our business anyway. Yu Liyun's own wife doesn't care, so why should we go to great lengths to help him save people? Don't forget that Sister Pian Pian is still in his hands." Zhao Xiuyan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this, but he didn't refute it. After all, for him, his fiancée must be more important than a stranger. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan naturally stopped thinking about it. Besides, everyone in the martial arts world knew that most women in the demon sect were very capable. Although the leader's wife had never heard of her reputation before, she should still have the ability to protect herself. So the 2 of them just left Zhou Nanyan alone. This led to Zhou Nanyan being violated by the flower thief that night. After losing her innocence, she was hit hard. After stumbling out of the demon cave, she heard people talking about the news that the new leader wanted to remarry at the foot of Xuansong Sect Mountain. When she heard the news, Zhou Nanyan was a little dazed for a while, crying and laughing, not knowing what she had done wrong, why she had to suffer such treatment. Finally, in despair and pain, she walked to an uninhabited wilderness, found an old tree, cried under the tree for a long time, and then hanged herself with a belt. In this way, she, the former leader's wife, died. From beginning to end, she never hurt anyone, and even helped many people. But in the end, she ended up with such a naked death. Even the body was not buried. In the rest of the plot, the hero continued to forcefully marry the heroine. After forcibly marrying the heroine still hated and resented him, blaming him for ruining her lifelong happiness. After the hero realized that he really liked the heroine, he began to change the way he loved her, constantly compromising for her. constantly getting hurt for her, and finally seeing the heroine in pain. He felt extremely painful and regretful. And such a hero finally moved the heroine. And the two finally reached a reconciliation at a critical moment of life and death, and became a happy and perfect couple. As for the heroine's original fiancé Zhao Xiuyan, and the third male backup Murong Tu, seeing that their sweetheart finally chose someone else, although they were sad, they finally chose to let go, went back to their own homes, followed the instructions of the elders step by step, and then married and had children, and lived a plain and happy life. Chapter 137. After reading all the plots about the original owner, Nan Yin suddenly had only 2 words in her mind. That is, outrageous. Why would such a good girl end up in such a situation? Yu Luyan knew that she didn't know any martial arts, but he still sent her out of Xuansong sect alone in the name of apostasy. This was clearly forcing her to death. If her father was still alive, would Yu Luyan dare to treat her like this? Or did Yu Luyan treat her like this in fact because he had some revenge in his heart for her and his father for forcing him to marry her? And Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tu really didn't have any friendship at all. The original owner helped them sneak into the underground palace of Xuansong sect, helped him meet his fiancée, and finally helped hide and let 3 people go. This, isn't it a favor to them? Why did these 2 people say such cold and indifferent words after she was captured by the flower thief? Not to mention that their first reaction to her lifesaver was not gratitude, but they actually wanted to exchange her identity for Lin Pianran? It's ridiculous. Is it because they were opponents from the beginning to the end, and because she was a member of the demon sect, that those people were so ruthless to her? Can such a person be called a righteous person? Bah! The original owner was such a good girl, who had never done a bad thing from beginning to end. The only thing she did wrong was that her identity as the male protagonist's wife seriously hindered the open love between the male and female protagonists. So she was forced to go offline. A group of double-standard dog men. Nan Yin took a deep breath. If she hadn't met this group of dog men, with the original owner's appearance and such a gentle and considerate temperament, she could have married any normal man and lived a plain and happy life. What a pity and hateful. Nan Yin reviewed the development of the plot. Now the plot is that the hero has captured the heroine, who was traveling around the world, and imprisoned her in the underground palace of Xuansong sect. This man didn't know that he liked the heroine from the beginning. He just felt that he had an inexplicable obsession with the heroine, because of her refusal to marry and her ruthless hurt. The hero now has mixed feelings of love and hate for her, with more hatred than love. So after imprisoning Lin Pianran, the hero would stimulate her from time to time, mock her, and force her to do things she didn't want to do, so that she could also try the pain and blow she had suffered. But the heroine at this moment has not been tamed by the hero. She has her own sweetheart, and she likes her fiancé, the gentle and noble, the 5th son of the Zhao family, who looks like the breeze and the moon. The jade-like son nurtured by a real big family is not comparable to the drowned dog in front of him. So Lin Pianran hated Yu Luyan, who not only captured her, but also came to provoke her every day. Why did this stinky beggar capture her? Disgusting stinky beggar. Did he think that she would compromise if he did that? It's impossible. She will never compromise in her life. So every time Yu Luyan came to the underground palace, she would scold him. Sometimes the scolding was too much. Yu Luyan would get angry and lose control, then pinch her neck and taunt her, sarcastically saying that she was now as pitiful as a dead dog that was slaughtered by anyone. But considering that they had been engaged before, as long as she knew she was wrong and as long as she begged for mercy, he might let her go. But Lin Pianran was very stubborn and refused to beg for mercy. She was pinched until her cheeks turned red, but she still scolded him for being a beggar with wild imagination. He'd better kill her like this if he had the ability. Otherwise she would never bow to him in her life. The two of them hated and killed each other, and entangled with each other. In the end, Yu Luyan not only did not kill her, but he was more and more out of control and lost his mind because of her anger. But the more Lin Pianran treated him like this, the more he continued to look for her like this. And he couldn't let her go. Maybe this is the mutual attraction between the male and female protagonists. Just like now, Yu Luyan just came out of the underground palace after mocking someone, and he didn't get the advantage from the female protagonist this time. Not only was he scolded, but he almost lost control and strangled the female protagonist to death in the end. The heroine was choked to the point of rolling her eyes and almost suffocating before being released by this man. It was also the first time that she realized that this man really wanted to kill her. It turned out that he really had murderous intentions towards her. Because of this, the heroine's attitude towards the hero slowly changed a little. After all, fear of death is human nature, isn't it? Because of this change, the hero's attitude was not so tough the next time he went to the underground palace. And the relationship between the two of them gradually had a better beginning. Nan Yin adjusted her expression, holding a bowl of osmanthus lotus seed soup just taken from the kitchen, and slowly walked towards Yu Liuyun's yard. This time, she was a very gentle lady from a wealthy family, with a truly gentle temperament, and even spoke softly. Very good. She liked such girls the most. As for the gentle knife, it would be best if it could stab him in the heart. Since her father passed away, Yu Liyun has been impatient to move out of her yard, saying that his daily practice would disturb her. Although they are husband and wife, they basically take care of themselves every day. Zhou Nanyan wants to get close to him, but after being rejected by him repeatedly, she is a little embarrassed to get close to him. She always feels that she is not reserved enough and will annoy her husband. But even if she does nothing, she will annoy him just standing there, and he will not hesitate to stick to her even if she scolds him every time they meet and hurts him when he hates her. It's so outrageous. Since they got married, they have only met a few times a month. But Yu Liyun goes to the underground palace to meet the heroine almost every few days. How can this be possible? How can you get closer without meeting? As soon as she entered the door, Nan Yin saw Yu Liyun sitting in the study with his eyes closed. He was leaning on the backrest to rest. His eyebrows were slightly frowned, and his slender white fingers were pressing his eyebrows lightly. It was estimated that he had just come out of the underground palace and didn't get any advantage from the heroine. So he was so bored. Nan Yin put down the food box gently, then walked around the beaded curtain and called the handsome back, who was thinking by the table tenderly. Husband. The other party should be completely immersed in his own thoughts, and did not hear her voice. Under normal circumstances, martial artists would not relax their vigilance so much. It seems that this time, Yu Liyun was very angry with the heroine. Nan Yin then walked quietly behind Yu Liyun, slowly stretched out her soft little hands, and gently pressed on his temple. As soon as she touched him, the man trembled all over and suddenly woke up. Almost subconsciously, Yu Liyun grabbed the little hand pressing on his temple with his backhand, and then pulled the person standing behind him over with force. And then the palm of his hand ruthlessly pinched the other person's neck. Who are you? Before he finished speaking, he met a pair of surprised eyes, which were still a little moist, and the eyeballs were black and moist, as clean and clear as black pearls, and with a bit of softness and ethereal feeling. And Nan Yin seemed to have no idea what happened. After being pulled over by Yu Liyun, she did not struggle at all, and fell into his arms obediently, as if she trusted and relied on her husband very much. The posture of the two at this moment was also a bit weird. Nan Yin sat on Yu Liyun's legs and looked at him so softly. What's wrong? Yu Liyun paused for a moment when he was looked at with such eyes, but he quickly reacted and released the hand that had been restraining her, then frowned and said, Why didn't you call me? Don't you know that martial artists are very alert? When you suddenly appear behind me, I will subconsciously think that you are someone who wants to sneak attack, so I will easily hurt you. Don't do this again in the future. Push the responsibility on her head when you disagree with her. Haha. Don't think she doesn't know. The heroine slaps you and threatens you with a dagger, but you can still fight back and scold you without fighting back. Why does she make so many messy demands when she touches you? Where do so many quirks come from? It's essentially double standards. Anyway, no matter how many mistakes you make, it's all her fault in the end. Nan Yin thought so in her heart, but her face was still as gentle as water. Her eyelashes were slightly curled, and she couldn't help but glance at him and said, with some doubt in her voice, You still blame me? I clearly called you several times, but you didn't hear it. I saw you frowning and looking worried, and I couldn't help but feel distressed. So I thought of coming over to help you massage, Nan Yin said, and then she stretched out her hand again, and gently pressed his temple in his slightly resistant eyes. The hands were soft and boneless. The fingertips were soft and warm, and the temperature of the hands was also warm. While gently massaging, she asked him, Husband, has anything bothering you recently? I see that you always look restless, and I am always a little worried in my heart. Don't tire yourself out. Yu Liyun was a little uncomfortable at first, and had an inexplicable repulsion to the approach of the person in his arms. But considering that she was his legitimate wife, he didn't hide. Another thing is that the pressure of her hand is really comfortable. And after a few gentle rubbings, her body is indeed relaxed a lot. Yuluyun exhaled lightly and let her go. It's nothing. Just the usual things in the church. I can handle it alone. Don't worry. Nan Yan's expression seemed to become a little helpless when she heard him say this. And the movement of her hand slowly stopped. After hesitating for a while, she still reached out and gently held his palm. The slender and distinct knuckles were intertwined with her slender and soft fingers. Nan Yan raised her eyes and looked at him seriously, and said in a soft and gentle voice, "Of course I believe in my husband. But we are husband and wife after all. I hope that if my husband has any unhappy things in his heart, he can ask me, his wife, to share his worries and relieve his worries. Although I don't know martial arts, I can always help you think of a solution." At the end, her voice seemed to be a little slow and low. Yuluyun looked at his hand gently held by her, and there was almost no emotional fluctuation in his heart. He had never had any feelings for the woman in his arms. He married her only at the request and coercion of the former leader. He didn't like this kind of woman at all. Not to mention that he had a fiancée in his heart that he had always wanted to marry. Even if he didn't have a fiancée, he would always refuse this kind of weak woman. Yuluyun's eyes were calm, looking at the gentle and soft woman in front of him. His heart seemed to be free of ripples. He just said calmly, "It's really nothing. You don't have to worry. As a man, you shouldn't bring these things outside back home. Besides, as the leader of Xuanzang sect, if I can't handle such a small matter, how can I convince the people? Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you want to see me this time?" Nan Yin heard him change the subject so abruptly. It seemed that this man was impatient. So she stopped asking. After all, you can't be too anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in your heart. She reached out and gently pressed his waist and abdomen, borrowed a little strength, then got up from his arms, and then went to the outside to bring in the food box, with a smile on her face, saying, "I'm here to bring you food. Your favorite osmanthus lotus seed soup. I asked the servants to cook it according to your usual light taste. Try it and see how it tastes. Is it suitable?" Yuluyun said him casually, then pointed to the table. "Put it on the table. Wait until it cools down before I eat it. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to practice." Nan Yin seemed a little stunned when she heard this. She pursed her lips tightly, but her lips were so rosy, and against her fair face, she inexplicably showed a weak and pitiful look. Yuluyun frowned unconsciously. He found that his wife seemed to be more and more attached to him recently. She would come over on her own initiative, but as long as he said that he had something important to do or was going to practice, his wife would usually leave consciously, instead of looking at him with such tender eyes that were hard to ignore and reject like today. Yuluyun also pursed his lips, thought about it, and finally took the bowl of sweet soup from her hand, and then ate it mouthful by mouthful. The taste is really good. Very light sweetness, with a hint of osmanthus fragrance. In the past, when the Yu family was not exterminated, his mother would also make such osmanthus lotus seed soup for him to drink. Thinking of this, Yuluyun couldn't help but miss it. If his mother was still there, or if their Yu family was still there, it would not be like this now. Perhaps because of the mouth of someone who eats people. Yuluyun's attitude towards Nan Yin finally eased a lot, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her was a little more gentle than before. But it was only a little bit. And Nan Yin sat next to him, with a smile unconsciously overflowing from her eyes. When he ate the lotus seed soup, she held her chin with both hands and looked at him with tenderness and affection. "Husband, do you still remember the first time we met?" Seeing the warm atmosphere at the moment, Nan Yin continued to attack, deepening his impression of her at the moment. Yuluyun said him again, and said, "Remember? I was a medicine man for Master and Mr. Poison Doctor at that time. When you came for the first time, you saw that I was covered in blood. So you quietly handed me a bottle of golden wound medicine and some food, so that I could try to survive later. The experience of being a medicine man was even more miserable than his experience as a beggar. But as long as he thought that he could survive like this, recover his skills and live with dignity like a normal person, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He would rather die in the process of testing medicine than be a beggar for a lifetime. He was very grateful to Zhou Tianning for bringing him back to Xuanzang sect. But he also knew that the man had other purposes for him. The leader Zhou had suffered serious internal injuries in his early years. and there were still some toxins in his body. He had a special physique and became a medicine man. He kept trying various medicines and poisons for the former leader to help him prolong his life. Unfortunately, it was useless in the end. People who were supposed to die would die anyway. So he never felt that he owed the former leader anything. After all, he had repaid all the debts with his own flesh and blood. And becoming the leader of Xuansong sect has always been a matter for the capable. Nan Yan's words brought his thoughts back to the past. Yu Luyun exhaled lightly, suppressed all the complicated emotions in his heart, and then turned to look at her. Why are you talking about this for no reason? What's wrong? Is there any problem? Nan Yan shook her head, looking at the man's obvious lack of memory, and seemed a little unhappy. She turned her face away and snorted, and asked him again, do you really not remember anything at all? Husband? The first time we met was not at the poison doctor's place, but earlier. Think about it carefully. Hearing this, Yu Luyun also looked at this person strangely. If not in Xuansong sect, then where? He was sure that in his memory, he had no impression of this weak and docile woman. Nan Yin saw him bowing his head in thought, and finally still looked ignorant. She couldn't help but stretched out her hand to twist the soft flesh on his waist. The force was also very light, no different from tickling a small animal. Yu Luyun's eyebrows moved slightly. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that the temperament of this little wife in front of him seemed to have become more cheerful recently. She was no longer as reserved as before. She blushed and bowed her head after saying a few words. In the end, she didn't even dare to look at him again. Could it be that because she was unfamiliar with him before and didn't dare to get close to him, and now that they have been married for a long time, she has begun to slowly reveal her true character? Yu Luyun put the empty porcelain bowl on the table beside him, then shook her head and said, I really don't remember where I saw you. Did you remember the wrong person? Nan Yin looked up at him, and seeing that he still had no impression, she could only sigh depressedly, and then said to him, it was 1.5 years ago. That was my first time going out. Dad and a friend were competing in Qingzhou City, and said he would take me out to see the world. So I went with him. After I went there, Dad left me at my friend's house, and went out to fight and drink with others. I was bored in the room alone, so I wanted to go out for a walk, but I accidentally got lost. And the maid didn't know where she went? When she said this, her expression became more depressed, and her fingers unconsciously pulled his sleeves. But Yu Luyun didn't care. At this time, a group of beggars came out of nowhere and surrounded me. They said they wanted to take me to the alley to play. At that time, a young man rushed out of the alley and drove away the beggars. That young man was you, my husband. Do you really not remember it? Nan Yin said this, and her expression became a little happier. Her watery eyes looked at him affectionately. Yu Luyun thought about it carefully. Maybe there was such a thing, but he had forgotten it a long time ago. Besides, it was just a small matter. What was there for her to worry about for so long? Besides, he should have looked like a beggar at that time. I am afraid that in order to maintain the last bit of self-esteem, he refused to associate with the beggars in the alley. Since it is a thing of the past, it is better not to mention it. Nan Yin looked at his expression and couldn't help but smile. My husband was wearing rags at the time, so I thought you were also a beggar, and you were going to rob me of my money like them. So I took out a silver ingot from my purse and put it in front of you. But what happened? Guess what? Yu Luyun raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at her, and asked with some interest, what's wrong? What happened? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing. I put the silver down and turned around to leave. But you seemed to be even angrier after getting the silver ingot. You picked it up with a cold face and threw it at me. It hurt my head and tears came out of my eyes. Then turned around and looked at you with a puzzled face. I was still wondering how there could be such a stupid beggar. He didn't want the silver given to you for free. And he even hit my head. He really didn't know what was good for him. Nan Yin smiled softly. That was the time when I remembered my husband. Later, at the poison doctor's place. It was the second time we met. When I saw you injured, I couldn't help but secretly give you medicine. Yu Luyun seemed to have a vague impression of it. He had become a beggar at that time, but he still cared about his self-esteem and refused to accept charity from others. If anyone treated him as a beggar and gave him charity, he would definitely throw the money back. It was also a coincidence. I didn't expect that there was such a past between the two of them. It made Yu Luyun feel a little funny, looking at his wife in front of him. His eyes softened a lot unconsciously. So that's it. Yu Luyun shook his head gently, and a faint smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Seeing him smile, Nan Yen couldn't help but smile with him. It was his shaking head that made Nan Yen accidentally see a blood mark on his neck, as if someone had deliberately cut it with a sharp weapon. The wound was still fresh, because the collar of his clothes was high. Nan Yen didn't notice it at first. At this moment, as he shook his head, the blood mark was looming at the neck, making Nan Yen subconsciously grab his palm, then reach over and say anxiously, "Husband, how did your neck get hurt?" Nan Yen said. Her hands kept moving, and before the other party could react, she quickly and unyieldingly tore open his collar, seeing the finger-long blood mark on the neck that stretched to the collarbone. The blood around it was still a little wet. Nan Yen pursed her lips, and her eyes were almost instantly a little wet. "Why did you get hurt? Who bullied you?" Under his wife's distressed and worried eyes, Yu Luyun subconsciously turned his eyes away, and then pulled his clothes to try to cover the wound. "It's just a minor injury. Just a little skin broken. It's okay. Don't worry." Yu Luyun didn't want to talk too much about this matter, because the wound was caused by Lin Pianren. That woman really did everything to escape. In addition to fasting and pretending to be sick, she also pretended to commit suicide in the end. He was really fooled by her at first, thinking how hard the woman's bones were. As a result, when he just approached, the woman suddenly pulled out a hairpin from her head and stabbed his neck hard. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he might really be hurt by her. Afterwards, he pinched her neck and asked her to apologize, admit her mistake and beg for mercy. But the woman refused to do so. In the end, he was so angry that he smashed the stone table with one palm. And the woman was willing to be honest. The wound on his neck was probably caused by his struggle at that time. But he was too angry at that time, and didn't feel the pain of the wound at all. Now that Nan Yin pointed it out, Yu Luyun realized that he was injured. Nan Yin frowned and pressed his palm, then said, "Don't move. How can it be okay? Such a long cut. The blood hasn't dried yet. You really think you are invincible in the world because of your martial arts skills. You say it's okay with such a long wound. I told you not to move. Didn't you hear it?" Nan Yin said this, stretched out her hand, and patted the palm of the man who wanted to cover the wound. After beating him, she immediately turned around and went to a small cabinet outside to find a mahogany box. There were all kinds of healing tools inside. Gauze, scissors, wound medicine, etc., which were obviously kept here all year round. Nan Yin came back soon with the mahogany box. Yu Luyun felt a little strange for a moment, as if something was wrong. Did his wife just glare at him? Her eyes were red, and I thought she was injured. And I don't know what's going on. How can this person scold so gently? The most important thing is that it's inexplicably hard to refuse. Nan Yin held the other person's body to prevent him from getting up, and asked the maid to fetch a basin of warm water from outside. Then slowly leaned over, soaked her soft and boneless white fingers in the warm water, and then wrung out the handkerchief and wiped the wound under his neck bit by bit. Because of the posture of the two people, Yu Luyun could easily see this person's face when he looked up. To be fair, his wife's appearance is indeed rare in the world. Her fine and dense eyebrows are slightly frowned. Her skin is very white, and her lips are bright red. She is a very beautiful and gentle woman. Because of the action, a strand of long hair that was originally hanging on his chest slowly slid to his chest, slipped in through the collar of his clothes, and rubbed the skin inside from time to time, making him feel that the area was a little cold and itchy. Nan Yin seemed not to notice his gaze, and continued the action of her hands. She moved very gently, and wiped very carefully, fearing that she would hurt people accidentally. From time to time, she blew a few puffs of air close to him. The slightly cool and soft and fragrant breath made Yu Luyun suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. He felt that the wound was not only not painful, but it was a little itchy, especially when this person muttered a few words from time to time. And when the action was a little heavier, he immediately asked him if it hurt. This made Yu Luyun think of the scene when his parents were still alive. His mother was the same in the past. Every time his father was injured in a martial arts competition, no matter whether the injury was serious or minor, his mother would always worry and ask his father if it hurt. Then she also took out a bunch of healing medicines from a small cabinet and cleaned his father's wounds. Especially when cleaning the wounds, her two long eyebrows were just like the man standing in front of him now, all tightly wrinkled. and her eyes were full of worry and nervousness. He used to laugh at his father. He was already an old man, but he was still complaining to his mother all day long that the wound hurt a lot. Obviously, the wound would heal in a few minutes, but it still hurt a lot? It was really shameless. Now vaguely, Yu Luyun understood his father's mood at that time. Perhaps it would be a bit nostalgic to have someone care about you so much. After all, people want to be cared about by others. Thinking of this, Yu Luyun's thoughts were pulled back, and his eyes fell quietly on the person in front of him. She looked clean and didn't look like a person in the martial arts world. She was weak and looked like those rich girls who were raised in the boudoir far away in Kyoto. Such a woman should not appear in their martial arts world. Her hands were very clean, without any blood. But people living in this martial arts world, even a child in his teens, could kill people without hesitation. Her hands were also very soft. Perhaps because she didn't practice martial arts since she was a child, and never did rough work. Her fingers were soft, just like the dough balls he and his mother kneaded in the kitchen when he was a child. Or perhaps even softer and more delicate than that. And she couldn't lift any weapons at all, regardless of whether they are men or women. Martial artists should have strong hands and bodies. Even the high-ranking Miss Lin is a little different from her. Miss Lin is not only delicate but also willful and self-willed. Even when she killed her fiancé, she could do it without hesitation. Thinking about it, Yu Luyun didn't know what happened, and subconsciously caught the hand pressing on his chest. Nan Yin paused for a moment while sprinkling the powder, then lowered her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Did I hurt you by being too heavy? Can I be gentler? From his angle, he could just see the row of thick black eyelashes, the delicate and slightly straight nose, and the lips that were slightly opened and closed when she spoke, revealing a little red. Yu Luyun was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't seem to listen carefully to what she said for a while, and continued to maintain the same posture. Nan Yin didn't care. After applying the medicine powder to him, she was about to turn around and put the things on the table away when the man tightened his strength subconsciously. Nan Yin was pulled into his arms accidentally. She didn't struggle. After a moment of surprise, she sat on his legs naturally, leaning softly at his arms. However, Yu Luyun was thinking and didn't speak. Nan Yin couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you so weird? Is someone in the sect irritating you again? Did the poison doctor ask you to try new medicine again?" She thought for a while, stretched out her hand to help him straighten his collar, and continued, "You are now the leader of the sect, and you don't have to listen to his requests and instructions. But you've been frowning. Have you really encountered any troubles recently? Why do you always look a little bit wrong?" Yu Luyun frowned slightly, and when he recovered, he saw the person in his arms looking at him in confusion. He thought carefully about what she said, and felt that the weird person was obviously the person in front of him. Right? In the past, she was always a little shy and unnatural when facing him. Now she is a lot bolder, but not much. Yu Luyun pinched her fingers unconsciously, thinking of the recent troubles, subconsciously frowned, and then said, "Nothing. Just met a bit of grudges and a difficult opponent recently. But it doesn't matter. I will soon let her know that there is no unbreakable pride in this world." When Yu Luyun said the latter sentence, his eyes obviously became much colder. Nan Yin understood in her heart that it seemed that this man was really obsessed with the heroine, and it would be difficult to pry him away for a while. But she still looked ignorant. Seeing this man frown, she also frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "Is it difficult to deal with? Did she also cause your injury? Will it be dangerous if you continue like this?" Nan Yin mentioned his neck injury in a subtle way, and Yu Luyun's face became much colder. He subconsciously compared the man in his arms with his ex-fiancée. His wife in his arms was gentle and considerate, and cared about him, while that stupid woman bullied him and humiliated him. She looked down on him in the past, and now that he has become the leader of Xian Song sect, she looks down on him even more. But so what? Isn't she still imprisoned in the underground palace of Xian Song sect? Even if she grows wings, she can't escape from his palm. And he wanted to break her pride, to make her bow her head and admit her mistakes, and pay the price for her previous stupid behavior. Yu Luyun felt angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He used more force with his hands, and accidentally pinched Nan Yin with more force, hurting her. He only heard the person in his arms let out a soft hiss. Then he complained faintly, "Husband, what are you thinking about? So absent-minded? Be gentle. You heard me. Yu Luyun finally came to his senses, and subconsciously let go of his hand, saying a little unnaturally, "Sorry. I didn't pay attention. Does it hurt?" Of course it doesn't hurt. She is not as fragile as a paper figure. And she pretends to be like this. Just for fun. Nan Yen nodded, then pursed her lips and handed over the slightly red back of her hand. It hurts? Look. It's all red from being pinched. Yu Luyun looked at the mark on the back of the hand, which was indeed a little red. And because this person's skin color was naturally whiter than ordinary people, the red spot looked particularly eye-catching. Yu Luyun now still respects his wife in his arms. The couple treat each other with respect. Although they don't seem to be familiar with each other, Yu Luyun has no intention of abandoning her for the time being. After all, she is indeed his wife, who is married in a formal way, and the entire Xuansong sect is a witness. Seeing the red mark on the back of her hand, Yu Luyun was silent for a moment and could only say, "Sorry. I didn't mean it." Nan Yen suddenly blinked, then put her finger to his mouth. Her eyebrows seemed to spread spring water, and she looked at him softly. "No. It's useless to apologize. Just blow it." Hearing this, the man who was frowning and silent suddenly froze for a moment. His eyes fell on the gentle and beautiful face of the person opposite him. Then he didn't know why. Maybe he was possessed by a ghost. Yu Luyun subconsciously lowered his head, blew twice, and finally asked, "Is it done?" Nan Yen finally couldn't help laughing. She reached out and pressed his chest, and before he could react, she suddenly leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. After the kiss, she quickly got up from his arms, turned around and ran out. It wasn't until the other person's figure completely disappeared that Yu Luyun reacted. He suddenly felt a little strange, subconsciously reached out and touched his slightly wet lips, frowned slightly, and for a moment, he suddenly felt as if his heart was scratched by a claw of some newborn animal. And it was a little numb. It was like a small stone was thrown into the calm heart lake unexpectedly, and a ripple was inadvertently set off. After walking out of the yard, Nan Yen waited until the man could no longer see her, and then she slowly stopped. Then she clapped her hands, collected her thoughts, and her face was no longer blushing and shy, becoming extremely calm. She didn't believe it. Even if Yu Luyun was really a stone, she would chisel a crack in the stone. "You bastard. Wait." Chapter 138. Yu Luyun always thought that his wife was just acting on impulse yesterday. What happened is over. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was normal for a wife to feel attached to her husband. Although he married her, he had never done some things that a couple should do to her. It was just because Yu Luyun didn't like her at all. If we look at it from the perspective of the normal relationship between a couple, he was indeed a little cold to her. So it wasn't so unbearable for her to come over occasionally. And the two of them got along quite harmoniously yesterday. So Yu Luyun didn't take it to heart. Although she kissed him secretly when he was not prepared. That kiss did make his heart fluctuate a little. But that slight emotional change was quickly ignored by him. Now Yu Luyun still doesn't have much feelings for this wife. So when he came out of the practice room early the next morning and saw his wife waiting in his study with a maid, his first reaction was not joy. Instead, he subconsciously frowned, and even felt a little troubled. Why did she come again? Is this person addicted to coming here? What exactly does she want to do? Is she really thinking of staying with him for a long time and trying to be a real couple with him? Not to mention whether this is possible? Just saying that he doesn't like a woman like her at all is absolutely impossible. Not to mention that he still has someone in his heart that he can't let go, and her unscrupulous approach will only make him feel very uncomfortable. Yu Luyun didn't know what to say for a while. Obviously, she would leave honestly if he hinted at her in the past. But now it's a little different. I don't know if it's intentional or if she really didn't understand. But every time she came to see him, she was so gentle and considerate, which made it impossible to refuse her kindness. After all, she was still his legitimate wife. Wasn't she? Nan Yen didn't care whether he could tolerate it or not. It didn't matter if he couldn't tolerate it. It was just right to take advantage of this period of time to deal with him. Now his wife's title was still very useful. And she, the leader's wife, was also known by all the members of the sect. When she didn't do anything that was detrimental to the Xuansong sect, these people would take good care of her as the leader's wife even for the sake of the former leader. Because of this, Yu Luyun had always been more respectful to her. The kind of cold respect, probably just ignoring her and not seeing her. which saved a lot of trouble. So early the next morning, Nan Yin brought a lot of food from the kitchen again, packed it in the food box one by one, and put it away carefully. Anyway, she didn't hit the smiling face, and she didn't believe that Yu Liyun could still refuse her. Yu Liyun always gets up at the hour of Mao to practice martial arts. Although he has a very high talent for martial arts, he is no less thoughtful than those mediocre people. He is talented and hardworking. It is not in vain that he can quickly suppress all the big and small demons and monsters of Xuanzang sect with thunder after the death of the previous leader, and then stand out from them, and finally become the leader as expected. This person is indeed qualified. When Nan Yin came, Yu Liyun was still practicing internal skills in the inner room. Before he came out, Nan Yin carried the food box and went into the room alone. The maid was forbidden to enter the room at the door of the outer room. This person's study is a little different from the study of the children of officials and noble families she had seen before. Although there are many books, most of them are martial arts techniques of various schools, and some messy military books. The book on the table is also a book of sword techniques that has been turned countless times, and the pages are curled up. Nan Yin walked over and looked around. She saw a small exquisite sandalwood box next to the bookshelf. She was a little curious and took the box down. When she opened it, she found a jade peach blossom hairpin carefully wrapped in a handkerchief. The jade was smooth and the workmanship was exquisite, but it was a pity that the hairpin had been broken into two pieces. Nan Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, and she knew that this was probably the engagement token that was broken by the servant. Seeing how carefully this person kept it, it seemed that Yu Liyun really liked his young fiancée. Even though it was broken like this, he still kept it and refused to throw it away. It was a pity that such a beautiful hairpin had become like this. Nan Yin asked the maid to bring a ball of red thread, and then sat there, carefully wrapping up the broken part with the red thread. For some unknown reason, this person never sent the broken hairpin to be repaired. Perhaps he wanted to make himself remember the humiliation he had suffered and the things the heroine had done to him. When Yu Liyun finished practicing the inner skills and came out of the inner room in the backyard, as soon as he entered the door, he saw his gentle wife sitting on his main seat with her back to him. He didn't know what she was doing. Maybe she was reading a book, but she didn't know martial arts. Could she understand it? Yu Liyun didn't think too much. The moment he saw Nan Yin, his brows unconsciously frowned, and he asked without hesitation, "What are you doing here?" Nan Yin turned around subconsciously when she heard the voice. She was still holding the broken hairpin in her hand, with a red thread on one end and the other end wrapped around the hairpin. The hairpin that was originally broken into two pieces seemed to be really wrapped up by her. Seeing the person behind her, Nan Yin showed a gentle and happy smile to him without any defense, and then gently called, "Husband, you are back." However, as soon as the voice fell, Yu Liyun's face changed instantly. When he looked up and saw the jade hairpin wrapped in a handkerchief in her hand, he almost subconsciously rushed over, snatched it away, stared at her with a cold face and asked, "Who told you to touch my things casually? I didn't ask you to come here. What are you doing here?" This was obviously very impolite, and the tone was very heavy. Even the maid outside was frightened and trembled when she heard the leader's voice suddenly rise and turn cold, and she didn't even dare to raise her head. Nan Yin seemed to be frightened by her husband's reaction. She had never seen him so emotional before, and was slightly stunned for a moment, as if she didn't understand why he was so angry. Her pair of moist black eyes stared at him blankly, and it took a while for her to come to her senses. Then she raised the red thread in her hand, looked at the hairpin in his hand, and explained uncomfortably, "Husband, you misunderstood me." Her eyes were a little wet. "I didn't break your hairpin. It was broken into two pieces when I saw it. I saw you carefully wrapped it with a handkerchief, so I knew it must be something you cherished and important. So I thought of wrapping it up with red thread, so that it might still be usable." Nan Yin pursed her lips, which were a little moist, and said, "I didn't touch your things casually. Don't be angry, my husband." After saying this, Nan Yin's thick eyelashes drooped unconsciously, and her face turned away slightly. Perhaps it was the first time that he treated her in this way. The expression on her face was obviously a little sad, which made her feel a little depressed. After listening to her explanation, Yu Liyun knew that he had misunderstood her, but at that moment, he subconsciously did not control his emotions, so he shouted at her a few times. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed not her problem. Besides, The hairpin itself was already broken. And even if it was broken again, it would only add a few more cracks to the previous cracks. He also knew that this time he had overreacted. So he eased the situation, and his momentum suddenly became relaxed. And then he walked over and said, "Sorry. It's none of your business. I was too impulsive. This is the only thing my mother left me before she died. And it was accidentally broken by someone before. So I became so sensitive. And I don't want anyone to touch it again." Such an explanation can be regarded as maintaining the dignity of both parties. Nan Yen lowered her head and thought, "What relic? Did she not know the details? It was clearly the heirloom left by your mother to your daughter-in-law. Not only did the heroine refuse to accept it, but she also let the servants break it mercilessly. I'm afraid this is the crux of the male protagonist's sensitive rejection." However, even if she thought so, after hearing Yu Liuyun's apology and explanation, Nan Yan's face immediately showed a little annoyance and unnatural expression, and then stepped forward to hold his wrist, looking at him with some apology in her watery eyes. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that it was a relic left by your mother. It's all my fault. I shouldn't touch your things. It's nothing. Don't worry about these trivial matters." Yu Liyun brushed her fingers away without leaving a trace, then turned around and bypassed her to carefully wrap the jade hairpin with a handkerchief, and then put it back into the brocade box. After doing all this, he seemed to have just reacted, and then he turned to look at her and asked, "By the way, why did you come to see me today?" According to Nan Yan's inner thoughts, the subtext of this is probably, if you have nothing to do, it's best not to bother me again. I'm very busy, and even if I'm not busy, I don't really want to see you. So you should just be a good wife who keeps silent and go back to where you came from. Nan Yen smiled lightly after hearing this, as if she didn't understand the meaning behind his tone at all. She stepped forward and gently held his sleeve, then explained softly, "I'm here to bring you some meals. I know that my husband has to get up early every day to practice martial arts, and often doesn't have time to eat. After practicing martial arts, he has to deal with all the big and small things in the sect, which will be very hard. So I specially asked the small kitchen to study some new dishes, all of which are breakfasts made for you according to the taste of Qingzhou City. Do you like it?" Under Nan Yan's explanation with warmth and admiration, Yu Liuyun's previous questioning and depression that was blocked in his heart could no longer be said at this moment. He still understood the principle of not hitting a smiling person. Not to mention that Zhou Nan Yen really did nothing wrong. She just loved and admired him as her husband wholeheartedly. But even so, Yu Liuyun still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The reason for his discomfort was her recent transformation. There was always a strange feeling that things were beginning to deviate from his control. This made Yu Liuyun frown slightly, and he said directly, "Just let the servants do these things. Since you are my wife, you should pay attention to your status. You don't need to deal with these laborious things at all." Nan Yen naturally understood what he meant, but she didn't get angry after hearing this. Instead, she took the man's hand and pulled him to the outer room to make a meal. Then she turned around and ordered to take out the breakfast snacks in the food box one by one. She smiled as she took them out. But it is natural for a wife to take care of her husband. "What's wrong? Doesn't your husband like me to do these for you?" The food box was still warm, and the porridge and side dishes that had just been taken out were still steaming. There were also snacks such as willow leaf steamed dumplings, pan-fried buns, glutinous rice cakes, and noodle soup that were common in Qingzhou City in the past. People felt familiar when they saw them, and then they missed them. The Yu family's ancestral home was in Songou, but her mother was also from Qingzhou City, so his mother would often make these snacks for him when he was a child. However, since the fall of the Yu family, he seemed to have never eaten these things again. It was very good to have a hot meal to fill his stomach during the days of exile. After coming to Liucang sect, he was busy improving his strength and dealing with chores every day, and he had no requirements for these appetites. Now suddenly hearing what she said, and seeing that the table was indeed the same as what his mother made when he was a child, even if Yu Liuyun felt that this person was redundant in his heart, he couldn't help but be moved at this moment, and his expression unconsciously eased. "No, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just worried that you will be tired. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? Your body is not good. You can't work too hard. Otherwise it's easy to get sick." Nan Yen thought, this person certainly hopes that someone can do these things for him, but that person should not be her. If the heroine prepared these foods for him so gently, and said a few soft words, I'm afraid this person would have been soft-hearted long ago, and it is estimated that he would eat 2 more bowls of rice per meal. Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes flashed with a smile again. She also sat down beside him, and then replied softly, "It's okay. I just spent a little time to direct them to learn those new dishes. I didn't do anything too strenuous. My husband doesn't have to worry about my health." As she said this, she took the initiative to pick up a piece of fried crispy glutinous rice cake and put it in his bowl, looking at him expectantly and cautiously. "Try it, and see how it tastes. Is it the same as what you ate in Qingzhou before? If you like it, I will let them learn other things in the future. Okay?" Yu Luyun couldn't refuse her. They were husband and wife, and it was normal for husband and wife to do such things, even if he didn't like her approaching. He couldn't say it directly. What's more, if he always refused her approach, it would seem abnormal. So Yu Luyun simply stopped talking and started to eat quietly. The food tasted really good, much like what his mother cooked for him when he was a child. And Nan Yan served him dishes from time to time. The meal was particularly quiet and harmonious. After the two finished their meal, the maids cleaned the table quietly, brewed a cup of strong tea, and put it on the table, and finally left respectfully. Originally, Yu Luyun thought that the two had finished their meal and finished talking, and whether it was time for the person in front of him to leave. After all, he would start practicing swordsmanship again soon. As a result, when he turned his head to look at Nan Yan, the other party was also looking at him. Her eyes were as calm and gentle as usual, and the warmth in her eyes seemed to overflow. He understood her intentions, but understanding is one thing, and rationality is another. That kind of eyes still made him very unhappy. In the past, whenever he showed such an impatient expression, his wife would leave obediently even as she was reluctant to leave. Now, she didn't know what was going on. Yu Luyun frowned unconsciously, with a hint of impatience between his eyebrows. He just wondered if he should remind her and let her leave directly. As a result, before he opened his mouth, the man opposite him suddenly pointed at his collar. "Husband, here." Yu Luyun was a little confused, looked down, and didn't find anything wrong with his body. So he asked again, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Nan Yan couldn't help laughing when she saw him like that, and there was a hint of tenderness in her smile. Then she walked towards him and gently fiddled with the collar on his chest with her fingers. "Husband is so careless. Didn't you notice that your clothes were torn? You are a leader after all. If you walk out wearing a robe with a thread torn like this, aren't you afraid that your subordinates will provoke you? The leader? For being poor and stingy?" She poked his chest softly with her fingers, then turned over the thread to show him the slit. And Yu Luyun reacted, but there was still no emotional fluctuation in his heart. This is normal for him. People who practice martial arts are always like this. They don't apply force evenly between moves, and they will tear their clothes if they are not careful. This is not a big deal. He was about to say that it was okay. Don't worry about it. And if it was okay, you could go back. But his wife didn't give him a chance to speak. She gently pressed his shoulders with her fingers, as if she didn't notice his resistance, and directly reached out to take off his outer robe, turned around and took out a crescent white robe from the cabinet and handed it to him. Then said gently, "Can I help my husband sew it? My father used to be like this. When he fought with others, he would often tear his clothes. Whenever my mother saw it, she would carefully help him sew the torn clothes one by one." What she said obviously reminded Yu Luyun of the way his parents got along. He raised his eyelids slightly, and his eyes fell on the wife, who was tidying up his clothes. Seeing her tiptoeing, her soft white fingers slowly raised up, and then tidied up the hem of his collar and hair. Every move was so delicate and gentle. Yu Luyun looked at her quietly for a moment. When his eyes touched the look of admiration and uneasiness in her eyes, he suddenly fell silent for a while, and then said calmly, "Forget it. It's up to you. Do whatever you want." After all, he couldn't give her what she wanted. In this case, then accommodating her more in other places was also a kind of compensation. So Nan Yan held the robe in her arms, with a sincere smile in her eyes, and then she tentatively said, "Then my husband is practicing sword in the yard. I will sit under the tree over there. Okay? I promise I won't disturb you." Yu Luyun originally subconsciously wanted to refuse, seeing her repeated requests. He felt that it was a bit too much. He thought, is she testing his bottom line little by little? This made Yu Luyun frown unconsciously. But when he lowered his head to meet those eyes full of warmth, He thought about the breakfast she had just brought him, and that she would have to sew the robe for him later. He owed so many things at once, and it was impossible to refuse at this moment. Then he exhaled a breath of foul air, turned around and responded coldly. It's up to you. You can watch if you want, but remember to walk away, so that I don't accidentally hurt you when practicing sword. Hearing this, Nan Yin naturally nodded in agreement. She pursed her lips slightly and smiled at people, still looking quiet and gentle. Yu Luyan paused for a moment, and seeing this, he ignored people and directly picked up a sharp sword hanging on the wall, turned around and walked out. Very good. Things did not go beyond her expectations, and progressed smoothly. Well, she didn't believe that warm water couldn't boil this frog. The courtyard where Yu Luyan lives now is the main courtyard built by successive leaders. Her father used to live in this courtyard, but after her mother passed away, he refused to live there anymore, and asked people to repair the courtyard very well, and every blade of grass and tree was preserved intact. In the courtyard, facing the place where he practiced sword, there happened to be a bamboo swing built with rattan, which was used by her mother to rest in her spare time. Nan Yin asked the maid to bring the small bamboo basket she used to do needlework and embroidery, and then sat on the bamboo swing not far away, just facing the place where Yu Luyan practiced sword. She held the needle and thread in her hand, and gently tiptoed on the stone pier in front to maintain balance, and the other foot occasionally tiptoed a few times, wearing a pair of exquisite crescent-shaped white embroidered shoes. The upper of the shoe was decorated with a few pearls, and the skirt was also moon-white, with a silk gauze skirt covering from the knees to the toes. The hem of the skirt fluttered with the wind, and the toes were also gently tiptoed, as the wind blew around her. Her whole body swayed gently with the swing, as if swaying into people's hearts. The eyesight of martial artists is not bad. Even from such a distance, he can still see the soft arc of her lips, but she seemed to be unaware of it. She was staring at the robe in her hand, sewing every stitch very carefully. This made Yu Luyan unable to calm down. I don't know what happened. Maybe no one dared to watch him when he practiced sword in the past. Now there is suddenly one more person. Even if this person is his wife, he feels a little irritated inexplicably. Maybe it's not irritation, but some kind of uncontrollable confusion that makes him very uncomfortable. And this kind of irritation is completely reflected in his swordsmanship at the moment. He has made several mistakes in his moves, and even made several mistakes in his steps. Even his breathing is a little unstable. This also made Yu Luyan even more irritated. He turned around, wielding his sword, and as if to vent his anger, he raised his sword and chopped it hard at the crabapple tree next to him. At that moment, the petals flew and swirled with the sword energy, all falling from the sky, and fell all over her. The pink and white weeping crabapples slowly fell from the tree, swirling, and fell on her black and smooth hair, her fair cheeks, and her plain and elegant skirt. And Nan Yin seemed to have just realized that the petals were raining on her head. She raised her eyes in surprise. Her eyes were watery, and she saw that her husband opposite had stopped his movements at some point, holding a long sword in his hand, and was looking at her quietly. She was a little stunned, and then she smiled at him gently without any defense. This smile was as tender as water, and her eyes seemed to reflect a clear spring, as if it contained endless affection. Husband. She called him husband, and only his figure was reflected in her eyes. Such a gentle and beautiful woman belonged to him, completely to him. Even if Yu Luyan's heart was cold, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed when he thought of this cognition. His palm unconsciously tightened the long sword. Yu Luyan took a deep breath, not knowing whether it was because the moment when the crabapple flowers fell was too beautiful, so beautiful that he couldn't recover for a while, or because the scene when the person under the tree smiled at him was too amazing. It was really unforgettable. Looking at such a wife, Yu Luyan didn't know why, and the original irritability in his heart suddenly calmed down. His breath became stable, and his expression became the same as before. But when he looked closely, he could find that his eyes were indeed much gentler than before. In short, Yu Luyan's heart did become a little strange because of the constant approach of that person. After that, Nan Yin would come to Yu Luyan's yard every morning and evening to eat with him. Sometimes they would chat together. When they talked about martial arts, Yu Luyan seemed quite interested and would explain to her some steps that were difficult for ordinary people to understand. Nan Yin would hold her chin and listen carefully. Even if she didn't understand anything, she would pretend to be very patient. Sometimes Nan Yin would watch him practice sword, When he practiced until his forehead was sweating, she would naturally take out the handkerchief in her arms and walk forward to wipe the sweat off his cheek. The fragrance on the handkerchief was the same as her body, which made people calm down unconsciously. After getting along for a while, all the maids in the sect knew the feelings of the leader's wife for the leader, even because the leader did not refuse. All the maids and servants felt that the couple was really in love. And Yuluyun also changed from rejection and discomfort at the beginning to have it later. The two of them had been together for more than half a month. Yuluyun was indeed not as distant and cold to Nan Yin as at the beginning. Sometimes he himself might not realize that he cared more about this quiet and considerate wife. However, Yuluyun still did not give up Lin Pianran. For him, that woman may have become an obsession. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for her. Hate her? Or care about her? Maybe both. On the one hand, he hated her for not keeping her promise and treating him so ruthlessly at the beginning. On the other hand, he missed the relationship between the two in the past. He knew from the age of 14 that the bright and charming girl would become his wife when she grew up. From the first time she came to the Yu family, he was full of curiosity about her. Obviously, when she was at the Yu family, she would throw herself into his arms affectionately and call him her fiancé brother coquettishly. She had clearly agreed to be his wife and would never leave him for the rest of her life. But she turned around and gave up on him without hesitation and threw herself into the arms of another man, spitting and insulting him like a beggar. How could Yuluyun be willing? How could he let her go? Didn't she refuse to bow her head? Then he would lock her up until she died. Until the day she knelt on the ground humbly begging for mercy and admitting her mistakes. He would make her regret it. And Lin Pianran did not seek death during the time she was locked up, because she found that the fiancé who liked her, cared about her, and didn't want her to be hurt in the past actually strangled her neck mercilessly. And he really wanted to kill her. This also made Lin Pianran suddenly wake up. No, this can't go on. The tricks she used before can't be used anymore. She must leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Otherwise she might really be killed by that stinky beggar. Thinking of this, Lin Pianran couldn't help but feel regretful and sad. The thing she regretted most in her life was to spare his life. Originally thought that such a person could only be a beggar for life, but never thought that he would have a day to turn over. But even if he turned over, it couldn't cover up the fact that he was a demon. In order to survive, he actually turned to the hostile force of Xian Song sect and lived without dignity. She, Lin Pianran, would not compromise because of fear. She is the eldest lady of the high-ranking Lin family. She has her own dignity and pride. At worst, he really killed her with a knife. Anyway, she would never kowtow to a beggar in her life. It would be more uncomfortable than taking her life. She ruined the marriage. But so what? With his status, does he really want her to suffer with him all her life? If he really loves her, he should be more self-aware and find a woman in the countryside to marry and have children as soon as possible, and live a carefree life. It would be best if he never appears in front of her again in this life. This is the best result for both of them. But he is so ignorant that he comes to the Lin mansion with that broken hairpin to find her to marry. What can she do? Is she really going to marry him? How is this possible? How can she accept it? Besides, the marriage contract was just a joke made when she was young. She used to like that high-spirited and caring little brother very much. But he has changed. He has changed himself. Isn't it allowed for her to change too? So it was natural for the servants to beat him out. What was wrong with this result? If there was any mistake, it was he who made the first mistake. He was ignorant of good and evil, and wanted to tie her up for life. Besides, she already had someone she really liked. Xiao Yin was her fiancé. The jade-like young man from a noble family was the one she really liked. But why didn't Xiao Yin come to save her? Thinking of this, Lin Pianran felt anxious and worried, especially when she looked at this dark underground palace without sunlight. She also had a hint of fear in her heart. What if that bastard really imprisoned her for life? When she thought of this result, she felt that life was worse than death. She really wanted to go out and leave this ghost place. Lin Pianran clenched her fingers and suddenly thought of another outcome. Didn't Yuluyun want her to admit her fault? So, if she pretended to apologize to him and admitted her fault, would he be merciful and let her go? Thinking this way, Lin Pianran felt that it was very likely. He wanted her to admit her fault, so she should apologize. Anyway, he didn't know whether she was sincere or not. As long as she really apologized, what reason did he have to imprison her? Thinking this way, Lin Pianran hurriedly shouted outside again, shouting so hard that the guards' ears hurt. So they had to report the matter. So, Yu Luan, who hadn't been down to the underground palace for almost half a month, suddenly received a message from Lin Pianran the next morning. The woman said she wanted to see him. When he heard the news, Yu Luan suddenly had an indescribable complex feeling in his heart. It was not joy and excitement, but a little weird, because he found that he had been too close to Nan Yen during this period, and he had not visited the woman imprisoned in the underground palace for a long time. Yu Luan thought in his heart that maybe he had forgotten because he was too busy during this period, or maybe it was because every meeting was not pleasant, which made him a little resistant for a while. So he subconsciously did not want to see her. In short, when he received this news, Yu Luan would naturally not ignore it. He went directly to the underground palace. After seeing the person, as expected, after being imprisoned for 10 days and half a month, this person's arrogance had indeed disappeared by half. After the two talked, Yu Luan quickly understood what she meant, and the coldness in his eyes instantly became more intense. Did this woman really think he was stupid and could not see the hypocrisy in her eyes? Did she really think he would believe the nonsense she said? Sure enough, this meeting ended in a bad mood again. Yu Luan mocked her from the beginning and ruthlessly exposed the false words of begging for mercy and admitting her mistakes. Lin Pianran tried to argue at first, but after saying nice things for a long time, he finally found that the person standing in front of him was still indifferent. Lin Pianran finally couldn't help it and started to curse again, calling him a lunatic and a bastard, and that he would be punished sooner or later. No one in this world would care about him or like him, and he would never get the true love of his sweetheart in his life. Yu Luan, what are you going to do? Even if I bullied you in the past, you have locked me up for so long now. Shouldn't the grudge between us be offset? Yu Luan sneered. Offset? You want to offset the grudge between us, right? Okay. Then I will remind you. Don't forget your identity. How did your Lin family beg our Yu family to marry you? And now you must honestly fulfill your promise to me. Sure enough, Lin Pianran was stunned when she heard this, and she started crying and shouting, hitting the iron frame and scolding him, saying that he was dreaming, and that she would never agree in this life. She had already said that she didn't like him anymore. So why did she still hold on to the past engagement? Hearing those ruthless abuses, Yu Luan's eyes gradually became cold and dark. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart, and finally sneered and turned away. But after being scolded by that stupid woman again, Yu Luan's anger was really hard to dissipate. In the end, he simply went directly to the subordinates in the church, who had always been restless, and taught them a lesson. And then, he completely vented the anger in his heart. But when he returned to the yard, he found that his wife, who would wait in the house in the past, did not come today. Only the maid came with the food box. And when she saw him, she quickly lowered her head and respectfully laid out the food. Yu Luan was confused and felt a little strange. So he subconsciously asked, "Where is Madam? Why didn't she come today?" The maid hesitated and said, "Madam said she was busy and couldn't come today, and asked the master to eat on time." Yu Luan felt a little annoyed but didn't say anything else. If she didn't come, then she didn't come. He felt more comfortable when she didn't come before. I don't know when he developed this habit. Yu Luan practiced swordsmanship in the yard for a whole morning. The more he practiced, the more he felt depressed and uncomfortable in his chest. I don't know if he was very angry with that crazy woman in the morning, and he was a little out of shape all day. Until dinner, the maid came over again with the food box. Yu Luan didn't move, but his eyes subconsciously glanced behind her. He didn't see anyone, and his brows were unconsciously frowned. After the maid had arranged the food, Yu Luan looked at the various dishes and couldn't help asking, "Where is the madam? She's not coming for dinner either? What's the matter today that's so busy that it's not over after a whole day?" The maid was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head obediently, hesitating for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Seeing her like this, Yu Luan couldn't suppress the anger that had accumulated in his heart for a day, and glanced coldly at the servant standing beside him. "Speak. Why are you lowering your head? I'm not going to kill you." This light sentence frightened the maid's face pale, and then she quickly confessed honestly, "Master, spare me. My husband, the madam, is sick. She hasn't been feeling well since this morning, and has been lying in bed to rest. So she didn't come today." Yu Luan's face changed instantly when he heard this. The chopsticks in his hand were even broken accidentally. He raised his eyes and glanced coldly at the trembling servants beside him. Suddenly, he slapped the table with his palm, and the teacup on the table shattered. Good. Very good. You are all troublesome. Do you really take me? The leader. Seriously? Why didn't you tell the truth when Madame was sick? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You had to wait for me to ask again and again before you told the truth? Don't you have brains? You have to wait for me to ask about such a big thing. You are a bunch of idiots. Get out of here and get punished. The maid shuddered when they heard this, and explained with red eyes and grievance. It's not like that. Please spare me. The leader. Madame said that the leader has been too tired recently, and she specifically told the servants not to tell, so as not to worry the leader. When Yu Luyan heard this, the anger in his chest eased a little. He saw the maid kneeling on the ground, and knew that she was Nan Yan's personal maid. Although he was extremely impatient, he did not pursue the matter further. Okay. Get up quickly. You know that the lady is sick. So why don't you go back and serve her? What are you kneeling for? Are you getting in my way? As he said this, he didn't even have the heart to eat dinner. He turned around and walked outside, directly to Nan Yan's yard. Chapter 139. Yu Luyan hurried towards the courtyard where Nan Yan lived, thinking as he walked. This was the first time he had stepped into his wife's courtyard since they had separated. Although they had slept in the same room before, they slept separately, one in the inner room and the other on the soft couch outside. They kept to themselves and did not disturb each other. The only time they slept in the same bed was when they were forced to do so. On the night of their wedding, they knew nothing. It was obvious that they were forced to do something. They sat on the edge of the bed, looking at each other in embarrassment. He took off her clothes and found that it still didn't work. He had no feelings for her at all. In the end, he made up an excuse to ease what happened that night. At that time, he saw his newly married wife blushing as she put on her clothes and wrapped herself up tightly, then huddled in the quilt. She wanted to wave him to come over to sleep, but he found an excuse to refuse. Since then, the two have been maintaining a respectful husband and wife life. Yu Luyan couldn't help thinking that his wife at that time was always timid. She would not get close to him even if she liked him. She was reserved and implicit. Recently, his wife seemed to be more lively, but not annoying. Yu Luyan thought about the reason. Maybe it was because the former leader passed away some time ago, and she had difficulty getting out of the sad mood. So she became more and more cautious and introverted. Now it has been several months since the former leader passed away. She can get out of the sad mood, so her temperament has become more cheerful. She was probably originally like this, but he had never noticed it before. The time they spent together made the relationship between the two of them closer. Now, when he stepped into his wife's yard and inner room again, Yu Luyan obviously had a strange feeling in his heart. And even he himself couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. He just felt that he was very relaxed when he was with her. He didn't have to worry about anything, because his wife was the only person in the world who would not betray him. He could tell her any annoying things in the teachings, and she would always stand on his side unconditionally. He would also discuss those sword techniques with her. Even if she didn't understand anything, she would pretend to listen carefully. It was really difficult for him to have no emotions towards such a person who relied on him in everything. After all, feelings are mutual. As she kept getting closer and closer, he seemed to have become more and more concerned about her. Yu Luyan strode into the yard, and as soon as he walked to the door, he saw Nan Yan lying on the bed with a pale face. At that moment, he didn't have time to think about anything, and almost subconsciously quickened his pace and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled a faint smell of blood, because the room was covered with incense. It was not obvious. However, Yu Luyan was born with sensitive five senses, and he smelled the blood hidden under the faint fragrance as soon as he entered the door. So his brows knitted tightly, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger was naturally not directed at Nan Yan, but at the group of maids and servants who had no sense of tact. The lady was so sick, but they kept hiding it from him again and again. Did these people have no brains? Yu Luyan glanced coldly at the maid squatting at the door. In order to disturb Nan Yan's rest, he said nothing. He rushed in and sat on the edge of the bed. Then he subconsciously held one of her hands and quickly felt her pulse. Where are you injured? Why didn't you tell me? Nan Yan was obviously a little surprised by Yu Luyan's arrival. It seemed that she didn't expect him to come at this time. She sat up from the bed with some difficulty. Yu Liyun quickly reached out to help her. Nan Yen looked at him palely. How did you come here? Maybe it was because of the severe pain. A layer of tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably, and she looked weaker than before. As she spoke, she looked at the maids behind him, who were frightened like quails, standing at the door trembling. Nan Yen patted the back of his hand in a sullen manner and said softly, Did you scare them again? I only have a few familiar servants here, so don't punish them. Yu Liyun was thinking about her at the moment, but this person was only thinking about these maids, which made him feel indescribably depressed. But he didn't bother about it. He wasn't going to compete with the maids for this matter, so he put his arm around her shoulders, letting her lean against him so that she wouldn't feel so tired, and said anxiously, Okay, I won't punish them, but you have to tell me first. Where exactly are you injured? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Who hurt you? Have you asked a doctor to see you? Hearing this, Nan Yan's originally very pale face was rarely covered with a slight blush. She bit her lip and wanted to retreat from his arms, but she was held so tightly that she couldn't break free. In the end, she could only turn her face away and whispered, Don't worry, my husband. No one hurt me, and I'm not injured. This is an old problem. It will be fine after the pain today. It's okay. After saying this, Nan Yen bit her lip again, as if she was in great pain. Her slender and soft willow-shaped eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Yu Liyun saw that she was sweating on her forehead because of the pain. She said she was fine even in this situation. He was rarely anxious. He hugged her and the quilt into his arms, and then turned around to take her to see a doctor. As a result, several maids beside him immediately stopped him. Hey, madam, be careful. Master, don't do this. Put madam down quickly. Several maids followed behind him and echoed. Yu Liyun's face suddenly turned cold again. He was furious when he saw this group of blind maids, especially those who came forward to stop him without knowing the consequences. If it wasn't for the sake of his wife, he would have really beaten them out. What are you doing? Can't you see that my wife is sweating from the pain? Why don't you go find a doctor? Nan Yen was held in his arms with the quilt. Not to mention, she felt quite comfortable in his arms, without any shaking or instability. It seems that the physical strength of martial artists is different from that of ordinary people. However, Nan Yen still had a difficult look on her face, especially when she saw the obvious impatience in her husband's eyes. She was afraid that this person would really take it out on the maids. So she subconsciously stretched out her hands to wrap around his neck, then leaned close to his ear and said uncomfortably, Husband, there's really no need to be so troublesome. I just have a stomachache, and it will be better in a while. Just put me down and let me lie down. Yu Liyun frowned at her. Stomachache is not a small matter. If you can't walk, I can carry you to find a doctor. Nan Yen looked at this man who still didn't understand, and felt helpless for a while. She pursed her lips, hesitant to speak, and finally said softly, It's not what you think. I have my period. When she said this, her lips were against his earlobe, and the warm breath sprinkled on his side face, bringing a faint heat. After she finished speaking, she didn't say anything, looking at him with a slightly red face on both sides, and there was still some embarrassment in her eyes. Her lips, which were originally a little pale, were also bitten by her to make them a little moist. When Yu Liyun heard this, he seemed to be stunned for a moment. Probably didn't expect that the reason for her stomachache would be this. Then he realized that of course he knew what menstruation was. But the blood in this room was so heavy. Was it all because of menstruation? Yu Liyun subconsciously lowered his head and saw that her eyes were slightly red, but her cheeks were pale, and her black hair was a little messy and gathered in front of her chest, covering her clean and rosy face, making her look more gentle and harmless. Especially when she looked at him, there was a hint of shame and anger in such a quiet and solidified atmosphere. Yu Liyun, who originally didn't care about anything, seemed to be infected by her emotions for a while, and the whole person became a little uncomfortable. His cheeks were a little hot, and then he quickly put the person back to the original place with light hands and feet. He also knew that some weak women with cold uterus would have unbearable abdominal pain when they had menstruation, and some would even faint from the pain. But people who practice martial arts have always been strong and healthy, and most of these situations can be endured by themselves. Unlike a weak woman like her, Yu Liyun had never been close to any woman before. The only one he was slightly close to was his fiancée, who was about 10 years old. But she didn't seem to have such pain at that time. So Yulian was also a little embarrassed. After putting her down, he covered her with the quilt, and then reached out to touch her fingers that were left outside. They were indeed cold. In the past, he only felt that her body temperature was a little low. Now, perhaps she had lost too much blood, and her hands and feet felt even colder, especially when he saw her frowning and uncomfortable leaning against the pillow. Yulian hesitated for a moment, and his palm slowly moved down along her waist, and then stuck to her lower abdomen. It was very soft, flat and slender, almost boneless, and the soft touch was like a pool of warm water. It was so soft that he didn't even dare to use too much force, for fear of accidentally hurting her. Yulian touched her belly, showing a rare uncomfortable expression on his face, and his ears were slightly hot, but he concealed it well, and then asked in a low voice, "Is it here?" Nanyan felt a little itchy when he touched her, and nodded instinctively. And then she could feel a continuous flow of heat from his palm, slowly passing to her abdomen, and then spreading to her whole body. Soon not only her belly was warm, but also the temperature of her hands and feet began to slowly warm up. Nanyan immediately looked at him in confusion. Of course, she knew that the male protagonist was using his own internal force to help her nourish her body. But she still pretended to be confused. The little hand that was gradually warming up slowly touched his palm, and then pressed against the back of his hand, and asked in a puzzled voice, "Husband, what did you do?" Yulian paused for a moment when she touched him, coughed lightly, and turned his head slightly, saying, "It's nothing. Just a little skill. You can sleep peacefully. I will be here to protect you." After hearing this, Nanyan's round and clear eyes suddenly widened a little, which was a little different from her usual submissive and gentle appearance. She subconsciously grabbed his sleeve, then blushed and asked uncomfortably, "Aren't you going to leave all night?" Yulian was looked at with such eyes. He couldn't even say a word of refusal. His frowning brows relaxed without knowing when. He exhaled lightly, leaned back and leaned against the edge of the bed, then reached out and held her and the quilt in his arms. "Don't worry. Sleep well. I won't leave tonight. I'll stay here with you." After hearing this, Nanyan finally smiled. Her slightly white fingertips pinched his sleeves, and then her whole body relaxed. She rested her head on her legs and fell asleep peacefully. Yulian stayed up all night like this. At first, he wanted to wait until she fell asleep before leaving. But who would have thought that as soon as he withdrew his hand, the person in his arms frowned unconsciously, and her two bloodless lips pursed lightly, and she uttered a few subtle murmurs from time to time. Yulian vaguely heard that she seemed to be calling husband or something like that. His eyes slowly fell on her face again. She curled up unconsciously even in her sleep, trying to get closer to his warm source. She looked particularly weak and lovable. Such a wife really made him feel a little soft-hearted. And he seemed to have discovered a little secret. His wife's expression when she was asleep was even more domineering than usual. Once she sensed the sign that he was going to stop, the little hands grasped his sleeves without hesitation. And no matter how he pulled, she refused to let go. Yulian looked at it and found it a little funny for a moment. This person was like the little animals he raised when he was a child, guarding food and clinging to people. Yulian's thoughts of leaving were put to rest again. In this way, it lasted almost the whole night. Yulian was using his energy to heat her up, until the sky outside gradually turned a little blue. Yulian could not hold on any longer, leaned against the edge of the bed, and squinted for a while. And I don't know why. The whole person fell asleep completely. Maybe he was really tired last night. Or maybe the person in his arms was so soft and comfortable to hold, making Yulian's brain gradually become dull and confused. He had completely embraced the person beside him without knowing when, with one hand firmly on her waist and abdomen, sniffing the faint fragrance on her body. And the two of them fell asleep leaning against each other. When Nanyan woke up, she opened her eyes and faced the impeccable profile of his handsome face. His sleeping expression was so cold and calm. He lay on his side, with a high-nosed bridge, pale lips, and sword-like handsome eyebrows slanting into the few strands of black hair falling at the corners of his temples. Nanyan heard the other person's even breathing. This person seemed to be completely asleep, and he hugged her very tightly. In such an intimate state, it would be a pity not to do something to promote the relationship. Nanyan moved her fingers, and seeing that half of his body was outside, she covered him with the quilt in her arms, then gently pushed away his palm on his waist, turned over a little, and slowly climbed up from his arms. In fact, Yu Luyuan had already woken up when Nan Yin turned over for the first time. His eyelashes trembled slightly. The person in his arms seemed not to notice it, as she was concentrating on covering him with a blanket. Yu Luyuan's consciousness was also a little drowsy. He had a natural trust in the person in his arms, and knew that she would not hurt him. So he let himself close his eyes. Originally, his consciousness was drowsy, and not very clear. But the person in his arms turned over and called him softly. The voice was hoarse and just woke up. It seemed to be testing. "Husband, are you awake?" Not hearing the response from the person next to her, Nan Yin moved a little closer, and a strand of hair on her chest fell into his palm with the movement. After Yu Luyuan's fingers moved slightly, his breathing remained steady. Yu Luyuan didn't know what was going on in his mind at the moment. He didn't respond when she called him. He closed his eyes. He wanted to open his eyes, but felt that it was inappropriate at the moment. Moreover, a thought arose in his mind, wanting to find out what she was calling him for. When Nan Yin saw the man's eyelashes tremble slightly, she knew that he was pretending to sleep. She felt a little funny in her heart, still pretending not to notice. Slowly leaning over, and her slightly cool fingertips gently slid across his face. So slowly, Yu Luyuan soon felt it again. A moist and hot breath had been circling in his throat, slowly going up along his neck, and then staying at his lips. The subtle warm breath became more sensitive because he closed his eyes. Itchy. Not uncomfortable. But it suddenly made him feel a very strange feeling. Yu Luyuan's breathing also slowed down. He could even feel the itch spreading from there. It spread all over his body, as if it was spreading into his heart. And he finally couldn't help but open his eyes. Just at the moment when he opened his eyes, the person who was lying there suddenly stretched his head and kissed him. Unlike the last time, the kiss was like a dragonfly touching the water. This time it seemed to be heavier. But the moment she saw him open his eyes, she seemed to be frightened, and her eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of water vapor. She shouted nervously, "Husband, Yu Luyuan could even hear the urgent sound in her throat. He looked at her steadily. Nan Yin was so anxious that her face turned red. She didn't dare to kiss him again. She quickly straightened her body and subconsciously stepped back, but forgot that they were still on the bed. She accidentally fell backwards, and her whole body fell backwards uncontrollably. Yu Luyuan quickly grabbed the person into his arms and held her firmly, so that she didn't fall off the bed. "Be careful. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yu Luyuan couldn't help but comfort her and hugged her tighter, especially looking at such a height. His brows wrinkled unconsciously. If she really fell, she would probably not be able to get out of bed for several days. His tone was inevitably a little nervous. "Have you forgotten that you had a stomachache all night last night? Why are you so impatient when doing things this early in the morning? Is there any pain from the fall?" He let go of the person again, touched his hands in his back, and was relieved when he found that there was no big problem. Nan Yin blushed and moved back, pursed her lips, raised her head and glared at people, and began to blame others. "Husband, you pretended to sleep and lied to me? What did I lie to you about?" Yu Luyuan suddenly felt a little funny, especially when he saw his wife, who usually spoke softly and was like a flower of understanding, blushing and embarrassed. And sometimes she would even glare at people when she was angry. She never dared to do this before. "You were obviously awake. Why didn't you open your eyes when I called you? But just when I kissed you secretly, you suddenly opened your eyes and deliberately scared me." Nan Yin felt more and more embarrassed as she spoke, and finally bit her lip and turned her face slightly. Her fingers tightly twisted the lapels, and she didn't dare to look at anyone at all, showing a gentle, introverted married woman who loves her husband to the fullest. Yu Luyuan suddenly couldn't help but chuckle, then looked down. His voice was a little hoarse after waking up. "So, you were kissing me just now, right, madam?" The one who was kissing was discovered, but she blamed me, the one who was kissed, for opening my eyes too early. What's the logic? You? Nan Yin pursed her lips, with a look of obvious annoyance on her face, as if she was blaming herself for speaking too quickly and letting the cat out of the bag. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at him a little unnaturally. She wanted to say something else to save her usual gentle and quiet image, but she found the problem as soon as she looked up. Nan Yin stared blankly at the scarlet mark on his robe. Her breathing seemed to stop for a moment, and she just stared blankly. Yu Luyuan felt strange at first. Why did he suddenly stop talking in the middle of his words? following his wife's line of sight. He looked down, and then he saw that his plain white robe had been stained with a small piece of blood as big as a child's palm. It seemed to have just been stained, and the blood was bright red, particularly bright and dazzling. Yu Liyun was also stunned. That should be her. His eyes shifted unconsciously, and fell on his wife opposite him. And she subconsciously looked up, and their eyes met unexpectedly. For a moment, the air became quiet and silent. Yu Liyun's breathing was slightly choked. At this moment, he didn't know what happened, but he suddenly felt a little strange in his heart. He stared at his wife's slightly red face in a daze. Her eyes were moist and gentle, and because of what had just happened, she was a little annoyed, making her whole person lively and vivid. I don't know when. The impression of this wife in his mind became more and more profound. Yu Liyun looked at her, and he found that a very subtle impulse suddenly surged in his heart. As if bewitched, he unconsciously raised his hand and slowly moved closer, wanting to touch her face. Just when he was about to touch her, the person in front of him suddenly shrank back, then wrapped himself tightly with the quilt. "Husband, don't look." It was this voice that brought Yu Liyun back to his senses instantly. His hand paused in the air for a moment, and then dropped. Yu Liyun didn't know what was wrong with him. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up, and when he didn't touch her face as he wished, he actually felt a strange sense of loss in his heart. Nan Yen lowered her head. She stretched out her hand and gently pulled his sleeve. "Husband, take off your clothes quickly. They are not clean. I will ask the maid to get you new ones," she shouted outside twice. But no one responded. It was probably too early, and the maid had not gotten up yet. Nan Yen bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then lifted the quilt to get out of bed to find it herself. But she was held down by the person next to her. Yu Liyun looked very calm. Or rather, he tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened, and pressed her shoulders. "Don't move. I will go back and change myself. It's still early now. You can rest for a while. Don't worry too much about this. I don't mind." He knew that his wife's temperament was the most gentle and introverted. Sometimes she would care about the smallest things, especially her image. And Yu Liyun said this just to reassure her. I don't know if it was because the atmosphere last night was too good, or because the relationship between the two was too ambiguous today. Looking at the scarlet on the robe, Yu Liyun himself felt a little uncomfortable, and even his ears were slightly hot. After all, he had never been so close to a woman. He had only admired his fiancée before, and often thought about marrying her after she reached the age of 15. He had always focused on martial arts, and wanted to become a top-notch master in the world. So he was even less interested in this kind of man-woman thing. And such things are indeed rare. Especially the woman in front of him is his legitimate wife. Sometimes people's feelings can really change in an instant. After Yu Liyun finished saying that, he felt that the heat in his ears was transmitted to his face, especially when he was stared at by her watery eyes. Yu Liyun quickly covered her with the quilt, turned around and lifted the bead curtain and went out. Although her figure looked slender and upright, her steps were obviously hurried, and she was obviously a little uneasy. It's just bleeding, Yu Liyun thought to himself. He had bled and been injured before. This little mark was not as big as his palm, which was nothing big. It is said that women's menstrual fluid is not clean. But Yu Liyun did not feel that way. He even felt that he was a little weird, seeing that the thing that belonged to her was printed on his clothes. He even had a secret possessive desire in his heart. He was like this. Maybe it was really a little abnormal. Thinking of this, Yu Liyun's face became weird, and he turned around and quickly left the small courtyard and returned to his room. After changing his clothes, he looked at the red color, and suddenly some secret thoughts came to his mind. He didn't know why, but he didn't want other servants to touch the robe. After hesitating for a moment, he threw the clothes into the depths of the cabinet. He turned around and took a deep breath, suppressing all the messy and complicated emotions deep in his heart. And when he came out, he returned to his usual cold and calm appearance. On the other side, Nan Yen saw the man's obviously embarrassed figure, and smiled with satisfaction on her face. Well, very good. I really thought this man was a hard stone that couldn't be pried open. It seems that he has feelings for her. Her stomachache last night was not fake. This body did have this problem, but the pain was not that severe. She thought that since she could take advantage of this opportunity, she might as well pretend to be more severe. Anyway, he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. so under her acting skills that were 3/10 true and 7/10 false. The man used his internal force to warm her stomach almost all night. Although it was a bit of a waste of talent, it was indeed quite comfortable to feel warm. Now, after a night, she has recovered her spirit and her stomach no longer hurts. The most important thing is that the relationship between the two has obviously taken a step further. Nan Yin couldn't help but smile, watching the sky outside gradually brighten, and she lifted the quilt and got up from the bed. It would be a pity not to strike while the iron is hot with such a good opportunity. So she called the maid again, and after washing and tidying up, she returned to the gentle and considerate wife of the leader in the past. Even because of the whole night's efforts of the leader, her complexion as the wife of the leader has improved a lot. Nan Yin took the food box and went to Yu Liuyin's courtyard with the maid. When she entered the door, she saw the leader sitting in the seat and staring at her sleeves. He had changed into a dark black robe. His eyelashes drooped slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The black collar made his face look even colder and sharper. Nan Yin asked the maid to set the food, and then walked over and called softly. The man seemed to have come back to his senses. His eyes turned to her, subconsciously looking around her, and then fell to her waist, which was as slender and soft as usual. "Are you feeling better?" Nan Yin nodded and said yeah, with a smile on her face, then reached out and held his hand, and led him to the main seat to sit down. "I know my husband is worried about me, but I'm fine now. But my husband took care of me all night last night, and I have to have a good rest today." Yu Liuyin responded casually. "I'm fine. Just take care of yourself." Nan Yin picked up some food for him, and Yu Liuyin ate quietly. She didn't do anything, just eating with him as usual. But for some reason, Yu Liuyin always felt that the atmosphere between the two of them had become a little different from before. He felt a little uncomfortable after eating a meal. She never cared about those external things before, but now even the chewing movements had become more gentle and restrained, especially when they looked at each other. Her eyes seemed to be like that, with warmth and admiration, and he never thought it was strange. But today, I don't know what happened. Every time I met those soft eyes, I would subconsciously avoid my sight. I even felt that the emotions that were originally suppressed in my chest began to slowly surge again. I don't know if it was because of everything that happened this morning. It made him feel that as long as the two of them were in the same room, he would be absent-minded, and his thoughts would keep drifting to her. Yu Liuyin didn't know why he became like this. He finished eating quickly, sat for a while, and then turned to get the long sword hanging on the wall. He thought in his heart that instead of being so upset and complicated, it would be better to practice sword directly. After practicing sword skills, everything will be fine. There is nothing that can't be solved by practicing martial arts. However, just as he stood up and took down the long sword hanging on the wall, his wife, who was sitting next to him, suddenly came forward to stop him. Not only that, she also took the sword from his hand for the first time. Her beautiful and bright little face looked at him hesitantly. "Are you going to practice sword again? My husband? Can I not go today?" Yu Liuyin frowned slightly. "Why?" Nan Yin stretched out her white finger and gently touched his eyelids. Her tone was obviously a little annoyed. "You still ask me why? Didn't you look in the mirror yourself? You took care of me all night last night, and now there are bruises under your eyes. You need to rest well." Hearing this, Yu Liuyin seemed relieved. "It doesn't matter if you don't rest enough. I can't go a day without practicing my swordsmanship. Yan Yin, give me the sword." As he said, he was about to reach out to take the sword in her hand, but Nan Yin quickly hid the sword behind her back, and then tilted her head to look at him, and there seemed to be a hint of success in her eyes. "Smile." "I said no. It's no. You go to rest, and I will give it to you when you have rested enough." "Yan Yin, give it to me. If I don't give it to you, will you hit me?" Yu Liuyin. He found that this man was getting bolder and bolder, and even dared to snatch his weapon. Seeing her vulnerable appearance, Yu Liuyin went forward and reached behind her to take it. He didn't know what was wrong with this person. She obviously didn't know any martial arts, but at this moment, she became slippery, like a fish playing in the water. She slipped through the gap between his raised palms without paying attention, and kept muttering, "Husband, you are bullying me. You want to take my things from a weak woman like me who can't even tie a chicken with one hand? Do you really have the heart to hit me?" Yu Liuyin was concerned that she didn't know martial arts and was not feeling well, so he let her circle around him for a few times. However, After being teased by this person for several times in a row, he became a little impatient. So he simply put her in his arms, and reached out to take the sword she was holding tightly in her arms. I don't know where I touched with my hand. I only heard her subconsciously cry out, "Husband, where did you touch?" Then her whole face turned red, especially because of his sudden action. She staggered forward a step. Her feet were unstable, and her body fell directly into his arms. Yu Liyun realized the soft touch from his hand, and subconsciously withdrew his hand. He tried his best to maintain his calmness, but the accelerated heartbeat still exposed his nervous and embarrassed mood at the moment. Hold. Sorry. This was probably the first time that the leader faced such a hectic scene. For a moment, he felt a little guilty. His heart was still beating faster, and the touch of the palm was like engraved in his mind, making people linger. As for Nan Yen, she didn't stay still after falling into his arms. She subconsciously raised her head, and because the distance was too close, her mouth just rubbed his throat. Yu Liyun paused for a moment. Her throat slid up and down involuntarily, and at this moment, her lips gently rubbed the protruding throat knot. At that moment, the room was too quiet, especially when Yu Liyun lowered his head. He was very close to his wife, so close that he could almost smell the faint fragrance from her lips and teeth, which was her unique scent. For a moment, Yu Liyun felt that the breath he exhaled seemed to become much thicker. His eyes fell on his wife's slightly flushed face. Her eyes were shining with tears, as if she was hurt just now, and her eyes were looking at him intently. Yu Liyun didn't know what was wrong with him. He suddenly felt that his eyes seemed to be glued to the person in front of him, and he couldn't move away. He moved his hands and gently pressed his palms on her waist and back. The eyelashes of the person in his arms also trembled slightly. Biting her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable, she patted his chest, as if she wanted to get up, but was stubbornly held down by Yu Liyun. She showed a puzzled look in her eyes. Husband? And this husband also gave him a signal, making Yu Liyun very clearly realize that the person in his arms was his wife, who belonged to him completely. Because she was his, he could do whatever he wanted to her. She would not reject him or resist him. So Yu Liyun gently called her name. Yen Yen. His eyes also became a little dark, as if he lowered his head uncontrollably. His lips gently touched the skin of her lips, rubbing it lightly, and the warm and delicate touch made him feel indescribable attachment. His chest seemed to be filled with something. After smelling the hot and humid breath from her lips and teeth, his breath became heavier, and then he kissed her gently, blending and entwining with each other. Chapter 140. After he took the initiative to kiss her yesterday, Yu Liyun found that something was wrong with him. His brain seemed to be a little confused, and his feelings at the moment became even more complicated and contradictory. In fact, he didn't know why he kissed her at that time. Maybe it was because the atmosphere between the two of them was too beautiful. Or maybe it was her eyes full of tenderness and love. Such a nostalgic and defenseless look, which made his brain hot, and his thoughts suddenly became a little out of control. Yu Liyun had never thought that he would do such a thing to his wife before. Although he married her, he had always been in a non-interference attitude from the beginning. What's more, he never liked such a weak and powerless woman. Such a woman and he were not from the same world at all, and they had no common topics. From the beginning, she had always been approaching unilaterally. He didn't think that such a relationship could last for a long time. And he had someone he cared about, and that person was his fiancée, who had been thinking about for many years. He had the idea of marrying that woman from the beginning, and it had even become an obsession. But now he was. This made Yu Liyun's heart instantly conflicted, and even a little regretful. Why? He obviously didn't mean that to her, and he obviously cared about someone else from the beginning. But why did he kiss his new wife involuntarily? Even after that, when he thought of that inexplicable kiss, his heart would uncontrollably stir up a clear ripple, making his heart beat very fast. It was a very strange and unfamiliar emotion that he had never had before. Yu Liyun covered his chest with his palm. He felt that he needed to calm down. He couldn't go on like this. Maybe he really hadn't been in contact with a woman for too long. That's why any random woman could make him uneasy for a long time. Yu Liyun took a deep breath. His emotions calmed down after she left. He suddenly thought of his ex-fiancée, who was locked up in the underground palace. Thinking of that woman, Yu Liyun frowned unconsciously. When will that woman give in and admit her mistakes and beg for mercy from him? He won't let her go. He won't let her go no matter what. That woman crushed his last bit of dignity when he was in the most miserable state, making him kneel on the ground like a dead dog and beg for life and humiliation. He will never forget that scene in his life. How she spurned him in the past. He will return it now. He wants to make her regret and make her pay the price for her indifference. On the other side, after returning, Nan Yin touched her still wet lips and smiled gently at the servants in a very good mood. Oh, it seems that the man is finally a little moved by his wife. But I don't know when this newly sprouted feeling will grow up. But there is no rush. Anyway, it is still early. So on the second day, Nan Yin went to her husband's yard to prepare breakfast for him. She even changed into a pomegranate red gauze dress today. She thought the pearl hairpin was tacky. So she asked the maid to pick a newly opened weeping crabapple from the yard. The petals were stained with morning dew, revealing a delicate and charming posture. Wearing it on the comb bun made her look particularly charming. How to say it? A woman in love will naturally make some changes. Anyway, in her opinion as a wife, her husband took the initiative to kiss her yesterday, which means that her husband likes her. Since he likes her, it is normal to be more active and close to her. However, when she came to Yu Liuyun's yard, she was told that the leader would be in seclusion today to practice, so he would not come to eat, and asked his wife to go back and rest early after breakfast. When she heard the news, Nan Yan's face was obviously stunned. She glanced at the practice room at the back, and her eyes seemed a little depressed. Even the flower on her hairpin looked a little wilted. She subconsciously took 2 steps forward, pursed her lips, and looked at the humble maid in front of her, and asked in confusion, "Why did my husband suddenly want to be in seclusion? Is he uncomfortable? Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Well, it was as expected. This person began to avoid her. After all, it was only a few days. If a person's feelings change too quickly, sometimes even he himself may not be able to accept it. If you can't accept it, you naturally want to hide. Especially for someone like Yu Liyun, who has regarded his fiancée as the one to spend his life with since the beginning. If you count it this way, Yu Liyun knew that he would marry Lin Pianran at the age of 14. And he has been waiting for 6 years. No matter what kind of feelings it is impossible to take back the feelings that have lasted for 6 years, and then pour them into another person completely. Not to mention that he was ruthlessly divorced by Lin Pianran. It is normal that he can't accept such a big gap for a while, Nan Yin thought. According to that person's personality, he is probably still immersed in the sudden kiss yesterday, and he should still be tangled in his heart, wondering why he did such a thing. But it doesn't matter. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. She wants to see how long that person can hide from her. The maid lowered her head and replied honestly, "Madam, the leader made a temporary decision this morning, and the other servants don't know. Madam, do you still want to have breakfast here? The leader usually needs 1 or 2 days to retreat. The maid will send the food over. You should go back and rest first." Nan Yin waved her hand sullenly and said casually, "Forget it. You guys go down and do your work first. Don't worry about me." She didn't believe that the man would go into retreat for no reason. Anyway, it was still early, so Nan Yin went to Yu Liuyun's study and waited slowly. She didn't know how long she waited until the sun outside slowly shifted to the west. In the training room on the other side, Yu Liyun did patiently cycle through his skills at first. After his internal energy circulated throughout his body, he became more and more clear-headed. The clearer his consciousness was, the easier it was to think about other things. For example, at this moment, he had clearly said that he would stay in seclusion for a whole day, and rationally told himself not to see his wife again. But he couldn't help thinking about her in his heart. He looked up at the sun outside the window. Unknowingly, more than half of the time had passed. Seeing that it was getting late, Yu Liyun opened the door and saw the maid standing respectfully at the door. The first thing he said was, "Has the lady left?" The maid replied truthfully. To answer the master, "The lady has not left. She went to your study and said she would wait for you for a while." "What is a while? From morning till now? Is it still a while?" Yu Liyun frowned unconsciously when he heard this, and his tone was even a little irritable. "Didn't I tell her not to wait? Didn't you tell her what I said?" When the Lord said this, it was obvious that there was some blame in the meaning. The maid standing beside him turned pale instantly, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. "We said that the lady was in a bad mood after learning that the Lord was in seclusion. She was depressed and didn't even eat. She went directly to the Lord's study. We tried to persuade her, but couldn't persuade her. Hearing this, Yu Luyun frowned even tighter. Subconsciously asked, "She didn't eat again?" The maid shivered uncontrollably. And after recovering, she quickly replied tremblingly, "Yes. Madam said she didn't have a good appetite, so she didn't want to eat." After hearing this, Yu Luyun felt an inexplicable blockage in his chest. He had already felt an unexplained irritation when he chose to avoid his wife. And now he was even more annoyed. Madam said she didn't want to eat. Didn't you know how to persuade her? Don't you know that Madam is weak and can't stand hunger? What's the point of me raising you? Hurry up and get some food from the kitchen. After saying this, Yu Luyun threw his sleeves and left. He also knew that he should be regarded as venting his anger. It was obviously his own problem from the beginning. He was the one who avoided his wife and deliberately didn't see her. But he was a little out of control in his heart. Yu Luyun strode directly to the study. The door of the study was always open, and the servants didn't dare to enter at will. After he entered the room, he looked around but didn't see anyone. He thought his wife had gone home. But when he turned around, he saw a figure sitting on the couch behind the curtain. Yu Luyun paused for a moment, then walked over slowly, opened the curtain, and saw that his wife had fallen asleep on the couch in a daze. She was holding a swordsmanship secret book that he often read in her hand. Her black and smooth hair was a little loose, pouring all over her body, and some even fell to the ground. Yu Luyun couldn't tell what he felt in his heart for a while. He just felt that the moment he saw her, the complicated and chaotic emotions in his chest seemed to be gently smoothed by a soft palm. And no matter how angry he was gone. His brows relaxed, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, then walked towards the person on the couch. She was sleeping peacefully, with a gentle expression. A water-red crabapple flower had fallen on the ground at some point, and the petals had curled slightly and wilted. Yu Luyun slowly squatted in front of this person, stretched out his hand to pick up the crabapple flower on the ground, and the light flower fragrance slowly drifted over. With a faint scent of her hair, he reached out to brush away the strand of hair stuck to the corner of her mouth. His eyes gradually softened, and the finger slowly brushed across her cheek, accidentally touching her lips, and a warm and moist touch came. Yu Luyun's expression paused. He looked at his fingers, and after realizing what he was doing, his palm almost subconsciously retracted. What is he doing? Didn't he say that he had no feelings for her? Then what is this now? Yu Luyun frowned again, looking at his wife sleeping soundly on the couch. He originally wanted to wake her up, but thinking of her body being uncomfortable these days, and thinking of his inexplicable behavior during this period, he suppressed the idea of waking her up. After slowly pulling out the book that was about to fall, he turned around and picked up a cloak from the screen, covered her body, and left after hesitating for a moment. After hearing the footsteps of this person turning around and leaving, Nan Yin couldn't help but bend the corners of her mouth. It seems that this person is not so indifferent. Nan Yin slept in the study for an afternoon. After that, Yu Luyun never appeared again. It seems that he will never come back this time. Nan Yin went back after dinner. There must be someone to watch her if she pretends to be good. Who would she perform for without an audience? It's better to go back and wash and rest early. It was not until the evening of the second day that she finally heard the servants report that the leader's retreat was over. So Nan Yin came again with the maid. But this time, she clearly felt that the husband in front of her was much colder than the previous 2 days. Nan Yin is naturally not a fool. As a wife who is deeply attached to her husband, her emotions are more sensitive than any other woman. Especially when facing her husband, her feelings are particularly delicate. After all, when she came over in the past, her husband would not ignore her like he did now, no matter how busy he was. Now the state of mutual respect between the two was broken, and the cold treatment now was obviously pretended by this person. Nan Yin pretended not to know, but her face showed the same depressed expression as before, especially looking at her husband, who had never looked at her straight in the eye from just now to now. She seemed to have an indescribable depressed mood in her heart. She walked slowly to her husband's side, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help it, pursed her lips and asked softly, "Are you tired of me?" My husband? The leader, who was deliberately handling affairs, paused and finally reacted. Nan Yin continued, "Do you think I come too often and disturb you? So you have been avoiding me all this time?" She hesitated, and her voice became hoarse. "You were not like this to me before. Did I do something wrong?" Yu Luyun subconsciously turned his head to look at his wife, just in time to meet her slightly moist eyes. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, his wife has always been emotionally sensitive, and she has always loved and relied on him wholeheartedly. After kissing her last time, he also gave her a signal, making her mistakenly think that he was interested in her. Thinking of this result, Yu Luyun frowned slightly. It would be troublesome if he didn't explain it clearly. But if he explained it, he didn't know what to say. Could it be that he was just impulsive last time? His brain was just a little confused. He had someone he cared about, and he was always thinking about his fiancée. He was unwilling to give up on that woman, but he didn't know why he was upset by the woman's low mood. Yu Luyun took a deep breath, suppressed all those emotions that shouldn't have been there deep in his heart, then turned his head and looked at her calmly with dark eyes. No, you think too much. Hasn't it always been like this between us? What else do you want us to be like? I'm just busy practicing martial arts recently, and I'm busy with the affairs of the sect, so I haven't had time to take care of you. Don't think too much. After Yu Luyun finished saying this, his mood seemed to calm down a lot. That's right. That's enough. As long as we return to the previous state, to the way of getting along with each other in a respectful and non-interfering way, it will be enough. Instead of the current state, which often disturbs him, and even when practicing sword, the figure of the other party will inexplicably appear in his mind, making him irritable and uneasy. Hearing this, Nan Yen was stunned. It took a while for her to recover. She lowered her head slightly, and her eyes met those deep and quiet eyes. The man stared at her quietly for a while, and didn't know whether he was guilty or not. He looked away uncomfortably, and then turned his head to look elsewhere. Nan Yen pursed her lips. Her face was unusually pale. She seemed to not understand what he meant by that. They were very close 2 days ago. How could he suddenly say such a thing? But with her gentle and calm temperament, she couldn't do anything to scold and blame her husband on the spot. She just turned her face away slightly. Her face restored the usual quiet and gentle posture, and her voice was vaguely cautious. I'm sorry. I really made things difficult for my husband these days. I have been bothering you to take care of me and accompany me. But I forgot that my husband is very tired from handling the affairs of the church every day. I will remember it in the future. Her appearance made Yu Luyun feel a little depressed, and a strange emotion was churning in his chest, blocking his heart. He hoped that she would just directly criticize his excessive behavior that day. After all, he did. She didn't say anything, which made him feel more upset. You didn't. Yu Luyun originally wanted to say that if there was nothing to do, he could leave first. However, before he finished speaking, he saw his wife beside him take out the sweet-scented osmanthus lotus seed soup that she had prepared for him from the food box. My husband hasn't eaten much all day. This is the sweet-scented osmanthus lotus seed soup that I asked the kitchen to make for you. My husband? Please drink some to warm your stomach. Yu Luyun's eyes unconsciously fell on the bowl of sweet soup in her hand. In a trance, he suddenly remembered that everything seemed to have changed since the bowl of sweet soup that was delivered that afternoon. His face immediately became a little gloomy, and he said directly to the person next to him, Okay, put it on the table. If there is nothing to do, please leave first. I still have a lot of things to deal with. This was already a clear attempt to drive people away, but Nan Yen refused to give up. She reached out to pull his sleeve, and her soft and delicate little hands inadvertently grasped his slightly cold knuckles. Yu Luyun's body stiffened for a moment, and he subconsciously pulled his fingers back. I told you to just put it on the table. At this moment, the porcelain bowl that she had handed over was accidentally knocked over because of his quick movement. The jade-colored porcelain bowl fell to the ground with a smack. It was instantly broken into pieces. The air was suddenly quiet. Nan Yen stood there. Her eyes were obviously slightly red. Her face was a little pale. She looked down at the broken porcelain bowl, and there seemed to be a trace of tears in her eyes. But she did not blame the people around her. After she recovered, she subconsciously wanted to squat down to pick up the broken pieces. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she was pulled by Yu Luyun beside her. Don't touch it. Don't you know that the fragments can easily cut your hands? After realizing that his tone was a bit stiff, Yu Luyun's expression eased a little. You don't need to do these. You go back first. I will let the servants clean up. After he said this, seeing her slightly stiff body, he couldn't help but explain again. I have a lot of things to do recently. If you don't have anything necessary, Don't come to me. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his wife in his arms suddenly stretched out her hand and slapped the back of his hand heavily. The force was quite strong, but it didn't hurt, but it made her palm red. Yu Luyun looked down at the person in his arms. Some strange thoughts suddenly arose in his mind. Was his little wife just angry? It was the first time he saw her beating someone in a rage. What's the difference between this look and a rabbit biting someone in a rage? And it didn't hurt at all. Nan Yin finally raised her head and looked at him. The water in her eyes became more obvious, and she bit her lips slightly. No matter how good her temper was, no matter how gentle her personality was, she couldn't help but burst out at this moment after facing her husband's unreasonable cold treatment and inexplicable resistance. She stared at him for a long time, and after a while, the tears in her eyes finally couldn't hold back and fell. Yu Luyun, you are too much. You bully me. She was soft and gentle even when she scolded people, and a light red appeared at the end of her eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. You didn't let me come over. You obviously hate me in your heart, right? But why didn't you tell me directly? You were obviously not like this that day. You kissed me, and you touched me. Are you treating me like this now? Yu Luyun didn't really listen to what she was saying. He looked at the attractive and rosy lips with deep eyes, which kept opening and closing. Because of the excitement, she exhaled a little warm breath. Inside were neat and cute little glutinous teeth, as white and round as pearls. He just felt that such a wife was indeed a bit distressing when she cried. He even wondered why this person cried differently from others. And Nan Yin saw that he had been unwilling to speak, and her expression became extremely disappointed. She pushed him hard with her backhand, and her eyes were red, saying, "You bastard. You took advantage of me and didn't admit it. Since you are so tired of me, I will never bother you again in the future." After she said this, she turned around and left. Before Yu Luyun had time to say anything, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab her sleeve, but because he thought of something, he forcibly resisted the urge to raise his hand. Then he watched helplessly as his wife really turned around and left, and she seemed to be very angry. Yu Luyun pursed his lips, thinking carefully about his contradictory behavior over the past 2 days, and realized that he was indeed a little too much. But if he continued like this, he would make her even more sad sooner or later. So it would be best to leave it this way. But before he could finish thinking this thought, Yu Luyun suddenly heard a sound of someone falling in the yard outside, followed by his wife biting her lips and suppressing a cry of pain. It hurts. At that moment, Yu Luyun didn't think much about it. When he heard the cry of pain, he thought that Nan Yin had accidentally fallen, and before his brain could react, his whole body had already subconsciously rushed out. He knew it was dark outside, and it was easy to fall if you were not careful when walking at night, especially since she was so angry this time, and she didn't even bring a maid with her. He didn't know where she fell, and whether it was serious or not. As a result, as soon as he opened the door of the study, he saw his gentle wife standing in front of the door with her head tilted. There was a hint of success on her face, and her watery eyes blinked twice, and she smiled at him without any scruples. Yu Luyun saw that she was unharmed, and he didn't know whether he was relieved or depressed. Anyway, he couldn't control himself and clenched his fingers on the door frame, and subconsciously said, "You lied to me." Nan Yin couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. Her dark eyes were bright, as if shining with stars, and then took advantage of the moment when her husband hadn't reacted, rushed up and threw himself into his arms, and replied softly, "I didn't. It was obviously my husband who lied to me." She smiled with curved eyebrows and was particularly happy, because the man below not only didn't hide, but subconsciously reached out and hugged her. Nan Yin climbed her hands on her husband's neck. "How long will my husband pretend? He obviously cares about me in his heart. Why do you always avoid me these 2 days?" Yu Luyun didn't want to answer her question at all, just felt a little suffocated in his chest. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment. Everything he had prepared would be broken without any defense. He subconsciously changed the subject and said, "You are not injured, are you?" Hearing this, Nan Yan's expression immediately became a little sad. She frowned slightly, and her face showed that weak and pitiful expression again. "Who said I was not injured? It hurt so much when I fell. I still feel pain in my body now. I just got up faster." Yu Luyun frowned when he heard her say that she was really hurt. After all, The cry of pain he heard just now was not fake. Thinking of this, his expression paused again. He stretched out his hand to pull her away, and his eyes searched her body. "Where are you hurt?" Nan Yin took his hand and slowly placed it on her chest. Her fair and rosy face was blushed at some point. She glanced at her, her black eyelashes trembling slightly. Her eyes were as round as black sandalwood, black and white, and seemed to be filled with a pool of fine spring water, which was very tempting. Then she said softly, "Just touch it. It's right here. It was so uncomfortable just now. It's okay that you were mean to me. Since you bullied me that day, you have been hiding and refusing to see me, leaving me alone for so long. You still asked me where I was hurt. Can't you see such an obvious place?" Yu Liuyun's ears were also red, but it was just because he was angry, especially when he felt the soft and undulating touch underneath and the dense heartbeat. He felt his palms begin to numb. He pulled his hand back several times, but failed to do so because the man held him tightly and without any scruples, which made the leader so angry that he could only utter one sentence. "What a disgrace. Well, what's the use of being decent? Anyway, you can't eat it." Nan Yin was finally driven back. But before she went back, she played a trick on the wise and powerful leader. Thinking of the man who was so angry that he couldn't say anything, Nan Yin felt much better instantly. It was already late when she returned to the yard. The dim yellow moon hung on the branches of the treetops. Tonight seemed particularly quiet. After Nan Yin finished her bath, she was ready to rest. But before that, she had to ask someone to bring water to the house. However, she shouted outside twice, but heard no response. Nan Yin was a little confused. She could vaguely see the sky outside through the gap in the window. It seemed a little late, but the maid should still be on duty at this time. She didn't pay much attention to this little thing, thinking that maybe she was busy with something. She just wanted to ask her personal maid to help dry her hair. Since the maid was not there, she picked up the cotton cloth on the screen and began to wipe her hair gently. Her fair and smooth fingers carefully combed the black and smooth hair, one by one, which was quite tiring. I don't know how long it took. The hair was half dry, and the maid outside still didn't come back. The candle on the candlestick had been burning, and no one cut the wick. The slender candle's shadow was reflected on the screen and swayed from time to time. Nan Yin was even more confused. Now she just felt a little strange. It seemed too quiet tonight. Could it be that they all went out for something? She lifted the curtain and looked outside. There was indeed no one there. But thinking that it was already so late, it would be a bit troublesome to go to such lengths to call for help. Nan Yin walked over by herself and gently cut off the overlong cotton wick thread. She heard a creak from the window. The night wind outside blew the window open at some point, and the lights in the room also swayed a few times. The gentle night wind blew on her body after a bath, which was still a little cool. Nan Yin was wearing a thin white undergarment. She put down the scissors in her hand, walked forward a few steps, and was about to close the window when it was suddenly knocked open by a sudden force. A shadow rushed in from the window. Nan Yin was already slender, and she had no martial arts skills at all. She was hit so hard that she staggered backwards and fell badly. She subconsciously wanted to scream, but the shadow by the window seemed to realize it, probably worried that her scream would alarm other people. So he stepped on the table and turned around, jumped down from the windowsill, and then reached out and pulled her hard. Not only did he pull her into his arms, but he also covered her mouth tightly with his other hand. It was so tight that Nan Yin could only make a mm sound. "Shut up," the man threatened in a vicious voice. Nan Yin's eyes suddenly showed a look of fear. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but she was held tightly by the man on her body, especially when she saw another man in black coming in from behind. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she was so scared that her eye sockets were a little wet, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. She thought to herself, "It seems that no one has passed the message to the two guys in the inn. So these two people must have been unable to resist and came to her yard in a dark nightgown. Should I say this is a fate given by God? This is really great. Just saving the energy of going out to find them." Seeing the horrified expression on the face of the woman in his arms, Murong Tu also showed an impatient look in his eyes. He deliberately put on a stern face and threatened the person in his arms. "I can let you go, but you can't shout, let alone ask someone to come over. Otherwise I will kill you with a knife. Do you hear me?" Maybe it was because he had seen so many threatening things, so he became particularly adept at doing it. In particular, he had never had a good impression of this kind of demon cult women. when he was walking in the world. What he hated most was those demon cult women who did not care about meat and vegetables. The most important thing was that now, the person he cared about most, Sister Pian, was caught by them. As long as he thought of this, Murongtuo became more and more irritated and impatient. Therefore, he threatened the woman in front of him, who he didn't know at all, without mercy. After Nan Yin recovered from the shock just now, her eyes just met the pair of black eyes opposite. How to say it? This person is really born with a flamboyant and wanton personality. Even if he wears a black dress, he can't hide the wanton momentum on his body, especially the noble and arrogant expression between his eyebrows. He really doesn't care about gentlemanly etiquette at all. But it's normal. After all, the knights walking in the world are the most casual, especially when it comes to demon cult women like her. So he had no psychological burden when he broke into her boudoir. After hearing the threat, Nan Yan's body seemed to be frightened and trembled uncontrollably. And then under the other party's dark and sharp eyes, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she nodded obediently. Chapter 141. After Nan Yin was suddenly released by the person in her arms, she staggered back a few steps. Before she could stand still, she heard the person in front of her asking, "Tell me quickly, where is the entrance to the underground palace of your Xian Song sect? Did you lock Sister Pian in the underground palace?" Nan Yan's body shook a few times quickly. After being released, she had no time to answer the man's question. She almost subconsciously tightened her clothes in front of her chest, and then stepped back a few steps in fear. After seeing a quiet figure standing behind the screen, the fear in her eyes became even greater. "You? Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" Her voice was full of fear, and she suddenly remembered the abnormality of tonight. "Did you take my maid away?" Nan Yan's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she grabbed the collar of her clothes more and more tightly, and her knuckles were pinched until they turned slightly white. "You two daring thieves! I warn you not to mess around. Otherwise, my husband will not let you go." Murongtuo listened to the woman's words of scolding them thieves, and felt inexplicably uncomfortable for a while. Maybe it was because he had been doing chivalrous deeds for a long time, and people always complimented him wherever he went. Suddenly, he was scolded as a little thief by a woman, not to mention that she was a little demon girl in the demon sect. This feeling was too strange. Murongtuo's eyes turned cold, especially when he heard her answering questions that were not asked. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He sneered, imitated the tone of those improper men in the rivers and lakes, turned around and began to threaten people. Hee. "It doesn't matter whether your husband will let us go, but if you don't answer the questions honestly, I will not let you go now." Nan Yin was so frightened that her face turned pale. She took 2 steps back unconsciously. She stared at the black-clothed man in front of her in disbelief. "You dare?" Seeing that she was extremely scared, Murongtuo suddenly smiled maliciously and deliberately took a step forward to approach her. "Why shouldn't I dare? If I didn't have the courage, would I dare to visit your entire Xian Song sect tonight? Haha. Let me tell you, there is nothing in this world that this young master dare not do." He snorted coldly and continued, "Tell me quickly, where is Sister Pian imprisoned by your leader? If you don't answer honestly, this young master will hang you upside down on the beam all night." Nan Yin finally couldn't help crying. There was a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Her face was pale, and she was forced into a corner. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of water vapor, and the sound in her throat was already faintly crying. You are so presumptuous. Do you know who I am? How dare you do such a thing? As long as you dare to hurt a hair of mine, my husband will cut you into pieces. He will not let you go." When Murongtuo saw that this person was scared and crying, he was disgusted, especially when he heard that this person kept repeating the words husband and husband, and he couldn't even threaten people. He instantly became more impatient. Why did he knock out several maids tonight and ask some unimportant questions? He finally found a yard and found that there was another demon cult witch inside. To deal with such a woman, he naturally didn't need to show mercy. So Murongtuo raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and continued to threaten people without scruples. "You keep talking about your husband. Your husband? What's the matter? Is your husband the leader of the Xian Song sect? You Luyuan? Huh? Even if it is him. So what? This young master is not afraid of him. Besides, what can you do if you invite him here?" Murongtuo looked around the person in front of him, and imitated that kind of improper tone, deliberately angering her. Now it's dark and windy. And you are alone. And you are still in a disheveled state. When your husband comes, I will tell him that you have an affair with me. I am your lover who you meet at night. You specially invited me to meet you under the moon tonight to express your love. Let's see if he still likes you after hearing this. Good guy. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone who likes to make fun of himself so much. He even ignores his own reputation. Should I say this guy is really talented? Nan Yin opened her eyes in disbelief for a while when she heard this. It seems that she didn't expect that he would dare to lie so blatantly. And what a mess, he said. Nan Yin was so angry at his shamelessness that her chest rose and fell, and a thin layer of crimson appeared at the corners of her eyes. Her teeth trembled slightly, and she almost cried out for a moment. What nonsense are you talking about? What little lover? Meeting under the moon? I don't even know you. If you dare to say these messed up things again, I won't forgive you. As she said this, she covered her chest with clothes more fearfully, from the collar to the neck, covering it tightly, not daring to expose any skin outside, for fear that the man in front of her would suddenly go crazy and do something bad to her. And Murong Tuo saw her wrapping her clothes tightly, and there was an obvious look of fear on her face. Suddenly, he understood and seemed to have caught the man's weakness in an instant. He didn't get too close, but only took a step forward, and then pressed the scabbard against her chest to the shoulder, with a satisfied color in his dark pupils. So you are afraid of me? Very good. It seems that you are not only afraid of me, but also afraid that I will do this to you. He narrowed his eyes, and the scabbard raised to her chest again, and his tone suddenly became more threatening. I ask you, where is the entrance to the underground palace of your Xuansong sect? Is Sister Piampian locked up in the underground palace by you? If you don't tell the truth, I will take off your clothes now, knock you out and throw you out, and see if you have the face to see people again when you wake up tomorrow morning. Nan Yin felt that this was outrageous. She was such a beautiful woman, and this man's brain circuit was different from that of a normal person. He just took off his clothes and threw him out. Well, this trick is indeed very cruel. After all, she is still a woman. When Nan Yin heard this, her face turned pale instantly. She bit her lip and took a step back in panic. She accidentally bumped into the edge of the bed behind her. After realizing that it was a bed, it was obviously more dangerous at this moment. She was about to cry. Her eyes searched around anxiously, and finally landed on the window closest to this place. As long as she climbed out of the window, she could completely escape from here. So she didn't care, turned around and ran towards the square table. When she ran, Murong Tuo was also startled, and then he subconsciously reached out to grab it, after realizing that the warm palm behind her was quickly approaching her body. Nan Yin became more flustered in an instant. She struggled harder. This struggle made the opponent's strength tighten instantly, and Murong Tuo behind her suddenly increased his strength and pulled hard. Originally, he wanted to pull the person back, but he didn't expect that this person had just taken a bath and was only wearing a thin underwear, and the belt of the underwear was not tied very tightly. After he pulled so hard, it was directly torn, and the underwear that was originally loose on the body suddenly hissed. It was torn apart with a sound. Murong Tuo was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would accidentally tear someone's clothes, and he didn't expect that the clothes would be so fragile, especially since the woman seemed to have just taken a bath and didn't have time to put on other clothes. This time, half of her clothes were torn off by him. The tattered and torn underwear fell to her waist, and her white and smooth skin and the snow-white and undulating curve of her chest were faintly visible between her black hair. She held her chest tightly with both hands, and her face was extremely terrified. Tears came out directly, and she couldn't even cover the snow-white and secret skin. At just one glance, Murong Tuo's whole face turned red, and he groaned, and his eyes quickly retracted as if he was burned by something. The woman opposite was too strong because of the impact, and her whole body was unable to retract in time. She fell forward in a mess, and was about to hit the sharp corner of the table on the windowsill. Ah! The woman who was about to fall screamed in panic and fear. Murong Tuo reached out, but it was too late. Not to mention that his mind was still blank at this moment, and he couldn't recover. At this time, the figure who had been standing quietly behind the screen suddenly bypassed the screen and quickly stepped forward to pull, and directly pulled the person into his arms. And Nan Yan's whole body was just pressed tightly against his chest at this moment. She was trembling all over, and tears fell one by one. When she reacted, her teeth were trembling, and the whole person seemed to collapse in an instant. She slapped the man on her chest with both hands and pressed the man on her back tightly. "Let go! Let me go! Bastard! Villain! You shameless rapist! Don't touch me! Let me go! My husband will not let you go." This was the first time that Zhao Xiuyan encountered such a scene. His usual calm and gentle expression could not be maintained at this moment. When he and his junior brother went to Xuansong sect at night, he questioned the two maids he met on the road. But he did not get any results after questioning for a long time. Later, his junior brother thought that his tone was too gentle. Those maids were obviously not afraid of him. If he continued like this, he might not be able to find Pianpian before dawn. So he said that he would take care of the next steps and not to interfere. Zhao Xiuyan reluctantly agreed and let him interrogate the next woman in his own way. It was also a coincidence that the two of them broke into this courtyard in the chaos. But he did not expect this result. If he had known earlier, he might as well let him do it himself. What is this now? Using this method to force a woman? Zhao Xiuyan felt the body in his arms trembling uncontrollably. And there was a throbbing feeling in his forehead and temples. He subconsciously pulled the thin dress on the screen. Then turned his face and wrapped it around the woman in his arms. The woman in his arms was still crying in humiliation, with tears in her eyes, looking like she was about to fall. It was really a headache. Zhao Xiuyan also felt his eyes burning. And then he looked up and saw his junior brother standing there for a long time, with a red face and annoyed and embarrassed. He felt annoyed for no reason, and finally couldn't help frowning and scolding. "Murong Tua, have you been hanging out with those shady people in the martial arts world for a long time? So you learned some despicable methods. This is the good method, you said. To bully and force a woman like this. Do you still remember your identity?" Murong Tua opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, especially when he saw the disheveled woman huddled in his senior brother's arms and shivering. He felt a flash of regret and guilt in his heart, but he never admitted his mistakes in person. So he turned his head and explained in a low voice. I didn't hang out with anyone. Things are not what you think. You saw it. It's obvious. She didn't wear any clothes inside. Can you blame me?" His voice became softer and softer, and his hand was still tightly grasping the half-ripped cloth. At the end, he was too embarrassed to say anything more, so he kept silent, especially when he thought of the soft white body that just flashed by. Murong Tuo's cheeks became even hotter. For a moment, he felt that this thing was extremely hot, and he subconsciously let go. Zhao Xiuyan laughed in anger after hearing this, and his cold eyes swept across to his junior brother opposite him. He opened his thin lips and scolded him coldly. "Shut up. Do you think I don't have eyes? Was she naked? Or did you tear her clothes? I saw it clearly. Murong Tua, have you forgotten what you said before you left? Do you still remember what you promised me and your master and elders before you went out into the world? You must not bully the weak by relying on your status. What are you doing now? Get over here and apologize to others." Zhao Xiuyan finished speaking in one breath and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The struggle of the woman in his arms had stopped at some point. Her hands tightly grasped the skirt wrapped around her body. She dared not move or speak, and only tears were still dripping silently. Murong Tua was scolded so much that he dared not refute a word. His face was a little embarrassed, and there was a rare embarrassment. He also knew that he had indeed gone too far. But he didn't actually intend to do anything. Who made the woman run away without thinking? When she ran away, he was worried about alerting outsiders. So he had to chase her quickly? As a result, he was so strong that he accidentally tore her clothes. He was also shocked and surprised. Okay? Who knew that such a thing would happen? Murong Tua lowered his head and thought sullenly. But even so, he always listened to the words of this senior brother in his heart. And he was indeed a little impulsive tonight. So he hesitated for a moment, and then walked forward slowly. He saw the woman curled up in the arms of the senior brother tremble uncontrollably, and subconsciously wanted to avoid it again. Murong Tua clenched and unclenched his hands, and was about to say sorry to someone, when he suddenly heard a slight noise coming from outside, followed by the voice of the maid. Madam, 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 have you not rested yet? I seem to hear the sound of something breaking. Did you get up to go to the bathroom? Hearing the maid's voice, Nan Yen immediately looked towards the door. Her eyes widened, as if she had finally found a savior, and subconsciously opened her mouth to shout help outside. As a result, as soon as her mouth opened, The man who had been tightly attached to her suddenly reached out and covered her mouth and nose with force, and the other hand was pressed directly on the back of her head to prevent her from escaping, completely imprisoning her. Nan Yin was so anxious that she subconsciously reached out to pry his hand away. However, the skirt that was originally wrapped around her body lost its support, and the thin dress slipped off her shoulders in an instant. The torn undergarment inside could not cover anything at all, and her messy black hair swayed with the movement. It was like some kind of secret taboo was accidentally seen by someone, and it was exposed completely. Zhao Xiuyan lowered his head, and the beautiful white beauty of the chest came into his eyes inadvertently. For a moment, the room was silent. The air seemed to freeze. The surroundings were too quiet. Even Murong Tuo standing behind her froze, seeing the white, weak, slender and thin back. He didn't know whether he was nervous or anxious for a moment, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. It was not until he was glanced at by his senior brother coldly that he blushed and turned his back quickly. His heart was beating, and his fingers were unconsciously clenched, and he felt that tonight was really too bad. I have never been so embarrassed in my life. My ears are so hot that they almost don't belong to me. What is going on? Why did it become like this? Under such a gorgeous and dazzling frontal impact, Zhao Xiuyan felt that his breathing was about to stop, and his brain became chaotic in an instant. His eyelashes trembled slightly, his throat slid involuntarily, and his heart beat uncontrollably. Nan Yin seemed to be desperate, with panic and embarrassment in her eyes. Tears fell on the back of Zhao Xiuyan's hand one by one, and she was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Zhao Xiuyan finally understood what it meant to be in tears, especially when he saw the vivid scene in front of his chest. His face, which was originally as bright as jade, seemed to be stained with a layer of smoke and mist, and quickly spread a layer of blush. He pressed the person in front of him into his arms, then stretched out his two slender white legs, gently picked up the skirt that fell to her waist and covered her back, and whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry." The maid could not hear the response from inside, but vaguely heard some strange sounds. She walked closer and called softly, but there was still no response from inside the room. The maid's brows relaxed, and she thought that the lady was asleep, so she turned around and left. Now it's good. The two brothers have completely flirted with the girl inside and out. Nan Yin lowered her head, but a smile flashed in her eyes. Now none of you can escape. When the footsteps of the maid were completely gone, Zhao Xiuyan slowly let go of the person in his arms. But the woman was probably mad at the two of them. The moment she was released, she grabbed his wrist and bit it hard, biting it mercilessly, almost bleeding, but not letting go. Zhao Xiuyan snorted lightly, stretched out the white wrist like jade without struggling, and let her bite hard. Murong Tuo, who was standing in front of him, couldn't bear it. He subconsciously stepped forward and snorted coldly in anger and frustration. "Brother, are you stupid? What moral principles can we have with this kind of demon girl? It's just. Murong Tuo couldn't say the rest of the words. He scratched his hair in annoyance, and said with a slightly red cheek, "Don't forget that Sister Pian Pian is still in their hands." When Zhao Xiuyan heard this, his eyes were also stern, and then he glanced at him coldly with disdain. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. If he hadn't messed around tonight, would they have caused such an embarrassing situation now? When Nan Yan's teeth were sore, she finally let go. Zhao Xiuyan looked at the deep teeth marks on the wrist bone with blood oozing out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he retracted his wrist, looked at the crying woman with red eyes with a headache, fumbled for a long time, and finally took out a gray handkerchief from his arms and handed it over. "Sorry, young lady. We didn't mean to offend you. We came to look for someone tonight, because we are not familiar with the specific roots of your Xian Song sect. We accidentally broke into your boudoir." The young lady also saw the situation just now. If your maid really rushed in, she would inevitably attract more people in panic. At that time, I am afraid that the three of us would not be able to clear ourselves even if we jumped into the Yellow River. It doesn't matter if my junior brother and I escape in the future, but I am afraid that the young lady's reputation will be damaged because of this. After all, being in a room with two men in disheveled clothes, no matter what happened or not, people usually think and discuss the worst. Of course, more importantly, Zhao Xiuyan really didn't want to make too much noise. After all, this is Xian Song sect, and there are only two of him and his junior brother. If they really make a scene, it will be harmful to them. Nan Yin was stunned when she heard the man's voice, but finally came back to her senses, and finally had a reaction. She raised her eyes, bit her lips, and looked at him with humiliation and fear. Could it be that this kind of thing is still to blame me? Nan Yan's eyes were slightly red. Her face was pale. Her black hair was a little messy and scattered on her cheeks and chest. And there were still traces of tears in her eyes. Her voice was a little hoarse and light, and it sounded aggrieved and pitiful to people's ears. It was obviously you who broke into my room without reason. If it wasn't for that rapist who wanted to take off my clothes, how could I become like this? Murong Tua was stunned when he heard this. Who is a rapist? He was not convinced immediately. He turned around and glared at the woman angrily. You woman! Who are you calling a rapist? I tore your clothes by accident. It was not intentional. Who is a rapist? What did I do to rapists? I didn't see anything. No. I didn't see as much as my senior brother. I just saw it back. What did I do to rapists? Shut up. Zhao Xiuyan touched his forehead helplessly. It was hard to describe this junior brother, who was distracted by just a few words. Why should I shut up? I didn't say anything wrong. Murong Tua blushed with anger. If it weren't for what just happened, he really wanted to pull this woman out and have a good talk with her. He has been in the martial arts world for so long and has saved countless decent women. When did he become a thief? And the most disgusting kind of lecherous thief. He was so angry. Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes were red again. Even if she was gentle, she couldn't help it at this moment. She turned her head and glared at him, but was glared back by this person with fierce eyes. Thinking of this person's reckless means, her face turned pale again, and she turned around and wrapped her clothes tighter. Zhao Xiuyan, who was beside her, coughed awkwardly, raised his eyes, and forced the angry Mr. Murong back with a cold look. Achuo, what nonsense are you talking about? It would have been better if he didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned it, Zhao Xiuyan's mind couldn't help but recall the scene just now. His fingers instantly clenched uncomfortably, and his fingertips were pinched so hard that they hurt. He exhaled lightly, forcing himself to forget all those erotic scenes, and returned to being the gentle and jade-like fifth son of the Zhao family in the past. He looked down at the weak woman whose emotions had obviously calmed down a lot, and his face was a little embarrassed. Then he bowed his head and apologized again, with a gentle and apologetic tone. This attitude was much more sincere than Murong Tua beside him. I'm really sorry, girl. We really have no ill will towards you. Just now, my junior brother was impulsive. We went to Xian Song sect tonight to find someone. My fiancé was arrested by your leader. We two brothers were worried and took this desperate measure. It was an accident that we accidentally broke into the girl's boudoir and caused such a commotion. Please let the girl put aside the past and tell us where the underground palace of Xian Song sect is. As for what happened tonight, we two brothers will never reveal a word to the outside world, and will not let anyone know, let alone damage the girl's reputation. Look, these words sound much better. She felt much more comfortable after hearing this. Nan Yin thought to herself that the male supporting role of her fiancé was more reliable. Look at the male third who was standing aside and was as anxious as a little rooster. He had no brains at all. Such a person had the nerve to say that he was a hero walking around the world. He was almost a naive person. However, after hearing what he meant, Nan Yin raised her eyes cautiously, and while retreating carefully, she also peeked at the expression on his face. Her eyes were full of distrust for the two people. You are talking nonsense. My husband would never do such a thing. He has been with me these days, and has never left Xian Song sect. How could he possibly capture your fiancé? Don't blame my husband for what others have done. I won't believe you. You'd better leave here quickly. Otherwise, I will call someone to arrest you. Also, what happened tonight cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Perhaps she had never threatened or scolded anyone before, and her voice even trembled slightly when she said the latter sentence. After hearing Nan Yin say this, the two brothers looked up at each other at the same time. No wonder. This woman's identity is really unusual. No wonder she kept saying her husband, and other words. It turned out that she was the wife that Yu Luyun married half a year ago. In fact, they should have guessed it long ago. After they entered Xian Song sect, they found that the place was heavily guarded. They turned around and couldn't find the location of the rumored underground palace. Instead, they got lost in it. Only this courtyard was a little special. There were not many servants guarding it, but it was the place with the most female family members and maids. So the two of them accidentally broke in during the chaos. Hearing this, Murong Tu on the side could not hold back any longer. He stepped forward and grabbed Nan Yan's wrist. Great. So you are Yu Liuyun's wife. Now, your husband has robbed my senior brother's fiancée. We will take you away and see if he is willing to let her go. You? What do you want to do? Nan Yan was shocked and angry, and tried her best to shake off the man's hand. What? What else can you do? You still don't know what your good husband did to Sister Pian Pian? Murong Tu narrowed his eyes, and when he saw that the man's emotions had calmed down, he immediately returned to his previous fierce appearance. Staring at her fiercely, his eyes seemed to be burning with anger, but he wasn't very fierce. The main reason was that he had torn off his face mask at some point, revealing his flamboyant and dazzling face underneath. His bright red lips were gorgeous and scorching, but his slightly narrowed eyes made him look less domineering and more like a pretty little rooster. He sneered and grabbed Nan Yan's wrist bone. The thin calluses on his palms scratched her skin. Of course I have to tell you. 2 months ago, your husband took advantage of our unpreparedness and injured the three of us. He also took the opportunity to snatch Sister Pian Pian away. We two brothers saw this with our own eyes. Do you still want to deny it? Nan Yan was frightened by his sudden action and wanted to retreat. She accidentally bumped into the arms of the person standing behind her. For a moment, she didn't care about anything else. She subconsciously grabbed his clothes and shrank into his arms, with her whole body trembling. She said in horror, "Let go. Let go. Don't touch me." What fiancé? I don't know what you are talking about. You are all liars. You are also a rapist. I will not believe. I believe what you say. Murong Tu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had said that he was not a rapist. Didn't he know that such messy rumors were the most taboo in the martial arts world? He had finally become the young Murong hero praised by people. Even Sister Pian Pian praised him for his chivalrous demeanor. What the hell was a rapist? He still had to pull the person back with force. Shame and anger appeared in his eyes. He was ready to teach this person a lesson. Where are you hiding? Stay away from my senior brother. My senior brother has already been taken. Don't even think about touching him. It must be said that this guy's sixth sense is quite strong. He can even discover her secret thoughts. It's really amazing. But so what? She just wants to hide in his senior brother's arms. And it would be best if she could make him angry to death. Murong Tu was about to reach out to grab her, but was blocked by someone halfway. Zhao Xiuyan frowned, his eyes fixed on him. Ah Tu, what the hell are you doing tonight? You dare to bully women again and again in front of me. If you continue like this, you better go back to Murong Villa alone and don't follow us anymore. Murong Tu was so angry that his head hurt, and he opened his mouth to argue. When did I do anything wrong? And which side are you on? Senior brother? You heard it. This woman is Yu Liuyun's wife. As long as we catch her, we don't have to worry about Yu Liuyun not letting Sister Pian Pian go. Have you ever thought that Sister Pian Pian has been caught for so long? She will also be hurt and scared. Zhao Xiuyan clamped his junior brother's palm with his backhand. Then he shook her off with all his strength. His eyes gradually turned cold. So you're going to hurt another innocent woman? Is this the purpose of your learning martial arts? And don't forget, this is Xian Song sect. Even if we catch her, it will be useless. As long as Yu Liuyun gives an order, then let alone whether we can rescue Pian Pian. I'm afraid it will be a problem whether we can get out. The more he spoke, the heavier his tone became. Also, if Yu Liuyun is really furious about this, do you think she will be hurt more? Or Pian Pian will be hurt more? Murong Tu was immediately discouraged when he heard this. Indeed, he had caught this woman from beginning to end just to scare her and vent his anger. If Yu Liuyun really knew that they had caught his wife, it would be bad if he killed them. After all, they couldn't really do anything to a woman. In comparison, they were the ones who suffered more. Murong Tu has always respected this senior brother the most. In addition to gaining knowledge, the most important thing for him to follow them out is to spend more time with Sister Pian Pian. Now that he sees that he is really angry, no matter how angry he is, he can't help but take a deep breath, suppress his dissatisfaction, and then muffledly said, "I'm sorry." Humph! Seeing that the junior brother behind him finally calmed down, Zhao Xiuyan looked down at the woman clinging to his arms, and felt something was wrong. He just wanted to reach out and push her away, but the woman had already retreated from his arms in a hurry. He was a little overthinking. Zhao Xiuyan raised his finger. paused in the air for a moment, and then put it down awkwardly. He turned to look at the pale-faced woman, and saw that she was not like the reckless demon cult women he had seen in the past, and was even a little weak and pitiful. He felt relieved. In the past, he was most afraid of meeting those demon cult women. Those people acted without scruples, and were the most difficult to deal with. He was really afraid of trouble. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan hesitated and began to clean up the mess that his junior brother had just made. Sorry, young lady. My junior brother has always been impulsive. But he is not a bad person. Those words he said were just to scare you. He will not really hurt you. I hope the young lady will not take my fault seriously and forgive his rude behavior this time. Nan Yin took a step back and turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Zhao Xiuyan noticed that the tears on her face had dried up, and her plain and charming little face was still a little pale. Her fingers were tightly grasping her clothes, and her eyes were still clearly unconvinced. To be honest, if it was him, he wouldn't believe it either. Zhao Xiuyan thought about it, reorganized the wording, and continued, Miss, since you are the wife of the leader of Xuansong sect, you must know your husband. I don't know if you know that your husband Yu Luyun had a 6-year engagement with my fiancée Lin Pianran. The two of them were once at the stage of discussing marriage. But things happened unexpectedly. 6 years later, something happened to the Yu family. After the engagement between the two families was cancelled, my fiancée re-engaged me. Nan Yin seemed a little stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously raised her eyes to look at him. Her black eyelashes trembled slightly, and the tears on her eyelashes slipped down inadvertently. She showed a little confusion in her eyes, and it was obvious that she was unaware of the matter. Zhao Xiuyan frowned and continued. However, after your husband Yu Luyun regained his strength, he was unwilling to let go. So 2 months ago, when my junior brother, my fiancé, and I were traveling together, he suddenly appeared and caught us off guard. Not only that, your husband also took my fiancé away forcefully, saying that he would force my fiancé to fulfill her unfulfilled promise and marry him legitimately. Are you really unaware of this? Nan Yin pursed her lips, leaving a light red mark in the middle. At first, her face was suspicious, puzzled and stunned. But in the end, she became panicked and shocked, and subconsciously took a step forward. You are talking nonsense. How could my husband marry another woman? I have never heard of him having a fiancée. I am his wife. How could such a thing be possible? Humph. Do we have to lie to you? The one who said this was Murong Tuo. He sneered coldly, thinking that he finally found an opportunity to speak. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was given a cold look by his senior brother. Murong Tuo was annoyed and snorted. He just made a small mistake. Is it necessary to keep staring at him? Besides, he didn't do anything to this woman. Why is he so nervous? Nan Yin was so angry at what they said that her chest was heaving. The water in her eyes slowly gathered. She was about to cry again. You are just lying. My husband will not do such a thing. What is fulfilling a promise and getting married legitimately? If he marries another woman, then what am I? Liar. I don't believe you. What is the purpose of you two perverts breaking into Xuansong sect late at night? Do you want to hurt my husband? Zhao Xiuyan saw that this man was obviously emotionally unstable and thought to forget it. He didn't expect to rescue Pian Pian immediately when he visited Xuansong sect tonight. Since he couldn't make sense with this man, they would just lead directly. Murong Tuo, who was standing on the side, was so angry when he saw the stubborn look of this woman. He was impulsive and rushed over to her and started to vent his anger. Who lied to you? Who lied to you? Do we have the leisure to make up such an outrageous thing to lie to you? Don't you allow others to tell others about what your husband did? You still have the nerve to cry? What are you crying about? Do you think crying can make it seem like nothing happened? Do you think crying can solve the problem? I tell you, if you don't want to believe what we say, don't want to believe what your husband did, then go and ask him clearly, and see if he lied to you. If he didn't lie to you, I'll chop off my head and use it as a stool for you to kick. Nan Yin was stunned by the man shouting, and for a moment she forgot to be afraid. She just opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the person in front of her. On the contrary, there is no need to be so polite. There is no shortage of stools in her house, so it's better to kick it like a ball. Murong Tuo finished speaking in one breath, and his mouth was thirsty. He directly picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all. After drinking it, he put it on the table with a pop. His momentum was particularly arrogant and wanton. Then he felt that the atmosphere around him seemed to be a little too quiet. He turned his head to look at his senior brother, and then looked down at the silly woman. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his momentum was extremely strong. What are you looking at? What's wrong? I've been saying for a long time that I'm thirsty. Can't I just drink some tea to moisten my throat? Nan Yin, do you still remember that you are two thieves who sneaked into a girl's boudoir at night? You really treat this place as your own home. You are really not polite at all. You use her favorite green and white glazed teacup and drink her freshly brewed Malfong tea. It's really too much. Chapter 142. Looking at each other. Nan Yin bit her lips, leaving a deep red mark under her lips. The anger in her eyes became even more intense, and her cheeks flushed with anger. She opened and closed her lips, saying you for a long time. But she couldn't make any sense. Seeing how angry she was, the man in front of her kindly handed her a cup of tea. Why are you so angry? If you don't believe me, just ask your husband. He stole someone else's fiancée. Do you really think your shameless husband is a treasure? Do you think everyone wants to hurt him? Perhaps because she was too angry, Nan Yin forgot that she was still being held hostage. She waved her hand and angrily knocked away the teacup he handed over. She pursed her lips and said in a somewhat embarrassed voice, "What does this have to do with you? My husband would never be like you said." She had a look of grievance and shame in her eyes, as if a ball of gorgeous anger was burning inside. She glared at the two people more angrily. You still have the nerve to say that others are shameless. Why don't you look in the mirror and look at yourself? You two are the most shameless and shameless rapists. You broke into my daughter's room in the middle of the night, and you still have the nerve to accuse others? No matter how bad my husband is, he can't bully an innocent woman like this. You are not as good as him. This is indeed the truth. Murong Tuo's cheeks flushed red, and his ears were uncontrollably hot. Didn't I say it? I didn't mean it. Besides, haven't I apologized? What else do you want from me? He looked at the man in front of him and felt guilty and ashamed. But he still had to hold on to his aura and tried to put on a cold look. But when he turned his head and looked at the man, his face suddenly became hotter when he thought of that scene. Finally, he was ashamed and annoyed, and muttered in a low voice, "Do you have to tear me apart once before you'll stop? I don't mind. But if you can do it, then do it." He felt guilty and annoyed when he said that. But he had been hanging out with the rough fellow disciples in the villa since he was a child. The only girl he had ever had close contact with was Sister Pian Pian. How could he have ever been with other girls? And his bad temper wasn't developed in one day. He was raised in the palm of someone's hand since he was a child. He was used to being wanton and arrogant. It was inevitable that he was not used to suddenly having to apologize to a woman in a humble manner. Besides, the girls he met when he was traveling in the world were all bold and casual. Even if they were injured and dying, they would only feel sad for a few times. Which girl would be like her? Crying at every turn? Murong Tuo lowered his head and thought irritably. Even Sister Pian Pian was not like her. Although Sister Pian Pian was a little arrogant and willful, she was never the kind of person who would easily give in when she encountered something. When she gets angry, she is even scarier than some men. He has never seen such a girl who is like a pool of warm water, soft all over, and even looks so weak and wrong when she glares at people. Those who don't know would think she is flirting with others. Nan Yin became even angrier after hearing such irresponsible words. Her eyes turned red, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes. When did you apologize to me? You obviously have been bullying me all the time. How can you say such shameless words? Murong Tuo thought about what happened tonight, and then remembered that he seemed to be interrupted when he was about to apologize. So he coughed and his face was a little hot. When did I bully you? That was. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of a door being pushed open in the yard, followed by a clear male voice. Then the maid said, "Madam has gone to bed. It's so late. Why are you here?" "Master?" Yu Luyan looked around and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Is there anything unusual in Madam's yard? Has anything strange happened tonight? Have you seen any suspicious figures in the yard?" The maid looked a little puzzled when she heard this, then shook her head and said, "To answer, master, the yard has always been quiet, and there is no movement. But in Madam's room, it seems that she got up once." "Okay, I know. You can leave first." Yu Luyun waved his hand and walked towards the room where Nan Yin was resting. When the two people in the room heard someone talking outside, Their eyes suddenly froze. Nan Yin naturally recognized that it was her husband's voice. She wanted to go forward happily. But suddenly she thought of something. And the expression of surprise on her face froze. Especially when she turned around and saw the chaotic scene in the house at the moment. She was in a disheveled state and hanging out with two strange men. Anyone who saw this situation would inevitably be suspicious. Thinking of this, she was so anxious that she almost cried. What should I do? My husband is coming. I can't. I must not let my husband see this situation. Hide. Yes. You guys hide quickly. She subconsciously pushed the two forward. Then lowered her voice and hid the two in the closet. Choking her voice. It's all your fault. I don't care whether you two are here to look for someone or do something else. If my husband sees me in this state in the same room with you, he will definitely misunderstand and get angry. I don't mind beating you to death. But I will definitely be disliked by my husband. We have finally come to this point today. We must not let him see this. Hide quickly. She stamped her feet anxiously. Her eyes were a little wet. And there were some tears in her eyes. It was obvious that she was really scared and anxious. Murong Tuo was a little angry at first after hearing that. What does it mean to beat them to death? Are their lives so worthless? He wanted to have a good talk with the person. But he was grabbed by the soft little hand. He felt numb where he was grabbed. And half of his body was stiff. He held his face, blushed slightly, and then held her hand. He lowered his voice in anger and said, What are you doing? Your husband is here. What are you afraid of? At most, we coerced you. Anyway, we didn't do anything. Are you still worried that he will misunderstand and don't want you? As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked. On his calf. He heard the woman crying in her throat. Shut up and hide under the bed. Please? She patted Murong Tuo's chest hard. Her eyes were moist and red. No, you must not let him see the scene. Otherwise he will misunderstand. Murong Tuo felt his ears burning when he heard the agreed plea. He turned his head and looked at his senior brother, who frowned and nodded slightly at him. Then let go of his hand and said a few words in an impatient manner. I know. I will hide. And I won't let your husband misunderstand. Why are you crying? It's really troublesome. He said ruthless words. But his movements were very neat and fast. He turned around and slid under the bed, hiding himself tightly under the bed. After seeing Murong Tuo hiding, Nan Yin turned around and pushed Zhao Xiuyan, who was standing over there and looking around. As soon as her finger touched the other's chest, someone held her wrist. Nan Yin looked up at him. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, and there was a look of pleading and grievance in her eyes. Zhao Xiuyan was looked at with such eyes, and he felt a little uncomfortable for a while. He untied the finger that the girl stretched out, and then whispered, I will do it myself. Girl, you should put on your clothes first, so as not to be seen as strange. Zhao Xiuyan turned his head to remind him, and his delicate jade face was also a little hot. Nan Yin seemed to have just reacted after hearing this. She looked down. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly pulled her clothes together. Seeing the noise outside getting closer and closer, she bit her lip and became more and more anxious. Finally, she opened the cabinet beside her and grabbed the other person's wrist without saying anything. Here. You hide in here. Don't make any noise. And don't let my husband find out what happened tonight. Otherwise I won't help you find someone. She couldn't help but threaten him in the end. Zhao Xiuyan paused for a moment after hearing this, and then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously grabbed her wrist and lowered his voice to confirm. Miss, are you really willing to help us? Nan Yan's wrist tightened, and she felt the heat that was obviously higher than her body temperature. She was a little panicked for a moment, as if she was frightened, and slapped the back of his hand hard. Let go. Don't touch me. Zhao Xiuyan felt the back of his hand soften. The force of the beating didn't hurt at all. Realizing that he had grabbed the girl's hand again, he let go uncomfortably. Nan Yin pursed her lips. She looked down and saw that there was still a bright red tooth mark on his white wrist bone. It was obviously caused by her bite. Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She bit her lips lightly, leaving a faint mark on her lips. She felt embarrassed and humiliated at the moment. Then she closed the cabinet door forcefully and refused to look at anyone again. And Zhao Xiuyan saw through the gap that the girl outside quickly gathered her dress, then hurriedly scattered and messed up the quilt on the bed, and finally pretended to sit on the bed as if she had just woken up. It seemed that everything was ready. Just after the two of them hid separately, the people in the yard finally came over. The wooden door of the bedroom was pushed open with a creak. Yu Luyun lifted the curtain gently. He thought his wife should be asleep at this time, so he walked directly to the inner room. But he realized something was wrong after entering the room. His wife had woken up at some point. At this moment, she was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed in a thin dress. She lowered her head, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She looked lost and didn't know what happened. Yu Luyun's first reaction was to feel a little strange. Maybe he didn't even realize that he really cared more about his wife than before, especially after hearing the news reported by his subordinates, saying that two petty thieves had sneaked into the Xuansong sect. His subconscious reaction was to come to her yard to check, fearing that she would be in danger. When he got closer, he found that his wife's face was a little pale, but the corners of her eyes were red, and there seemed to be a trace of water in her eyes. Her black hair was a little messy and scattered on her cheeks, making her look a little strange. It was obviously not like this when she left in the afternoon. Yu Luyun frowned, and suddenly there was an indescribable depression in his heart. He subconsciously sat down on the edge of the bed, and then held his wife's slightly cold fingers. "What's wrong? Didn't the maid say that you had rested? Why did you get up again? Are you feeling unwell?" He knew that his wife's health was not very good, and she had a shallow sleep. Last time she had abdominal pain. She tossed and turned all night. On weekdays, she always looked weak and fragile, which made people worry and miss her. Nan Yin was startled when she heard her husband's voice slow down, and then she felt the warm temperature in her palm, and finally came to her senses. She looked up at the person in front of her and asked softly, "It's so late. Why did my husband come here?" Yu Luyun heard that her voice seemed a little hoarse, as if she had just cried, and his brows wrinkled slightly, and the strength of holding her fingers tightened slightly. "It's not a big deal. But two patrolling subordinates in the church just came to report that two ignorant thieves accidentally broke in tonight. I was worried that they might bump into you, so I came to check on you. I thought you were asleep, but I didn't expect you to be awake. How about it? Did you find anything strange tonight?" Hearing this, Nan Yan's face turned pale, and then she shook her head subconsciously, her fingers tightly grasping her husband's sleeves. "No, I didn't encounter anything strange. Did someone really break in tonight? What kind of person is it?" Seeing her like this, Yu Luyun thought his wife was frightened by what he said. It was no wonder. She was protected too well by the previous leader, so well that she knew nothing about the world, and had no idea that people in this world were treacherous. She didn't know anything, and she didn't know martial arts. With such a gentle temperament, he should have known that he shouldn't have told her about this, which made people worry and fear for no reason. Yu Luyun directly hugged the person into his arms, gently stroked her shoulders, and whispered to comfort her, "Don't worry. They are just two little thieves who don't know their own abilities. They can't make any trouble. Maybe they have left now. Even if they haven't left, they dare not show up here. Otherwise I won't let them go." Nan Yin thought, "This is a bit unreliable. The two little thieves not only made a big trouble, but also a big trouble. And they are hiding under your nose at this moment. One is hiding in the cabinet opposite, and the other is lying under the bed where we are sitting. Hey, master, you are really embarrassed when you say this. But even if you think so," Nan Yin still shows a nervous and scared look on her face. She tightly grasps the sleeve of the master, looking at him softly. This time, it may really turn over. Although the accident didn't matter much. At worst she could just put the blame on those two people and say that she was forced into it. But that would inevitably cause some trouble. After Yu Luyun finished speaking, he clearly felt the body in his arms stiffen for a moment. Although it was only a moment, he still noticed it. Yu Luyun felt something strange. He looked up and looked around. It seemed that something was wrong with the furnishings in the house. But it was quiet, and there was nothing strange. It seemed that it was just his illusion. He was worried. So he asked the person in his arms again, "Is there really nothing strange?" When he said this, his eyes were fixed on the cabinet door opposite. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that the gap between the cabinets seemed to be smaller than when he first came in. Yu Luyun frowned, thinking that maybe it was just his illusion. After all, his wife was the only person in the world who would not deceive him. When Nan Yin heard this, she subconsciously lowered her head, seemed to avoid his gaze uncomfortably, then shook her head and said softly, "Nothing really happened. But you said that a thief broke in, which made me feel a little scared. I have never encountered such things before. When she said this, she turned her face slightly away. And then she saw the problem when she lowered her head. A black face towel was left under the bed at some point, which frightened Nan Yin so much that her face suddenly turned pale, and even her body became a little stiff. Nan Yin unconsciously tightened his clothes on his chest, then suddenly looked up at the person in front of her, with a trace of obvious panic in her eyes. The man in front of him didn't seem to notice it yet. He was looking around inconspicuously, but his mind was on the other side at the moment, and he hadn't noticed the abnormality by the bed yet. Now it's all right. Nan Yin pursed her lips, then threw herself into her husband's arms, stretched out her hands and tightly wrapped her husband's neck, pulled his head to the same level as hers, her eyes slightly red, and softly called out, "Husband, I'm a little scared." As she said this, she also tiptoed and kicked the face towel under the bed. Her sudden action also instantly shifted the attention of several people in the room to her, especially Yu Luyun. The moment his wife threw herself into his arms, he almost didn't hesitate, and subconsciously reached out to catch her. Although his wife's temperament has become more lively and bold recently, such active closeness still surprised him a little. He gently pressed his palm on his wife's waist and back, and completely hugged her into his arms. What happened? Am I not here? Why should I be afraid? At the same time, Murong Tuat, who had been holding his breath under the bed, also noticed something was wrong. He seemed to have thought of something, and subconsciously touched his waist. He didn't touch anything, and he was annoyed. The face towel that was originally pinned to his waist had fallen off at some point. Murong Tuo's eyes flashed, and then he turned his head to look outside, and just happened to see the black face towel that was accidentally left on the edge of the bed. And the woman sitting on the edge of the bed was tiptoeing and carefully kicking the face towel under the bed. Yu Luyun saw that the person in front of him had not spoken, and suddenly he felt an indescribable taste in his heart. He frowned slightly and patted her on the back. If something really happened, you must tell me. Otherwise I can't help you. Yin Yin? Nan Yan's hand slowly tightened, and the breath she exhaled was all sprinkled on the other's cheek. The messy temples seemed to have a little sweat, and the whole body exuded a fragrance of just after bathing, which made Yu Luyun's eyes seem to deepen. But she herself didn't realize it. And then she found a suitable reason and looked at the person in front of her with extreme grievance. I just had a nightmare, and was scared awake. Nan Yin bit her lips slightly, and her eyelashes trembled slightly when she said this. Her long and thick eyelashes covered the look in her eyes. When she talked about the nightmare, her body was still shaking slightly, and she was leaning on his arms. At this time, Murong Tuat, who was lying under the bed, took advantage of the time when the two were talking, and slowly stretched out his right hand to pick up the face towel left on the bedside. The moment he touched the fabric, Murong Tuo's heart was relieved. When he was about to pull it back, he was stepped on the back of his hand by the woman, and his fingers stung. Murong Tuo held his breath, and his body froze for a while. He didn't know whether the woman did it on purpose or accidentally. Anyway, the hand was frozen there, and he didn't dare to move it at will. He just let her step on it. He didn't dare to make any sound, because he was afraid of being discovered. After Nan Yin said this, her emotions seemed to calm down a lot. While stepping on the palm of her foot, she frowned and confided to her husband aggrievedly. I had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed that you didn't want me anymore, and you threw me away. Later, I couldn't find you anywhere, but I was caught by two evil thieves. When talking about the evil thieves, Nan Yan's eyes showed a more sad look. She stepped hard on it, and Murong Tuo, who was lying under the bed, held his face and gritted his teeth in anger. The back of his hand was almost numb, but he couldn't make any noise. He knew now that this woman definitely did it on purpose. This petty and vindictive woman. Nan Yin pursed her lips and glanced at the leader, who was still frowning and concentrating, her eyelashes drooping slightly, as if she was a little embarrassed to speak. You don't know. Those two evil thieves are so bad. They not only tore my clothes, but also forced me to do many things I didn't want to do. I was scared and cried, and then I woke up. Murong Tuat, who was still gritting his teeth and angry, was so angry that his cheeks flushed and his ears were hot after hearing what the woman said. And he didn't care about his face at all. Originally, he was half guilty and annoyed about this matter. Now that he was stepped on his fingers and scolded so mercilessly, the half of his guilt immediately turned into anger. Don't think he didn't know that the woman was blaming someone else. What evil thief? What about tearing her clothes? Aren't they all about what he and his senior brother did tonight? But those were obviously all done by him accidentally. He said he didn't mean it and apologized. Why does this woman keep harping on this? It really makes him angry. Murong Tuo stared at the outside fiercely, and he wanted to drag the woman outside under the bed to teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, Nan Yen couldn't see his indignant eyes at this moment. Xiao Xiuyan in the cabinet vaguely saw the movement under the bed through the gap, and saw his junior brother, who was gritting his teeth because his fingers were stepped on. For a moment, he felt helpless. He didn't know what to say. He just suddenly wanted to laugh. He thought this girl was gentle, and should be a person who is easy to talk to. But he never thought that she was still quite vengeful. The corners of his mouth unconsciously opened an arc. Yu Liuyan's face darkened when he heard this, and his eyes turned cold almost instantly. But after realizing that it was just a nightmare, his emotions gradually eased a lot. His brows relaxed slightly. His body leaned back slightly. And then he directly hugged the person to sit on his lap. Although he had never comforted anyone since he was a child. Looking at his wife's pale face, he knew that she was probably scared by this nightmare. Otherwise, she would not have shown such a distracted expression. Thinking of this, Yu Liuyan felt his heart soften, as if it had become a pool of warm water. He gently patted her back to comfort her. No, dreams are the opposite. I won't abandon you. And I won't let you be bullied. He frowned unconsciously as he spoke, thinking of something. Are you scared by someone breaking in tonight? I'll find you a few maids with good kung fu to guard the yard tomorrow. If you are still worried at night, you can move to my yard to rest during this period. It's closer to my room. If a thief really comes in, I can protect you in the first place. Nan Yen nodded, and Yu Liuyan comforted her a few more times. He really wasn't very good at comforting people. Maybe it was because of his naturally introverted and cold personality that he kept repeating the same few words over and over again. Or maybe he hadn't been close to Nan Yen for long enough. So he was really ashamed to say some words. Nan Yen obviously noticed his discomfort. This was a rare and novel thing. She pursed her lips and couldn't help laughing softly. This was the first time she laughed out loud since the chaos tonight. Xiao Xiuyan had been quietly hiding in the cabinet, looking at it calmly. The cabinet was not closed tightly, and there was a gap. The candlelight reflected the girl's snow-white cheeks. From inside, he could just see her soft and clean smile. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, which was inevitably a bit dazzling. Xiao Xiuyan only took a glance and then looked away. Nan Yen reached out and held her husband's palm. Her palm was soft and slender, and it looked particularly small against her husband's palm. It seemed that after her husband's caring comfort, her mood finally calmed down. Then she pinched her husband's fingers and said in a rather depressed tone, "This nightmare tonight is not very good. I don't want to talk about it, but I can't sleep now. Can my husband accompany me for a while?" Yu Liuyan saw her crying and laughing, but he didn't feel bored. It was obvious that he was most impatient to get along with his wife. Now that she was entangled like this, he not only didn't feel that it was a waste of time, but he felt a kind of unspeakable pleasure in his heart, especially when he was looked at with such eyes. He couldn't say anything to refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll stay here with you." Nan Yan's hand slowly tightened. She slowly leaned her head over, rubbed it against her husband's chest a few times, and her slightly cool hair slid into the collar, bringing a little coolness. Yu Liuyan gently pinched her fingers and played with them. Just then, she asked casually, "My husband seems to have never told me about the past. Can you tell me about your past?" Yu Liuyan paused. His eyebrows moved slightly, and then turned to look at the person in his arms. "What do you want to know?" Nan Yen twisted the soft flesh of his palm in a muffled voice. "I want to know a lot. But what I want to know most now is whether my husband has ever liked other women before." Hearing this, Yu Liuyan frowned and almost subconsciously retorted, "No. But sometimes it is not a good thing to refute too quickly, because it will make people mistakenly think that you are guilty." Yu Liuyan's mind unconsciously appeared the face of his ex-fiancée at this moment. His eyes deepened, and the fingers holding Nan Yen tightened slightly. Suddenly, a complex emotion surged in his heart that he couldn't even distinguish. He was really unwilling to lend Pianran. He was unwilling to the point that he must make her regret it. And the obsession of that woman in his mind was too deep. So deep that when Yan Yan brought up this topic, his subconscious reaction was to avoid and reject her. And he didn't know how to face her. Nan Yen seemed to be unaware of his complex emotions at the moment. She continued, "Really? But before the marriage, Dad clearly told me that you directly rejected his marriage proposal the first time, and said that you had someone in your heart and had a fiancé who had been with you for many years. Is this also false? Hearing this, Yu Luyun suddenly turned his head and cast a deep gaze straight at her. He had never stared at her seriously with such eyes before. Did someone tell you something? Since you know about this, why do you still ask this? Yu Luyun really cares about this experience of being trampled and scorned. And he cares so much that anyone who mentions it will make him feel very resistant. Yu Luyun's eyes are as dark as the night. If this person stares at someone without any emotion, it will make people feel a little cold. Suddenly, there is an illusion that someone is looking down on her. Nan Yan's thoughts are turning quickly. It seems that this person has doubts about her. But it is no wonder. After all, she suddenly mentioned the past for no reason. And in such a situation, normal people would have doubts. Not to mention that the male protagonist is not stupid. The experience of being betrayed and spurned by his fiancée in his early years makes him dare not trust anyone too much. Even to her wife. But it just so happens that she has indeed felt that this person has been suppressing his feelings recently, and has been hot and cold towards her. She is hesitant and entangled in her heart, unwilling to fully trust but reluctant to let go. It's a good opportunity to force him again. Nan Yan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Because of his cold attitude, her eyes were instantly filled with a layer of mist. Her eyes were red. She turned her head and looked directly into those dark eyes. You ask me why I asked this? Are you a fool? Never understand why I approach you cautiously every day. Because I care about my husband? I like my husband. So I want to know if my husband treats me the same way? At this point, she faintly cried in her throat. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Who are you staring at with such a cold look? I just asked you a question, and you are so angry and concerned. It shows that you were clearly lying to me just now. So everything my father said is true, right? Yu Luyun was silent for a moment, then replied, What my father-in-law said is true. But, hearing this affirmation, Nan Yan finally couldn't hold back her tears. She stretched out her hand to push his chest, turned over and wanted to get up from his arms, but was held tightly by this man and couldn't struggle at all. Let go. Yu Luyun. Go. Go far away. Go find your fiancé quickly. Since it was my father who forced you to marry me from the beginning to the end. Now that my father has passed away, you can also find your sweetheart. From now on, stay away from me, so that you don't get upset every time you see me. And you have been hiding from me a few days ago. She felt more and more wronged as she spoke, looking up at him. Tears instantly slipped from the corners of her eyes. I will never bother you again in the future. If you think I am an eyesore, we will separate here. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. Just like before. As soon as she said that. After that, Yu Luyun suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He tightly grasped the man's wrist. His face instantly became gloomy, and he stared at the man with a heavy gaze. What nonsense are you talking about? I have been engaged to someone. And this is indeed the truth. I don't want to lie to you. But you are my wife now. And I have never thought of not wanting you. Yan, why are you so angry with me? I haven't finished speaking yet. And you don't want to listen to my explanation? When did your temper become so bad? Nan Yan was angry now. And she became even angrier when she heard this. She cried so hard that her nose was slightly red. But she still shouted at him. Yes, I have a bad temper. I am not gentle enough. So you have already disliked me. Your ex-fiancée has a good temper. Right? She is gentle. Right? She pleases you. Right? No wonder you still miss her even after you married me. Yu Luyun. Let go. I told you to let you go. Why are you still holding me? Yu Luyun felt a headache for a moment. Especially when this series of questions suddenly hit him, leaving him defenseless. He didn't expect his wife, who was always gentle, to be so out of control when she got angry. He just asked one more question because of suspicion. But she didn't even give him a chance to explain. Yu Luyun thought about the messy words she said again. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. He turned over and pressed her down on the bed. Now she couldn't struggle anymore. Nan Yan's delicate body was almost crushed by him. But the man on her body hugged her waist and pressed her tightly in his arms. When she thought of the two spectators in the room, Nan Yan's expression was a little panicked. What are you doing? Yu Luyun couldn't help but chuckle. He only realized now that his wife really had many surprising little expressions. She seemed gentle, but in fact she had a bad temper. If she was a little unhappy, she could control him without any way. But he didn't feel angry, especially when he looked at the lips that kept opening and closing below. He could vaguely smell the soft breath from her lips and teeth. So he lowered his head and kissed the two thin, moist lips without thinking, as if he wanted to devour her completely. After kissing her, Yuluyun calmed down a lot. Looking at his wife's delicate and tender appearance, he couldn't help but soften his heart. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Okay. I shouldn't look at you coldly. And I shouldn't say things that make you unhappy. I just felt a little strange for a moment. Why would you say such a thing? Did someone tell you something? No. No one told me anything. I just got angry suddenly. Who told you to be so capricious these days? Do you think I really don't have any temper? Hearing what she said, Yuluyun frowned unconsciously. He knew that it was his abnormal behavior in the past 2 days that made his wife feel uneasy. And it was indeed his fault. He didn't sort out his feelings. In fact, he had been confused until just now. It was just because of what she said that he felt a sense of crisis for a while. Nan Yen turned her face away from him. Her cheeks were red from being kissed by this person. She was panting slightly. She raised her hand and pushed the person's chest hard. Get up. Get up. What does it look like to press like this? She was a little anxious. So Yuluyun got up directly and picked up the person lying on the bed. Nan Yen saw that he was doing well. So she snorted twice, and then asked him a particularly fatal question. I ask you, if one day your ex-fiancé and I are in danger at the same time, and you only have time to save one of them, who will you save? Chapter 143. As expected, as soon as Nan Yen finished speaking, the brows of the leader opposite her subconsciously twisted, especially when he felt the two slender and soft little fingers of the lady twisted around her waist, which were obviously harmless. He just felt an inexplicable sense of weakness in his heart. The leader, who had a kind of beast-like intuition, was very keenly aware of the problem, and then shook his head and said, There won't be such a day. I will protect you. Nan Yen pinched him slightly, glanced at him, and was obviously dissatisfied with this answer. She continued to ask unhappily, if in the past, she, as a wife, would not dare to make such a fuss. Now she has touched the bottom line of this man, and knows how much he indulges her in his heart. Nan Yen couldn't help pursing her lips. Why didn't she seize the opportunity to make a scene? If she didn't make him lose a few hairs, she would be sorry for coaxing him so gently some time ago. Yuluyun still frowned, touched her little hand with his palm, and suddenly looked at her seriously and said, There won't be such a thing. Yen, are you scared by what happened tonight? Don't worry about these messy things that won't happen. I will protect you in the future and won't let anyone hurt you. So there won't be such a thing. Nan Yen thought silently in her heart. It sounds good, but I don't know if the person in front of her will hurt her the most. Nan Yen was still not satisfied with what he said. She turned her face and asked him sullenly, Why not? Is it because the husband can't choose? But if you really care about the person you like, will it be so difficult to choose? You clearly don't care about me. Yuluyun's brows never relaxed. No, it's not what you think. Yen, don't think too much. Okay, I just don't know how to say it. If you only rely on words to say this kind of thing, it is indeed easy to do. But if you really encounter this situation one day, no one can tell what choice you will make. Nan Yen looked up at him, feeling even more depressed. Why can't you tell? What are you hesitating about? Yuluyun slightly relaxed his brows and told her the reason in his heart. Because I think about the problem from a different angle than you. Yen, you have never been involved in it before. I have been through the martial arts world, so I don't know that people in this world are treacherous. If there is such a day, my choice of you will only put you in a more dangerous situation. Looking at the doubtful look in this man's eyes, Yuluyun softened his heart and his tone became gentler. He whispered, Have you forgotten that we are the demons despised by those decent people? Once they find your weakness, they will seize this opportunity and target you without any scruples. This is the reason why I hesitated. So until the last moment, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Nan Yen was stunned. Is this question really fooled by him? This person's perspective on the problem is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Which normal person is like him? With 800 minds all over his body, he analyzes the problem so thoroughly. Is this the answer to the rational analysis of the problem that she wants to hear? She is clearly making trouble, and making trouble. Bah! Who wants to hear your standard answer? After hearing this answer, Nanyan felt even more choked up. She raised her eyes slightly. Her eyes still had a hint of tears after crying, and her cheeks were slightly red after being kissed by him. The corners of her eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of rouge, revealing a hint of peach pink. She pushed him away. She was not willing to let him go today. Her tone was more angry and resentful. Who wants to listen to your serious analysis of the problem? You analyze it so thoroughly. Do you think I am one of your subordinates? You are giving me such a long speech. What's wrong with me just wanting to hear a few nice words? Can't you say something nice to coax me? Yu Luyun. So, is his wife deliberately acting like a spoiled child with him? Yu Luyun's eyes flickered. He turned his head to look at his wife's eyes. She turned her face away and snorted in grievance. Suddenly, all the annoyance in the leader's heart disappeared, leaving only a ball of warmth. He couldn't help but pursed his lips. A little smile suddenly overflowed from his eyes. Then he kissed the chattering little mouth. I know. I choose you. Is this okay? Nanyan was stunned by the sneak attack. She blinked. The mood finally became much better. After all, Nanyan felt quite accomplished in turning a cold and indifferent leader into a person who would actively coax people. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she wanted to smile, but had to restrain the smile. Then she turned her head to look at the person and asked, pretending to be ignorant, then let me ask you, are you still thinking about your fiancée in your heart? If there is a chance in the future, do you still want to keep her by your side? Hearing this, the leader's expression paused slightly, and his eyes dimmed slightly, because it was not in the future. He had already imprisoned that person by his side. Thinking of the ex-fiancée trapped in the underground palace, Yu Luyun's heart suddenly jumped, especially when Yin Yan asked this question. He suddenly felt a subtle sense of guilt and uneasiness in his heart. He didn't want to lie to his wife, but he couldn't tell the truth at this moment. So Yu Luyun subconsciously turned his face to avoid her sight, and then hugged her inconspicuously. Are these things important to you? Hearing this, Nanyan asked him softly. Aren't these things important? Hearing this relentless question, the leader frowned and held her tighter, as if he was worried that something would be discovered. Yan, I have my own reasons for doing everything. Can I not ask these things? You never paid attention to these things before. Nanyan laughed in her heart. Yes. She didn't pay attention to these things before. That was because he kept it secret too well. She didn't know anything at all. Sure enough, now when I asked this question, this person began to evade. Well, since the relationship is in place, it's time to calm down for a while. But if you want to act, you have to do it in full. Thinking of this, she showed a depressed look on her face again. She reached out and pushed her husband's chest, then turned her face away and said obediently, I understand what my husband means. I won't ask you any more. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and her long and thick eyelashes covered the look in her eyes. With this look, anyone could tell that she must be sulking again. And this sulking was not just ordinary anger, but she really remembered it in her heart. Yu Luyun just felt that something was wrong. He had never been treated like this by his wife before. He suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. But it was all his fault. Yu Luyun opened his mouth and wanted to explain. Yan, you know, I didn't mean that. I know what my husband meant. Nanyan interrupted him before he finished speaking, and turned away from him. It's just that it's late at night now. I'm a little tired, and I want to rest. My husband should go back and rest as soon as possible. You have to get up early tomorrow to deal with the affairs of the sect. So don't worry about me anymore. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, he saw the leader opposite frowning, as if he had encountered a martial arts move that was more difficult to crack than he had ever encountered before. Yu Luyun looked at her face and wanted to say something else, but the person in his arms suddenly turned over and rolled directly from his arms to the bed. She rolled just right, with her back to him, looking like she was unwilling to discuss anything. Yu Luyun frowned, staring at his wife's back for a long time, but the other party never looked back at him. After a while, Yu Luyun rubbed his swollen eyebrows, thinking that tonight might not be a good time, and such a topic was not suitable for discussion. He reached out and pulled the scattered quilt over, and then gently covered the person underneath. Well, since nothing happened, then you can rest first. However, if you have any worries in the future, you can tell me directly. And you don't have to keep it in your heart like this. After Yu Liyun smoothed the quilt for her, he looked at his wife on the bed, who refused to even look at him. And suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. And a feeling of being upset. He had never been so upset before. He didn't know how to describe the feelings in his heart at the moment. He really missed his fiancée. And he really cared about her. He was told since he was 14 that Lin Pianran would be his wife for life. They had been together, and spent the most ignorant and frivolous moments of their youth. Naturally, they were moved by each other. But at his most humble and desperate moment, the woman mercilessly stepped on him into the mud. She treated him as a beggar, crushed the original token of love, and broke his leg. How could he endure such humiliation? He was really unwilling. If he just let her go without any grudges, then what was the meaning of him trying to test the poison with his own body and gritting his teeth to persist? It was obviously that kind of unforgettable hatred that supported him, and supported him to survive in pain. From the time when he was a young man full of vigor and vitality to the time when the Yu family was exterminated, Lin Pianran almost occupied all his mind in his youth. His joys, sorrows, anger and happiness were all caused by her. She controlled all his emotions. The more he cared about her at the beginning, the more resentment he had later. If it weren't for that endless hatred, he might not have been able to hold on until the moment when he recovered his martial arts. Whenever he thought of that woman, he felt like his heart was burned by a ball of fire. The unwillingness and humiliation after being spurned, as well as the chaotic and complicated emotions, tortured him all the time. So he wanted to make her regret and make her suffer. Didn't she look down on him? Didn't she dislike him and look down on him? He wanted her, the high-ranking lady of a famous family, to mix with him, the leader of the demon cult, who was spurned by everyone. He wanted to take revenge on her, and let her experience the despair of falling from a high position into the mud. He used to like her, but now, he doesn't know what kind of feeling it is. But the only thing he can be sure of is that Lin Pianran can only be his. He will not let her go, and will not watch her live with other men and become a pair of fairy lovers. If he had to choose between his wife and his former fiancée in the past, he would choose Lin Pianran without hesitation. Just because all his emotions were caused by that woman. He resented her, but he really cared about her. But now, thinking of Nan Yin, Yu Liyun's thoughts could not help but pause. He really didn't have any feelings for this wife before. And he was indeed forced to marry her. After marrying her, his life was no different from before. Just because he never took her to heart. But now it has become a little different. When he thought of her, he actually felt a little sweet in his heart. If there is only one person left in this world who will not betray him, then it will undoubtedly be his wife. No matter how embarrassing things he has experienced, no matter how unbearable he has become, there is always someone in this world who always supports him unconditionally and cares about him. She approaches him cautiously, loves him wholeheartedly, and will not change because of his identity. Nor will she abandon him because he loses everything. It turns out that in this world, there is also a person who will never leave him. No matter he was a beggar in the past, or a big devil that everyone hates now. His wife has never despised him. How could this not make him feel moved? It seemed as if his heart was wrapped in a soft and gentle warm water. And an unprecedented strange emotion surged up. People all desire warmth and care. Even if he is suspicious and fickle, and refuses to trust anyone, he still hopes that there will be someone who will always stand behind him and wait for him. As long as he turns around, he can see her. And now, he finally met this person. So, he also began to care about his wife's feelings. And privately, he didn't want her to know what he did secretly, because he was afraid that she would be sad. But she seemed to have noticed something recently. So what should he do now? Should he give up the hatred of the past and start over with his wife? Or should he pull her to struggle and entangle with him in the mud as always? And compared to love, resentment seems to stay in people's hearts for a longer time. Yu Liyun finally left with mixed emotions. After his figure finally left, the two people hiding in the house finally couldn't help but come out. Especially Merongtuo. After making sure that the noise outside had completely stopped, he almost couldn't wait to crawl out from under the bed. Which, Merongtuo almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out that sentence. His handsome face turned red. He was angry and annoyed. And his hand was still tightly holding the black face towel. There was a bruise on the back of his white hand, which was clearly caused by Nan Yan's ruthless crushing. Look at what he stepped on. There is really no moisture at all. This is a deadly crush. Murongtua stood at the bedside, almost jumping up and down in anxiety. Why are you pretending to be dumb? Don't think I don't know you did it on purpose. You are clearly seeking revenge. Nan Yen snorted in her heart. Of course she was seeking revenge on purpose. Because this person had a bad temper and looked like he deserved a beating. If it weren't for his senior brother watching her, she would definitely cheat him to the point of making him doubt his life. Zhao Xiuyan, who came out later, took a look at the back of the person on the bed and felt that the atmosphere was a little off. So he subconsciously scolded. He said, "Junior brother, stop making trouble. We have been delayed for too long tonight. It's time to go back." Unfortunately, Murongtua, who was extremely angry, could not listen to his senior brother's consolation. He turned his head and glared at his senior brother. "I am making trouble? When did I make trouble? Senior brother? Are you still my senior brother? How long have you known her? Why do you always protect her?" After Murongtua finished speaking, he turned his head and glared at Nan Yen again. But the man turned his back to them and did not move, as if he did not hear anything. He was even more annoyed. He subconsciously reached out and pulled the man's shoulder and turned his body over. As a result, when he raised his eyes, he saw that the man was pale, and a few drops of tears flowed from the end of his eyes into his temples. His hair was wet and stuck together. He didn't know when he started crying. Murongtua was stunned. He didn't expect that he had only said a few words. Why did this person start crying? And the corners of her eyes were red from crying. When he turned her over, her tearful eyes looked straight at him, with crystal tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. And she looked very sad. Murongtua stared with his eyes wide open and his body froze. At first, he was so angry that his face turned red. Now he was so anxious that he scratched his ears. He choked out a sentence. This is none of my business. It's really none of my business. Senior brother, you saw it all. I didn't do anything. I really didn't bully her this time. I just said a few words. In fact, he didn't think about doing anything to this person. After all, he had stepped on her, and he couldn't step back. That would make him look ungraceful. After all, he still knew how to save face. But she should at least pretend to be sorry and give him a little face. Now there is no need to say anything. He is already in a big headache. Just when the woman was scared and cried, he felt extremely troubled. Now he made her cry again. He didn't know what to do. Or Zhao Xiuyan thought more deeply. He looked at his junior brother, who was scratching his head anxiously, pushed him away, and said, "It's not because of you. Junior brother, you don't have to be so anxious." "Ah? It's not because of him." Murongtua was relieved when he heard this. But how did his senior brother know this? He immediately turned his head to look at his senior brother. Zhao Xiuyan ignored his junior brother's puzzled look. He frowned slightly, walked forward a little, and soon relaxed his brows. Then spoke calmly. "Miss, are you so sad because your husband didn't tell you the truth?" When Murongtua heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked at the woman, who was crying with her lips pursed. His eyes widened. He reacted now, but his thoughtful look made his dazzling face look less gorgeous. Yes, it should be this matter. And it has nothing to do with him. He didn't make this person cry at all. Fortunately, it's none of his business. Murongtua looked at this person, and his previous emotions calmed down when he thought of these things. He went straight forward and said, "Hey, now you know that we didn't lie to you. Your husband did lie to you. Not only did he not forget his ex-fiancée, my sister Pianpian, but he also used all means to capture her, and now she is locked up somewhere in your Xuansong sect's underground palace. If you still don't believe it, you can go find it yourself. How about it? Now you believe it, and know what kind of person your husband has been from beginning to end." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the woman who was originally lying on the bed change her expression slightly, and then she sat up from the bed, staring at him hatefully, accusing him and crying silently. "Yes. Are you satisfied now?" She shed tears, looking more and more weak and helpless. "My husband has been lying to me from beginning to end. Are you very proud? And think you have done something very righteous? Why did you show up? Why did you tell me this? And why did you disrupt my originally peaceful life? Who cares about what you told me? And who cares about you suddenly breaking in? You are not good people either." Hearing this, Murongtuo's eyes widened directly, and for a moment he felt that his kindness was taken for granted. he kindly reminded him. But he was actually scolded for meddling in other people's business. Even though he was thick-skinned enough, his jade-like face inevitably flushed again at this moment. And he said, You? After talking for a long time, he finally said angrily, My young master, I kindly reminded you, but you didn't appreciate it. And you actually said such words. Do you want to be deceived all the time? Even the softest temperament will explode at that moment. At this moment, Nan Yin cried at him as if to vent. What does that have to do with you? I was deceived by others, which is my own business. Who cares about you meddling in my business? You are simply ungrateful, hopeless and unreasonable. The young master of the Murong family has never been so depressed before, being accused and scolded like this. But tonight was also a ghost. He was angry with this person again and again, and there was no way to deal with it. Murong Tua was really furious and resentful. This witch really didn't know what was good for her, and couldn't tell good from bad. No wonder she was deceived. Zhao Xiuyan looked at his junior brother's impulsive and irritable look, and felt helpless. The girl suddenly knew that she was deceived and concealed by the person beside her. She was in a bad mood at this time. But he still went up to her and asked for trouble. Isn't this asking for scolding? He really deserved to be taught a lesson. After thinking about it, Zhao Xiuyan turned his head and looked at the crying woman. His voice was low and a little comforting. I'm sorry that the two of us brothers broke in tonight and offended the girl. But since this matter is a fact, it is impossible to pretend that it didn't happen. If the girl really doesn't want to believe the facts and just indulges in your husband's deception of you, then let's pretend that our brothers never appeared tonight. My junior brother and I swear here that we will not tell the fourth person about what happened tonight. The girl doesn't have to worry about the reputation being damaged. Zhao Xiuyan hesitated as he spoke, looked up at Nan Yin who still had her eyes down, and then couldn't help but say, However, if the girl regrets it, you can also ask someone to come to the Yulian at the foot of the mountain to find us. I know that the girl cares about her husband. And so do I. I came here to rescue my fiancé. If the girl can help us rescue my fiancé, from now on, I will protect her and never let her have any contact with your husband again. Can the girl accept such a result? After Zhao Xiuyan finished speaking, his eyes fell on the woman opposite. He clearly saw that the woman's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she clenched her fingers unconsciously, as if she was hesitating, and her fingertips were slightly white. Zhao Xiuyan did not force this person. After he finished speaking, he gestured to his junior brother, and then the two covered their faces with scarves and prepared to leave here. Just as Zhao Xiuyan turned to leave, the man behind him suddenly stood up and subconsciously grabbed his wrist. The soft and delicate palm gently pressed against the wound where he was bitten, which was slightly itchy. Wait a minute. Nan Yan's voice was a little hoarse. She looked up at Zhao Xiuyan in front of her. Because she had just cried? The tears on her eyelashes had not dried yet. She stared at this person closely. Zhao Xiuyan was looked at by such eyes, and for a moment he forgot to break free and just let her grab him. Nan Yin pursed her lips and seemed to be a little entangled. But because of what he said, she really touched her heart and had to compromise. She hesitated for a while and continued, Are you talking about the truth? As long as I help you rescue that woman, you will take her away from here forever. Never appear in front of me and my husband, and never come to disturb us again. Right? When Zhao Xiuyan heard what she said, he knew that the other party was willing to help them, if the leader's wife could cooperate with them from the inside. Then if Pian Pian was rescued without alarming Yulian, then this possibility should be extremely high. So he nodded. Yes, just as you said. I will take Pian Pian back to get married. And your husband will not do anything to a married woman even if he is unwilling. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Nan Yin heard this and thought, You may have underestimated my stubborn leader husband. That person's temper is not something that ordinary people can control. Unless he doesn't want something anymore, he will never let it go. Nan Yin pursed her lips and seemed to feel relieved after hearing this. Then she raised her eyes and looked straight into his eyes. I can help you, but you must keep your promise and not tell anyone about this. When she said this, she glanced at Master Murong, who was sulking next to her. The man was still angry, and he snorted and turned his head away, refusing to pay attention to her. Zhao Xiuyan smiled and nodded at her. I will keep my promise. And so will he. No one else will know about this except you and us. After hearing his promise, Nan Yin finally showed a trace of relief. then loosened her hand that had been tightly holding him, nodded and responded. Okay. I know. I will help you. And when I find the place where the girl is imprisoned, I will send someone to pass the message to you. Hearing her say this, Zhao Xiaoyan paused, then took out a jade love lock with a smooth texture from his arms and handed it to her. Okay. When you pass the message, use this as a proof. And my fiancé will also recognize this. If you find her, tell her that I am trying to save her, and tell her not to be afraid. Nan Yin hesitated for a while, then reached out and took the love lock in his palm. After that, the two left together, and the room finally returned to peace. Well, very good. After all the twists and turns, she still has to help these two people. Nan Yin raised the corners of her mouth slightly, touching this high-quality jade love lock, which is indeed a good thing. Chapter 144. The next morning, Nan Yin went to Yu Liuyan's yard as usual, but anyone could see that the leader's wife was in a bad mood today, and the atmosphere of the meal became quiet and depressed. The leader looked at her again and again, but she refused to look at him. He picked up her favorite soup dumplings for her, and she just said thank you calmly, then lowered her head and ate breakfast quietly. Yu Liuyan felt that there was an inexplicable emotion rolling in his heart. He wanted to say something, but the other party was always silent and unwilling to pay attention, or just said perfunctorily, and then showed an obviously absent-minded smile on his face, which made Yu Liuyan feel even more uncomfortable. After dinner, the two had not spoken much. Yu Liuyan looked at her from time to time, but this time his wife was obviously really angry. From last night to now, she still cared about that thing? Caring about the things he cared about his ex-fiancée. After a short rest, it was time for Yu Liuyan to practice swordplay. His martial arts skills improved almost every day, which was inseparable from his daily practice. Yu Liuyan felt annoyed. He thought that since she was angry and refused to pay attention to him, he might as well practice swordplay first. Otherwise it would be hard to get rid of the anger in his heart. After all, she would not leave him. Thinking of this, he was about to get up and take the long sword hanging on the wall. At this time, his wife beside him also stood up, then slowly walked to him, turned her face away, and said sullenly, I feel uncomfortable here. I want to walk around to relax. Is it okay? Yu Liuyan paused when he heard this, and looked down at his wife in front of him. He didn't know why, but he had a very strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but whispered, Why? Don't you want to watch me practice sword today? Nan Yin shook her head. Her eyebrows and eyes were still gentle, but there was a bit of annoyance in her eyes, and she replied directly, It's the same every day anyway. I've been watching it for so long, and it's a bit boring. I don't want to watch it anymore today. Yu Liuyan lowered his eyes, and didn't speak. He felt a kind of stuffy and uncomfortable feeling in his chest for no reason. But he knew that it was all his fault. It was his hot and cold attitude towards her that made her uneasy and sad. And he couldn't let go of other women after getting married. The source of all this was because of him. He knew she was still sulking about what happened last night. After thinking about it, Yu Liuyan did not hesitate and directly handed over the leader token hanging on his waist. Then eased his expression and said gently, With this token, you can go anywhere in this sect to relax. No one will stop you. Just don't go too far. And don't leave the house casually, lest there will be danger outside. After he said that, he glanced at his wife's face, and couldn't help but add, If it's too boring, I can also accompany you to go down the mountain for a stroll. Just like your father-in-law took you to the market at the foot of the mountain before. I can accompany you. Nan Yin was a little surprised to hear this. She raised her head and looked at her husband in front of her. His face was calm, and the cold and indifferent look in the past had long disappeared. His eyebrows were full of concern for her. Nan Yin shook her head and refused. No need for the time being. My husband is busy with daily affairs. How can I take up your time again? I can just walk around in the sect by myself. Don't worry about me. The maid will follow. After saying this, the leader opposite him seemed to frown unconsciously. It was unknown whether it was because she rejected him without much hesitation this time, or because he used to use the excuse of being busy with the affairs of the church to reject her in order to reduce the time he spent with his wife. And he was annoyed and depressed. This is really a tit for tat. So, the leader stood in place and watched his wife take the token from his hand, and then turned around with the maid and left without hesitation. Without even turning her head. He was even more annoyed. On the other side, Nan Yin, who had just left the yard and started to walk around the church in a pretentious manner, looked at the leader's waist badge that she had successfully obtained, and her mood was obviously much better. Although she was the daughter of the previous leader and the wife of the current leader, apart from these, she was like an invisible person in the Xian Song church. The church members respected her very much, but that was only because of her status. After all, she had made no contribution to the Xuansong sect. The one who could become the sect master must be the one who could lead the Xuansong sect to flourish. The people in the sect only obeyed the sect master's orders and commands. Such a Xuansong sect was not a place where she could use the identity of the sect master's wife to order around. If she didn't have the sect master's permission, she would be restricted from going to some more important places. However, now that she had this waist badge, it shouldn't be difficult to go to the underground palace. Nan Yin sent away the maid who was serving her, and then walked directly towards the underground palace with the waist badge. When the guards saw her at first, they were obviously a little nervous and embarrassed, because the sect master's rule was very strict. Without orders, no one was allowed to enter or leave the underground palace at will, including his wife. But now he didn't receive any orders. But his wife came here in person. How could he not be embarrassed? After all, if he offended his wife, it would be a huge trouble. The guard bowed respectfully to the wife of the leader in front of him. Madam, without the leader's order, I really can't let you in. Otherwise the leader will definitely kill me. Is it not okay even with this token? Nan Yin handed him the token in her hand. The guard looked up and checked it carefully. After confirming that it was the leader's unique token, he hesitated for a moment and finally let the person in. He was originally thinking about whether to report to the leader, but was stopped by Nan Yin in time, saying that she was just following the leader's orders to come and see the woman imprisoned in the underground palace, and would not do anything else. The guard was relieved. I understand. If that's the case, I won't bother the leader. Madam, you have to be careful. You have to come out in a quarter of an hour. The woman imprisoned in the underground palace is in the innermost stone chamber. The woman has a bad temper. You must not argue with her. Nan Yin responded and turned around and went down directly. The underground palace of Xian Song sect is underground. The entire Xian Song sect is built on a peak. The deeper you go, the darker the underground palace becomes. The candles on the copper platforms on both sides are lit, dispelling some of the coldness. Nan Yin walked to the innermost stone chamber. It's actually a bit inappropriate to call it a stone chamber, because when this underground palace was first built, it was originally used to help the sect avoid risks and disasters. The iron door outside is made of black iron. It can't be opened without a key. It is a typical easy to defend and difficult to attack. The stone room where Lin Pianran lived was more like a small courtyard, except that it was dark and could not be entered and exited at will. Yu Luyun treated her very kindly. After all, this woman had hurt him repeatedly. If it were someone else, the grass on her grave would probably be 3 feet deep. Nan Yin walked a little further inside and saw Lin Pianran, who was sitting on a stone bench and staring at a small window not far away with a frown. This person was not injured, although his face looked a little pale and thin. His spirit should be good from his dark eyes. Yu Luyun had specially modified this stone room in order to deliberately humiliate his ex-fiancée. The heavy and thick stone door was removed and replaced with a prison frame door made of black iron. From the gap in the prison frame, she could clearly see the change in Lin Pianran's expression, especially when she saw her coming. The heroine seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and thought she had hallucinations. Otherwise, how could she see a woman walking towards her instead of the annoying Yu Luyun? But when she fully reacted and confirmed that the woman in front of her was not her hallucination, Lin Pianran's face suddenly changed. And then she stared at her vigilantly, nervously and unwilling to give up. Rushed to the door frame, and subconsciously asked, "Who are you? Who asked you to come?" Nan Yin was silent for a while, and looked at Lin Pianran in front of her carefully. After a while, she looked at the woman in front of her calmly and said, "I am Yu Liuyun's wife." To be honest, Nan Yin didn't have much malice towards Yu Liuyun's former fiancée. She was not the culprit, and she was also a victim. After all, she had been locked up in this underground palace by Yu Luyun for nearly 2 months. And this punishment was not light. Although all this was caused by Yu Luyun, it does not rule out that she had it to herself. After all, after Lin Pianran broke off the engagement, she also humiliated the male protagonist mercilessly and abandoned him like a beggar who came to beg. Since she dared to do such a thing, She could not blame others for revenge. The only thing that made her feel inexplicable was that Lin Pianran still chose to be with Yu Liyun without hesitation in the end. If she could insist on never forgiving that person, she could still praise her for having principles. But this person's last sentence of letting bygones be bygones and starting over made her, a legitimate wife, become the most redundant person. Lin Pianran did not directly hurt the original owner, but the original owner's death was also related to her. After all, the original owner had really helped her, rescued her, and helped her reunite with her fiancé. But in the end, she became her husband's wife. What's the reason for this? Wouldn't there be a trace of guilt? Even after the original owner tried his best to help them leave, he didn't get a sincere thank you. Although the original owner also had his own selfishness. Selfishness is one thing, and the fact that he helped her is beyond doubt. After hearing what Nan Yin said, Lin Pianran was obviously stunned for a moment. She pursed her lips and subconsciously said, "Wife? You are? Yu Liyun's wife. So, Yu Liyun has been married for a long time?" Lin Pianran's tone was a little unbelievable. She really didn't expect that Yu Liyun was already married. And he married such a beautiful and gentle woman. There are actually people who like such a person? Lin Pianran couldn't tell what she felt in her heart for a moment. This also made Lin Pianran unconsciously raise a question in her mind. What does it mean that he always said that he would force her to fulfill the marriage contract every time he came here? Is he trying to make her his concubine and then humiliate her with it? Bah! Don't even think about it. Thinking of this, Lin Pianran felt that the possibility was even greater, and her eyes were slightly red with anger. She felt as if she understood. The man wanted to use these things to retaliate against her. He was really too much. He had already married a wife, and the past was long gone. Why did he still pester her and not let her go? Lin Pianran unconsciously clenched her fingers, and her knuckles turned slightly white. Don't even think about it. She would never be a concubine in her life. And he couldn't even think of humiliating her with this. Lin Pianran quickly restrained the expression on her face. She suddenly looked up at the woman in front of her, her eyes still a little red. "So you are Yu Liyun's wife? Then what do you mean by coming to me? Do you want to mock how embarrassed I am now because of Yu Liyun? Or do you want to kill me directly to vent your anger?" Nan Yin looked at Lin Pianran, who was a little agitated. She wondered what she had imagined to be so angry. In the original story, she had begged the original owner to let her go and helped her pass on the message. Why did she become like this when facing her? Did she look so malicious? But after thinking about it carefully, I think it's quite normal. After all, when the same person meets at different times, everything will become different because of a subtle attitude. Nan Yin also raised her eyes slightly, looked at her and said, "If I really want to kill you, do you think you still have the ability to resist?" Lin Pianran is not stupid. She just thought of the past, and was angry at what Yu Liyun said in the past. Now she calmed down and heard Nan Yin say such words. She couldn't help but reply, "You don't have to scare me. Although I have no ability to resist. I also know that since Yu Liyun has been locking me up, and didn't kill me directly, then there must be his own reasons. If you rashly attack me, aren't you afraid that he will blame you in the future?" When Lin Pianran said this, she may not even realize that she has an inexplicable confidence in her heart. And Nan Yin, who heard this, probably understood that the reason why Lin Pianran dared to treat Yu Liyun like this was just because she always knew in her heart that Yu Liyun could not kill her. This is probably the unique confidence of the heroine. He couldn't bear to really kill her. Although the man kept saying that he wanted revenge, he really didn't do anything to hurt her except keeping her locked up. Even when she scratched his neck with a hairpin last time, Yu Liyun only pinched her neck in anger, and still didn't kill her in the end. How dare a normal person treat an enemy who wants to take revenge on him like this? Moreover, every time they meet, she curses and mocks him. It's just because she relies on the affection that Yu Liyun once had for him. Because she knows that he can't bear it. She is so unscrupulous and has no scruples. Enjoying this special treatment, but despising the preferential treatment brought by this special treatment. It can only be said that these two people are willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. And no one can be blamed. Lin Pianran probably knows this. So she always treats Yu Liyun with such a disdainful attitude. There is no feeling between the two of them. But the process depends on who bows his head and compromises first. No wonder the two can be together happily in the end. Nan Yin frowned slightly, and did not feel annoyed after hearing this. Instead, she lowered her head and chuckled, then raised her eyes and looked at the woman in front of her calmly, and said in a gentle voice, "The girl knows my husband very well. But you don't have to worry. I haven't thought about doing anything to you. But I want to ask the girl a question. Do you know why my husband has been locking you up?" Lin Pianran heard her say "my husband" all the time, and suddenly had a very subtle feeling in her heart. That feeling was a bit strange, and there was an indescribable taste. Maybe it was the kind of thing that originally belonged to her. But she threw it away without hesitation after getting tired of it. But it was picked up by another person and carefully kept as a treasure. This inexplicable feeling suddenly made her chest feel uncomfortable, and she didn't even know the reason. Maybe people are always contradictory. Sometimes, when it is clearly placed in front of them, they will feel disgusted and disdainful. Once someone takes it away, they will feel like they have lost something, and their hearts are empty. Lin Pianran just felt a little annoyed in her heart. She tried her best to ignore this strange and uncomfortable feeling in her heart, and then asked, "Why are you asking these questions? This is originally a matter between him and me. Even if you are his wife, you can't change the current situation. Unless you can let me leave here, then I can tell you these things. But if you just care about that stinky beggar, Yu Luyuan, and want to find out his past from me, then I don't want to accompany you." When scolding the stinky beggar, Lin Pianran paused for a moment and swallowed back the abuse in her mouth. "Yeah, you are quite good at bargaining." Nan Yen looked at the heroine in front of her, whose attitude was completely different from that in the original plot. She thought to herself, could it be because Yu Luyuan has been ignoring her during this period? So she became a little impatient when facing her, Yu Luyuan's wife. And in the original plot, Yu Luyuan ran to the underground palace every few days, and Lin Pianran just felt disgusted. So when she saw the original owner, she only wanted to ask her to help pass on the message. Nan Yen didn't get angry after hearing this. She took out the jade love lock from her arms and showed it to her, then smiled and said, "Miss, do you know this thing? You don't have to be so defensive against me. It's just that your fiancé made a deal with me and asked me to help rescue you. I just want to ask about the relationship between you and my husband. But if you don't want to answer, forget it." Anyway, she knew almost all the messy things. In order to maintain her character, she asked a few questions and pretended a little. Sure enough, after she finished saying this, she saw Lin Pianran's expression change on the opposite side, staring at the love lock in her hand, and then rushed forward with some surprise. "Wait a minute. This is Xiao Yan's love lock. Did Xiao Yan really ask you to come here? He has been worried about me and is looking for a chance to save me. Right? I know he won't give up on me." After Nan Yen took out the love lock, Lin Pianran's attitude really changed a lot. She explained the past between her and Yu Luyuan very clearly, and even told them what happened in the underground palace at the beginning. Nan Yen just listened quietly, which made Lin Pianran a little unsure of her attitude. However, after she finished speaking, the woman opposite gave her a promise as promised and left. Lin Pianran could only look at her back and pray in secret, praying that her fiancé could rescue her as soon as possible. She was really fed up with this hellhole. She would collapse if she stayed any longer. The man had never come to see her since the last time he came. She could not stand being alone for a long time. She didn't know what the madman was up to. Did he really want to lock her up for life? Why did he do that? After Nan Yen returned, she asked the maid to take the token and secretly go to the inn at the foot of the mountain under the pretext of going out to buy something to pass on a message, telling them that she had indeed found the imprisoned female protagonist in the underground palace. But the underground palace was heavily guarded, and she couldn't let the girl out for the time being. After receiving this news, the two of them couldn't wait to visit Xian Song sect again that night. But this time they didn't rush around randomly, but went directly to the courtyard where Nan Yen lived. They were going to discuss with the leader's wife how to save Pian Pian. In the past few days, the maids knew that the leader's wife was in a bad mood and seemed to have some conflicts with the leader. She went to bed early at night. Even when the leader came, the lady drove him back directly on the pretext that he was asleep. This also made it easier for the two to meet at night than before. At night, after Nan Yen sent all the maids away, she sat in the room quietly waiting for the two people to arrive. At first, she was flipping through an ancient book in her hand. After a while, a swaying figure suddenly appeared on the screen. She heard the window behind her being pushed open with a creak. Then two figures quickly jumped in from the windowsill. Nan Yen turned around slightly and was stunned for a moment when she saw the two people falling from the sky. She frowned twice, as if she was a little dissatisfied with the noise they made. But she didn't say much when she thought of the transaction between the two parties. Nan Yin saw that the person who came in from behind had carefully closed the window. She put down the book in her hand and was about to walk forward. But the figure standing in front of her rushed over impatiently and grabbed her sleeve as soon as she came up. The pair of black and round eyes stared at her, and there seemed to be a hint of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help but chase her and asked, "Is Sister Pian Pian okay? Is she injured? How is her spirit? By the way, have you told her that my senior brother and I are already thinking of ways to save her? And tell her not to worry." Nan Yin looked at the man's anxious look and didn't want to give him a good face. She still remembered the grudge between the two. Seeing that this man was pulling the sleeves of her clothes without any scruples again, her face changed slightly. She was a little panicked, perhaps thinking of what happened last time, and she slapped the back of his hand away and scolded with some shame and anger. "What are you doing? Who told you to pull my clothes? Just talk. Why are you pulling and tugging?" Murong Tua, who was originally full of joy, quickly let go after hearing this. He just couldn't hold back his excitement when he heard the news about Sister Pian Pian. Was it necessary to be so nervous? He wouldn't do anything to her. Murong Tua looked down at the woman's expression, and when he saw the flash of disdain in her eyes, his face suddenly flushed uncontrollably. He had never been disdained by someone like this before, and he felt ashamed and annoyed. But he really had nothing to say. It was because he had just pulled someone's clothes again in a hurry, especially when he thought of what happened last time. His jade-like face instantly became even redder. Murong Tua held back his expression, and he was very unhappy in his heart. But when he thought of his sweetheart, he couldn't help but miss her. He hesitated for a while, and finally, he could only bow his head and apologize with a red face. Okay. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was too impulsive. It's all my fault. I forgot my identity. I'm sorry. I've apologized to you. Can you tell me about Sister Pian Pian now?" Nan Yin looked at the man's dog head finally drooping, and her mood suddenly became much better. For such a little guy, is there no way for this lady to cure you? She glanced at this man. Although his apology attitude was very sincere, she just didn't want to appreciate it. She turned her face away and snorted softly, then walked around him and walked to the front of another person. "Your fiancée is in good condition now, except that she can't enter and leave the underground palace at will. She has not suffered any harm." Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan's expression suddenly relaxed, as if relieved. He thought of something again and glanced at his junior brother, who was completely ignored behind her. Seeing this person's face flush red, and he looked like he was about to get angry again, he felt helpless for a moment. I don't know if these two people are born with different auras. Otherwise, why would they quarrel as soon as they meet? It seems like a pair of natural enemies. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan seemed to show a smile on his face, and then nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me. Young lady, I hope Pian Pian is fine. Don't you think so, junior brother?" Murong Tua bit his white teeth and snorted coldly, staring at him hatefully. What is it? What does it have to do with him? This woman is not talking to him. He didn't even know if he and this little demon girl of the demon sect were incompatible. Otherwise, why would they be so chaotic every time they met? Although he was wrong last time, the woman scolded and stepped on him, and he couldn't even hold the chopsticks when he went back. And he suffered a lot of ridicule from his senior brother. Moreover, he had already apologized today. Why did she still have such an extremely disgusted attitude? It really made him angry. Nan Yin ignored him. She stretched out her fingers from her sleeves and gently pulled the clothes of the person in front of her, then handed over a waist badge, with a slightly troubled expression on her face. "Look, with this waist badge, you can enter the underground palace at will, but you can only stay there for a quarter of an hour. If you want to sneak in directly and then bring her out, it is almost impossible, and my husband will notice it soon. Unless my husband is not in the church, then the possibility of saving people may be even greater." At this point, Nan Yin frowned unconsciously, and her expression seemed a little depressed. "My husband has nothing to do these days, and the church is also very stable. At this time, he will not go out, so I really can't help you." Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan and his brother looked at each other and frowned at the same time. They didn't expect that the guards of the Xuansong sect's underground palace would be so strict. If it was as the woman said, without her help, they would not be able to rescue Pian Pian safely. Even if they really rescued someone by chance, They couldn't resist the interception of so many guards of the Xuanzang sect. I'm afraid that by then, they would be discovered and captured by Yu Luyun before they get down the mountain. This is indeed a big trouble. If they can't lure Yu Luyun away, they can only think of a way to stop him from staring at them all the time. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan frowned again. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. And his eyebrows relaxed slightly. His eyes fell on the woman in front of him again. Girl, I think you don't want Pian Pian to be stuck between you and your husband. If you can't divert your husband, you can only make him unable to stare at us during this period of time. We can drug him and make him sleep for a while. Hearing this, Nan Yin immediately snatched the badge back from him. She subconsciously refused. No, I don't agree. I won't hurt my husband. It's impossible to drug him. Don't even think about me doing this. Who knows if you will take the opportunity to hurt my husband? Nan Yin said, with a cautious and suspicious look in her eyes. She even took 2 steps back and continued. What if my husband really fell asleep? You broke your promise and took the opportunity to hurt him. And then took the opportunity to bully our Xuanzang sect? Zhao Xiuyan frowned. He looked at the woman in front of him. Although he could understand his distrust of her, but he was still a little uncomfortable with being denied and rejected so directly. Murong Tu on the side couldn't help it. The veins on his forehead throbbed. He had been ignored by this man from the beginning. The sullenness in his chest was hard to get rid of. Now he finally got the chance to refute. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Nan Yin, feeling quite angry and disdainful. Hey, you are too much of a jerk. What do you think of me and my senior brother? Do you think we would do such a despicable and shameless thing? We just want to save people. Can you use your brain a little bit? Calling your husband all day long. Do you care so much about a person who has deceived you from beginning to end? Can you have some pursuit? Nan Yin was also angry with this man and her face turned red. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and a faint red appeared at the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip, turned her head and glared at him angrily. Who do you care about me? What does this have to do with you? And I don't care about my husband. Do you want me to care about you? A shameless pervert who specializes in tearing people's clothes? Anyway, you want me to do something that hurts my husband. I won't agree to it. Murong Tu was also stunned when he heard this. After realizing what she said, he felt even more uncomfortable with the suffocation in his chest. He took a step forward and immediately glared back with gritted teeth. Who asked you? A witch? To care? What nonsense are you talking about? I have already apologized to you. Why are you still holding on to that matter? Who is a rapist? Have you seen what a real rapist is? I have never bullied any woman since I was a child. What makes you say that I am a rapist? When Murong Tu said this, he took a step forward. He was so imposing and flamboyant. When he came so suddenly, he really gave people an indescribable sense of oppression, which made people inevitably a little worried. Nan Yin seemed to be frightened by his domineering aura. Her face flushed and she subconsciously took a step back. But she was still unwilling in her eyes. She raised her eyes and glared at him angrily. You? Why are you so close to me? Go back. Go back quickly. I am just telling the truth. You were wrong first. What's more, even if my husband is a bad person, it is not your turn to blame him. What's wrong with me scolding you a few times? Murong Tu was not convinced and wanted to argue with her for a few more words. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Zhao Xiuyan rubbed his swollen eyebrows and suddenly whispered, Okay, junior brother, stop quarreling. Have you forgotten what we are here for tonight? We are here to ask for help. After scolding his junior brother, he turned his head and looked at Nan Yin, who was retreating again and again. She was obviously a little scared, but she still had to hold on to her aura. He said to her in a gentle voice, Girl, if you are really worried, can I stay and be your hostage? During the time when my junior brother went to rescue people, that is, during the time when your husband was asleep, I will be your hostage. If my junior brother really does something rash, if you move, you can just kill me and bury your husband. Is that okay? Hearing this, Murong Tu subconsciously refuted. He said anxiously, How can that be? Senior brother, I go to the underground palace alone. What if I can't save Sister Pian Pian? Besides, this witch has so many requirements. Who knows if she is bluffing you? Nan Yin didn't know when she got close to this person. And when he said this, she suddenly couldn't help but kicked his calf hard, and then stared at him with red eyes and said, You are the witch. You are asking for more. Why can't your senior brother be a hostage for me? But let my husband take the risk alone. Murong Tuol gritted his teeth in anger after being kicked. Although it didn't hurt at all. It was a matter of face. And he didn't know what was going on. When facing this stinky woman, he had lost all his face and dignity. He stared at the man, unwilling to give in. You want hostages? Right? Fine. Let my senior brother go and save Sister Pian Pian. I'll be your hostage. Okay. Who's asking for more? I'm just worried that my senior brother will be deceived and fooled by you. A demon, woman. When the heroine heard this, she suddenly looked at him with disdain, then turned her face away and said in a muffled voice, No, I don't want you. Who knows if you have bad intentions and are deliberately bullying me? She snorted softly. I still remember that you bullied me before. I don't believe you. Murong Tuo's breath was stuck in his throat, almost making him angry to death. You are simply ungrateful. Do you think this young master cares? Who the hell is willing to be your hostage? After saying this, the two looked at each other. The atmosphere froze for a moment. And then, they turned their faces away and snorted coldly, showing an attitude of mutual disgust. Zhao Xiuyan rubbed his aching eyebrows. He never thought that he would encounter such a situation one day. He walked over to separate the two and then finalized. Stop talking. Can't you two take a step back? Don't forget that we are cooperating now. Miss Zhou, I promise you that I will be your hostage. You helped me drug your husband. After we rescue Pian Pian, I will take her away from here as soon as possible. From now on, I will never appear to disturb you two again. Do you think this is okay? Murong Tuo wanted to say something else, but seeing the serious look of his senior brother, he hesitated for a moment, and finally had to swallow his anger. Nan Yin on the other side hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally agreed. However, she thought of another problem and frowned slightly. But there is another problem. My husband used to be a medicine man for the poison doctor senior. He has tried many kinds of poisons. His body has a certain medicinal property. Many drugs are ineffective on him. Speaking of this, Zhao Xiuyan thought for a while, then took out a white porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to her. This is a kind of secret medicine powder made by our Zhao family. It is usually used for pain relief and anesthesia. Put it in the wine. It has no color or taste. People who are drugged will just fall asleep and think they are drunk when they wake up. You should be able to knock him out with this. Nan Yin was very cautious and looked at him suspiciously, repeatedly confirming, Will this really not hurt him? Zhao Xiuyan nodded and said yeah. This is not poison. It's just a simple drug. It won't do any harm. Nan Yin thought about it, hesitated for a moment, and finally took the small porcelain bottle from him. Then held it tightly in her palm and said softly, I know. Chapter 145. In the quiet study, Yu Luyun was frowning and thinking about the relationship between him and his wife. The atmosphere between the two had been deadlocked for almost 3 or 4 days. He had been blocked outside Nanyan's courtyard gate 3 times in a row with the same excuse. If this continued, he felt that he would soon be unable to hold on. Sometimes he even had the urge to rush in regardless of the consequences. But he was worried that she would be even more angry after doing so. Yu Luyun thought about the cold treatment he had suffered in the past few days, and he felt an unprecedented annoyance in his heart. However, this emotion could not be relieved, and he was extremely concerned in his heart, which even made him particularly irritable when practicing sword. He was absent-minded, and his mind was full of his wife's calm and obedient face. The leader was very puzzled and felt depressed for no reason. She was so gentle to him some time ago. But why was it that the more gentle a woman was, the harder it was to calm down when she got angry? Yu Luyun sorted out the relationship between the two from beginning to end. After thinking about it, he even made up his mind that if his wife refused to forgive him, it would be okay to tell her all his past. There was also the thing that he had been hiding from her. He had captured his ex-fiancée and locked her up in the underground palace and prepared to take revenge. It was just because up to now, he found that his care for his wife seemed to be much deeper than his hatred for another woman. Although he was still brooding over the past experience, he really didn't want to make his wife sad. What's more, she was already his wife. They had been married, and he was her husband. He had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband in the past. But it would be different in the future. They still had a lifetime. They would be together forever in the future, and even have children. Thinking of those scenes, a warm current even surged uncontrollably in his heart. Before he met his wife, He was just a despised stray dog. To put it bluntly, he was no different from beggars and beggars. He tried hard to maintain his last dignity, but was still abused and despised. He was lucky enough to survive and marry such a gentle and beautiful wife. Perhaps it was already God's love for him. He was blinded by hatred in the past and seemed to have never cared about the people around him. But thinking about it carefully, the person he should care about most is his wife. After Yu Luyun made such a decision, he felt that his chest, which had been depressed and blocked, became much more relaxed as if relieved. Just at this moment, a maid came outside to report the news, saying that the lady had specially cooked today and invited him to the yard to eat in the evening. Hearing this obviously good news, Yu Luyun was stunned. And then, he couldn't help laughing. He thought that he was the only one who felt uncomfortable during this period. But he didn't know that his wife was the same as him. They both cared about each other, and were clearly communicating with each other. Yu Luyun really couldn't help being happy this time. The previous depression that had accumulated in his chest seemed to have dissipated at this moment. He couldn't help laughing out loud because of this happiness. The subordinates waiting for orders on the side saw the leader like this, and trembled even more. There was a person who opposed the leader in the past. When the leader killed him, he also laughed like this. Yu Luyun seemed to have seen the trembling subordinates and maids on the side, and his expression paused slightly. Is he so scary? Forget it. He was in a good mood today, and was too lazy to bother with them. He waved his hand, and let the person who came to report the news go down first. Yu Luyun stood up after thinking about it, and took a look at the sky outside. It seemed to be early. Yin Yin said that she would cook for him personally, and invited him to her yard. Although he had been to her yard many times during this period, they were not really close to each other. He thought in his heart that since he and Yin Yin were going to be real husband and wife in the future, should he move back to her yard, or she could move to his yard? Thinking of this, the leader's face showed no expression, and he still looked cold and calm, but his earlobes were stained with a little blush. He thought of the scene of their wedding ceremony and the wedding night. The scene that used to be as calm as water. Now thinking about it, he didn't know why, and his face was inexplicably hot. Perhaps because he had expectations today. He felt that the time to handle the affairs of the sect became particularly long. He looked out the window several times, and asked his subordinates at the door several times without leaving any trace. When he got the same answer as before, he frowned slightly. He just wondered why the affairs to be handled today took so long. Obviously, he always felt that there was not enough time. Seeing that it was finally dark outside, when the leader looked out the window again, he saw that the little maid who usually served his wife finally came to ask for someone. He was relieved instantly, put down the things at hand without hesitation, turned around and went directly to his wife's yard. When he entered the room, there were only a few maids serving tea in the hall. His wife was nowhere to be seen. So Yu Luyun turned to look at the maids and subconsciously asked, "Where is the madam?" Hearing the question, the maids smiled. They were no longer as afraid of the leader as before, but they still bowed their heads and replied respectfully, "Please wait a moment. Master, the madam has gone to the small kitchen to cook. She should be back soon." Yu Luyun raised his eyebrows slightly, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but smile. A group of maids around saw the leader standing at the door and smiling, so they couldn't help but look at each other. And then, they also smiled with their lips pursed. Yu Luyun saw it, but didn't care much. When Nan Yin came back with a few happy maids, she saw her husband standing at the door with his head down and smiling. She couldn't help but smile. "Husband, when did you come? Why are you standing at the door? I told you to go in and wait." As she spoke, she stepped forward and gently held his sleeve. She turned her head and looked at the maids carrying food boxes behind her, and carefully instructed them. "Hey, be careful to serve it on the table. Be careful not to burn yourself. Xiao Tao, Xiaoju, it's getting late. Don't serve here. Go to the small kitchen to get some food. You don't have to serve after dinner. Go back and rest early." After hearing this, the two maids hurriedly arranged the food carefully, and then bowed to the leader standing aside, and then turned around and left. Yu Luyun looked at the food served by the maids with some surprise. There were many styles, a total of 6 dishes, and a pot of warm wine was on the table next to him. Is today a special day? Why is it so sumptuous? The leader held his wife's wrist with his backhand and looked down at this person. Nan Yin saw the surprised expression on the other person's face and blushed slightly. She took the person's hand and sat next to him, saying uncomfortably, "Why is my husband looking at me like this? Am I the kind of person who likes to make trouble for no reason?" Yu Luiyun looked at his wife, and saw that she seemed to have returned to her former gentle appearance. She blushed again after a few words. The more he looked at her, the softer he felt. Nan Yin said as she exhaled lightly, then raised her eyes, and quietly met her husband's dark pupils. There seemed to be a trace of nervousness in her eyes. She turned her face subconsciously, and said softly, "Actually, I have thought about it for a long time, and a lot these days. I care about my husband more than he cares about me. So I don't want to waste our time like this. My husband and I finally became husband and wife. How can we get angry about those unimportant and unfounded things? This will inevitably hurt the relationship between us." After saying this, Nan Yan's watery eyes looked at her husband beside her again, and her voice became softer. "Husband, let's not quarrel in the future. Okay? Even if we can't avoid quarreling again in the future. You can't ignore me like before. You know I'm very sad." Sure enough, when she said this, her tone was obviously unhappy, as if she thought of something unpleasant. She raised her eyes and glared at people angrily, with resentment hidden in her tone. "Besides, you know I'm easy to coax. Why can't you say a few more nice words to coax me? You also want me, a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken, to bow to you first, which is too unfair." After hearing this, the leader was slightly touched. He wondered in his heart, when did he ignore his wife? It was obvious that he had almost written the word apology on his forehead these days. It was obvious that she refused to pay attention to him. But he didn't dare to say this, since he became close to his wife. The leader seemed to understand the truth. That is, when his wife gave him a way out, it was better to apologize as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a while, this person would probably be angry and refuse to talk to others again. Moreover, being looked at by his wife with such eyes, Yu Luiyun had no anger in his heart. He just felt that his chest had turned into a ball of cotton wool, which was incredibly soft. His brows relaxed slightly, and his body leaned forward, getting closer to his wife, and then stretched out his hand to hold his wife's wrist tightly. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I promise you that I will tell you everything about the past. There is one more thing Before he finished speaking, Yu Luiyun's fingers touched his wife's palm, felt some slight and rough scratches on his wife's fingers, and gently pinched them. The person in front of him subconsciously hissed softly, and then shrank back with his hands. Yu Luiyun frowned unconsciously, and with a little force, he pulled her hands over directly. "What's wrong with your hands?" he said, and hurriedly lowered his head to check again. And then he found that his wife's fingers were full of small wounds, and some reddish burns. Because her fingers were soft and white, the wounds were more obvious and glaring. The master's face changed instantly, and even the tone of his speech became much heavier. "What's going on? Why are there so many small wounds on your hands? Did you accidentally make them in the kitchen this afternoon?" He became more and more angry as he spoke, and he inexplicably felt annoyed in his heart. Of course, this annoyance was not directed at his wife, but at those personal maids who did not take good care of his wife. "Who asked you to do this? Wasn't the maid watching? You are the leader's wife. When did you need to do those things yourself? You are injured like this, and you still want to cook. Are you cutting your own hand with a knife? You know your body can't stand the pain," Yu Luiyun said, and then put down Nan Yan's hand, turned around and searched in the cabinet opposite for a long time, then found a box of dark green ointment, pressed his wife's hand directly, frowned, and began to apply the ointment on her with a bitter and vengeful look. Nan Yin was stunned by this man's operation. If she didn't know, she would think that her fingers were seriously injured. Seeing this man so nervous and anxious, Nan Yin suddenly couldn't help but purse her lips and chuckled. "So my husband is so worried about me. But these are just minor injuries, and they don't hurt much. I just haven't cooked for a long time, so my cooking skills are a little rusty, and I accidentally cut a few small cuts. Besides, these minor injuries are nothing, and they are not as painful as the silver ingot that my husband hit my head with." She stretched out her soft fingers and gently held the back of her husband's hand, her voice becoming more and more joyful. "Besides, the suffering and injuries that my husband had suffered in the past were much more serious than mine. My minor injuries are not a problem at all." As soon as the voice fell, he was hit on the head. The leader frowned, glanced at the person, and then said calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Can your body compare with mine? I am a man. And I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child to strengthen my body. I have always been thick-skinned and thick-skinned. What's the big deal about these injuries? You are different. Don't bother with these things in the future. As he spoke, his slender white fingers picked up the dark green ointment in the box and gently applied it to his wife's soft fingers. Nanyan felt the wound was cool and a little itchy, especially when she saw the man opposite her pursed lips and looked serious. She couldn't help but lean over and kiss him. The leader was stunned for a moment by the kiss, then raised his eyes and slowly fell on his wife opposite him. Watching her face blush and retreat, the maids standing around saw this intimate scene in the hall, and they covered their mouths one by one, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Hearing this subtle laughter, Nanyan seemed a little embarrassed and annoyed. She pursed her lips and pinched the soft flesh of his palm with her fingers. Then she said in a low voice, "It's all your fault. The maids are laughing at me. Okay, stop making trouble. If you keep doing these messy things, the food I specially prepared for you will get cold. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Eat quickly." Hearing this, the leader grabbed her pinching hand, and his ears felt a little hot. He coughed and glanced at the maids, who were constantly making small movements. Several maids immediately fell silent and lowered their heads, not daring to look at them again. The leader was satisfied. He held his wife's hand, and his movements became more delicate and gentle. "Why are you in such a hurry? I will eat it all even if it's cold. If you don't apply the medicine on your burn, you might get blisters tomorrow morning. Okay, stop staring at me. I'll eat it." The leader held his forehead helplessly under his wife's increasingly annoyed eyes. He picked up the chopsticks neatly and tasted the food carefully one by one. Seeing this, Nanyan's black eyes flashed again. And then she picked up the wine that had been warming on the table and poured a glass and handed it over. The room was suddenly quiet with only the sound of picking up food and drinking. Maybe it was because the atmosphere was so good tonight. Or maybe it was because all the food was made by his wife herself. Yulian felt that his wife looked particularly beautiful and gentle tonight. He smiled and watched his wife pour him another glass of wine. Perhaps because of his injured fingers, his fingers holding the wine pot were a little unstable. He took the initiative to take it and drank it lightly. The wine tasted very light, with the fragrance of pear blossoms. After it fell into his stomach, it seemed like a ball of fire was burning. After 3 cups, Yulian felt that he seemed to be a little drunk. Looking at his wife's face getting closer and closer, he unconsciously stretched out his hand. The yellow candlelight was reflected on the white jade face. Yulian felt that his brain seemed to be paralyzed by something. He tried to stay awake, but his brain was in chaos, and only the person in front of him was left in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. She frowned slightly, then smiled softly at him and called his name softly. "Husband, are you drunk? Can I help you go back to your room to rest?" "Yen Yen." The unconscious person called her name softly. Yulian's brain seemed to become a little dull, but he was still very persistent in his desire. He pursed his moist lips, subconsciously clasped his wife's waist with his palm, and pulled her into his arms. Nanyan couldn't help but fall into Yulian's arms again. She wondered in her heart whether the drug Zhao Xiuyan gave her would work. She was in such a state. Why was he still holding her and refusing to let go? She wanted to get up, but the other party pressed her to prevent her from getting up. His forehead gently touched hers, and their noses touched each other, and the breath was warm and moist. There seemed to be a hint of drunkenness in his eyes, and he looked at the person in his arms with a confused look. His lips touched hers. "Yen Yen, can we be husband and wife?" Yulian called her name in a hoarse voice, and his throat moved involuntarily. There seemed to be a hint of desire and longing in his eyes. "Yen Yen, let's be real husband and wife. Can we make up for the last wedding night?" "Yen Yen." Yulian called her again in a low voice, but got no response. He could only see his wife's quiet and gentle eyes looking at her strangely. He slowly approached her, put his palm on her skin, and looked at her in a daze. The breath was getting closer and closer. Just when he was about to kiss her lips, Nanyan felt her shoulders sink slightly. This man finally couldn't hold on and passed out. Seeing that the drug finally took effect, Nanyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She asked the maid to carefully help the person to the bed in the inner room, take off his outer clothes and shoes, cover him with a quilt, and then told the maids, "The leader is drunk. You should tear off the food and go back to rest early." And you don't need to serve at night. The maids bowed their heads and responded. And retreated respectfully. Nan Yin handed the waist card to Murong Tua, who was waiting in another small room at the agreed time. This fellow brother had been waiting here for a long time. The three agreed to rescue people tonight. Zhao Xiuyan stayed here as a hostage. And Murong Tua went to the underground palace alone to rescue people. With the leader's token and hand order, as well as a set of Xian Song sect clothes. If he disguised himself as a subordinate of the leader and sneaked into the underground palace, there would basically not be too many obstacles. When Nan Yin handed the things to Murong Tua, she couldn't help but remind him. You have to move quickly and don't mess around. Okay? Also, unless it's a critical moment, you must not hurt our Xian Song sect subordinates. Otherwise it will be a breach of promise. And I will hurt your brother in return. Hearing this person speak in a sullen voice, Zhao Xiuyan's eyebrows moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved. He was as good-tempered as ever, without any sign of anger. On the contrary, the junior brother, who was waiting on the side, was already a little impatient. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. I know. You are so long-winded. People who don't know would think you are my senior brother. So much nonsense. He turned around to leave, and couldn't help but glared back at the man. Hey, you have to be honest with me. I won't hurt anyone in your Xian Song sect. And you are not allowed to harm my senior brother. The two looked at each other, snorted coldly, and then turned their faces away and refused to pay attention to each other. Murong Tuo's mouth curled up unconsciously. I don't know if it was because he was going to see Sister Pian Pian. So even his mood was a little uncontrollably excited. Seeing that figure stepping on the branches and jumping up, quickly jumped over the courtyard wall, and then looked in the direction of the underground palace. As the figure left, the room instantly became quiet. Zhao Xiuyan also breathed a sigh of relief. His brows relaxed, and he sat on a chair beside him. His eyes unconsciously fell on Nan Yin, who was walking back and forth in the room with a slightly nervous and pale face. Seeing her so anxious and worried, Zhao Xiuyan couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that this girl was more worried about whether the matter would succeed than them. But it was no wonder. She loved her husband so much. She probably didn't want anyone to get in between them. Seeing that the girl was still walking back and forth gently, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly called out her name. In fact, the girl doesn't need to be so nervous. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea to relax a little? You've been busy all night, and you'll be very tired if you keep your mind so tense. Nan Yin was slightly startled when she heard the voice, and turned to look at him. Zhao Xiuyan was also looking at her quietly. His eyes were gentle, but there was no extra emotion in his eyes, and his tone was always neither hurried nor slow. Such a tone can soothe people's hearts. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Nan Yin also walked over and sat down on the chair next to him, and then asked, Aren't you worried that your junior brother will be discovered? Zhao Xiuyan knew that what she was worried about should not be this, and his tone was calmer, and he comforted her. Don't worry, girl. If you are really discovered, everything tonight will be borne by me and my junior brother, and it has nothing to do with you. None of us brothers will leak any information about the girl. Hearing this, Nan Yin seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. She raised her head and looked at the person next to her with some curiosity. Zhao Xiuyan met her gaze and found that there was a trace of inquiry in the girl's eyes. But it was not annoying. Her eyes were always gentle and calm, just like her temperament. Gentle and pure. Zhao Xiuyan slightly shifted his gaze to avoid her gaze, and then in order to divert her attention, he casually said, The girl seems to like her husband very much. Hearing him talk about her husband, Nan Yin was stunned for a moment, and then quickly came back to her senses, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. There was a hint of joy in this smile, and she said without hesitation, It's natural. My husband is different from others. He has suffered a lot in the past. I hope he can be happy instead of dwelling on the hatred of the past. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Xiuyan beside her. She couldn't help but chuckled and said, Don't you care about your fiancé too? You've worked hard to find a way to save her. Zhao Xiuyan didn't expect the girl to say such a thing. He was stunned for a moment, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Perhaps because she mentioned his fiancé, Zhao Xiuyan's expression became gentle and relaxed. Then he nodded and said, Well, you are right. It is true. We both have people we care about. Otherwise we would not meet here. As he said this, He suddenly took out a small jade box from his arms and handed it over with a gentle expression. By the way, I see that the girl's fingers seem to have some burns. This medicine is also used for healing. It works very well. I give it to the girl as a thank you for helping us this time. Nanyan pursed her lips and smiled gently at this person. Although the smile was still gentle and pure, the gentleness was not as dependent and trusting as when facing her husband. She shook her head and said, "No, it's not a serious injury. Besides, my husband has already applied medicine for me. It will be healed in a few days." Zhao Xiuyan was not annoyed by being rejected. His eyes were still on her fingers. He raised his eyelids slightly and said in a calm tone, "Take it. Just consider it as a compensation from us brothers. After we rescue Pian Pian, we will leave completely, and we will never see each other again. Compared with your help, these things are really not worth mentioning." After hearing what he said, it seemed inappropriate for Nanyan to refuse. There seemed to be a flash of hesitation in her eyes, but she finally reached out to take it. When she stretched out her fingers, she accidentally touched the other person's fingertips. It seemed unintentional. The soft touch like cotton wool was separated from his fingertips. This made Zhao Xiuyan pause, and his fingers curled up slightly. But Nanyan seemed not to notice it, and put the square box into her arms. Looking at the palm of this man who quickly put it down, Nanyan thought of the bite on his wrist before, and suddenly felt uncomfortable and apologetic. So she raised her head, looked at the other person with a slightly red face and said, "That? Is the injury on your wrist healed? Does it still hurt? That day, I was too impulsive and bit too hard. I'm sorry." Nanyan bit her lip, and there seemed to be some regret in her eyes, probably thinking of the scene that day. Her cheeks also blushed uncontrollably. Zhao Xiuyan paused for a moment, seeing that she had been staring at his wrist, and then smiled and comforted her. "It's been fine for a long time." Thinking back to what happened that day, the dilemma caused by a series of mistakes, even if he was calm, he felt a little hot at this moment, and then turned his face away uncomfortably. "This matter can't be blamed on you. It's my fault and my junior brother's fault. In that situation, you can kill us directly. How can you apologize to us?" "Sorry." The atmosphere in the room became quiet again. It was so quiet that you could almost hear the sound of the candle burning on the copper table. Occasionally, a gust of night wind blew outside the window, and the leaves were rustled by the breeze. Neither of them spoke again, nor did they look at each other again. They just felt that at this moment, the atmosphere seemed to become a little subtle, as if the air had become silent and awkward, just as the two were hesitating about what to say. At this moment, a light sound suddenly came from outside, which was the sound agreed upon before. After the people in the room looked at each other, they smiled subconsciously. This was a sign of success, indicating that Murongtua had successfully rescued the person. Nanyan showed a surprised smile on her face, and subconsciously walked a few steps towards the window. Although she could not see anyone outside, she estimated that Murongtua must have encountered something and left with people in advance. Zhao Xiuyan, who was standing behind him, looked at Nanyan standing at the window, and then heaved a sigh of relief. His brows relaxed slightly, and then he walked forward and said with a smile, "Can I leave now?" Nanyan subconsciously turned around when she heard the voice, and saw the gentle and picturesque look of the man behind her. So she couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. "Yes, you and your junior brother should take your fiancé back quickly. And it's best if you get married as soon as possible after you go back. I wish you a long life together. And it's best if you never appear in front of me and my husband again." Zhao Xiuyan shook his head and laughed, looking at the light in the man's eyes, the joy and eagerness on his face that he didn't hide. And he thought the person who was getting married was her. He also responded casually, "Okay, then thank you for your blessing." After he said that, he turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled from behind. Zhao Xiuyan looked back in confusion and looked at the man behind him. "Hey, wait a minute. I almost forgot." Nanyan held the other sleeve tightly with one hand, then fumbled out a small bottle from her bosom and handed it over. "By the way, please help me bring this bottle of ointment to your bad-tempered and bad-tempered junior brother. Just say that I am magnanimous and have forgiven his mistakes in the past. This medicine is my way of making up for the fact that he was stepped on that day." And, when she said the latter sentence, her expression seemed to become more serious and cautious. Her eyes were gentle like water. Her lips were rosy, and she pursed them gently. Under the cold moonlight, The tail of her eyes was slightly raised, as if she had a little more beauty and charm. Zhao Xiaoyan was stared at by such eyes, and was a little absent-minded for a while. He pinched his fingertips slightly to come back to his senses. And then he heard the other party say, "I can only help you this time. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I can't help you." Nan Yen smiled. "Also, remember to stay away. I will try my best to cover up my husband's place. Don't come back again in the future." Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the bottle of ointment that she stuffed into his hand. It seemed that it was still stained with the warmth of her palm. For a moment, there seemed to be a strange feeling in his heart. He held the medicine bottle in his hand. Then looked up at the girl in front of him and said, "Thank you. I will protect my fiancée from now on, and will not let her have any involvement with your husband. Don't worry." Nan Yen seemed to be finally relieved after hearing this promise. And there was a trace of a sincere smile in her eyes. She added, "Also, as a senior brother, you have to keep a close eye on your not-so-smart junior brother, so that he won't always rely on his martial arts status to bully a weak woman like me who is powerless." Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He nodded to the other party. "Okay, I got it." After saying this, Zhao Xiaoyan turned around and was about to leave. He stepped on the table and jumped onto the wall. He didn't know what he thought of, but he turned his head and took a look. The night breeze was cool, blowing through the treetops, blowing people's hair gently, and falling on people's bodies with a hint of coolness. Nan Yen was stretching out her hand to close the window, and she didn't seem to expect Zhao Xiaoyan to turn around and look at her. After a moment of stunned, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Zhao Xiaoyan turned his eyes away a little uncomfortably. He thought in his heart that after this separation, he probably wouldn't have the chance to meet again in this life. For some reason, the scene when the two met that day suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time, she seemed to be standing in front of the window and closing the window. This time, it was exactly the same as before. Zhao Xiaoyan was in a trance for a moment, and his expression gradually eased. He thought about the fact that his junior brother had rescued his fiancée. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, he suppressed all these unimportant things deep in his heart, then jumped up and disappeared completely in the night. Nan Yen looked at the quiet and deep night outside the window, and the smile on her face instantly withdrew. Well, very good. She let his ex-fiancée run away without telling the male protagonist. And I don't know how the male protagonist will deal with her after waking up. It seems that they will meet again soon. TSK. Nan Yen lowered her head and thought about it. She had to think carefully about how to harm the other two people as a victim. On the other side, after a night of sleep, when Yu Luyan woke up, he felt dizzy and uncomfortable, like the result of a hangover. There was a sore pain on both sides of his temples, and the whole person was top-heavy. Yu Luyan frowned, pressed two slender fingers on his temples, and rubbed them twice. At first, he was not completely awake. He thought he was drunk last night. In his mind, he vaguely recalled the scene of last night, and a few familiar fragments vaguely emerged. It seemed that Yin Yin poured him a few glasses of wine, and he drank it. And then, he was a little drunk. But when did his alcohol tolerance become so bad? Just a few glasses of pear blossom wine? This feeling is a little wrong. Yu Luyan instinctively feels that it is wrong, but his mind is still a little confused at the moment, and his thoughts can't keep up with the instinctive reaction of the body. What did he do later? Yu Luyan thought carefully about what happened last night. He remembered that he seemed to pull Yan Yan into his arms and wanted to kiss her. But then, suddenly, Yu Luyan seemed to think of something. His eyes opened calmly, and his eyes were like a deep pool without any ripples. He touched his waist casually, and his clothes were taken off. He looked up at the screen in the room and walked over to look through it. The token returned by his wife 2 days ago was still hanging on the belt, as if nothing had changed. But Yu Luyan instinctively felt that something was wrong. He clenched his fingers tightly, thinking of a certain result. The dark emotions in his eyes almost condensed into substance. He immediately asked someone to check the underground palace, and then got the news that Lin Pianran, who was originally imprisoned in the underground palace, had indeed disappeared. Oh! How could a living person suddenly disappear? Obviously someone took her away, and that person is really capable enough to take people away without him noticing. There should be more than one person. Right? Thinking of this, Yu Luyan's face suddenly turned cold, and the waist card in his hand was almost crushed by him. He suddenly thought of the drunkenness last night. His alcohol tolerance has never been so bad. So, is the person who cooperated with him from inside and outside his wife? Because no one except her can get close to him. Not to mention that he only ate what she handed over last night. Yu Liuyun's eyes became colder, combined with the symptoms when he woke up this morning. Yan. He should have been given medicine last night. Right? So, did his wife actually team up with outsiders to betray him? The blood on Yu Liuyun's lips faded greatly. Thinking of this result, his originally dark eyes suddenly showed a hint of cold and gloomy light, which made people's hair stand up for no reason. Good. Very good. Chapter 146. After sorting out his thoughts, Yu Liyun turned around and went directly to the small kitchen. As soon as he entered the door, he saw several maids and old women gathered around the chopping board to clean up the plates and glasses that had not been cleaned up yesterday. When the maids and old women turned around and saw the leader, they subconsciously bowed their heads to salute. But before they could speak, they were frightened by the cold and piercing aura of the leader and took a few steps back. Where did the remaining wine from last night go? The maids were stunned for a moment. Wine? What wine? Yu Liyun looked at the ignorant look of the maid, frowned fiercely, and stared at her with an increasingly cold gaze. The maid saw that something was wrong with the situation and shuddered all over. Then she immediately turned her head to look at the plate on the table and found that there was no remnant of the wine pot. After thinking for a while, she remembered to reply to the master. I remember that the remaining wine last night seemed to have been taken away by the lady. The lady said that she also wanted to have a few drinks, so we don't have to serve. Hearing this, Yu Liyun sneered. He was basically sure that there must be something wrong with the wine last night. In addition, the person who betrayed him was undoubtedly his wife. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. He used to think that if there was only one person who betrayed him in the world, it would definitely be his wife. But now the reality slapped him hard. His wife actually dared to join forces with outsiders to drug him. Good. It's really good. Yu Liyun clenched his fingers, and the anger in his heart could not be suppressed and restrained. The murderous intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance. He repeatedly confirmed the result because he didn't want to wrongly accuse her, fearing that he had wrongly accused her. But the more certain he was that his wife was the one who drugged him. Thinking of this, Yu Liyun's eyes became even colder, and his originally cold face instantly became gloomy. An unprecedented anger surged in his heart. He couldn't even suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Who was it? Who did she collude with? While suppressing his anger, Yu Liyun didn't even care that the maids and old women were still standing by. He raised his hand and slapped the table with force. The table instantly broke into two halves, and the bowls, chopsticks and teacups on the table fell to the ground in an instant, breaking into pieces and becoming a mess. This huge movement also frightened everyone in the house. And then, they couldn't control their whole bodies and trembled uncontrollably. A group of people huddled in the kitchen and didn't even dare to breathe. What happened to the leader today? Why did he get so angry? Yu Liyun sneered, turned around and went directly to Nan Yan's yard, but was told that the lady had just gone to the small kitchen to get the hangover soup, and the two of them just missed each other. The maid saw the leader without saying a word, pushed open the door, and went straight into the lady's inner room, then searched under the pillow for a while, and finally found a small white porcelain bottle with some remaining medicine powder in it. It was white and tasteless, and if mixed with wine, almost no one could detect it. The moment he found the medicine bottle, Yu Liyun pursed his thin lips. His eyes were dark and cold, and his face was twisted and a little scary. The maids felt something was wrong, so they subconsciously stepped forward and bowed, and then whispered, "Master, the lady has gone to get you the hangover soup, and said she would send it to you later. You go out first. Master, the lady will be. I told you all to get out. Didn't you hear me?" Yu Liyun's tone suddenly became heavier, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. This appearance finally made the maids realize that the leader was in a really bad mood. So they all put down their work, and rushed to go downstairs one by one, lowering their heads, and dared not look at the person standing in the house. At this time, Nan Yan, who had gone to the small kitchen to get the hangover soup, came back and saw that the maids were frightened and retreated like quails. Nan Yan's eyes flashed slightly, and she understood in her heart that it seemed that the male protagonist had already noticed something wrong, and he was quite quick, but he still pretended to be ignorant. Then he calmly carried the bowl of hangover soup into the house, Seeing the figure standing behind the screen, Nan Yin pursed her lips and smiled, then walked over directly, put the hangover soup on the table, and gently took his hand. "What's wrong with my husband? You look a little bad this morning. Did you encounter something unpleasant? Or did you have a headache from last night's hangover? I made you a hangover soup. Drink some. It can relieve the headache." The wife's voice was as gentle as usual, with concern in her tone and tenderness in her eyes. But this time, as soon as she finished speaking, she was grabbed by the leader's wrist, and the force was so tight that it hurt. Yu Luyun took a step closer, staring at her coldly, with no warmth in his eyes. Looking at her, it seemed as if he had returned to the beginning of their relationship. He raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was so cold that it was almost sarcastic. "Why? Is this soup prepared for me? Isn't there something messy in it?" Nan Yan's fingers trembled when she heard what Yu Luyun said. Perhaps she was guilty. Or perhaps it was the first time she did such a thing. She was not very good at hiding herself. And in panic, her face turned pale. She was forced to take a step back by the close distance, and her body leaned against the edge of the table behind her. She was a little unstable, and her body leaned back slightly. Her other hand subconsciously pressed on the table to support her body, but she accidentally almost knocked over the bowl of hangover soup on the table. The splash soup fell on the back of her white hand, and her fingers shrank uncontrollably due to the heat. Turning her head again, she saw her husband's cold and indifferent eyes. She seemed to be stabbed. Her eyes were moistened instantly, but she still laughed dryly, then dodged her husband's eyes and said, "Husband, what are you talking about? What other messes can be put in a hangover soup? This is just done according to the normal practice." Unfortunately, Yu Luyun had no intention of letting her go this time. He sneered and said, "Still unwilling to admit it? Do you think I am the kind of brainless idiot who can be played with by you?" As he said this, his eyes cast straight at people's faces, as sharp as a knife, piercing people's skin and hurting them. He looked down at them from a high position. Those eyes were deep and dark, as if they had abandoned all their previous emotions, with some strong emotions that made people's hearts tremble. Yu Luyun pulled people over. Nan Yin had almost no ability to struggle or resist, and her body unexpectedly crashed into his chest. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent, and she looked at him with trembling eyelashes. Yu Luyun looked at his wife like this, and felt even more resentful. The fingers that were originally about to pinch her neck paused for some reason, and instead grabbed the collar of her chest tightly, and then pulled her in front of him, forced her to look straight into his eyes. "Why? Am I not good to you? Why do you want to plot against me like this?" With every word Yu Luyun said, Nan Yan's face became paler. She pursed her lips, and the blood on her lips became very pale. Then she slowly raised her eyes, and met Yu Luyun's eyes at the moment. Her lips trembled slightly. "It's not what you said." But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the other party. "Shut up." Yu Luyun was no longer interested in listening to her sophistry and explanation. The blood vessels in his brain seemed to be clamoring, crazy and chaotic, completely tearing apart the calm face he had been wearing since the beginning. "Last night, you were planning to deceive me from the beginning, right? What reconciliation? What love? All of it was fake, right? You took advantage of my feelings for you, colluded with outsiders, drugged me, and played me around." Speaking of this, the veins on the back of the leader's hand suddenly rose, and his eyes restrained a certain turbulent undercurrent, and asked word by word, "Tell me, who is the wild man you colluded with? And who is worthy of you betraying me so desperately for him?" When Yu Luyun said this, his eyes suddenly showed a strange black color, and murderous intent emerged from his body. If that person really appeared in front of him, he would definitely kill him on the spot without hesitation. Nan Yin didn't seem to expect him to be so angry. She seemed to be scared. Her eyes were slightly moist, and she was almost about to cry. Although she was so scared that her whole body was trembling, she still stubbornly reached out to hold his hand, and gently placed her soft palm on the back of his hand. She shook her head and tried to explain. "I didn't. Husband, you wronged me. I really didn't collude with outsiders to betray you." She tightened her strength slightly, and her voice was also soft and weak, mixed with a hint of sobbing, and she looked at him with grievance and sadness. Her eyes were slightly red, and there was a trace of tears in her eyes. Her black hair was slightly messy and scattered on her shoulders. She exuded a weak and pitiful breath from head to toe. Yu Luyun sneered. How much he liked her quiet and weak appearance in the past. How much he hated her now. He took out the porcelain bottle in his arms, and then slapped it hard on the table. The bottle broke with a sound, and the remaining white powder inside instantly spilled all over the floor. Nan Yan's body froze uncontrollably. Her face instantly turned pale, and the blood on her lips faded away. Yu Luyun mocked, still quibbling. Do you want me to tell you everything from beginning to end? If there was no betrayal, who gave you the medicine? And who put the medicine in the wine last night? Yu Luyun's face was instantly cold enough to make people tremble, especially when she saw the panic and guilty look that flashed across her eyes. Her eyes became even colder. Why? Are you going to tell me that all this was forced? Someone forced you to give me the medicine. Someone forced you to betray me. Right? He chuckled, and his tone suddenly became lighter. It was so light that it made people feel cold all over, as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and they felt cold all over. But if someone really forced you, why didn't you tell me from beginning to end? You keep calling me your husband. Is this how you treat your husband? Tell me, when did you collude with each other? When he got to this point, he suddenly seemed to remember something. His wife's strange behavior a few nights ago, and the two thieves who broke into the church. His eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. He subconsciously asked again, is it that night? That night you were a little abnormal, and suddenly said a lot of inexplicable things to me. That night, the two thieves who colluded with you hid in your room. Right? Nan Yin thought that this man's brain was really not stupid. He actually thought of what happened that night so quickly. But his face was still in a panic, and he didn't even dare to look at him. Yu Luyun clenched his knuckles tightly when he thought of the two bastards hiding in her room that night, watching him and his wife being intimate, and her seductive appearance being exposed in front of others. He suddenly couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart anymore. Yu Luyun felt that the anger in his body was running wild, and the blood instantly rushed to his brain. All kinds of emotions surged up, completely disrupting his rationality. You are talking. Are you? After saying this, Yu Luyun seemed to be unable to hold back any longer. The neatly placed pens, inkstones, and paper on the table were instantly overturned by him. The bowl of sobering soup also fell heavily to the floor with the overturned table and shattered on the spot. The ground was immediately in a mess. Nan Yin was so frightened by the noise that she was stunned. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She looked up at her husband in front of her. The tears she had been holding back for a long time finally fell from her eyes. She seemed to be unable to bear it, and her voice suddenly carried a trace of sadness. Does my husband really like me? Have you really considered me seriously and cared about my feelings? The woman imprisoned in the underground palace. I am obviously your wife, who is married in a formal matchmaking. But why are you thinking about your fiancé in your heart? Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and her eyes were red, as if she wanted to tell all the grievances she had suffered in her heart in the past. You have been lying to me all the time. The precious hairpin in your study is not your mother's relic. It is clearly the engagement token of the two of you. You care so much. You care that I just accidentally touched it. And you are angry with me. And the injuries on your neck are obviously all caused by that girl. But you lied to me that you accidentally did it yourself. Does my husband know how I felt when I learned about these things? Nan Yan's tears flowed more and more. I always thought my husband loved me. We have been respectful to each other since we got married. I thought that was the way my husband loved me. But, until the woman I saw in the underground palace, my husband cares about that woman. And the degree of tolerance even makes me feel scared. I have never seen you so stubborn. I am afraid that you don't want me anymore. And I am even more afraid that you will really marry that woman regardless of anything. It is obvious that you have been deceiving me all the time. Obviously, I am your legal wife. But why has my husband never cared about me so much? Yu Luyun paused for a moment when he heard this, then lowered his head, his dark eyes staring straight at hers, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised a cold arc. So, you are going to betray me, right? Yu Luyun sneered, feeling extremely sarcastic at this moment. He thought they were on the same page, but he didn't expect that they were deceiving each other. Yes, he had kept those things from her. But if she hadn't drugged him without telling him last night, he had originally planned to tell her all those things. It was only one night away. Why was she so impatient? Why didn't she ask him a question? He was clearly thinking about forgetting the past, spending his life with her, and becoming a loving couple. But what was the result? When he thought of what happened last night, when he thought of his wife, The woman he had thought of spending his life with betrayed him and drugged him for an unknown guy. At this moment, he felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest, burning all his rationality. And then, there was a rising anger. He didn't even know what he was resenting. Was he resenting her for letting Lin Pianran go regardless of his wishes? Or was he resenting her for colluding with outsiders and betraying him without scruples? It was the same. They were all the same, betraying him in the same way. But one had humiliated and spurned him in the past. And now this one was taking advantage of his feelings, taking advantage of his trust and softness, and then giving him a fatal blow. In the chaos, Yu Luyun felt that his heart seemed to be twisted by something, and the pain intensified. There was a sharp chill in his eyes. He was in pain, and he wanted others to feel the pain with him. Like a hedgehog, he instantly erected all the sharp thorns on his body and stabbed the other party to bleed, so that they would suffer as much as he did. Yu Luyun's eyes suddenly became fierce, and a hint of an ambiguous smile condensed on the corner of his mouth, which made him look even more unfathomable. Yes, you are right. From the beginning to the end, the only person I care about is my fiancée Lin Pianran. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Nan Yan's eyes wide open, and the mist in her eyes condensed and instantly filled her entire eye sockets. She looked pale and looked at him in disbelief. Husband, who do you think you are? If your father hadn't forced me, do you think I would really marry you? But even if I married you, on the wedding night, you, my wife, stood naked in front of me, and I had no reaction to you. Can't you really feel it? I have never liked you from beginning to end. From the beginning, the only woman I care about and like is Lin Pianran. She is my Yu family's legitimate fiancée. Who do you think you are? When people are extremely angry, they will indeed speak without thinking. And Yu Luyun is like this at this time. Because of her own pain, she wanted to make others suffer as well, using the sharpest and coldest words to poke the deepest pain in the other person's heart. And finally both of them got hurt. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the woman opposite him instantly fall into a kind of pain. The expression on her face was desperate and sad, and her lips, which were originally bloodless, were bitten by her and bled. She raised her eyes and looked at him with a trembling body, as if she was extremely sad. Husband. The two words were shouted out with sobs. How could you say such words to me? The tears seemed to slide down her face uncontrollably, and hit the back of the other person's hand heavily. Yu Luyun seemed to be burned by this tear, and his heart felt as if it was stung by a poisonous bee. He was more and more resentful. But as soon as he thought of the things she had done, his eyes suddenly became vicious. Then he waved his hand and pushed the person away. Nan Yan's body leaned back uncontrollably, and accidentally hit the screen behind her. I don't know if it was unintentional, but at the moment of the collision, a jade heart lock fell out of her arms, slapped, and fell to the ground, rolling around, and just landed at Yu Luyun's feet. Nan Yan's expression seemed to be stiff. Yu Luyun's eyes were dark, and the softness that flashed by was instantly covered by this inexplicable emotion. His eyes fell on the heart lock that he had never seen before, and he bent down to pick it up. And then, he saw the words eternal love, engraved on the back of the heart lock. In an instant, the string of reason in her mind was completely broken, and she could no longer suppress the murderous intent in her heart. There was a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. He raised his head, pinched the love lock, and his dark eyes revealed a faint cold breath. Is this the token that the wild man gave you? Nan Yan's lips trembled slightly. She shook her head, and her tears fell one by one like beads that had broken off the string. So pitiful. No, husband, you really misunderstood me. Her voice was intermittent and a little hoarse, and she leaned against the screen weakly, revealing a heartbroken breath. Please don't say such things. Okay, I know. I was wrong this time, but I really never thought of hurting you. Please don't say such things. Before she finished speaking, Yu Luyun came forward and threw the love lock directly at her feet. His eyes became fierce and cold. Don't call me husband. He suddenly raised his hands and pinched her cheeks. His emotions were completely restrained. He stared at the person in front of him expressionlessly. From the moment you drugged me and betrayed me, you are no longer my wife. Because you not only betrayed me, but also the entire Xuanzang sect. So, from now on, get out of here, and never appear in front of me again. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. A hint of murderous intent gradually leaked out of those narrow eyes. Nan Yin couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this. She first reached out and grabbed his sleeve, then leaned over and pressed her whole body against his chest, crying in panic and trembling. "Don't do this, husband. Please don't say such things. Don't leave me. I only have you now." She wrapped her hands tightly around his neck, as if she could win him back, and her tears dripped onto his collar, soaking a large area of his clothes. But the people around him were indifferent. He never held her hand like before, hugged her into his arms, and then smiled at her helplessly and gently. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I also know you're angry. You're angry that I secretly put drugs in the wine without telling you. But those are just ordinary drugs. They won't hurt your body. I didn't collude with any outsiders. And I didn't betray you. Husband, don't leave me. You're the only relative I have left in this world." She nestled in his arms, crying and shaking. "We are husband and wife. I am your wife. Please don't treat me like this. Okay? I beg you." Yu Luyan looked at his wife like this, and for a moment he felt resentment and anger in his heart. Why? Why was it her? She was obviously the person closest to him. Why did she betray him so recklessly? He would not tolerate betrayal from anyone, even if that person was his closest wife. He had been stuck in the mud, and from the moment he struggled to get up from the predicament, he swore to himself that he would never allow anyone to betray him in this life, even if it was her. Yu Luyan pushed the person away mercilessly, and then shouted outside. His eyes were bloodshot, and when he wanted to speak, he suddenly felt his throat tighten, so tight that he couldn't even say a word. He stared at his wife, who accidentally fell to the ground. His chest seemed to be bitten by countless ants. He felt hatred and pain that penetrated deep into his bones, and was unforgettable. However, the more painful it was, the more he wanted to get rid of it, and discard it completely. "Come here." Yu Luyan's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a kind of resolute hatred. His eyes were like a sword tempered with blood, shining with cold light. "Madam colluded with outsiders, betrayed me, and betrayed Xian Song's sect. From now on, she is not allowed to step into Xian Song's sect again. Tell her to get out quickly, and get out far away. From now on, she is not allowed to appear in front of me again." After saying these words, Yu Luyan snorted coldly, turned around and left expressionlessly, refusing to look at her again. After hearing these words, the person sitting on the ground seemed to have completely lost the strength to support herself. She stared blankly at the back figure that left without hesitation, and tears fell like rain in an instant. She leaned against the screen behind her with a slight tremor. Her face was full of undried tears. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, and the whole person seemed to be about to faint. After crying for a long time, after making sure that the figure of the person had completely gone away, Nan Yin wiped her tears, instantly restrained her emotions, and then clapped her hands and climbed up from the ground neatly. Well, waiting for someone to send her away. On the other side, after making such a decision, Yu Luyan's heart was not filled with joy and hatred, but an unprecedented depression and pain. While stimulating her, the stimulation he suffered in his heart was more unbearable and hateful than expected. In the end, he couldn't even tell whether the pain came from his body or from the position of his chest. Yu Luyan was unwilling to accept this, and the hatred in his heart was hard to dispel. He clenched his fingers tightly, resenting everything around him, resenting all those who looked down on him, betrayed him, and humiliated him. He once thought that his wife was a gift from God, the only person in his life who would never betray him and would always stand on his side. Every time he thought of her, he could not help but feel sweet in his heart. But now, there was only endless resentment. That night, he was still thinking that they would be a real couple. He would tell her everything. He would be good to her. And from now on, he would only care about her. But the reality slapped him in the face, and his heart was hit hard. Yu Luyan would never have thought that she would dare to join forces with outsiders. She drugged him, and she betrayed him in the end. No one in this world is sincere. And his former fiancée. Thinking of Lin Pianran. Thinking of that woman. Yu Luyan's eyes became colder and colder. She can't even think about it. No one can snatch that woman from him. He won't let them go. They ruined his life. And they still dream of living happily together in pairs? How dare they? Do they think he will let it go? Impossible. They can't even think about it. Since they made him suffer, he will pay them back 1,000 times. As long as he thinks of what happened almost under his nose that night. Yu Luyun can no longer control his emotions. The surging anger and resentment in his heart made Yu Luyun immediately pass the order to chase. No matter what, he must catch the woman who escaped. After the order was passed down, it took only half a day for the news to be quickly sent back. In the inn not far from the foot of Xuansong Mountain, the three people didn't even have time to leave. A chilling sneer appeared on Yu Luyun's lips. Very good. You don't want to marry him, right? He insisted on forcing her to marry him. And he wanted to kill that wild man in front of her. All those who had humiliated him and betrayed him. Don't even think he would let them go. Yu Luyun led the subordinates of Xian Song sect and directly chased after the inn. Since there were so many people, Yu Luyun was not polite. He first surrounded the inn, then cleared out those insignificant guests, and searched one by one. Finally, he found the three people in the three guest rooms on the second floor. The moment he saw the few people, Yu Luyun drew out his long sword and rushed up directly. He needed to vent at this moment. The murderous intent and anger in his heart almost drowned him. Yu Luyun's martial arts skills were not bad to begin with. After his tendons and veins were damaged and recovered, he improved his martial arts day after day, so that he would not be unable to fight back like the Yu family was wiped out. Now, the leader, who was furious, had even deeper skills that no one could match, especially the fierce sword moves full of murderous intent. When scraping on people's faces, it hurts people's skin. The three people in the inn had not reacted yet. They did not expect the news to leak so quickly, and Yu Luyun's speed of chasing was too fast, leaving them unprepared. In the chaos, the surroundings were destroyed. Zhao Xiuyan protected his fiancée behind him and tried to lead her out of the encirclement, but Yu Luyun attacked directly behind him. The murderous intent under the sword was fierce, but Zhao Xiuyan subconsciously took his fiancée into his arms, and then turned sideways to block it. It was also this time that he was stabbed in the chest. Yu Luyun mercilessly drew out his sword. Blood splashed out, dyeing his eyebrows red, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Finally, he slapped the man 2 or 3 meters away with a backhand palm, and his body fell heavily on the wooden frame behind him, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop. Don't. Yu Luyun. Are you crazy? Lin Pianran looked at the murderous man in front of her, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Luyun looked at the man's fearful and trembling appearance, and a burst of pleasure suddenly surged in his heart. He sneered and stared at her trembling appearance. Yes, I am crazy. But even if I am a madman, I will not let you go. Hearing this, Lin Pianran's tears flowed out uncontrollably, and she looked at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes. She had never seen Yu Luyun so out of control, even when she had mercilessly stabbed him with a hairpin when he was imprisoned in the underground palace. He had never lost his mind like this. But why? Why did it become like this now? Can't he bear to see her live well? Especially when she saw her fiancé, who was seriously injured by him, and vomited blood. Lin Pianran's tears became more violent in an instant. She turned her head and cried at him. What do you want me to do? Yu Luyun, why don't you let me go? If it's because of the past, can't I apologize to you? I really know I'm wrong. I beg you, even for the sake of our past relationship. Can you let me go this time? Lin Pianran's voice became choked and hoarse in crying. You've obviously married a wife. Why are you still pestering me? Are you really going to force me to be your concubine? Hearing this, Yu Luyun narrowed his eyes. Then he confirmed that this was indeed a good way to humiliate her. And suddenly a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He sneered and said, Okay, since you want to be my concubine so much, I will also fulfill your wish. As soon as the voice fell, a layer of murderous intent appeared in his dark eyes. He raised his long sword and pointed it at the man on the ground, and then said to the woman next to him mercilessly, Come over here and follow me back honestly. Otherwise, I will kill them in front of you now. Chapter 147. Hearing the other party's cold words, Lin Pianran felt that her emotions were about to collapse. She had never regretted so much. Why did she provoke this madman in the first place? He was stubborn, strong and revengeful. She just did something wrong when she was young and ignorant. Why did he pester her like this? Why did he completely ruin her life? He obviously had a wife. Lin Pianran shook her head vigorously, but her body kept retreating, and tears kept sliding down her cheeks. You are crazy. How can you? Yu Luyun, you actually want to force me to marry you as a concubine. How can you do this to me? No, I won't agree. Yu Luyun, I already have a fiancé. Can't you let me go? Yu Luyun seemed indifferent to Lin Pianran's crying. Not only that, he felt particularly relieved at this moment. He unconsciously raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and enjoyed the frightened and panicked expression of the woman opposite with interest. But then his eyes suddenly turned cold again. He turned his head, opened his thin lips slightly, and spoke slowly, dragging out his words meaningfully, which made people feel cold and their hair stood up. Okay, since you don't want to, I will kill your fiancé now. Just like how you humiliated me at the gate of the Lin mansion. It's just a tit for tat. But this time, I want your sweetheart to pay it back. As he spoke, he pulled out the long sword stuck in the crack in the ground and started to attack the man opposite. Zhao Xiuyun's skills were indeed several times worse than Yu Luyun's. Now he was seriously injured, and his reaction became slower and could not match his opponent. On the other side, Murong Tuo was held back by a group of followers. He couldn't move at all, and couldn't get rid of this group of people to help his senior brother. Several people fought hard, and in the chaos, Yu Luyun swept another sword towards Zhao Xiuyun's chest. With an extremely fierce momentum, this sword directly cut through his clothes on his chest, and the sharp sword energy was as sharp as a sword blade, directly cutting his cheek. A trace of blood seeped out of the skin, and slid down along the white chin. The bright red blood fell to the ground. Zhao Xiuyun frowned, raised his hand, and wiped the blood stain casually. This was the first time in his life that he was forced into such a desperate situation. His eyes became cold when he looked at Yu Luyun. It was also at this time that Yu Luyun raised his long sword, and the tip of the sword pierced the flesh and directly cut through a part of his chest. And then a small white medicine bottle fell from the man's arms. It was originally just an inconspicuous little movement, and Yu Luyun didn't care too much. But as the medicine bottle rolled, Yu Luyun saw the small bird pattern painted on the bottle, and his eyes narrowed instantly, vaguely feeling a little familiar. His eyes fell on the white porcelain bottle, and then he suddenly remembered that it was something in his wife's room. When she had nothing to do, she liked to use those fine pens to draw on some utensils. She also drew two little people on the bottom of a page of his sword tricks. That was his wife's thing. At that moment, Yu Luyun's eyes became extremely cold, and the sight that shot straight at Zhao Xiuyun was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to torture the man in front of him to death inch by inch. The strange emotion surging in his chest made him unable to control the murderous intent in his heart, and his attack instantly became more fierce. Yu Luyun really wanted to kill this time, and each sword move was accompanied by a desperate momentum, as if he would not stop until he put the person to death. Zhao Xiuyun frowned, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He was caught off guard by the sudden change of attitude. In the chaos, he seemed to think of something. The bottle that accidentally fell down made him feel strange. That night, he accepted the bottle handed to him by Nan Yin, but for some reason, he did not pass it to his junior brother at the first time. Even he himself did not know the reason? Maybe Pian Pian's return made him feel relieved. He was too relaxed, so he forgot it for a while. So, did this person in front of him misunderstand something? Seeing the opponent's offensive becoming more and more fierce, Lin Pianran saw that the injuries on her fiancé were getting worse and worse. In the end, almost all of her body was stained with blood. She couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over and shouted, "Stop, Yu Luyun. I promise you. I promise you. Isn't it enough?" Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyun's heart trembled. In a hurry, he turned his head to look in the direction of his fiancé, while Yu Luyun stared and hit him in the chest without hesitation. This palm directly hit the other party, and threw him heavily onto the vase rack behind the table, instantly smashing the wooden rack and the vases behind it. Zhao Xiuyun's back hit the wooden rack behind him heavily, and the severe pain made his brain blank for a moment, and he was extremely confused. Then he turned his head and spit a mouthful of blood on the ground. He slowly looked at his fiancée standing beside him. After a while, Zhao Xiuyun recovered from the severe pain and looked at his pale fiancée not far away in a hoarse voice. "No, Pian Pian. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you agree to such a thing casually?" Lin Pianran wiped away her tears, then looked up at her fiancé, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, then looked at Yu Luyun, who was standing not far away, and then said to him, "Yu Luyun, I promise you, I will go back with you and fulfill our promise. Is this okay? Can you let them go?" After hearing this, Zhao Xiuyun felt a sweet taste in his throat again. and the blood in his chest suddenly surged more violently. He stared at his fiancée in front of him. Piampian, do you know what you are saying? I would rather die than marry him as a concubine for us. I am your fiancé. If I can't protect you and let my fiancé suffer such humiliation, it would be better for me to die like this. How can I live with you like this? If even his fiancée was taken away as a concubine by others, how could he still have the face to live in the world? As soon as he finished speaking, the next thing that came was his fiancée. The fiancée broke down and cried. What do you want me to do? Tell me. Am I just going to watch you two get beaten to death by him? This is all my own fault. If I hadn't been so vain and hadn't provoked this lunatic from the beginning, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. It's my fault. I've implicated you from the beginning to the end. He just wants me to feel pain and regret, and to take revenge on me. He won't take my life. But if I don't agree, he won't show mercy to you. He will really kill you. At this point, Lin Pianran's eyes were filled with tears of regret again. She really knew she was wrong. If she knew what would happen in the future would be like this, she would definitely not provoke this lunatic from the beginning. And if she didn't make a marriage contract with him, she wouldn't end up in this predicament. Thinking of this, she wiped her tears hard again, and then looked up at her seriously injured fiancé. I deserve this. After all, I was his fiancé from the beginning. If I hadn't broken the contract and fallen in love with someone else, he wouldn't be like this now. This is my retribution. After saying this, Lin Pianran slowly walked towards Yu Luyun, who was not far away. But Zhao Xiuyan, who was struggling to get up, held her wrist, hugged her into his arms, and then gently advised her in her ear. Don't go, Piampian. My junior brother and I finally rescued you. Don't be afraid. I won't die. Will you listen to me? My junior brother, and I will hold him back. You take the opportunity to run away. Run far away, Piampian. No matter what kind of person you were before. As your fiancé now, I can't abandon you at this time. And I can't make such a cowardly retreat for my own safety. After saying this, Murong Tua, who was covered in blood, rushed over with a sword. He grabbed Lin Pianran's wrist and said seriously, Yes, Sister Piampian, my senior brother, and I will always protect you. You can run away first while the chaos is going on. Run far away. Don't worry about my safety. Lin Pianran's face was pale, and tears gathered in her eyes. She was tangled and confused at the moment. She really didn't know what to do. But looking at Yu Luyun, who was calm on the side, she clearly felt the murderous intent in the other's eyes. With that kind of cold and piercing look, he would really kill them, and even treat her differently than before. No, she couldn't. She really couldn't let him hurt them again. It was all her fault. She had implicated so many people and caused so many things. She shouldn't have provoked such a madman from the beginning, let alone made an engagement with him. Thinking of this, Lin Pianran pursed her lips. Her eyes slowly turned cold. Then she stretched out her hand and pushed the two people's fingers apart. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Forget it. Just treat me as a vain woman from beginning to end. I abandoned the engagement with him before, and now I abandon you, just because he is more glorious and powerful than you at the moment. I, Lin Pianran, have never been a good woman. She turned her head. Tears fell uncontrollably again, and her heart ached. Do you think I really like you? From the beginning, I just took a fancy to the reputation and power of your Zhao family. I deceived you before the engagement was cancelled, and tried to be with you. A woman like me is not worthy of your protection. You must be blind to be entangled by me. Now I choose to go with him. All for myself. Zhao Xiuyan's expression paused for a moment after hearing these words. But, quickly realizing the reason why she said these words, Zhao Xiuyan grabbed her wrist. Piampian, don't say such things. I won't let you go with him. Watching the two people entangled in such an unclear scene, especially hearing those words said by Lin Pianran, Yu Luyun on the side instantly felt extremely mocking, because those were indeed the facts. The woman said that she was in pain and regret, as if she had suffered a great injustice. But to him, what she said was not self-deprecating words, but the original facts from beginning to end. Yu Luyun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes, as calm and deep as a deep pool, narrowed, staring at the two people with malicious eyes. See, you think she has a hard heart, but it's not true. This is not what I forced her to say, but she admitted it herself. Because this woman has such a vain character from beginning to end. Lin Pianran turned her head suddenly, and looked at him in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Yu Liyun actually said such words to her. Did he really want to force her to death? Since you have agreed, then come over by yourself. What? Do you still want me to invite you back in a sedan chair? Yu Liyun sneered. There was a smile on his face, but there was no joy or anger in his eyes. This indifferent look made people tremble. Lin Pianran bit her lip, and finally walked towards him in humiliation. The subordinates behind her immediately stepped forward to keep a close eye on her. Yu Liyun turned around, and a cold light flashed at his deep and calm eyes. And then he raised his eyes, and looked at the two people behind him. He opened his thin lips slightly, leaving only a scarlet blood line between his lips. Then waved his hand and ordered expressionlessly to the end behind him. Kill them. He saw that the man opposite seemed to curse something. But so what? From the moment he saw the bottle falling from the man's arms, he would never let them go. These two people should be the thieves hiding in his wife's room that night. And it was because of this that they escaped the pursuit of their subordinates safely. Now thinking back to the scene at that time, he did feel that there was something wrong with the cabinet. He was still hesitant in his heart whether to go forward and check it out. But in the end, he was diverted because of his wife's initiative to get close to him. Now that I think about it, it was all because she was worried that the two people would be discovered and deliberately made intimate actions. And the two people were hiding in the cabinet at that time, watching him and his wife being intimate. When he thought of such a scene being seen by others, Yu Liyun couldn't suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Yu Liyun glanced at the two people behind him with cold eyes. That night, they coaxed and seduced his wife. Right? They induced her to betray him and drugged him. Since they dared to do it, he also wanted them to feel what it was like to be betrayed and abandoned by the sweetheart he had saved with all his might before they died. Lin Pianran, who had just been taken out of the inn, heard the decision made by the man beside her without hesitation. Especially when she heard the words kill them. She opened her eyes wide in shock, turned her head and looked at him in disbelief, crying and shouting, You lied to me. Yu Liyun. You lied to me. You clearly said that as long as I promised you, you would let them go. What is this now? You lied to me. How could you do this to me? Yu Liyun. You are shameless. Yu Liyun watched his former fiancée coldly, watching her cry and break down emotionally. Once upon a time, when she cried in front of him, he would still feel a little soft-hearted, compassionate and caring, and couldn't bear to see her look like this. But now, I don't know if it's because the anger in his heart has reached an extreme level. All emotions are covered, and he doesn't feel anything about it at all. Yu Liyun sneered. So what? In my eyes, you are just a prisoner now. Do you think you still have room to bargain with me now? As soon as the voice fell, the crying woman opposite was suddenly stunned. She suddenly felt that it was a mistake to come back with him, especially when looking at the man in front of her. She felt as if she didn't know him anymore. He has changed, becoming cruel and ruthless, full of evil spirit, totally different from before. In the past, no matter what she said or did, even if he was angry and unwilling, he would still agree to her in the end. But now, he made her say such heartless words in front of Xiao Yan, completely cutting off her retreat, but trampled on her dignity without any scruples. Lin Pianran's tears flowed silently, and she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of loss in her heart. Did he really not care about the past feelings at all? Lin Pianran looked up at him, and suddenly a trace of resentment and hatred flashed in her eyes. Since you hate me so much, why don't you just kill me? Why do you want me to marry you as a concubine? You obviously have a wife, and she cares about you and likes you so much. Where do you put your wife like this? Hearing her mention his wife, Yu Liyun felt a sudden pain in his chest, as if he was stung by something, and his heart trembled in pain. He subconsciously clenched his fingers. He tried his best to ignore the pain. His eyes suddenly turned resentful, with a hint of hostility lingering between his eyebrows. He turned his head and stared at the man grimly. You care about me a lot. But why? Are you thinking about being the master of the house so soon? Don't forget your status. Even if I want to marry you, I will only take you as a concubine. It is not your turn to blame me. His tone became more and more sarcastic. Yu Liyun walked over, pinched her cheeks, and looked straight at her. So what if you don't want to marry me? So what if you dislike and hate the previous engagement? Now you are imprisoned in my palm, like a bird with broken wings. I am taking you as my concubine now. Not because I like you so much, But I just want to return the humiliation you have inflicted on me in the past. This is the retribution you deserve. The speed of the sudden change of face, and the murderous intent between her eyebrows made Lin Pianran subconsciously take a step back, staring at the man in front of her. Tears falling. When a person cares about you, and when he doesn't care about you, his attitude is very different. In the past, Lin Pianran dared to be presumptuous in front of him, dared to hurt him without scruples, and dared to challenge his bottom line again and again, just because she could vaguely feel his tolerance and indulgence towards her. But now, she just said that sentence, and the look he gave her was so cold and murderous. He really wanted to do something to her. Madman. This madman. Is he just trying to take revenge on her? Just for those trivial things in the past? Does he have to make her suffer so much? He was obviously not like this before. Why did things turn out like this? After saying that, Yu Luyun turned around and left, taking Lin Pianran with him. And the inn behind him was filled with endless murderous intent. Since he said he would kill them, he would not let them go so easily. What if he agreed? At this point, do they still think they can let it go? It's impossible to let it go. On the other side, Nan Yin was indeed sent down the mountain by several subordinates in the sect. But this time, she was sent to the residence of the poison doctor at the foot of the mountain, where there was a small courtyard. When Yu Luyun was a medicine man testing poisons and recovering his power. He lived in this courtyard and accompanied the poison doctor senior of Xuansong sect. Because this senior was obsessed with poison, he would go out into the mountains from time to time to look for various poisonous plants and insects. And no outsiders came to this courtyard. Nan Yin didn't know if this was Yu Luyun's special order. But if she was kept in this small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, she would definitely not be able to contact the other two guys. So Nan Yin wandered at the gate of Xuansong sect for a while. And after making sure that the group of people were unwilling to let her in again, she finally showed a heartbroken look and left alone. So, when Yu Luyun returned to Xuansong sect with Lin Pianran, who was distraught and panicked, as soon as he entered the study, he heard a subordinate with a panicked face and trembling body report, "Master, spare me. My wife is missing." When he heard the news, Yu Luyun felt as if his heart was suddenly clenched by an invisible hand, and suddenly pulled it, and there seemed to be a pulling pain inside, which made him unbearable. Yu Luyun paused for a breath, turned his head, and looked at the panicked subordinate. The news did not seem to be false. And then came a huge and uncontrollable anger and hard trembling. He grabbed the subordinate's collar. His eyes suddenly became fierce and fierce, and he pulled the man in front of him, saying word by word, "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by the lady is missing? I asked you to send her out of the sect, and I wanted you to send her to the poison doctor. Bastard. Where did you send her?" The subordinate was trembling with fear, facing the murderous aura and evil spirit emanating from the leader, and his whole mind was almost in chaos. He replied tremblingly, "Subordinate, I sent the lady to the poison doctor senior according to your instructions. But senior poison doctor was not in the courtyard. Madam was crying and begging to return to the sect and to see you. But you, the leader, went to hunt down the 3 traitors, and you ordered that you would never allow Madam to return to Xian-Song sect." Madam cried for a long time at the gate of Xian-Song sect. When she was tired of crying, she went down the mountain alone. The subordinates thought that Madam had returned to senior poison doctor's courtyard. But when they went to check, they found that Madam was gone. In just a short while, the subordinates searched the mountain road over and over again, but couldn't find her. Senior poison doctor was nowhere to be found either. "I deserve to die. Please spare my life, leader." When the subordinates begged for mercy, the servants standing beside them knelt down instantly. All of them lowered their heads, trembling all over, and dared not breathe. Yu Luyun was stunned for a moment after hearing these words. He could almost imagine his wife crying and leaving alone in despair. Would she be unable to think clearly? So the next moment, his face was completely gloomy. An unprecedented panic flashed in his eyes, thinking of what a weak woman who didn't know any martial arts might encounter on the road. Yu Luyun could hardly suppress the urge to kill in his heart. It seemed that something was biting and tearing at his chest bit by bit. A numb pain instantly spread from his limbs to his whole body, causing Yu Luyun to feel extremely painful. He shook the person off with force. His dark eyes were gradually covered with a layer of dark and vicious aura. The bottom of his eyes was deep, and there was no end in sight. There was a panic-inducing feeling of suffocation. The subordinate almost expected his own death. He felt that the murderous aura of the leader's shirt almost wanted to torture him to death. Then, he heard the leader's cold face, and said in a chilling tone, "Go find her. Find my wife no matter what. If anything happens to my wife, you will all be buried with me." Yu Luyun clenched his fingers tightly. How could she disappear? How could she leave casually? Even if she betrayed him, she must stay in his sight for the rest of her life. And she must not be hurt. The subordinate, who was thrown away half a meter away, rolled and crawled, and cowed out to forgive his sins. "Thank you for sparing my life, Master. I will go and find my wife right now, and I will definitely bring my wife back intact." After saying this, Yu Luyun turned around and almost subconsciously walked out. As a result, as soon as he reached the door, he felt a sudden pain in his chest, turned his head, and spit a mouthful of blood on the threshold. Yu Luyun held his chest tightly. The severe pain in his chest made him step back uncontrollably. If he hadn't held the door frame beside him, he would have fallen to the ground on the spot. But even if he managed not to fall, his condition was not very good at the moment. The blood he spit out made his face pale. Yu Luyun's eyes flashed with a fierce look. In the fight just now, he was not without any injuries, but he endured all the pain with the anger and resentment. Now that he stopped, his chest was surging with blood and anger. The internal injuries he suffered this time were not light. "I'm afraid he won't be able to fight with others for a while. There are still many people in this sect who are eyeing him covetously." Yu Luyun suppressed the pain in his chest and the sweet taste in his throat. Fortunately, there were not many servants around, so no one saw his abnormality. When Yu Luyun finally eased the severe pain in his chest, news came from outside that the concubine, who was imprisoned in the other courtyard, wanted to see him, and threw away all the food set by the maid. At that time, the girl said that she would rather die than be a concubine. This time, Yu Luyun did not lock her up in the underground palace, but directly locked her up in a remote small courtyard. He heard the news reported by the maid. Did she really think this place was the residence of the eldest daughter of the Lin family? Did she think this was a place where she could do whatever she wanted? Yu Luyun smiled coldly, then raised his hand and gently wiped the blood off his lips. "Let her go. Since she wants to die so much, let her die. I don't have the time to care about her." And on the other side, Nanyan finally walked down the mountain with her own legs. I really think that in this world, people without martial arts are really tired to go down the mountain. It would take at least half a day for a person without martial arts to climb up and down the mountain path from Xuansong sect to the foot of the mountain. But those Xuansong sect members, who were good at running and walking, could only go back and forth in half an hour. And even the maids, who went out to buy things, were more agile than her. Alas, this is the disadvantage of not knowing martial arts. After Nanyan went down the mountain, she kept walking along the path. She didn't know if Yu Luyun had returned. If he came back and found that she was missing, it would probably be another toss. After all, Yu Luyun didn't have no feelings for her now, although what she did was a betrayal to him. According to the man's revengeful nature, he would definitely not let go so easily. So she had to move faster. Otherwise, if she was caught, it would not be so easy to get out again. So Nanyan followed the system's prompts, and finally found the place where the two would pass by to wait for them. There is a large market town at the foot of Xuansong Sect Mountain. There are inns and tea houses with people coming and going. There are wanderers who travel around the world all year round, and some court prisoners who are on the run. Xuansong Sect is called the Demon Sect, and the side path among the decent people. In addition to the reason of its own wanton behavior, there is also a lot of bandits and bullies who really kill people. In fact, there are some unruly people in every place. But in this place, these people are more unscrupulous than usual. There is basically an established rule here. As long as you don't provoke the followers of Xuansong Sect, the people of Xuansong Sect will not care how they act. Unlike those righteous people who are full of benevolence and morality, and will help when they encounter injustice. Here is a kind of indifference and non-interference. Nanyan walked on the deserted path, which was obviously out of the sphere of influence of Xuansong Sect. There was a simple tea house with straw mats on the side of the road. There were 2 or 3 strangers sitting inside drinking tea. Some of them had tattoos on their faces. It was obvious that they were not good people. Sure enough, she had just walked over and was immediately targeted by someone with ulterior motives. The main reason was that she looked like she was at the mercy of others. It was needless to say that she had an outstanding appearance, and her clothes were obviously not made of fabrics that ordinary women could afford to wear. especially since she cried all the way down the mountain. At this moment, her face was pale. Her eyes were slightly red. Her black hair was a little messy and scattered on her cheeks. And there were still tears in her eyes. This appearance attracted a lot of attention as soon as she appeared. Not to mention that she was alone at the moment, without even a maid or guard following her. It was obvious that a young lady from a mansion accidentally got lost. And it was obvious that she was already in danger. Therefore, before Nan Yin could find a suitable unlucky guy to harm, two guys with bad intentions had already set their sights on her. In the wilderness, encountering such a rare and beautiful woman, these two people would naturally not let her go. So, the two men who were drinking tea in the tea house looked at each other, with a look of greed and lust in their eyes, and then immediately followed. Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tu avoided the pursuit of the Xian Song sect members all the way, and now they were covered with wounds. Murong Tu was better, with only some flesh wounds. But Zhao Xiuyan was too seriously injured. He was hit by two solid palms from Yu Luyun, and his internal injuries were serious. At the beginning, he was hit by a sword, which was several inches deep. The wound is still bleeding. Who would have thought that the leader of the Xuansong sect was a devil who didn't keep his word from the beginning? He simply deceived Pian Pian, and had no intention of letting them go from the beginning to the end. So, Sister Pian Pian shouldn't have gone with him. Murong Tu wanted to rush back and cut the devil into pieces. But he was outnumbered and ended up in this state. And his senior brother was seriously injured. The two of them supported each other and escaped a wave of pursuit. It was not easy to avoid the entanglement of those people. They fled here and were exhausted. When they passed by a tea house, they wanted to stop for a while and take a rest. As soon as they sat down, they heard a familiar cry from the woods not far away. The voice was a little hoarse, with a little uneasiness and trembling. Go away. That voice was so familiar that both of them found it unbelievable. They looked at each other, and doubts appeared in their eyes almost at the same time. How could that woman appear here? But that voice was obviously not fake. You? Who are you? What are you going to do? Nan Yin showed a panic expression on her face, and her face became paler and paler. She supported the tree trunk beside her with her fingers and stepped back subconsciously. Don't touch me. Nan Yin stepped back with red eyes. She was forced to retreat to the point where she could not retreat. The expression on her face became more and more panic and uneasy. My husband will not let you go. He will not abandon me. My husband will be here soon. Did you hear him? He will kill you. Obviously, this empty threat had no deterrent power at all. Not only that, but it made the two people smile even more. And the obscene words in their mouths became more and more blatant. One of them could not help but rush up directly. Nan Yin screamed and turned to run. But he grabbed her shoulder. She pulled out the hairpin on her head and stabbed it into the back of his hand. The man felt pain and pushed her hard. Nan Yin staggered and fell to the pit in front of her. She was covered with dirt and dust, and her hair was loosened instantly. She turned around and looked at the two men who kept approaching. She curled up and retreated, crying and calling her husband's name. Ah! Don't touch me. Husband. Save me. When Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tu quickly came over following the sound, they saw Nan Yin falling to the ground. Her hair was messy. Her clothes were untidy, and she was emotionally broken and crying helplessly. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiuyan's face changed instantly. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and suddenly there was an inexplicable fire in his heart. At that moment, he almost forgot that he was still seriously injured and couldn't move his luck. He drew the long sword in his hand and rushed up without caring. Murong Tu reacted a beat slower, but after seeing the woman's face clearly, he naturally followed immediately. He gritted his teeth, and was angry and furious in his heart. He didn't expect that it was really that woman. He originally thought that it was just a woman with a similar voice. But he didn't expect that it was really her. But why did this woman appear in such a place instead of staying in Xian Song sect? She was almost. Thinking of this, he also had a burst of anger in his heart for no reason. Although this woman often made him angry, she shouldn't be bullied like this. If she wanted to be bullied, he could only bully her. Although the two brothers were injured, they were not comparable to these rotten fish and shrimps. Each of them took one, and almost in a moment, they solved the two evil people who tried to violate Nan Yin neatly. After dealing with the two villains, Zhao Xiuyan felt a dull pain in his chest. He wanted to move forward, but his knees went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Murong Tu, who was beside him, didn't notice the movement behind him, and subconsciously rushed to Nan Yin. He looked at the disheveled and trembling figure, carefully pushed aside her hair covering her cheeks, and then shouted, "Hey! Why are you here?" Before he finished speaking, the people below struggled wildly, crying and shouting, waving their hands to hit him. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! My husband won't let you go! Go away! Go away!" Murong Tua was beaten up. His face was numb and painful. And finally, seeing that she was really emotionally broken, he held her down and shouted at her. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Look at who I am! I'm here to save you, not to bully you. Please look carefully before you do anything. Okay." Perhaps these words finally got through to her ears. Nan Yin paused in her struggle and then looked up in disbelief. "Husband?" Murong Tua was stunned, and he subconsciously looked back. Did the devil come here so quickly? Then could he just use her to exchange for Sister Pian Pian? Nan Yan's eyes were still stained with a trace of blood, and her tearful eyes revealed deep fear and anxiety. Then she subconsciously threw herself into his arms, and her whole body leaned against his chest. "Husband, are you here to save me? I knew you wouldn't leave me. Please hold me. Hold me tighter. I'm so scared. Why don't you come to save me?" Murong Tua was held so tightly by this woman that he couldn't pry them apart, and he didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of really hurting her. He knew that the woman had recognized the wrong person, but he was entangled tightly by the woman's unusually soft body. His cheeks flushed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and shouted in her ear, "I am not married yet. When did I become your husband? Let go! Which? You see clearly, I am not your devil husband. Don't even think about touching my innocence. Let go! Let me go quickly!" When Nan Yin heard this, she clung even tighter, as if she was afraid that the man in her arms would push her away. She originally wanted to entangle Zhao Xiuyan, but who knew that the man was too seriously injured and was a step slower. Now, this is fine. Just make do with it. It's the same anyway. She won't let go. She just won't let go. Let's see what he can do. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the scene calmly. He raised his hand. His slender finger bone swept across the red lips, and then gently wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He tried to suppress the strange emotion in his heart, then walked forward, gently patted the woman's trembling shoulders, and whispered to comfort, "Miss Yanyin, look carefully. It's me and my junior brother, not your husband. You recognize the wrong person." His tone was neither hurried nor slow, with a certain soothing breath, and it seemed to have finally worked in Nan Yan's ears, so she gradually loosened her strength. Chapter 148. Nan Yin heard Zhao Xiuyan's gentle and soothing voice, and her mind seemed to finally recover, and her emotions slowly stabilized. Then she slowly raised her head, and her eyes that had just cried were particularly moist, as if spring water had flowed over them. Her eye circles were red, and the tails of her eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of peach-pink rouge. Murong Tuo's face was originally red and full of anger, but when he lowered his head and saw Nan Yin like this, his expression paused for a moment, and he could not vent his anger in his heart. He looked at this person with a slightly strange look in his eyes, thinking in his heart, how come this woman even cries differently from others? She cries so beautifully. Nan Yin seemed to have just reacted, and when she looked up at the person, her eyes were filled with panic and fear, especially when she saw Murong Tua in her arms. Oh, isn't this her little enemy junior brother with a bad temper? Her face suddenly changed, and I don't know what she thought of, and her body instantly became a little stiff. After she recovered, she almost subconsciously reached out and pushed the person away, then leaned back, her back tightly pressed against Zhao Xiuyan's arms behind her. Very good. Hug the junior brother, and then the senior brother. Well, it's fair to treat everyone equally. Feeling the warm body temperature, the hand subconsciously grabbed his clothes, obviously trusting and relying on the person behind her more. She stared at the person in front of her nervously and panically, and began to blame him. Why is it you? What are you doing holding me? Where is my husband? These questions in a row made people dizzy. Murong Tua was pushed by her and fell back without any defense. He accidentally sat on the ground, just sitting on the protruding stone. It was not a pleasant feeling. I wanted to touch it, but was too embarrassed to do so. My expression was distorted in an instant. Murong Tua gritted his teeth in anger, and his face flushed red. He raised his head and glared at her fiercely. This woman not only threw it away after use, but also blamed her mother. He glared at her angrily, looking like a beautiful, angry and irritable leopard. Look carefully. It's obviously you who rushed over without caring about anything. I can't pull it away no matter how hard I try. You still have the nerve to blame me. It's obviously you who took advantage of me this time. I have never been hugged like this by a married woman in my life. Master Murong felt that this person not only tainted his innocence, but she actually tried to taint his senior brother's innocence. Especially when he saw that woman clinging to his senior brother's arms, so dependently and trustingly. A nameless anger instantly rose from his heart. Stay away from my senior brother. My senior brother's injuries haven't healed yet. If you want to cause trouble, just do it to me. Don't even think about causing trouble to my senior brother. Before he finished speaking, he reached out to her, trying to pull out the person who was clinging to his senior brother's arms. And Nan Yin looked at his fingers and didn't know what scene she thought of. Her face suddenly turned pale. She turned her head and bumped into Zhao Xiuyin's chest behind her. She only heard the other party groan, and then buried her head in his chest, her body trembling slightly. Don't touch me. Don't pull my clothes. She finally hugged him. How could she let you pull it apart easily? Besides, why should old friends be so angry when they meet? She walked a long distance to find this place. Zhao Xiuyin's chest wound was a little painful after being hit, but he subconsciously reached out and pressed her back, then raised his other hand to block the palm of his junior brother. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, frowned slightly, looked at his junior brother with a slightly reproachful look, and then said in a calm and gentle tone, "Junior brother, don't do this. She just got frightened and can't stand the stimulation. Don't scare her." Murong Tuol looked at Nan Yin, who was protected by his senior brother, and then looked at his fingers that were blocked, and suddenly felt strange in his heart. He felt that his senior brother's attitude towards this demon woman was too gentle. Obviously, she had nothing to do with him. Why was he so nice to her? Murong Tuol felt depressed, and then thought of his senior brother's personality. His senior brother has always been gentle and calm, not ostentatious, and he is also highly valued by the elders among his fellow brothers. Among so many people, his senior brother has the best relationship with him. Such a gentle person like Jade should not have any other reasons. Murong Tuol took a deep breath and suppressed some of the anger that shouldn't have been there deep in his heart. He must have thought too much. He didn't know why. As long as it involved this woman, he would easily lose control of his emotions. And he was always very angry with this person. Maybe this demon woman was born with many tricks, and he was afraid that his senior brother would be bullied. So he was so cautious. However, seeing this man's emotional confusion and collapse, Murong Tuol snorted and stopped. Why was he so scared of him when he was shaking like this? Did he look scary? Thinking about it, I felt a little irritated in my heart. It was really a ghost. How could I meet this woman in such a ghost place? Is this the legendary bad fate? Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them couldn't just leave her here. Otherwise the girl they just rescued would be targeted again in a short time. Finally, the two of them took Nan Yin to a small inn not far ahead. The inn was very small and shabby. It was a compliment to say that it was simple. There were spider webs on the beams. It could only be said that it was not much better than the wild. At most, it could only be used as a temporary rest. This was normal. After all, it was in the wilderness, and there was still a long distance from the market town. The rangers who wandered around the world were not very particular about food, clothing, housing and transportation. Only some young masters of aristocratic families had higher requirements for these. Sure enough, as soon as Murong Tuol entered the inn, the disgust in his eyes was almost written on his forehead. There were actually quite a few people living in this shabby inn, and there were only 2 empty rooms left. The room was cleaned quite well. At least the bedding was half new, smelling like it had been washed. There were also many knife marks and scratches on the table, which seemed to indicate that people often fought and made trouble here. But this was normal. Wiccan had not experienced these things. Fortunately, the room was tidied up quite neatly. Originally there were 2 rooms. Nan Yin, as a woman, naturally lived in one, and the other 2 could squeeze into one room for one night. But the frightened woman kept grabbing his senior brother's clothes. Her face was pale, and she was extremely uneasy all over. In this situation, if she was left alone in such a shabby inn, Murong Tuol was worried that she would be scared to death by the wolf howling outside at night. Murong Tuo looked at the woman clinging to his senior brother, and he felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. He didn't know where this discomfort came from. It was really strange. Zhao Xiuyan took Nan Yin in one hand and sent her directly to the innermost room. He carried her to the edge of the bed and sat her down, then patted her back to comfort her. Okay. Don't be afraid. No one will hurt you again. You live in this guest room, and my junior brother and I live in the one next to it. If there is any movement at night, we will come immediately. No matter what happened today, you will be fine after a night's rest. We will send you there tomorrow. Okay? He held the back of her hand and patted it twice, indicating that she could let go. But the person in front of him was obviously very uneasy. She pursed her lips. Her eyes were slightly red, and her hands tightly grasped his clothes on both sides, constantly pulling him to her side. Don't go. Don't go. Don't leave me. She shook her head and looked like she was unwilling to obey. Zhao Xiuyan sighed softly, and obviously saw the panic of this person. Maybe what happened this afternoon really scared her. So this person became so dependent on him. This is a bit of a headache and trouble. He thought about it, turned his head and looked at the environment in the room, then hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Is this okay? You sleep here, and I will sit on the chair over there tonight to watch over you. I promise not to leave you, and I won't let anyone bully you. Is this okay?" As he said this, he pointed to the table and chairs not far away. It was a square table with a few stools around it, which looked extremely simple. Hearing this, Nan Yin also looked in the direction of his finger, then turned her head to look at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "You really not leaving?" Zhao Xiuyan was slightly startled by such a look, and then he lowered his head and laughed, then helped her sit on the bed, and pulled the quilt over her. "Well, I'll stay here tonight. You can sleep without worry." Perhaps because this person's tone was too gentle, and contained a convincing ability, Nan Yin finally gently loosened the fingers that had been tugging at his clothes. Then she stepped back, wrapped the quilt tightly, and then slowly lay down. But her watery eyes were still staring at him, as if as long as this person left, she would immediately follow him regardless of anything. Originally, Murong Tuo was standing at the door outside. He was about to occupy another empty room and get a good night's sleep. But he heard the movement in the room and the conversation between the two people. He immediately gave up. What if these two people lived in the same room? He didn't even think about it, and rushed over, then sat down on the broken bench, staring at the person on the bed with a sharp gaze. "No. If you two live in the same room, then I have to keep an eye on her, so that you, senior brother, won't be bullied by her in the middle of the night because you are too gentle." Zhao Xiuyan frowned slightly, turned his head, and looked at his junior brother, who was stubborn and unwilling to listen to advice, and felt annoyed for no reason. He pinched his fingertips hard, felt a dull pain in the wound on his chest, and paused for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his brows relaxed slightly. There are many risks in the inn at night. He is now seriously injured, and he is at the end of his strength. Who knows what will happen at night? With a junior brother looking after him, the risk should be smaller. So he nodded to his junior brother, and there seemed to be no trace of abnormality in his calm eyes. "You can watch if you want, but there is only one thing. Don't scare me anymore." After that, he looked at the woman lying on the bed and refused to close her eyes, and his tone became a little calmer and gentler. "Girl, don't worry about sleeping. With me and my junior brother watching, there will be no danger at night." After that, he thought about the table and chair in front of him, and directly pulled out the chair and sat down. There was only a candle in the room, and there was hot water brought by the waiter earlier. The two of them cleaned the wounds on their bodies casually, and the movements were very light, but they cleaned the wounds on their bodies in a moment. The night gradually deepened. The light in the room was dim, and the candle on the table was burning lighter and lighter. Zhao Xiuyan couldn't sleep at first, and was a little annoyed by the breathing noise on the opposite side. He raised his eyes and glanced at the junior brother, who fell asleep on the opposite side without knowing when. At first, she propped up her head, and then she simply laid her head on the table, and her sleeping posture was particularly inelegant. It was hard to describe. Zhao Xiuyan was disgusted, so he simply raised his hand to pick up the outer shirt on the screen and threw it over, covering the person's head directly. After doing all this, his eyes unconsciously fell on the woman, who was sleeping a little unsteadily on the bed. A question slowly emerged in his mind. Why was she here? And she fell to this point? If I hadn't met them, the situation today would be unimaginable. Thinking of what happened just now, thinking of those things, Zhao Xiuyan's brows never relaxed, and his long eyebrows were slightly frowned. There was a faint gloomy air between his jade-like eyebrows, and a hint of coldness gradually emerged in his clear and gentle eyes. He unconsciously tightened the cup in his hand, pinching the rim with his slightly white fingertips. When he finally calmed down, his brows relaxed, and he exhaled lightly. Forget it. Let's ask about these things tomorrow. It's nothing serious. Fortunately, they met in time. When Nanyan woke up the next day, she saw a handsome face in front of her as soon as she opened her eyes. The man stretched out his hand to touch her face. What a good opportunity. He didn't even think about it, and raised his hand to slap him. This slap was so solid that the man turned his head away, and even the gorgeous and scorching white face instantly showed a deep slap mark. At first, he didn't react, and he froze in a daze. After he recovered, he subconsciously touched his painful face, and then he exploded with anger. He turned around and glared at her fiercely, gnashing his teeth and asking, Why did you hit me again? Nanyan actually reacted, but hitting someone is always wrong, so she could only pretend to be more wronged and more frightened than him. Shrinking back to the bed, wrapping herself tightly with the quilt in panic. Her teeth seemed to be trembling. Why did you get so close? You also touched me. It was obviously you who was not behaving properly. I was scared, and I accidentally hit you. Murong Tuo's face was slightly red, and his tone became more fierce in anxiety. What nonsense are you talking about? Who was not behaving properly? Who touched you? You are simply making up a story. When the two quarreled, Zhao Xiuyan, who was originally sleeping on the chair with his head propped up, was finally awakened by the noise. He went to bed very late last night. He felt a little uncomfortable from the wounds on his body, and he was also upset, so he didn't fall asleep until dawn. But when he woke up early in the morning, he saw his junior brother lying on the side of the bed, staring at the girl hungrily. It looked like he was bullying her. Zhao Xiuyan's face turned cold instantly. He stepped forward and grabbed his junior brother's collar, pulled him up, and scolded him coldly. Murong Tuo, what are you doing? Murong Tuo was so angry at the attitude of the two people who shared the same hatred for the enemy that he almost bit his teeth. He turned around and waved away his senior brother's palm, shouting at him, Senior brother? Are you still my senior brother? What can I do to her? It was obviously this woman who kept shouting for water in her dream. I was woken up by her, so I kindly poured her a glass of water. Who do you think I am? What do you think I will do to her? Also, senior brother, when did you become like this? You protect her so much, and you scold me without knowing the truth. Have you forgotten that this woman is the wife of that demon? And Sister Piampian is still in the hands of that demon. Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan's expression was slightly stunned, as if he felt a little uncomfortable with his misunderstanding of his junior brother's behavior, and turned around. The head loosened his hand, and then whispered, Sorry, I misunderstood. Nanyan seemed to have just reacted, seeing the slap mark on the man's face. She felt a little uncomfortable and apologized dryly. Sorry, I didn't mean it. But Murong Tuo was angry at the moment, and had no intention of letting it go. How could he be easy? His kindness was taken for granted, and the woman slapped him. If he could endure this situation, would he still be the reckless young master of the Murong family? It was so infuriating. Especially this woman. It was really a ghost. When she was with him, she either beat him or scolded him. It was only a short time, and she had already slapped him several times. But when it came to his senior brother, she was gentle and caring, full of dependence. In this situation, no one could stand it. Okay, but he didn't know how to relieve this emotion. So he said to Nanyan beside him angrily, Is it enough to just say sorry? How many times have you slapped me? If you ask me, you might have done it on purpose, deliberately harming me, and you leaked the previous information. Otherwise the devil wouldn't have noticed it so quickly, and he wouldn't have caught up with me so quickly. When he said this, Murong Tuo paused, and then he became more and more angry, and felt that what he said made sense. Even his eyes became suspicious. The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. So he grabbed her wrist and began to ask, You said? Did you leak the information to the devil, your husband? So he caught up with me so quickly. Nan Yen thought. This kid's brain moves quite quickly when he is not stupid. And he guessed half of it by accident. But she would never admit it. She turned her head. Her black hair was loosely draped over her shoulders. And her bright red lips were bitten, leaving a very obvious red mark. After hearing these words, Nan Yan's fair face flushed and her chest rose and fell. It was obvious that she was angry with him. What nonsense are you talking about? What good will this do for me? Nan Yan's teeth trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes for a moment. She stared at him with resentment and resentment. I finally let you take that woman away. How could you deliberately tell your husband these things? If that was the case, why would I help you in the first place? She did not reveal the news directly, but deliberately left more clues. So she was inexplicably arrested the day after they left. Seeing her like this, Murong Tuo's anger inexplicably disappeared by more than half, leaving only a little bit of annoyance. He was unwilling to give up and said stubbornly, even if it wasn't you who leaked the news, you are also responsible. Your good husband not only captured Sister Pian Pian, but also injured my senior brother. This is a foregone conclusion. An ironclad fact. In the end, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In a fit of anger, he said, nonsense. Since you are in our hands now, we can just use you to exchange for Sister Pian Pian, so that the matter is completely settled. Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes instantly turned red, as if she couldn't hold it back any longer. The successive blows finally made her cry. She subconsciously picked up the pillow behind her and threw it at the man. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, "You are ungrateful and shameless." She looked at the man in front of her with humiliation, and her body trembled with anger. You still call yourself a famous and upright sect, but you repay kindness with enmity like this? Not only did I help you, I also helped you rescue your senior brother's fiancée. But now, you actually want to use me to exchange for your sweetheart. You are so shameless. Murong Tuo's face was slightly red after being scolded, and he was instantly annoyed. He was so angry that he tightened his grip on her wrist. What nonsense are you talking about? What sweetheart? She's my senior brother's fiancée. What's wrong with me exchanging you for her? Don't forget that we saved you yesterday, which offsets your help to us in the past. Murong Tuo gritted his teeth and stared at her. If we hadn't shown up in time yesterday afternoon, do you think you would still be alive? Why are you running around when you're a young lady instead of staying at home embroidering and reading? Do you think you're a female knight? When she said this, Nan Yan's expression froze for a moment, and her face turned pale instantly. She seemed to think of something sad, and her tears fell faster. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Also, do you know what your good husband has done to us these days? The wife pays the husband's debts. Didn't you see that my senior brother's face was pale, and he still looked like a ghost who was dying? That was all caused by your husband's beating. Come to think of it, you slandered your senior brother in front of him. Aren't you afraid that he will be petty with you? Nan Yan listened to this, and her eyes subconsciously fell on Zhao Xiuyan, who was standing aside. Seeing that he was pale, his lips were bloodless, his eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she didn't know what he was thinking. When his eyes met hers, he was stunned for a moment. Then he relaxed his brows, shook his head slightly at her, and was about to say, "Don't worry, I'm fine." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the person next to him. Murong Tuo snorted twice. At this point, in fact, he had already lost his temper in his heart. But he just held on and refused to bow his head. Besides, your good husband has been sending people to hunt us down until now. But we saved you and took care of you regardless of the past. Who is more shameless? What's more, you are a demon from the demon sect, and we are righteous people. We are originally opposed to each other. So what morality is there to talk about? At the end of the words, under the cold and reproachful eyes of the senior brother, his voice became lower and lower, especially when he saw the woman in front of him crying with her head down. He suddenly felt a little regretful and inexplicably irritated. He also knew that what he said this time was a bit too much. But I don't know why. As long as I meet this woman, my emotions are easily out of control, especially when I see her treat my senior brother differently. Besides, what he said seems to be right. Right? They are people with opposing positions. Murong Tuo looked at the man's depressed look, and a feeling of upset suddenly surged from his heart. He stared at the man, hesitating in his heart whether to say sorry to him. After all, He is a man, and bullying women is really too tasteless. And he actually made her cry again, although it was not intentional. But it seems that he has been making people cry since the first meeting. This situation is really outrageous. Murong Tuo showed that kind of tangled and irritable expression on his face again, scratching his head, and then let go of the palm that had been pinching her wrist bone. But as soon as he let go, the person opposite subconsciously reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Murong Tuo felt a little strange. He looked down at her. She raised her head slightly. Her face was pale as if it was transparent. There were tears dripping down her face. The whole person exuded a weak and pitiful aura. Murong Tuo felt even more embarrassed. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. Then he heard the man below speak in a hoarse voice. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slap you just now. You saved me. I was ungrateful and hit you. You are right. What my husband did is really too much. If you hadn't saved me yesterday, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. It's not that you are ungrateful. It's obviously my fault. You can use me to exchange for your senior brother's fiancé." As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yan's tear slid down her face and landed directly on Murong Tuo's finger. Murong Tuo's fingers curled up due to the burn, and he subconsciously pulled his hand away. He now knew that what he said was too much. He was extremely embarrassed and his fair face turned slightly red. He felt like he was bullying someone, and he was bullying such a weak woman who was powerless. A feeling of guilt and regret surged in his heart. He really didn't expect her to say such a thing. In fact, he just said it casually, and he didn't really want to do it at all. But now, the words have been said, and this person seems to be serious. This made Murong Tuo not know what to do for a while. He opened his mouth anxiously and scratched his hair, but found that he couldn't say a word. So he turned his head subconsciously and looked at his senior brother for help. Zhao Xiuyan frowned unconsciously and looked at him, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, especially when he saw the girl opposite him crying silently with her head down. He felt for the first time that this outspoken junior brother was noisy and troublesome, and he really shouldn't have brought him out with him. Harsh words are like sharp blades, hurting people invisibly. People do speak without thinking when they are impulsive and irritable. But what to say and what not to say? Don't you know these things? Zhao Xiuyan exhaled lightly and fumbled in his arms for a long time before finding a handkerchief with a trace of blood on it, which was not too dirty. He was about to wipe her tears, but suddenly he thought of something, paused, and handed it over. Nan Yan pursed her lips and looked up at him. She seemed to be a little hesitant, but she finally reached out to take it. Zhao Xiuyan sat directly opposite her and looked at her. There was some sincerity in his slightly flat voice. "I'm sorry. My junior brother never thinks before he speaks. He is impulsive and irritable. He always says whatever he wants. But in fact, he doesn't have much malice in his heart, and he won't really use you as a bargaining chip." After he said this, he exhaled again, as calm and gentle as ever. "Don't worry. You helped us when you were in Xian Song sect, and we saved you. Now, this is our 4th meeting, and we should be considered friends." As he said this, he suddenly smiled at Nan Yan, and his smile was a little gentle. "Your husband is your husband, and you are you. We are not blind to that extent, and we will not indiscriminately blame you for what your husband did. Don't cry. This time, my junior brother was outspoken and said some messy words to make you angry. If you are still unhappy, you might as well step on him a few more times to vent your anger. Although people like him look aggressive, they are actually paper tigers. They will deflate if poked. They hate to see girls cry the most." Hearing this, the junior brother on the side was obviously a little bit unbelievable. He stared at his senior brother with wide eyes. This is still his senior brother, exposing his past in front of him. And Nan Yan seemed to think of the incident of stepping on his finger that day. Maybe the man's aggrieved look was too funny, so she couldn't help but burst out laughing. After laughing, she felt a little annoyed. She looked up at the person standing next to her and felt that the atmosphere she had created with great difficulty was destroyed again. It was really troublesome. Murong Tuo, who was standing aside, was a little embarrassed. Seeing the man crying and laughing, he turned his head and snorted softly. I don't know if he was angry or embarrassed. Anyway, his ears were inexplicably red. Really? Why did senior brother say these things? Don't you think he is not embarrassed enough? Zhao Xiuyan saw her laughing and then lowering her head and frowning in annoyance. This expression seemed particularly vivid, and he couldn't help but smile a little on his face for a while, seeing the crystal tear hanging on her chin, about to fall. He subconsciously reached out and wiped it. It was also this moment that made Nan Yan's expression stunned. She subconsciously raised her head and met Zhao Xiuyan's particularly gentle eyes at the moment. The eyes of the two met directly. Nan Yan looked at him with some surprise and discomfort. There seemed to be no other emotions in her eyes except embarrassment and embarrassment. Zhao Xiuyan, on the other hand, looked at the pair of moist eyes that seemed to contain a pool of fine spring water, and his eyes flashed slightly. He turned his face away. His black eyelashes trembled slightly, and there seemed to be an indescribable strange emotion in his heart. The distance between the two was actually quite close. So close that Zhao Xiuyan could clearly feel the warm breath she exhaled. Pause for a moment, and then slowly calmed down. His eyelashes drooped slightly, and at that moment, he didn't know what was going on with him. Some soft emotion surged in his heart, and he subconsciously reached out. But he was different from his impulsive junior brother. He shouldn't do such an impulsive and intimate thing. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan frowned again imperceptibly, as if he was a little helpless about his inexplicable behavior. Looking at this person's weird eyes, Nan Yan paused for a moment, showing a slightly uncomfortable look on her face, then hurriedly stuffed the handkerchief into his palm, lowered her head and said, "Thank you." Zhao Xiuyan also felt that his actions were a little too intimate, and his hand was still awkwardly raised in the air. The handkerchief was placed in his palm, and there was still some soft and wet residue on it, which was her tears. Zhao Xiuyan silently took the handkerchief back, looked at her inconspicuously, and after confirming that she had no resistance, he said him calmly. Then he changed the subject and asked casually, "By the way, we still don't know why you left Xian Song Sect yesterday and fell to the point where you were bullied by others. Didn't your husband let someone watch over you?" Nan Yan thought to herself, "They must have watched over you. But she left when no one was paying attention. Otherwise it would not be so easy to meet you too. But this must not be said." Nan Yan's face froze slightly after hearing his question. Then she turned her head and explained dryly, "I just came down the mountain to look for my husband, and I got lost accidentally. You know, I used to stay in the sect, and I rarely go out on weekdays, even down the mountain. So I lost my way accidentally, and I was almost caught by someone. Thank you for yesterday. If you hadn't saved me, I might have." She didn't say the rest, but everyone knew the ending. So Murong Tua hummed softly, with a strange tone of voice, "Probably to give in. You know the danger and still dare to run around. Do you think it's easy to get along in the rivers and lakes? Is it just playing house? There are so many evil people like that in this world. You sneaked out by yourself. Doesn't your devil husband worry about you?" When Nan Yan heard this, she was obviously a little depressed. She clenched her fingers slightly, and her fingertips turned white. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Murong Tua thought that this person was still sulking and refused to pay attention to him. So he snorted, lowered his head, and muttered something like stingy, turned around and refused to pay attention to her. Zhao Xiuyan, who was sitting opposite her, was more thoughtful. He seemed to have noticed something, seeing that her tone was a little strange when she spoke. Her expression was not right, not like her usual happy and intimate appearance. Although he didn't know what happened during this period, it should not be a good thing, especially seeing her depressed expression. Zhao Xiuyan lowered his head slightly, since she was unwilling to tell the truth. He was embarrassed to ask again. Just thinking of her identity, Zhao Xiuyan couldn't help but frown slightly. Since she was Yu Liuyan's wife, would she have to return to Xian Song Sect sooner or later? Seeing that the atmosphere in the room finally eased a lot, Nan Yan finally got up from the bed. She was frightened yesterday, so she slept in her clothes at night. She naturally washed up quickly in the morning. Moreover, men and women who mixed in the rivers and lakes were naturally not as particular about etiquette as the nobles. Nan Yan knew the current situation, so she naturally wouldn't make a fuss about living that kind of exquisite life. Just like these two people, she did whatever was convenient. Zhao Xiuyan went downstairs to get some food. The two people originally planned to send her back to Xian Song Sect. Nan Yan thought to herself, if they really let them send her back, wouldn't she have wasted a day of trouble in vain? This won't do. We have to think of a way to fool them. Maybe someone brings a pillow when someone is sleepy. Just at this moment, there was a chaotic noise downstairs. Nan Yan saw the group of people besieging through the crack in the door. It was obviously the people from Xian Song sect who were chasing after them. A group of people surrounded Xiao Xiuyan downstairs, and another group of people rushed directly to the second floor. When they saw Murong Tu in the house, they naturally raised their knives and chopped him. These people might be lower-level subordinates in the sect. They had never seen Nan Yan's appearance. When they saw another woman standing in the house, they immediately regarded her as an accomplice of the two. When the knife came down, not only Nan Yan was stunned, but even Murong Tu beside her was dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth and rushed over almost subconsciously, holding the person and rolling on the ground, his black eyes staring at her straight. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to hide? And aren't you the leader's wife? How dare these people kill you?" Nan Yan pursed her lips and immediately showed a look of wanting to say something but stopping, with a faint trace of tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, the situation was so critical that she couldn't wait for her to finish her words. Murong Tu held her and rolled on the ground again, avoiding the knife that fell from the man, and then pulled her up and jumped directly from the second-floor window with the people. "Brother, I'll lead those people away." He glanced at his brother with a cold look in his eyes, and after confirming that his brother should be able to deal with the remaining part of the people alone, he looked at the woman in his arms, who had no power to fight back, thinking that there was no other possibility for this person to stay here except to be stabbed. So he didn't hesitate, and directly dragged the person to jump into the woods on the right, and a group of pursuers followed behind him. Chapter 149. Murong Tu took Nan Yan and fled quickly towards the deep forest on the right, with the pursuers behind him. When Murong Tu dodged the attack again while holding Nan Yan, he really realized that something was wrong. He found that the pursuers of the Xian Song sect did not recognize their leader's wife at all. His expression was hard to describe. He originally thought that these people would show some mercy for the sake of their leader's wife. As a result, these people did not recognize her at all and stabbed her backhand. Murong Tu dodged quickly while holding this person. He looked down in confusion, especially when he saw the person in his arms shrinking his head like a quail and not daring to raise his head. He felt confused in his heart. Could it be that this woman was implicated by them? The situation was too urgent for him to think too much. Murong Tu protected the woman in his arms while raising his hand to fight back. Sparks flew from the collision of swords and knives. The sound was particularly sharp and piercing. The two ran a long distance. Perhaps it was because there were too many pursuers, or because he was still seriously injured and was holding Nan Yan, who had no power to fight back. Murong Tuo's breathing became panting, and his counterattack became slow and laborious. He was accidentally scratched on the shoulder by one of them, and the red blood stained his clothes, and then slid down his shoulder to the ground. Murong Tuo frowned, staring at the group of pursuers like sticky candy, and he was very annoyed. Since he couldn't deal with them quickly, he could only take this person and escape first. He took a breath and practiced his skills, holding the person in his arms, and his movement slowed down for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Finally, there was no other way, and the two of them jumped down from a hillside after looking at it. Now they can finally get rid of the group of pursuers. When the two finally got rid of the group of pursuers behind them, they found that there was a 100-meter deep pit at the bottom of the hillside, because the slope was too inclined. No one saw it at the beginning. After jumping down rashly, the result was that the two could not stop and rolled down all the way. Murong Tuo gritted his teeth and protected the head of the person in his arms more tightly. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. A slope he randomly chose could be found to be a 100-meter deep pit. If he really fell down accidentally, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. Especially the woman in his arms, who didn't know any martial arts at all. If she fell down, she would be missing arms and legs by accident. He suspected that the big devil of Xian Song sect would definitely ask him to pay for his life. Seeing the bottom of the hill getting closer and closer, Murong Tuo gritted his teeth and rolled hard with the person in his arms. He just rolled to the side of the crooked tree. He grabbed the trunk with one hand, and his palm rubbed the ground and slid down an inch. With the other hand, he took the opportunity to push the person in his arms, just blocking half of her body under the tree roots. With this resistance, the two finally stopped sliding down. However, while pushing her, Murong Tuo's other hand could not support it at all. As a result, his whole body lost resistance and slid down another inch before he stopped. Although the two stopped falling, their situation was still not good. Nan Yin blocked half of her body on the crooked tree, barely supporting herself from falling. After feeling the calmness around her, she finally opened her eyes. And then she looked down and saw less than half an arm's length below her. Murong-tua was struggling to cling to a protruding broken rock because of the long years of rain. The other half of the broken rock was deeply embedded in the soil. It was the protruding stone that prevented him from falling immediately. But the situation was obviously a bit urgent at the moment. Because of the pull of gravity, the broken stone had already shown signs of loosening. Most importantly, Murong-tua's slender and strong palm had obvious blue veins protruding on the back of his hand due to excessive pulling. And blood was faintly seeping out of the palm due to friction. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on for much longer. But the man was still stubborn and gritted his teeth, refusing to say a word. Murong-tua also knew that his situation was not good at the moment. The bottom of the slope was too slippery and surrounded by moss. There was no place to exert force. Even if his qigong was good, it was impossible for him to fly up out of thin air. He looked up at Nan Yen above, about half an arm's distance above him. Nan Yen had stopped. He estimated in his mind that as long as he could climb up to the vicinity of the crooked tree, he could use the force to take her up with him. But Murong-tua had never done such a thing of asking for help, especially since the woman had a bad relationship with him. They had just quarreled in the morning, and the woman was so angry that she cried. Such a thing was impossible. How could she help him? Murong-tua's face flushed, thinking that it would be better to rely on himself to survive than to ask her for help. What help could a weak woman like her who knew nothing do? He was afraid that before she could reach out to pull him up, his weight would accidentally pull her down. How could he do such a thing? Murong-tua held his breath and clung to the stone tightly. Cold sweat unconsciously oozed out of his forehead, and his face began to turn pale uncontrollably. In particular, the gravity of his body pulled, making his 5 fingers almost stiff. He was completely relying on his willpower to support himself. At the end, he could no longer hold on. At this critical moment, he could not afford to suffer for the sake of face. He gritted his teeth and looked up suddenly, his gorgeous eyes fixed on Nan Yen above. His eyes searched everywhere, especially when he saw the green vine next to the branch. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted to her, "Throw down the vine above, or break off a branch and give it to me. Hurry up, otherwise I can't hold on." After saying this, his jade-like face flushed red. Probably the first time he asked for help from his bullied opponent, who was a powerless girl. This kind of thing, no matter how he thought about it, he felt extremely embarrassed. Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyebrows moved, and she finally couldn't help laughing in her heart. "Uh-huh. Good boy. You have a day. I told you to be stubborn and talk nonsense. And finally you can't hold on and ask for help. Now you know what it feels like to ask for help." Nan Yen was not so easy to help him. She planned to scare this guy, who made this guy always say one thing and mean another, and often said some irritating words to her. She had to leave a deeper impression on him. So Nan Yen suddenly showed a panicked look on her face. She seemed to have just reacted, seeing that she was blocked by the tree trunk and the steep height of the slope. Her face suddenly turned pale. Obviously, she had never experienced such a predicament. Before she finished her words, she saw Murong-tua, who was clinging below, suddenly fell down. The loose gravel suddenly rolled down, and he avoided it in time and grabbed another protruding stone with his backhand, so he didn't fall directly. But after this tossing, his face clearly showed a more difficult and strenuous expression. His face was pale, and he pursed his lips and didn't even breathe. Nan Yen, frightened by the noise, stepped back subconsciously, with a panicked look in her eyes, especially after hearing his request. She glanced at the ivy hanging on the treetops, and then at Murong-tua below, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I don't know what she was hesitating about. She pursed her lips and struggled for a moment, and finally turned her face away and refused to pay attention to him. When Murong-tua saw her reaction, he was stunned at first, and then his face turned black in an instant. He raised his eyes and glared at her fiercely, and his pair of bold and slightly red eyes seemed to burn with a bright flame. And he stared at her with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to completely imprint her face in the depths of his mind and never forget it in this life. "You?" He didn't know what to say next. He didn't expect this woman to be so ungrateful. It was him who protected her all the way to escape so that she was not chopped to death. And when she rolled down the hillside, it was him who protected her head so that she was not hurt at all. But what was the result? This woman turned around and ignored him. Tuo was furious, and he was extremely angry. He felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his heart, and his anger was rising. With the anger, there was a sharp and strange resentment in his heart. How could she treat him like this? How dare she? This damn woman. A witch. It turns out that none of the women in the demon cult are good. Tuo didn't know whether he was wronged or resentful in his heart. Anyway, he was really angry to death this time. Even his breathing became more rapid. His red lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were staring at her, seeing that person's body completely exhausted. The veins on his palms were exposed due to excessive force. But finally, as the gravel slid down, his whole body began to slide down. He stared at Nan Yen, who was only a few inches away from him, with resentment and anger, watching her purse her lips and hesitate, looking at him, and then turning her head away quickly, and then ignoring him. At that moment, Tuo's anger reached its peak, but before he could say anything, his whole body could no longer support and began to fall down. This fall would not kill him, but he would definitely be seriously injured. Tuo gritted his teeth, and his scorching eyes stared at her fiercely. Such a strong emotion, like a seed deeply rooted in his heart. A slight pull would cause a kind of pain and resentment that was difficult to ignore. There was also a rare trace of grievance. At the moment he fell, Nan Yen had almost no time to react. Half of her body rushed over, and her hands tightly grasped Tuo's already hanging arm. Because the impact was too great, her whole waist hit the tree trunk heavily, and her upper body was hanging down in the air. The whole person was dragged down an inch by the gravity of the other party. The small tree was also hit and swayed twice, making a creaking sound, but at least it held on tenaciously in the end. The two people were hanging in the air, one up and one down. Tuo originally thought he was dead this time, but until the woman rushed over regardless, he thought he was hallucinating for a while, and the expression on his face was unbelievable. He opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the woman who reached out her hand to him. At that moment, his emotions were complicated and chaotic, from the resentment and grievance in the beginning to the astonishment and weirdness now. And there was also a hint of disbelief. The complexity and entanglement made him unable to describe the feeling at all. He only felt a huge sense of gap rising and falling in his heart. All his attention was focused on the woman in front of him. He looked at her with eyes full of an emotion that he didn't quite understand, staring at her closely. He originally thought that this person would definitely leave him to die without saving him. She hated him so much, and he had bullied her so many times, making her cry every time. She must hate him to death in her heart. So she deliberately turned away and refused to pay attention to him when he shouted at her. But why? She had obviously decided to give up. Why did she rush over at the last moment and grab his hand so hard? Tuo's eyes unconsciously fell on the pair of white and soft fingers. Her hands were so soft, and her knuckles were so tight that they turned white. But she still held him tightly. Nan Yen held his arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. This man was not light. Nan Yen leaned half of her body against the tree trunk swaying in the wind. The huge dragging force made her forehead sweat. She bit her lip and looked at the man below with difficulty. She said in a trembling voice, "You have caught it. Don't let go." It hurt so much that she would be sorry if she didn't take the opportunity to gain some goodwill. So Nan Yen started to act again. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at him uncomfortably. At that moment, the two were very close to each other. Because of this posture, her hair fell from her shoulders, and the strands of hair were entangled on his face. Her charming eyes, as if flooded by spring water, reflected his figure. Tuo's breathing was a little stagnant for a moment. He could even feel that the breath she exhaled with difficulty was all sprayed on his skin, warm and with a faint fragrance. At such a close distance, the two people's auras seemed to be indistinguishable for a moment. Completely entangled together, Tuo stared at the man's face with burning eyes. He was a little dazed. His brain went from chaos to clarity at this moment, until the man's painful and labored expression came into his eyes. Tuo finally came to his senses. He looked at Nan Yen's palm that was about to give up, and his face showed some anxiety. He subconsciously said, "Hold on for a while." Nan Yen couldn't help staring at him after hearing this, and said with difficulty, "I'm already holding on." Tuo didn't have time to pay attention to her. He immediately looked up and looked around. There seemed to be nothing to cling to nearby. He thought about it, and suddenly pulled out the belt on his body. The length was probably not enough. but with a little strength that Nan Yin grabbed him. Murong Tuo threw the belt up with force, and luckily entangled one of the branches, and then pulled it down hard. With a rebound force, the whole person instantly felt much more relaxed. With a place to put force on his hands, Murong Tuo was no longer worried. He pulled the branch tightly, and used his energy to raise his breath. Then he pulled Nan Yin, who was lying below, into his arms with his backhand, and finally stepped on the small tree and jumped up, almost draining the last bit of strength in his body. Only then did he hold the person in his arms, and completely leave the steep slope. This time, the two of them really spent a lot of effort to finally get rid of the crisis. At the beginning, they were chased by someone, and after avoiding the chase, they accidentally rolled down the steep slope. They wasted a lot of time, energy and physical strength on the steep slope, and they only relied on that breath to grit their teeth and support themselves. Now that they were out of danger, both of them were exhausted for a while, and sat down on the grass and gasped for breath. Murong Tuo's emotions had obviously not calmed down from the huge shock just now. Such a big gap made his heart beat uncontrollably. Even though he was out of danger at this moment, Murong Tuo's hand still tightly grasped Nan Yan's wrist, and the force was so strong that it almost crushed the wrist bone. This shows how confused he was at the moment. Nan Yan's wrist was pinched so hard by this man that she couldn't stand it. She immediately struggled to pat the back of his hand. "Let go. You've already come up. Why are you still holding me?" His palms were full of sticky blood stains, some of which were rubbed on the rocks, and some were scratched by grass and gravel. After being slapped hard by Nan Yin, his palms felt a stinging pain, and Murong Tuo clenched it tighter as if by reflex. And then, as if he reacted, he turned his head and stared at her closely. "I won't let go." Nan Yin was so angry that she looked unhappy. She couldn't bear it any longer and slapped his hand harder. "Let go quickly. Why are you pulling like this?" Murong Tuo had recovered by now. He just didn't react for a while. When he heard Nan Yin's voice, he immediately turned his head and glared at her. He thought of what happened before. His eyes seemed to be on fire. He was so angry that his chest began to rise and fall. He glared at her with red eyes. "I won't let go." Especially when he thought of her being stopped on the tree trunk and refusing to pay attention to him. Murong Tuo felt his breathing become more rapid. He was angry and annoyed, and there was an inexplicable strange emotion that made him extremely confused. But the only thing that was not confusing was her attitude towards him in the tree before. "You didn't plan to save me from the beginning, did you? When I called you, you clearly hesitated. You didn't want to save me at all. You just wanted to watch me fall down and die alone. Right?" When he said the latter sentence, Murong Tuo almost bit his teeth to pieces. His tone was weird and angry. He just felt an unspeakable grievance in his chest, and a little unwilling. How could she really watch him die without saving him? When Nan Yin heard this, she unconsciously showed a trace of guilt and annoyance on her face. She turned her face and subconsciously retorted, "I didn't. I was just scared and didn't react for a while. Don't try to slander me." But what she said was obviously not confident enough, and she really did it on purpose. She was just playing for excitement. Who made this kid's mouth unforgiving? She just wanted to scare him. Murong Tuo was so angry that his face turned red again. A flush of anger surged on his fair face, and his two black eyes stared straight at people. "You dare to quibble? I saw it with my own eyes. I called you, but you just refused to pay attention to me." Murong Tuo became more and more angry as he spoke, and there was a trace of grievance in his anger, especially in the face of her attitude of not admitting her fault. He felt that his anger was obviously strong to the extreme, and then he lowered his voice and shouted at her. "Don't you feel guilty when you say this? Do you still have a conscience? I have protected you again and again along the way and didn't let you get hurt. And this is how you treat me? You watch me fall down. Such a high height. I might be paralyzed in the future if I fell down. Do you understand if I am paralyzed? You are an ungrateful wolf. You are the ungrateful, and heartless ungrateful wolf." Nan Yan's ears were a little hurt by the man's loud shouting. It was hard for him to rack his brains to come up with so many words to describe her, especially when she saw him panting. Nan Yin not only did not feel guilty, but felt quite comfortable. She wanted to reach out and pat his chest to ask him to speak slower. But if she really dared to do that, this man would probably be furious. So Nan Yin still had that guilty and annoyed look on her face. She rubbed her aching ears. Maybe she couldn't stand being accused too much. She looked up at him angrily and said, "Didn't I rush to save you later? Why do you always focus on my mistakes and don't see my good points?" "That's different." Murong Tuo bit her previous point of ignoring him and refused to let go. "You regretted it later. You clearly wanted to see me die at the beginning. Why is it different?" Nan Yen looked up at this person and asked back. Her voice was soft and weak, but the logic was particularly clear. "It's obviously you who cares so much. Who made you always bully me before? And always say that you want to use me as a trade. Why can you think like this and I can't? What's more, it's not that I didn't save you. My previous hesitation was just a thought in my head. I didn't really abandon you. Can't I think about it?" When Murong Tuo heard this, he thought it was true. He could have those messy ideas. And of course, she could also have hesitant ideas. Anyway, it didn't really happen in the end. So it didn't count as a real mistake. But when he thought about the confrontation between the two of them at the moment, Murong Tuo felt even angrier. His ears turned red with anger, and he glared at her fiercely. "No. No!" The two argued endlessly, and neither could convince the other. Nan Yen asked this guy to let go, but he refused to do so. He had to let her admit her mistakes and apologize sincerely. It would be strange if Nan Yen agreed. Nan Yen was so angry that her cheeks flushed and her chest rose and fell slightly. She pushed this guy angrily and struggled with her hands. "You are shameless. You rely on your martial arts skills to bully a weak woman like me who can't do martial arts. Let me go!" Murong Tuo was also very angry. He glared at her with a fierce look. "I won't let go. You admit your mistakes and apologize. Then let me go first and then apologize." "No. You apologize first, and then I will let go." Nan Yen. Good guy. Is this guy a primary school student? He is playing this trick with her. In the end, the two of them got entangled. Murong Tuo relied on his natural male advantage to push the man to the ground. Nan Yan's hair was scattered and her clothes were a little messy. The two of them were a little emotional and breathless because of the excessive entanglement and suppression. Seeing that the man still refused to let go, Nan Yen was almost crying with anger. The corners of her eyes were red. She took advantage of the chaos and grabbed the man's hair that fell on her cheek with one hand. She pulled it hard, causing the man's scalp to hurt and his expression to twist. In the end, he had to lower his head and face her. The two of them were looking at each other. Nan Yen was getting more and more aggrieved, looking at him with accusatory eyes. "I'm telling you, I've been tolerating you for a long time. If it wasn't for your senior brother, I would have had you beaten to death long ago. You stinky thief. You bullied me from the beginning, tore my clothes, and almost ruined my innocence. How could I have ever provoked you? It's obviously you who has been bullying me. If you continue like this, I will really not be polite." Murong Tuo's face flushed. He had never been entangled with anyone like this before. He had heard that women like to pull hair when they fight. When he saw it today, it was true. His scalp was almost numb. When people are hurt, they are more likely to get angry. And when they are angry, they become more irritable. Murong Tuo had a bad temper to begin with. He had never been bullied like this before in all his years. Especially when he heard her mention his senior brother. He felt an unexplained anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and stared at her. "You haven't provoked me yet? Don't you feel guilty when you say this? You have been provoking me all the time. The first time we met, you stepped on my finger, and it was swollen for 3 days. Later, I saved you and beat me up. You slapped me again this morning. Do you still have the nerve to say that you didn't provoke me? You still want to be rude to me, right? Huh? I want to see how a young lady like you who can't carry anything on your shoulders or lift anything with your hands can be rude to me. Come on." Nan Yen has never seen anyone who has such a request since she was a child. Since he is so arrogant and willful, shouldn't she satisfy him? As soon as the voice fell, Murong Tuo hadn't reacted yet, and he saw the man below rushing over and biting his chin directly, and he would never let go. Murong Tuo gasped in pain. His expression twisted. He didn't know what to do with the person in his arms, and he couldn't really fight her. Murong Tuo stretched out his hand to press her shoulder to pull her away, but she bit even tighter instantly. That taste was really, particularly ecstatic. It made Master Murong feel that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. "You open your mouth. Bite people. You bite people again. Are you a cuckold? You bit my senior brother when we first met, and now you bite me again. You sharp-tongued stinky girl. Do you have no other way except biting people? If you do this again, I will really be rude to you. Master Murong yelled at her. Nan Yin bit her hard. The two of them pressed tightly together. She could clearly feel that this person's breathing was much faster. This time he was probably really angry. Murong Tua breathed in pain. Stinky girl. Open your mouth. In fact, according to age, the two were almost the same. So calling her a stinky girl was not too much. Murong Tua saw that she didn't even raise her head and refused to pay attention to him. But the force under his mouth did not relax at all. In the end, there was really no other way. Murong Tua held her shoulders tightly with both hands, gritted his teeth and pulled her down, then rushed over and pressed her down directly. The impact was too great, causing the two people to roll heavily on the ground. At that moment, Murong Tua felt that the skin on his chin had been bitten off by her. He turned over and pressed the person to the ground, staring at her with red eyes. Which? Do you think you are the only one with a mouth? Do you think this young master dare not bite you? Nan Yin had just bitten someone. And when she heard him say this, she subconsciously made a sound of poo. Some dirt had been stuck on the person's face at some point, causing her to accidentally eat dirt in her mouth. As a result, this action was considered a provocation by Murong Tua. He was furious, and his brain was almost filled with an emotion called anger. He lowered his head suddenly, and at that moment, he was probably confused. Seeing the bright red lips with a moist breath, he bit them without thinking. Those two bright red, soft lips. Nan Yan's eyes widened instantly, and she was stunned. Not only was she stunned, but even Murong Tua himself was also confused. He didn't expect the woman's lips to be so soft. He was afraid that if he bit her a little harder, he would hurt her. So he subconsciously reduced his strength. And then the bite slowly changed its taste, and it became a kiss without knowing when. Nan Yin finally came to her senses. Her face instantly flushed, and she pushed the man away in shame and annoyance. Well, you. But she was suppressed by the man's whole body, and couldn't move at all. And when she spoke, Murong Tua realized that he could go a little deeper. So he tried, trembling with his tongue. Murong Tua felt that his breathing was about to stop, and an unprecedented tension surged from his chest, as if his chest was instantly filled with something, which made him feel a trembling heart, and a trace of inexplicable pleasure and satisfaction. His heart beat faster and faster. The more he kissed, the more he felt that the kiss was not enough. He didn't know what was wrong with him. It was like a fish thirsty for water in a shallow pit finally found a cool and clean spring. No matter how hard he tried, it was not enough. He tried harder and harder, but he was afraid of biting the person, so he became more cautious. At that moment, he clearly felt that the person below was struggling and angry, but he still didn't let go. He felt that he was really out of his mind. He actually bullied a weak woman who didn't know martial arts. But if that was the case, it didn't seem so unacceptable. When Zhao Xiuyan finally found it along the trail, he left along the way. He saw a very strange scene, with the two people sitting separately on each side. The atmosphere between the two seemed a little wrong. But when he saw that the two ignored each other, he felt that it seemed no different from usual. But there was an indescribable strangeness. He turned his head and looked at his junior brother. He saw a slap mark on his face. Looking at the size of the slap mark, he knew it was definitely Yan Yan who hit him. It was particularly obvious on his fair face. He also knew where the chin was hit, and it was slightly swollen. Zhao Xiuyan frowned unconsciously. Did these two quarrel again? And it seemed that the fight was not small. He had long been accustomed to his junior brother being beaten. Since he met Yan Yan, it was not uncommon for his junior brother to be beaten. But he saw that the expression on his junior brother's face seemed a little strange. And he didn't know if he really annoyed people this time. He actually saw a trace of regret and guilty expression on his junior brother's face. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and his facial expression became very complicated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped, and was entangled and depressed. Occasionally, he was confused and blushed, and he lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. From time to time, he would sneak a glance at Nan Yin, who was sitting next to him, and there was actually a trace of shame in her eyes. Nan Yin on the side ignored him and sat on the other side with her head down. Maybe she had just experienced a period of escape. Her hair was a little loose, and there were a few straw leaves on her body. Her face was also slightly red, and she seemed a little angry. I don't know what she was thinking. Her lips were bitten lightly with her teeth, and her lips were slightly swollen. Zhao Xiuyan frowned and felt that something bad seemed to have happened between the two of them. He asked his junior brother if he had bullied someone again. But his junior brother's face suddenly flushed, and his ears were slightly red. Then he turned his face away, grabbed the grass leaves on the ground with one hand, and said with a grunt, "I really apologize to her this time." Then he was slapped again. But this time, he didn't dare to complain at all. He even felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart, thinking that if he could exchange a slap for a kiss in the future, it would not be a big deal. The more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Hearing this, and looking at his wandering eyes, Zhao Xiuyan felt something was wrong. But he couldn't ask Qian indirectly. After all, there was no relationship between them. This subtle feeling of powerlessness suddenly made Zhao Xiuyan feel uncomfortable in his heart, and his eyebrows were slightly frowned. These two people seemed to exclude him. On the other side, because there had been no news from his wife for a day and a night, the face of the leader could no longer be described as gloomy. It was simply a murderous look. The maids and subordinates serving around were all trembling with fear, fearing that if they made any mistakes, the leader would see them and take their lives directly because of his bad mood. Yu Luyun had never been nervous or panicked, especially when he entered the study and saw the empty room. She usually sat next to him, but now there was no one. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip in his heart. It had been a day and a night, and he had no idea what had happened to her. He could hardly imagine what would happen to a weak woman like her who didn't know any martial arts, was afraid of the dark, and afraid of wild animals. Yu Luyun found that he couldn't think at all. The more he thought about it, the more headache he had. His injured chest seemed to be twisted by a dagger. It hurt so much that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't know what to do. He was even confused. What if she really met with an accident? What if she was really bullied? With her personality, could she really survive? Thinking of this, bloodshot slowly welled up in Yu Luyun's eyes. He vaguely thought of what she told him when she came to the study room when they first met. She said that a group of beggars surrounded her. Fortunately, he showed up in time to save her. But yesterday, if she was really bullied, what if he didn't show up in time? Yu Luyun's heart trembled suddenly. Thinking of this, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, and the blood inside suddenly surged. At that moment, he could even feel the faint smell of rust in his throat. Yu Luyun closed his eyes hard. But as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Yin Yan's face crying and calling him desperately when she was bullied. He felt suffocated and couldn't breathe, as if someone had stabbed him hard with a dagger, making him panic and uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Yu Luyun's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He clenched his fists and ordered his subordinates to increase their efforts to find the lady. No matter what happened, they must bring her back. Just when Yu Luyun closed his eyes and thought about it, he suddenly heard his subordinates reporting the news. The subordinates tried their best to suppress their inner fear and said in a trembling voice, "Yesterday afternoon, someone saw the lady near a tea house at the foot of the mountain. The lady got lost yesterday. After going down the mountain, she was almost insulted by 2 imperial prisoners. Later, she was rescued." Hearing the news reported by his subordinates, Yu Luyun's eyes suddenly turned red, and his eyes were like poisoned swords. He turned his head suddenly and grabbed the collar of his subordinate. "What did you say? What do you mean that the lady was almost insulted by 2 fugitives? Where is she? Where is she now?" He knew his wife's temper. If she was really insulted, she would definitely not survive. With her temper, how could she bear such a thing? Yu Luyun suddenly felt an unprecedented regret in his heart. Why? Why did he say such words to her that day? The subordinate's face was pale, and he knew that the leader would definitely lose control when he heard the news. He trembled and told the news he heard from the tea house owner yesterday. "Husband, the lady looked like that. She was lost again yesterday. She didn't even have a maid by her side. As soon as she got down the mountain, she was spotted by 2 fugitives. The 2 men took the lady to the nearby forest and wanted to do something bad. The lady kept crying. Fortunately, 2 young men passing by heard the cry for help. So they saved the lady and took her away." When Yu Luyun heard him say the lady kept crying, he felt a dull pain in his chest for a while, and a trace of blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Yu Luyun's fingers trembled, and he couldn't suppress the urge to kill in his heart. He couldn't bear to touch his wife even when he was angry. How dare they? How dare they bully her? Thinking of that, The anger and murderous intent in Yu Liuyun's eyes almost condensed into substance. His palms were slightly sway, and he could hardly hold his fists. Yu Liyun shook his subordinates away with force, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, and then restrained the emotions on his face one by one. Where are those two people? Yu Liyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then asked in a hoarse voice. His tone seemed to be bloody. I have found out that those two people seem to be the two guys you have been chasing. I heard from the tea house owner that after those two people saved my wife, they took her away with them. Hearing this, Yu Liuyun's eyes deepened, and there was an endless darkness in his eyes, with a panic-stricken sense of horror. If those two people took his wife away, then he obviously knew what they wanted. Yu Liyun sneered coldly, and his tone was so gloomy that it was frightening. No, I'm asking about the other two fugitives. Are they dead? The subordinates were terrified when they heard the calm tone, and the hair on the back of their necks stood up. To reply to the leader, the two were dead that day. Dead. Yu Liyun looked down at him, and a resentful and cruel look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Death is not enough. I will chop the bodies of these two people into pieces and feed them to the dogs, so that they can see clearly in the palace of the King of Hell who they should touch and who they should not mess with. Chapter 150. Because of the relentless pursuit of the Xian Song sect, the two had different degrees of external and internal injuries, especially Zhao Xiuyan, whose internal injuries were obviously aggravated, and his face was pale. The wound on his chest accidentally opened again, and the wound began to bleed again. Now the wound medicine they carried was almost used up. In this case, they had to go to the largest market town nearby to buy some wound medicine for backup. But as soon as they entered the city, they found the traces of the Xian Song sect members. This group of people slowly went in from the city gate, searching along the inns, taverns and some messy shops, obviously looking for their traces. They quickly hid in the entrance of an empty alley. Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tuo looked at each other, and doubts and weirdness emerged in their hearts at the same time. The people of the Xian Song sect were too difficult to deal with. They almost never stopped from the beginning to the end, chasing and strangling them. Just after getting rid of the wave of people in the inn, another wave of people appeared in the city immediately. Yu Liyun was really determined to kill them. He was indeed a complete devil. Nan Yen looked at the subordinates outside who often appeared beside Yu Liyun, and seemed to guess in her heart that this group of people was obviously different from the group that chased them in the inn just now. And their clothes were different. It was true that the group of people was chasing them, but this group of people was obviously not. If she guessed correctly, these people should be sent by Yu Liyun to find her. It seems that the man regretted it. Nan Yen couldn't help but smile in her heart. There was no way to regret it. She had already left. How could he get whatever he wanted? What if he regretted it? Now he had to hide better, and couldn't be caught so easily. The other two frowned, and their thoughts were similar at the moment. They couldn't continue to fight with a group of people from Xian Song sect. They had no energy left. The two were already seriously injured, and their internal injuries were aggravated. Their chests were full of blood. They had suffered a lot of external injuries when they avoided the wave of pursuit in the morning. At this time, the wounds on their bodies were bleeding. In addition, they had been lying on the table all night last night, and they had hardly rested. They were exhausted after persisting until now, so they really couldn't fight with them. So everyone's thoughts almost coincided in an instant. Nan Yen didn't want to be discovered by the people around Yu Liyun so quickly, and the other two didn't want to fight anymore. So they could only decide to hide first and escape this pursuit. But they didn't know how to escape, and they didn't know where to hide to be safe. This group of people searched all the way here, and even the nearby pharmacy was not spared. It can be seen that the search was very careful. It would definitely not work to rush out rashly, just when everyone was at a loss. They could hear the sound of gongs and drums. The distance was getting closer and closer. When they were about to reach the entrance of the alley, the sound of firecrackers became louder and louder. There was a crackling noise next to their ears, which made people frown unconsciously. A group of people followed them. They stood on the side of the road and pointed and talked while making way for the wedding procession. Is Mr. Wan getting married again? Yes. This time he married the daughter of Li Xiuzai. It is said that the daughter is also beautiful and can read and recite poetry. Marrying such a 40 to 50-year-old man as a concubine. Mr. Li is really cruel. For a betrothal gift of dozens of taels of silver, he sold his own daughter. Well, who says it's not true? I also heard that the daughter of Mr. Li had been engaged to a carpenter from the next village for a long time. But Mr. Li thought the carpenter's family was poor, and the betrothal gift was not enough. So he broke the engagement and married her off. It's a pity that the daughter's life was ruined by her own father. I know about this. The carpenter and I are from the same village. His family is a little poor, but his craftsmanship is really good. The things he makes are better than the ones I bought in town. He is about the same age as Mr. Li's daughter. Unlike Mr. Wang, who is 2 years older than her father. Well, that's right. Mr. Wang has already married 5 or 6 wives. This is already the 7th or 8th. I heard that the first wife was jealous. The daughter of a good family, who married her earlier, was tortured to death. What a pity. That's right. That's right. The people around were talking about it, all lamenting that the daughter of Li Xiaocai's family was a flower stuck in cow dung. Mr. Wang was still coveting the girl at his age. His son was obviously married. But he was still shameless. He was really shameless. Listening to these discussions and looking at the sedan chair getting closer and closer, more and more people gathered around. Even the little beggars in the alleys came out to join in the fun and gathered together to watch the gongs and drums. Nan Yin also leaned over. Her hearing and eyesight were not better than those martial artists. After they had heard almost everything, she vaguely heard the general idea. When she looked up, she saw the 2 brothers next to her looking at each other, then slowly turned around and looked at her together. Nan Yin looked puzzled and asked subconsciously, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" The 2 pointed to the Xian Song sect pursuers, who were searching not far from the city gate, and said to Nan Yin, "We have a way. If we don't want to be caught, we can sneak into the wedding procession. As long as we change into the clothes of the sedan bearers and get into the sedan, we should be able to avoid this search. This is indeed a good idea. The wedding procession is crowded and noisy, and those Xian Song sect people can't just rush into the wedding procession to search for people. Besides, they probably can't think that she, the leader's wife, would hide in the sedan for the wedding. Very good. Let's do it." Hearing this, Nan Yin blinked her eyes, and then bent into 2 crescents, showing a smile to the 2 people, then nodded her head, and the broken hair on her ears moved with it, like some obedient and soft little animal holding its paws to beg for food, which looked very pleasing. The 2 brothers looked at each other with a bit of discomfort, coughed dryly twice, and then turned their faces away unconsciously. Especially Murong Tu, since he kissed the girl. It seemed that the 2 Ren and Du meridians in his body were instantly opened. His eyes fell on the girl opposite from time to time, and he felt that she was pleasing to the eye. Was he blind before? Or was his brain muddled by some dirty things? Why did he think such a girl was troublesome and annoying? Murong Tu pursed his lips. His eyes were slightly red, and he couldn't help looking at her from the corner of his eyes. There was a secret and unknown joy in his heart. He felt that his relationship with her must be closer than her relationship with his brother. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. What was he happy about? He himself didn't seem to know clearly. It seemed that as long as he could be with her, no matter what he did, even hiding everywhere was a happy thing. But seeing that the other person would give him a cold look from time to time, Master Murong felt a little depressed and tangled in his heart. He seemed to have made the other person unhappy. He had bullied her from the beginning, and this time he finally got his retribution. She seemed to dislike him more and more. However, Murong Tu didn't hesitate for a long time. Seeing that the pursuers of Xuansong sect were getting closer and closer, the 2 brothers quickly knocked out the followers on both sides with the sound of gongs, drums and firecrackers, and then changed into the clothes of the 2 people. Not to mention, the red clothes just covered the bloodstains on the 2 people's bodies, which was not so obvious, and it looked quite festive. Nan Yin also sneaked into the sedan with the help of the 2. Originally, the 2 wanted to press the bride's sleeping point to make her fall asleep. But after entering the sedan, they found that it was empty. A bag of stones was put in it to weigh it down. There was also a letter next to the stones. The content of the letter was roughly, "The daughter is unfilial and cannot accompany her mother to take care of her in the future. I just hope that my mother can take care of her health." Then it was about eloping with the carpenter from the next village. No one expected that such a thing would happen when hiding from the pursuers. But it didn't matter. They just heard that the man was already in his 40s or 50s. And it was indeed inappropriate for him to marry a girl of 15 or 16. The parents broke up the couple, and the couple was forced to elope together. However, this matter had nothing to do with them. They just needed to take this opportunity to avoid the search of Xian Song sect. Seeing those people getting closer and closer, The person carefully folded the letter paper and put it back after reading it, and then threw the stone in the sedan chair when no one was paying attention. Nan Yin saw that there was a brand new wedding dress thrown next to it, and she did not hesitate. She quickly took off her clothes and put them on, then covered her head with a veil, and sat quietly in the sedan chair, looking like a girl waiting to get married. When the sedan bearers on both sides were tired, they would naturally be replaced by the attendants next to them. In this way, the sedan chair finally arrived at the side door of the Yuanwei mansion, and successfully avoided the search of Xian Song's sect. Although this wedding was extremely lively, it was a concubine who was carried into the house, not the main wife. So there was no need to worship and get married. After Nan Yin followed the sedan chair directly into the mansion from the side door, she was sent to the courtyard where the concubine's wife should go, and then successfully sneak into the wedding room with the help of the maid and the bridesmaid beside her. Several followers outside were also dragged to the wedding banquet. Originally, Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tu were planning to refuse to go, but the servants here were too enthusiastic. They dragged them to the Yuanwei mansion to attend the wedding banquet, which made it impossible for them to move. They couldn't fight them, so they had no choice but to go. However, they were a little absent-minded along the way, especially when they heard the voices in their ears. They felt noisy and troublesome. Thinking about Nan Yin, who was sent to the wedding room, they thought that they must not get into trouble again. After they found a chance to get away, they would go to find someone together. On the other side, Nan Yin, who was supported by the maid to enter the room, had no other extra things to do. After the maids and old women left, Nan Yin immediately lifted the veil and looked around. The room was decorated cleanly and elegantly. The maids and servants all went downstairs to drink. There was only one round-faced maid guarding the door, but she was not guarding it very well. She was holding a pot of wedding wine and some snacks in her arms, and was sitting aside secretly drinking the wedding wine. It seemed that she had drunk a lot. Her cheeks were red at this moment, and the whole person looked a little unconscious. Nan Yin looked at her for a few times and stopped looking, and carefully closed the window. She and the other two agreed not to run around after entering the mansion, and they would come to pick her up after they got out. Nan Yin also obediently followed the arrangement. Anyway, she didn't need to use her brain. There was food and drink in this room, so it was not bad to rest for a while. Nan Yin sat on the bed and began to eat the longan, melon seeds and peanuts on the bed. Halfway through, she suddenly heard some rustling noises coming from the window. Nan Yin thought that the two people had escaped and came to find her. She quickly grabbed 2 handfuls of peanuts on the bed and stuffed them into her sleeve pockets to eat on the way. As a result, when she walked over and was about to open the window, she saw a thin and long black shadow suddenly jumped in from outside. The sudden movement frightened Nan Yin, and she looked up at the strange figure. The man in black seemed to pause when he saw Nan Yin. His eyes were a little strange and erratic, and he seemed a little surprised. But he quickly reacted. A hint of evil smile appeared in his slightly narrowed eyes, and then he rushed up to catch people. This situation was a bit wrong. Nan Yin didn't think about it and turned around and ran outside. As a result, as soon as she ran to the door, she was covered with a sack and covered tightly. Nan Yin thought about this inexplicably familiar feeling, and it seemed to be similar to what happened in the original plot. Exactly the same as what happened when she was kidnapped by that damn flower thief. Nan Yin now understood that she was being targeted by the flower thief in the original plot. She tried hard to recall the original plot. This flower thief really deserved to die. In the original plot, he had ruined the innocence of countless girls and caused countless women to commit suicide by jumping into the river out of humiliation. Such a villain should have been caught long ago. It was because this flower thief had learned a good light skill and came and went without a trace. Even the traps and wanted notices set by the government were useless. Although the rangers in the rivers and lakes also despised this kind of shameless villain who bullied women, not everyone had the time to watch this guy every time he committed a crime. So he was allowed to continue to cause trouble until now. She guessed in her heart that it was probably because the daughter of Li Xiuzai was indeed beautiful, and the movement of Wang Yuanwei taking a concubine was quite a big deal. So he was targeted by someone with ulterior motives. The flower thief sneaked in during the chaos. He originally wanted to capture the beautiful concubine that Wang Yuanwei had just taken in and flirt with her, but they bumped into him by accident. What should we say? This is probably destined. It seems that we have to rely on her to get rid of this damn scum. Well, kill him early and end it early. Nan Yin struggled in the sack for a few times, and was hit by acupuncture points, and couldn't move. She thought to herself that since she was caught, it would be too unfair to her sacrifice if she didn't take the opportunity to do something. It just so happened that she still had enough peanuts and melon seeds in her pocket. I don't know if this flower thief has some kind of collection quirk. Every time he kidnapped a girl, he would leave a letter with peach blossoms in her house, and deliberately mention his name as a flower thief. This time, it was the same. He shot a dart from his bosom, nailing the letter tightly on the desk. And then he carried Nan Yen, who was unable to move, turned around and jumped over the window and ran away. The flower thief was probably still immersed in the excitement of his good luck in kidnapping a beauty, and he was completely aware of the movements of the man on his shoulder. Nan Yen took advantage of him not paying attention, moved her fingers, and shook out a handful of dried fruits from her sleeve pocket, throwing longan, peanuts and melon seeds little by little, throwing them all the way. She believed that with the ability of Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tu, they should be able to find her soon. So don't let her down. But I don't know who will find her first. On the other side, when Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tu finally got out of the group of servants, it was getting dark outside. The two slipped into the backyard of the mansion when no one was paying attention, and then quietly sneaked into the bedroom. As a result, when they opened the door, they found that the woman who was supposed to be sitting on the bed waiting for them to pick her up was gone. The room was empty, with no one in it. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and hurried forward to check, but found that there was no sign of fighting in the room. The bedding was neatly arranged, but the teacup on the table had been used. Zhao Xiuyan looked around again, and then he saw the note nailed to the crossbar on the edge of the bed. A thief who steals jade and fragrance never leaves empty-handed. Seeing this note, the two of them changed their faces instantly, and their expressions instantly became gloomy. Murong Tu was so anxious that he snatched the note and read it over and over again. The more he read, the more he felt his palms sweating, and he felt a sudden fire in his heart. He turned his head and looked at his senior brother anxiously and nervously, gritting his teeth and said, "Senior brother, what should we do? Is this jade thief the flower thief that has been rumored in the martial arts world for a long time? Wasn't he arrested by the court a long time ago? Why did he appear here? And he also took Yin away." Murong Tu held the note, not daring to imagine what she would encounter if she encountered such a thing. The more he thought about it, the more he had the urge to kill. She must be very scared. With her personality, she would only cry when she was bullied. She couldn't even break free from his hand. How could she escape from the shackles of the flower thief? Murong Tu clenched his fingers, and felt the anger in his heart rising up. He was so angry that the veins on the back of his hand burst out. "Brother, did you hear what I said? Yin Yin is in danger. We have to save her quickly. If it's too late, she will definitely." He gritted his teeth and blushed when he said the rest of the words, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. But as a man, how could he not know what the flower thief would do if he caught a woman? Could he count the stars and watch the moon with her? Especially a woman like Yin Yin. She doesn't know any martial arts at all. A woman in the demon sect has no means of self-protection. She can't escape from such a thing. Thinking of this, Murong Tu suddenly felt an unprecedented tension and regret in his heart. If he had known earlier, he should have followed her closely. He knew that this person didn't know martial arts, but he didn't watch carefully. Isn't this giving others a chance to bully her? The senior brother next to him was still in deep thought, frowning and thinking about something. Murong Tu became more and more impatient. "Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Did you hear what I said? I said Yin Yin is in danger, and we have to save her quickly. Did you hear me?" Zhao Xiuyan heard this, and seemed to finally realize that something was wrong. That is, the attitude of his junior brother. When did his attitude become like this? When did he become so concerned about Yin Yin? And he still called her Yin Yin? Didn't he always call her Witch? Witch before? When did he become so worried about Yin Yin's safety? Zhao Xiuyan frowned slightly, and his black eyes seemed to reveal some strange emotions. He turned his head to look at his junior brother, as if he asked casually, with a tone so flat that people could not detect any abnormality, "Junior brother, why do you care so much about Miss Yin Yin's safety? You still call her Yin Yin. Didn't you always dislike her in the past?" Hearing this, Murong Tu was anxious and subconsciously retorted, "Senior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say that I disliked her?" After saying that, he felt that his tone just now seemed too aggressive, and the implied meaning in that sentence was too obvious, which made his face instantly become a little embarrassed. Tuo blushed, and then explained uncomfortably, "That's not what I meant. I'm just a little worried that if something really happened to her, the evil leader of Xuansong sect would take it out on us." After he finished speaking, he exhaled lightly, trying to suppress all the mixed emotions in his heart. Then he realized that his senior brother's attitude today was a little strange, and he had been displeased with him since morning. But he didn't think about other things for the time being, just felt that his senior brother was particularly cold today, and didn't care about Yan Yan as much as usual. So he became more and more impatient. Tuo looked at his senior brother with a little annoyance. "Senior brother? It's already this time. Why are you still concerned about these insignificant things? If you don't want to go find her, I will go to save her by myself." This kind of caring attitude also made Zhao Xiuyan understand one thing. He was almost certain now that his junior brother did have some different feelings for Yan Yan, and this feeling seemed to be quite deep. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan frowned unconsciously, and couldn't help but wonder when exactly it happened. He obviously disdained her before. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Was it this morning? What happened between the two of them this morning? In this way, Yan Yan seemed to be a little weird to him today. Could it be that she was also? This cognition made Zhao Xiuyan unconsciously clench his fingers. The expression on his face had not changed, but his eyes slowly cooled down. And then he turned his head to look at his junior brother, with a hint of coldness and stiffness in his tone. "When did I say I won't go?" Tuo was slightly stunned by his senior brother's strange and stiff tone, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that his senior brother was acting strangely today, and even his eyes were cold when he looked at him. Did he offend his senior brother again? Tuo couldn't figure it out, so he snorted coldly and stopped thinking about it. After thinking about it, Zhao Xiuyan suppressed all the chaotic emotions deep in his heart. His junior brother was right. Now was not the time to be angry and care about these things. They had to find Yan Yan as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they went too late, she might really encounter an accident. With her soft nature, if she really encountered such a thing, I'm afraid she wouldn't have the courage to live anymore. So we must find her as soon as possible. Zhao Xiuyan quickly came back to his senses from his chaotic thoughts. He turned his head and looked at his junior brother, who was anxiously looking for clues everywhere, and frowned slightly. He was also worried about Yan Yan's safety, but he was always more rational and calm than his junior brother. And when encountering such things, the more anxious he was, the easier it was to ignore some important details. Zhao Xiuyan saw that the window over there was not closed tightly, and there was a shallow man's footprint on the table next to the windowsill. It seemed that the flower thief came in from the south window. He looked at the note that was left aside. The ink on the note smelled pungent. It should be the smell after carrying it for a long time. This is ordinary ink, but this letter paper is the paper roll commonly used by all inns. Zhao Xiuyan frowned, quickly collected his thoughts, and then told his junior brother, "Junior brother, let's split up and look for it first. Don't miss any houses and inns nearby. Be sure to look carefully, since the flower thief was able to sneak into the mansion so easily. It means that he is very familiar with this place, and should have observed the entire mansion closely. So even if he took Yan Yan away, he should not hide very far away. He may be in an inn nearby. Be careful." Tuo naturally agreed to it. After the two of them finished talking, they each found two different forks, and began to search around. The side door of the mansion was indeed facing the south, but there were two alleys here that led to the fork in the road ahead. Zhao Xiuyan chose one of them. He was always observant. As soon as he got out of the fork in the road, he saw some peanuts scattered on the ground. They were all food, and the mice in the corner couldn't help but come out to look for food. The squeaking sound was particularly eye-catching. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes flashed with a little hesitation. He paused for a moment, jumped down from the wall, and then picked up the peanut shells on the ground. He gently crushed them with his fingertips. They were still crisp. Obviously someone had just dropped them. Zhao Xiuyan frowned slightly, and then his eyes flashed. Suddenly, he remembered that he subconsciously glanced at the bed when he entered the room. It was that glance that made him notice that a lot of the dried fruits on the bed had been eaten by someone, and there were some leftover shells on the table. No one cared at the time, but now he thought that Yan Yan must have eaten them when she was greedy. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan's eyes flashed with a smile unconsciously. These things should also be the clues left secretly by Yan Yan. He subconsciously followed the traces left on the ground and pursued forward. Finally, he found that the traces stopped outside a courtyard wall. This was an extremely remote courtyard, at the deepest part of the alley, and there were no people living nearby. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes deepened, and he stepped on the haystack next to him, directly over the wall, and then jumped down from the wall. The white robe turned out a neat arc in the night, and then fell down quietly without disturbing any movement. This courtyard is not far from Wang Yuanwai's mansion, about a quarter of an hour away, and the flower thief's light work is pretty good, and the speed back and forth is estimated to be faster. Zhao Xiuyan noticed that there were only 2 rooms with lights on in the entire yard. He walked straight towards the master bedroom. As soon as he reached the door, he smelled a familiar fragrance coming from the house, exactly the same as the one he smelled on the piece of letter paper. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes instantly turned cold. He was now basically certain that Yin Yin was definitely brought to this courtyard by that man. Fortunately, she was smart enough to leave some clues so that they could come and rescue her. Zhao Xiuyan stretched out his hand and was about to push the door open, but a thin and long black shadow suddenly jumped out from his side, holding a short knife in his hand, and stabbed him fiercely in the chest without saying a word. The man showed an angry look in his eyes, probably because he didn't expect that he would be discovered and chased so quickly this time. He had lived in this small courtyard for a long time, and he had been thinking about the beautiful concubine that Wang Yuanwai had just married for a long time. He originally wanted to come back to wash up and spend the wedding night with the woman, but who knew that this great thing was interrupted by this sudden boy, and no one could let it go. The flower thief waved the short knife, and his speed was amazing. His light work was indeed good, but his fist and foot skills were not good. He usually didn't get too entangled when fighting with others alone, but today he met his opponent. Zhao Xiuyan's reaction speed was also very fast. He turned around and drew out the long sword from his waist and attacked the man. The flower thief took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. After seeing the man clearly, Zhao Xiuyan's eyes turned cold, and he opened his thin lips slightly and said, "You are very courageous. Has no one told you to keep your eyes open after so many years in the martial arts world? You dare to kidnap the woman in the room. You are simply courting death." When those thin lips uttered those words, there was an inexplicable bloody smell. For the first time, the gentle and peaceful eyebrows showed an undisguised murderous intent. Zhao Xiuyan had killed people before. Who in the martial arts world has not killed people? It's just that he never likes to solve problems by killing people. But today, the person in front of him was an accident, and he really wanted to kill him immediately. The flower thief sneered, with a fierce look in his eyes. "What? You are the mistress of that woman? If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability." He took the lead in attacking the other party. Zhao Xiuyan sneered, and stopped talking. His attack became more fierce in an instant. Under such a murderous sword move, the flower thief was obviously defeated. In the chaos, the man quickly took out a handful of medicine powder from his arms and sprinkled it over. But Zhao Xiuyan pierced his thigh with his sword. The long sword was pulled out, and the bright red blood splashed along the tip of the sword, instantly dyeing the dead leaves on the ground red. The flower thief screamed in pain. His face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After knowing that he was no match for this man, the flower thief did not entangle, and quickly rolled and crawled over the wall, and then fled into the night. Zhao Xiuyan looked at the black figure of the man, who quickly jumped into the night. If he wanted to chase, he would naturally catch up quickly. But he was thinking about Nan Yin at the moment, and he seemed to smell a strange sweet smell from the medicine powder he just sprinkled. His head was dizzy, and Zhao Xiuyan immediately bit the tip of his tongue to stay awake. After making sure that there was nothing serious around him, Zhao Xiuyan turned around and pushed the wooden door just now. As soon as the door opened, he saw Nan Yin lying on the bed unable to move. When she saw him, her watery and clear eyes blinked twice quickly, and a row of thick eyelashes also fluttered twice. And then she showed him a smile of surprise. Zhao Xiuyan held his breath slightly, seeing that the pupils were black, like 2 black and moist pearls, as clear and clean as ever. Zhao Xiuyan felt relieved and exhaled gently. After knowing that she was safe, he couldn't help showing a smile on his face. "Yin Yin," he called her soothingly. The person lying on the bed blinked at him again in response. Zhao Xiuyan knew that she had been hit on the acupuncture points, so he wanted to go forward to untie her. But just as he entered the room and took 2 steps forward, he suddenly found that something seemed wrong with his body. The whole person became a little strange. A heavy heat quickly surged from the bottom to the top. followed by an inexplicable feeling of heat. And even his heartbeat became a little uncontrollable. Zhao Xiuyan's body shook. His feet were a little unstable. He shook his head hard, and then supported his whole body and leaned on the table in the middle. Two groups of uncontrollable red soon appeared on the white jade face, and the white jade-like earlobes also turned red, as if stained with rouge, revealing a kind of glamorous breath. Zhao Xiuyan frowned, and his eyes, which used to be calm and cold, became a little dim at this moment. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he felt that his consciousness became more unclear in the chaos. The thoughts in his mind seemed to be uncontrollably thinking about some lustful and erotic pictures, and his originally clear mind was dizzy again. He shook his head hard and watched the bed curtains fluttering in the room. Indistinctly, a kind of lewd illusion seemed to appear in front of his eyes. The lights on the copper platforms around him emitted a hazy yellow light. The gentle light sprinkled on the woman on the bed, and the curtains around her fluttered gently, vaguely covering her graceful body. She had a slender figure, black hair and white skin, and a soft and boneless body. She lay there quietly, and I don't know when she created a kind of erotic and beautiful visual sense, which made people think about it for no reason. The person lying on the bed was like a delicious delicacy with a charming aroma to him at this moment, which attracted him to approach little by little, wanting to swallow her into his stomach. At this moment, Zhao Xiuyan knew that things were not good. He didn't know what the medicine powder that the flower thief had just sprinkled contained, but now it seemed that it was definitely not a good thing. He bit his tongue hard and felt the sharp pain in his mouth. His consciousness seemed to recover for a moment. His fingers supported the table hard, and the veins on the back of his hand emerged. He took a long time to suppress the fantasy in his mind, and then he raised his hand to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth. The red lips formed a sharp contrast with the white back of his hand. Zhao Xiuyan turned his head and looked at the woman on the bed, looking at her eyes that seemed to be rippling with spring water. Seeing that the other party was also looking at him in confusion, her eyes even blinked at him a few times, as if wondering why he hadn't come over to help her unblock the acupuncture points. Zhao Xiuyan looked at her, and felt that the desire hidden in his heart seemed to be coming out of his body again, and his breathing gradually became rapid. He couldn't control himself. The powder seemed to have brought out all the lustful thoughts that he had been hiding in his heart before, and exposed them completely at this moment. This can't go on. If it goes on like this, he will definitely not be able to control himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan quickly walked over to unblock Nanyan's acupuncture points, and then turned around, refusing to look at her again. And Nanyan finally let out a long breath, lying there unable to move. Her hands and feet were almost numb. She looked at Zhao Xiuyan, who turned his back and refused to pay attention to her after unblocking the acupuncture points on his body, then grabbed his wrist and pulled him over, thanking him happily. "Brother Zhao, it's a good thing you came in time. Just now a man in strange clothes kidnapped me and said he wanted to be my wife. I'm already married. How can I be his wife? Don't you think?" Zhao Xiuyan only felt that pair of bright red, soft lips constantly opening and closing. The breath exhaled was warm and slowly sprayed on his cheeks, and he seemed to smell some kind of tempting breath when he pursed his thin lips, and his body subconsciously leaned forward. There was also a rare coolness in the place where she held his hand, and his heart suddenly surged with endless desire, just wanting her to get closer. Closer. As for what she said, he didn't hear it clearly, but it's not that he didn't hear anything. At least he vaguely heard her calling him senior brother. But why did she call him senior brother? Senior brother has always been called by his junior brother. Why did she call him senior brother like his junior brother? Did she fall in love with his junior brother? No. No. Why should I like my junior brother? Can't he? Zhao Xiuyan, who was confused, seemed to have forgotten that the woman in front of him had been married and had her own husband.